What's
You
up?
need to learn how to play Rob Zombie on harmonica.
I did.
Okay.
I did print out "Running to Standstill" by YouTube, but I haven't learned it yet.
No, Rob Zombie.
Let's get into this video, Sitch.
Anyway,
we already did the hey
now.
now.
It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite harmonica enthusiast who's learning multiple songs.
Yeah, I'll know
Adam
too
Friend.
soon.
And sometime in the future.
Yes.
So how are you doing today? We actually talked about today. We decided, well, we were very close to deciding not to stream today. And it was just going to be me and Adam talking to each other in private for 8 hours with no audience, with no chat, with no stream. Just the two of us, right. Hanging out, broing out, talking about things.
Well, Sitch wanted to go live, so I said, okay, let's just do it. Let's go in there.
I was like, Adam, we can't do that. We can't do that. He's like, but Sitch, please. I just like to talk to you. I love you. And I was like, Adam, I love you too.
What's going on with this video here? Enough of this lovey-dovey stuff.
I'm making Adam uncomfortable. Okay, it's fine. I understand.
No.
Anyway,
I'm cool.
Today will be this video. Like when this was
highly requested video.
Like 50 people sent us this video when it was happening. They're like, you have to cover this. I'm like, all right, jeez, we'll cover it. My God.
I watched it live and Vaush was definitely getting destroyed. And I was very happy about that. Of course, Vaush will say he destroyed him because his lemmings, his clapping seals in his comment section. Oh, you did so good, Vaush. Oh, yes, yes, yes.
So this is a video. This is a debate between Vaush and WhatifAltHist, or Hist, who I was not familiar with before this conversation. He does a lot of history videos on his channel. Seems like a cool guy. Seems like an interesting guy. I think part of what will be interesting is that I think me and Adam have completely different views of how this debate went.
Well, obviously, because I was DMing you saying, oh, he's getting destroyed. And you were saying, you DM'd me back and we're saying, I think optically Vaush did better. Yes. And I said, fuck you in my heart, but I didn't message you that back because I was busy. So I let it go. I'm trying to be a stoic now. Okay. The elephant is taking over my life. I'm trying to just mellow out. So I just let it go. I want to say one thing though before we get into the video, because I went back and I watched the original video. You said you hadn't seen it. I shared it. When I watched it, I thought this is a great video. And he says a couple things that I jotted out so we can cover them during the stream. So he says some really I think his name is Roger. Roger says some really brilliant things in this video. And I went to Vaush's response video, and I didn't have time to watch Vaush's response video. A long time ago, I was going to watch the response video, and it was actually so boring and tedious that I just never watched it. But I did go to the parts where Roger says really interesting things just to see what Vaush's response was. And it's just, no, Vaush really has nothing to contribute to any of these conversations. It's really just... all he cares about is winning a debate. And as a sophist, I mean, for those of you who don't know what a sophist is, I think of a sophist as like someone that you bring in, like a defense attorney, when you know the person is guilty as sin and there's like tons of evidence against them. So this person will have to build an argument in favor of something that is just obviously untrue. And that's kind of Vaush. He's constantly building an argument against things that are just, patently untrue. But I told you before the stream began. So Roger, in this video that's against social justice, he says explicitly, Roger supports gay rights, civil rights, police reform, and climate change action. Those are four things that Vaush, I'm sure, agrees with him on. Yet Vaush doesn't take this opportunity to like build right-wing support for the issues he cares about. He smears the guy as a white supremacist to his audience and a racist and fucking tries to take him down on the internet.
Because all those things are secondary. The primary consideration is social justice.
Well, this is why I wanted to bring this up in the very, very beginning, because one of the things that I liked about his video, Roger's video, was he makes the argument that social justice is just a terrible moral system. It indulges people's selfishness and just has the veneer of goodness, but really is all about selfishness and tearing people down, which is exactly the situation here. Like, exactly. So, do you want to say something, or you want to jump into the video?
Someone in chat said his name is not Roger. It's
No, it isn't.
Rudyard.
I don't know.
How you pronounce that?
I don't know if you. I don't believe the chat. I think he says his name.
No, that's his name. That is his name.
Okay.
I just looked it up.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
So what if alt-hist? I can't call him
Rudyard. I've never heard that name before.
Rudger, maybe? Okay.
No, it's spelled Rudyard.
Rudyard. Okay. Yeah. Rudyard. It seems wrong, but okay. We're going with it.
There you go.
So do you have any thoughts on... you watched Vaush's response video.
Yeah, well, I started watching his video, and then I saw that Vaush's video was like an hour and 58 minutes. So I was like, well, I'll just, instead of watching, the video twice, I'll just watch Vaush's response video version to it, which is what I did. You're right. There wasn't a lot of useful or interesting commentary that Vaush provided. It was a lot of BS sophistry, which is funny because I like the official definition of sophistry, which you sort of, I think, accidentally honed in on. Let me bring it up for a second. It was pretty perfect. It was a person who reasons with clever but fallacious arguments.
Yes, yes.
Which I think is very appropriate for Vaush generally, and especially in this conversation. But I guess, yeah, I don't know. Let's just get into it.
Let's do it.
I appreciate you hopping on.
Of course.
So I had a couple of questions. I don't formally structure anything, but I watched your...
Vaush is so terrified right now. Look at the look on his face. He's just so... he's already stammering and stuttering because he knows this guy is intelligent. And normally Vaush's whole shtick is that he's going to bring the dumbest person on the right to debate, and he's going to, use some clever rhetorical tricks and get one over on him. But you can tell Vaush is terrified here.
I don't agree with you. Not yet. I think what you're saying.
Sitch, I'm trying to prime the audience here. Just go with it.
I know you are. I think what you're saying becomes true later in the conversation and pretty early in the conversation. But when you watch Vaush's response to Rudyard,
I can't just say Roger. I swear he says his name is Roger.
How do you say his name? I'm so bad here.
He says his name is Roger. I fucking wrote it in my notes a million times.
Okay. When he's responding to his video, Vaush just basically acts like he's a total imbecile and a buffoon, and he doesn't give credence to anything he's saying. And a lot of what Rudyard, okay. A lot of what Rudyard's saying is like, he does, like, his video is kind of a long overview of the topic of social justice in his video. He doesn't get into like really deep specifics for any one area. And I think that kind of gives Vaush the wrong impression about him, that he's just making general assertions based on nothing. And then as soon as the conversation starts, he realizes, wait a minute, this guy actually has a lot of specifics, a lot of knowledge to draw upon. And then he becomes worried.
Yes.
So I have a very different view of how the beginning of the conversation goes.
Vaush does one of his gotcha questions. Like, he asks him, well, then if this is this, then what about this? And he responds to that gotcha question. Oh, that's easy. Here's the example.
Yeah.
And Vaush is like, oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. He's read more than Wikipedia. What's happening here? Yeah. I thought that's so smooth. I can't wait to get to it. I wish I could
video.
do that. You're better at doing stuff than that.
You
like
can
that
do
than
it. What
me.
do you mean? You do it all. You do. We talk about economic stuff generally.
Oh yeah,
or
that's true.
anything height related.
True.
Video on social justice and a few videos later after that, and I had a couple of I don't know, questions, concerns that I wanted to talk about with you.
Okay.
So I understand you mostly do historical content, which is not my field of expertise. I can't comment on it that substantively. But I do know that you've gotten some pushback for what you've put in those videos. And looking at your social justice video, I think I might understand a common trend. The main issue being...
So this is a very interesting. So already he's framing it like, he's like, well, I know you do primarily history videos. Now I can't comment on that, but I know other people have given you pushback on that. So he's already trying to attack his credibility here.
Yeah.
And it's funny because when he would like, this is like when you hear a journalist say, people are saying,
yes. Oh,
you
so
know, it's
much.
like, oh,
yeah.
what does that fucking mean? And when he says pushback, what he means is just that in the video that he watched of Rudyard's, you know, he's was showing how in some Reddit post somewhere they were complaining about some of his videos. So Vaush, that's what Vaush means when he says you've been getting pushback. He's like, well, you've been getting negative, you know, Reddit posts from very left-wing Reddit sources. So
you can find Reddit posts challenging Einstein's theory of relativity. I mean, this is not...
I just think it's interesting.
It's ridiculous.
It's a very interesting way of framing the conversation right off the bat.
I love that Vaush has decided he's going to exercise on this stream.
There you go.
He did the chapstick thing. Now he's doing the stretching before the big wrestling meet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me stretch out here. How do you not? The body language here is terror. How do you not read this as I'm terrified?
I mean, it definitely seems a lot more timid than normal.
Yeah,
so maybe you're right.
He pounced on Noah Samson. He realized, okay, Noah Samson is a kitten. I can just destroy him.
Yeah, but he was personally triggered by Noah.
Right.
This is kind of different.
I feel like he's personally triggered here.
Right. So I don't know. Maybe you're right. I'm just saying, judging from him covering Rudyard's video, he seemed not concerned about him at all. But maybe in the I don't know how long time had passed. Maybe he had done some research between then and realized,
maybe he rewatched the video when he wasn't on stream doing all the jokey crack pipe stuff. And he realized that video is really good. It has 300.
Yeah, it is.
I think close to 330,000 views. Very tight. In the video, he calls himself center right. A very center right perspective. I mean, he supports gay rights, civil rights, police reform, and climate change action. Need I say more? I mean, we're not talking about some far left, some far right radical here. He even in the video, he says he doesn't think social justice will be around in 20 years. And the thing that he worries most about is right-wing authoritarian backlash. Does that sound familiar, Sitch? It seems like we have talked about that on the show before.
Yeah, no, I mean, Rudyard seems pretty based, seems right up our alley. He cites, he puts in your favorite. He puts in the Jonathan Haidt Moral Foundations chart in his video.
He does, yes.
Which instantly wins over Adam and me, so...
I did a screen cap here of Vaush responding, and I screen capped the moral foundations. I went to Vaush's response, but I was like, oh, look, does Vaush read anything about moral foundations theory in the video?
He doesn't even react to it.
He doesn't even respond.
Yeah, he doesn't even react to it. No, his reaction is, we need to be more anti-theist, because he sort of interprets what he says about Haidt to be like Christian for some reason, which was very bizarre. So...
Yeah, he perceives, and he mentions Jordan Peterson too. He perceives Jordan Peterson to be some Bible Belt, Bible thumper. Basically, Jordan Peterson is an extension of the Westboro Baptist Church, which is so off base, so ridiculous. Most people thought Jordan Peterson was actually an atheist.
I know.
Yeah, until recently. Until he got the fear of God into him because he had all these health issues, right?
At least with regards to the social justice video, it feels like you came into that with a fairly strong pre-existing ideological bias, and all the information you had on all.
Look at as soon as I've said this to Sitch, and I'm sorry for pausing so much, but I'm pausing here because look at the look on Rudyard's face.
I know, it's very funny.
Like,
it's very funny.
Hold on. Right now he is thinking, this motherfucker is accusing me. The most biased person on the internet is accusing me of having some sort of ideological bias. the most post hoc rationalize the biggest post hoc rationalizer on on BreadTube is accusing me of being driven by my elephant, motherfucker.
He doesn't. Vaush doesn't even know anything about the elephant.
No, he doesn't know anything.
Well, that's what's funny, because he immediately launches into this saying, you're just motivated reasoning. You're just post hoc reasoning right now. Doesn't talk about height or understand height, I guess. It's like they just got it. I don't know, from whatever source Denham's got this from. Maybe this is the new thing. They're all just going to say, you're motivated reasoning. Like, this is just the trend now.
It is, yeah. But they can't necessarily point it out. I mean, what is the moral intuition? Is it climate change activism? Is that the moral intuition that's driving all this, Sitch? It's
fear of authoritarianism, it seems like.
That could be true. That's definitely true.
Yeah.
This is why I would love to, you got to dig in when you're having conversations with these people. When they accuse you of post hoc rationalization, when they accuse you of motivated reasoning, you got to say, what is the moral intuition that you think I'm trying to satiate here?
That would be a good counter to that.
Yeah. They will say racism, sexism, homophobia, and transphobia.
You're like, that's not a moral intuition.
Well, I think it is. I think you can say, like, if you're homophobic, you can rationalize your homophobia.
He's not going to say like disgust, like disgust of.
Right. Yes.
Something.
No. Yeah. He doesn't know this stuff. Hence the reason. I mean, Vaush is he's such a lolcow, man. This is so good. This is so good.
All the many subjects that you touched on in that video, you pulled them together to narrativize them into a story consistent with your pre-existing beliefs. Like, you looked up at the stars and you wanted to see a dinosaur, and it didn't really matter what the stars looked like. You had to find the dinosaur in the constellation. You know what I mean? So there were like a bunch of pieces of info there that I think were contradictory or didn't fit together that well, and it gave me the impression altogether that you were inconsistently reactionary in ways I wanted to talk about.
Okay. So he's already calling him a reactionary when he says he's
inconsistently reactionary,
which he says he's center right. I made sure I got that out of the video. I want to know where this guy's political standing was. Political self-identification.
The reason he's calling him inconsistently reactionary is because he wants to call him a dirty reactionary Nazi. But then, as you point out, there's those little parts where he's like, well, I'm in favor of gay rights. I'm in favor of police reform. I'm in favor of, fighting climate change. So then Vaush's brain is like, I don't know how to classify this person in an easy left right-wing dynamic. Like, and then his brain starts to overheat and he just doesn't know how to respond.
Great point. Yeah, great point. That is exactly what he's saying.
And this is a pro tip. Now, I've been guilty of doing this too, and this is my bad. Sometimes when I talk to someone, I start off in like a really bad spot. Like, I'll attack them right off the bat. Even if my tone of voice isn't aggressive, I'll ask them a very aggressive question right off the bat, which is my bad. You should, even when we're talking to someone that you don't like, if you wanted to be somewhat productive. Now, of course, Vaush maybe doesn't give a shit about being somewhat productive, and maybe this is all just him performing for his audience. You should not start off the question saying, hey, I think you're guilty of motivated reasoning. Fuck you. Like, that's not a good way to start a conversation.
Yes.
Be like, well, what do you think? Why did you make the video? Where did you come from? What is your view here? And then when they start opening up about it, then you start to, if you want to question it, you can say, okay, well, do you think X? Do you think Y? Kind of move in there. Don't just be like, you're wrong.
Yeah, this is going to cause the defenses to go up immediately. Even,
Yes.
you know, even if you're not interested in having a productive conversation, let's say you've got a dishonest actor that you really want to like dress down in front of everyone. It's still a good technique to you know, start a comfortable dialogue with them so they feel comfortable answering honestly. If you ask them some pointed question in the very beginning, the defenses are going to go up, and you're never going to get to the point where they are going to be answering honestly.
Right. That is true.
I disagree. So as I've studied history, being fair and objective isn't giving 50-50 to both sides. Being fair and objective is looking for the truth and seeing where the truth leads you. And across history, you see periods of fanaticism. And we see a lot of the prerequisites for periods of fanaticism that exist today. And across history, you saw the French Revolution, you saw the religious fanaticism like the Puritans of the 17th century, you saw the Spanish Inquisition. Before that, you saw the flagellants after the Black Death, or guys that would basically whip themselves after the Black Death because they felt guilt, that they felt immense survivor's guilt they were still alive. And before that, you had all sorts of things across the ancient world and peasant rebellions in the Middle Ages as well. And the common thread between all...
Vaush is typing right now. He's not even paying attention. I don't know about you, Sitch, but I can't normally type words into, you know, there's this thing when you're thinking about words that you can't really listen to words at the same time. I don't
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It depends what he's typing, obviously. But
Oh,
all of these
if he's taking a note, yeah, maybe.
is that when times get tough like they are now, where basically average income has gone down, a lot of people live really hard lives in a lot of ways. And under those conditions, people get radicalized. And I think social justice is that radical movement. And I try to build my work for posterity. And because of that, I cannot stand aside when social justice, I think, is a radical movement, and to give it an objective opinion would be to state thus. And so my argument going into it was that social justice is radical, which I will prove as this debate goes along. But at the same time, I just wanted to make something that posterity would be able to look back upon, where every single era of history, you have the people who would basically say, we need to give both sides argument. And the truth is complicated. And because of that, you see all sorts of, no one side can hold the truth because no single worldview is capable of encapsulating it. But like before,
based enlightened centrism.
I know, this is so good. This is so good. And he states a clear objective. He's like,
yes,
social justice, the current social justice movement, which we're going to start calling social vengeance movement, because that's
social vengeance. Yes,
that's more akin to what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying that social vengeance movement is radical, and to say anything other than that is deviating from the truth. So, and he wants to make an objective argument, so he's going to bring objective facts to make that argument, which is clear.
Yes, which is clear. I think this is a really good opening. It's kind of funny because Vaush, you know, he starts the conversation by saying, "Your motivated reasoning, fuck you. Now respond to me." And he doesn't really respond to that at all.
Right.
He just he responds as if Vaush asked him like the question he should have asked him to start with, which is, why did you make your video and where are you coming from?
Right, but he does.
So he just sort of ignores what Vaush said in the beginning and just says, "This is where I'm coming from." And it's funny because he's sort of alluding to like the whole wokeism is a religion, you know, bad times breed fanaticism, or turbulent, troubled times and troubled circumstances can lead to fanaticism, and we seem to be in that situation right now, essentially.
Well, he does technically respond to the motivated reasoning in that he says, you know, here was the objective of the video, and if I'm appealing to actual facts, then I'm not motivated reasoning, because the facts could overturn
he's just saying like, this is where I'm coming from. Like, it turned it into a positive,
right?
Essentially, instead of just being negative or just being defensive, he's like, no, this is where I'm coming from.
Right.
Boom. Right here.
Yes, excellent.
And it's a good answer, and I agree with him completely. I think I mean, I think he even said in his video, it's funny because he has kind of the same thing where he thinks that like the housing crash sort of started all of this too. So
Yeah.
based.
Yeah. He says all of this is being driven by wealth inequality.
Yes.
What's
yes.
how's Vaush attacking this guy?
I know. Because this guy is anti-social justice, and that's all that matters.
Right. But it's performative social justice. This is the thing. This is why it's the video is so ironic, because he's saying Vaush doesn't give a fuck about helping people or wealth
Right.
inequality or any of the things that he claims to care about. Vaush cares about him. He's ultimately selfish, and he's doing this for selfish reasons. Even in his original video, he points that out. He says that social vengeance doesn't seek to help people in any way, shape, or form.
Right. Well, and also, I mean, part of what's interesting about this is that for a lot of the leftists and socialists specifically, you know, they don't really care. I don't think they really care about most of the issues they virtue signal about. What they really care about is implementing some kind of socialism in the country. And so I think that's why you could be in situations like with What If, where he can agree with some foundational things like wealth inequality and climate change and all this other stuff, but that all goes out the window if you're not a socialist, essentially.
Right.
Because that's the big ask. All the other stuff, all the social vengeance stuff is just the constructed bombs that they want to use to deconstruct liberal society to get the socialist utopia they think they want.
Right. The bombs have to go off. If the bombs don't go off, then their ultimate goal is never achieved.
Right. That's exactly a good way to think about it. Because like me and you and, you know, What If, and a lot of people who are sort of like in the center, right, center, left spheres are out here trying to diffuse these bombs.
Yeah, exactly.
That want to destroy our Western democracy. We're like, listen, we agree that changes should happen and we need to make changes, but let's just dismantle these bombs that want to blow everything up, okay? And they're like, no, you're a Nazi. No.
Yeah. Sad.
I know.
World War II, you saw people who thought that starting the war was not a good idea. Before World War I, you saw people who thought that war would never happen. And in every era of history, conventional opinion was wrong. And I want to look for when conventional opinion is wrong.
So the term radical doesn't really have a consistent definition, but the way you use it suggests to me that you think it has a negative bent. You know, if you're going to argue that social unrest is often caused by inequality or tumult, then I would agree with that. You could go back to the suffrage movement, the civil rights movement. You could go back to the abolitionist movement or the Revolutionary War. You could go back as far as you wanted. And yeah, generally, when things are a little bit less steady, people too tend to commit harder to more radical ideas. I guess the problem...
This is so weird too, because from Vaush, like Vaush should 100% be on board with about that concept, because that's basically what dialectical materialism from Marx is.
Right.
Is that, you know, there's going to be some, you know, unsteady material conditions causes conflict with the lower classes, and then, you know, they fight with the upper classes, and then that breeds some kind of new system.
Yeah.
Which it's just, but because What If said it, he has to like kind of softball his agreement.
Right.
It's so funny. It's so funny.
Problem that I have with the framing in your video is that that's a good thing, at least in the context of the movements we're discussing.
Oh wait, let me go back a second.
The civil rights movement, you could go back to the abolitionist movement or the...
See, he sneaks a premise in here.
Mm-hmm.
Because when he says radicalism is a good thing, he cites all these places where radicalism was a good thing. But radicalism is a good thing if what you're fighting for is something just, but if you're fighting for something that's unjust.
Well, and also, I mean, you get into this sort of problem of, you know, whether someone is a radical or not is somewhat in the eye of the beholder to exactly what they're advocating for.
Right. Yes.
So, I mean, a lot of people, I mean, I think you could say that the Revolutionary War was radical because they're completely, you know, revolting against the current system. But like the Civil Rights Movement, I mean, the country was very divided, very divided, you know, between the North and the South and the Jim Crow laws. So I don't even know if that's fair to say that like MLK and the liberal civil rights movement was they're like, let's have equal rights, you know, across the country. I don't even know if you can say that's really a radical movement.
Right.
Revolutionary War. You could go back as far as you wanted, and yeah, generally, when things are a little bit less steady, people too tend to commit harder to more radical ideas. I guess the problem that I have with the framing in your video is that that's a good thing, at least in the context of the movements we're discussing now. I don't care about 50-50 representation for any given talking point, by the way. I only care about what's right, you know. You very specifically designate some types of social justice in your YouTube video as exempt from your criticism. Basically the civil rights movement and back before then, also environmentalism.
I'd like to cut you off there for a second, please.
Sure.
In your video, you said the civil rights movement and the abolitionist movement were descendants of are the ancestors of social justice, which is not true. Social justice is an entire
based. That's what you're saying all the time, Sitch.
Yes, very based.
This is what the normie liberal Democrat voter believes, which is completely untrue, and what we need to focus on informing them of.
Yeah, entirely different historic chain that you see start in the 40s to the 90s, basically the post-war period, and that's a long period, but it did take a bit of time to evolve. So
I'd like to challenge you on that.
Sorry?
How? The civil rights movement was in the 60s, of course, so that would fit within that time range.
Please let me finish. He's making a point, Vaush. Let him finish.
The civil rights period, it was entirely different groups of people. When you look at the logic of the modern social justice movement, it takes ideas that were invented by former Marxists in the post-war period and two broad groups, the Frankfurt School and French philosophers. Mm-hmm. And for example, the idea that gender can be separated from sex, that's an idea that hasn't existed for any other period of history except with Simone de Beauvoir starting in the early 50s. And then that idea was taken up by other philosophers like Judith Butler.
He's Googling Simone de Beauvoir.
I know, this is so... We talk about this shit on the show all the time. How do you not know this stuff? What is I guess Vaush doesn't really listen to any of the debates on the broader topic or any... I don't know. I guess he doesn't listen to any other content creators other than just to destroy them.
Well, he doesn't give them any weight to what they're saying. He doesn't think anything they're saying is true. So, but listen, I mean, I'm not familiar with Simone de Beauvoir, so I can't rag on him for that. But I just think it's funny that immediately it's just like,
yeah,
like Foucault, and so the idea that gender is separate from sex, again, postmodernist idea from that period, from academia.
This is what
how do you I guess you can relate the separation of gender and sex to some sort of civil rights argument if you're talking about fighting for the rights of oppressed trans people. That's the causal link there, even though the idea didn't come around until the 60s.
Yeah, but he's talking about civil rights from like the 60s.
Right.
And I mean, well, what if his saying is true-ish, but it's also somewhat not true. I think you should be more clear here, which is that there were radical leftists and Marxists involved in the civil rights movement. Definitely. You know, Stokely Carmichael, the Black Panthers, SNCC, the people, I forget, the precursor to the Weatherman Underground group, whatever they were called. There was a bunch of these people running around, you know, the Malcolm X before he reformed himself. But it's just that when we think of the civil rights movement in modern times, all the radical leftists basically got pushed under the rug and forgotten about and ignored. filtered out. And we only think of like Martin Luther King Jr. and the centrist liberal conception of civil rights, basically. And so, so you have to acknowledge that all that stuff is there, because all the stuff that we're witnessing now, it's the echoes, like the social justice we're witnessing right now is the continuation of the radical leftists that lost the original civil rights movement.
You're right. You're totally right.
And that's the way I think it should be conceptualized. Not that they weren't there, but they're the losers, basically.
Right.
Now they're coming back. And the way that they're trying to win is by pretending that they're just a continuation of the winners. When no, it's like, no. You're the continuation of the people that lost the civil rights movement. Okay.
Yeah, that's a great way to conceptualize it. Yeah. You're the losers.
See,
you're the ones that lost. No, we were all there together. We all won.
Yeah, exactly.
Marxism.
Exactly. And unfortunately, this only can happen because, and this is true of me, I'm sure it's true of almost everyone listening, when public education talked about the civil rights movement, all the radical elements of it are filtered out.
Right.
So
yes.
Most people have no clue that there was these broad disagreements on the left when it came to the civil rights movement, and that there were these factions sort of either fighting with each other openly or having sort of uneasy alliances with each other just to, fight the white nationalists.
Yeah, that is a great point. I'm trying to imagine elementary school with all those radicals in the curriculum.
First of all, I don't know what elementary school you went to. We didn't learn about civil rights movement in elementary school.
Okay? You didn't?
In elementary school?
Sure, yeah, of course.
No.
You didn't learn about, MLK, listen.
Well, okay, yeah, we learned
MLK was a national holiday.
Okay, we learned about very basic stuff. Okay, right, sure, obviously.
But they didn't come out and tell us about the Black Panthers wanting to end America.
But I didn't have an actual more in-depth education from schooling anyway. Obviously, my parents and movies and culture, but from school, I didn't really have a more in-depth look at the civil rights movement until high school. And that's obviously where all this stuff should come in.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, wait, hold on. Don't, because I don't want you to just go ahead and say a bunch of wrong things.
Yeah, no, but
it's it's.
What a condescending prick.
I'm actually curious, because this is the third time I listened to this conversation. I'm wondering if this is all intentional, intentionally trying to trigger what if, because if you were to have this conversation, honestly, you wouldn't say that. You'd say, well, hold on, let's cover one claim at a time. Right. You wouldn't say, oh, well, hold on, I don't want you to say a bunch of wrong things. He's framing everything in the most incendiary way possible.
And you think it's deliberate?
I think it might be deliberate. Yeah.
I don't want you to say a bunch of wrong things.
Yeah.
Professor Vaush is here to correct pupil. What if?
First of all, the civil...
Wait. You cannot construct my argument properly unless you hear it.
Well, but so far the construction is faulty, the concrete is cracking. The civil rights movement was informed by Marxist ideas. Marx was around it absolutely was. The basis of critical theory.
So before he gets into this, I just want to say, when he was reviewing What If's video, he says something much stronger than this. He says that Martin Luther King Jr. specifically in the civil rights movement were explicitly, he uses the word explicitly, inspired by Marxism.
Right. He believes that nonsense.
Right. Which is it's so hilarious, because it's with MLK, it's literally the opposite. He specifically says, I don't agree.
Yes. Yeah. But they've done a lot of work rewriting history.
I know. It's so funny. It's so funny.
Which is awful, but.
The idea to analyze, well, don't get indignant already. It certainly won't.
He's like, first of all, you insulted him 3 times in a row.
I know.
And then he's mad that he gets indignant.
Well, see, but that's why I think on third viewing that this is
deliberate,
because it's really weird. And maybe this is a new tactic. I don't know, because when we've watched Vaush stuff, I don't know if I've seen this before, where he's saying insulting and incendiary things, but he's trying to say them in an even calm tone of voice.
Yeah, he's definitely managed the seem calm and rational optic. He didn't do it. Remember the debate with Sargon? Oh my God, he was unhinged.
Right. Yeah, but see, this is like the exact opposite of that. He's like, I'm going to be insulting, but I'm going to say it in a very calm voice. So it seems like I'm totally reasonable. That's why this is very interesting. It's a very interesting technique.
I don't just, I mean,
Very dishonest, but
I'm conflicted on the unhinged rant optic. I guess if you want to win the debate, looking unhinged is not good.
not good. No.
But if you want the debate to get a lot of views, I think unhinged is really,
Well,
unhinged helps.
he, when he was reviewing What If's video, in What If's video, he keeps putting like he'd be talking and he'd put a picture on the screen, and he would put like a bunch of text underneath the picture.
Right.
But he wouldn't read the text. It would just be there. And Vaush kept commenting on this, like, oh, this guy is so angry. He's so upset. He's like rage typing everything. So I really do think he's trying to get him, triggered here.
Right. Right. Yeah, it's interesting. I am very surprised that this even happened because, I mean, I don't consider Vaush like a good faith interlocutor. I don't know how you feel about this, but I don't think he's like sincerely interested in having a dialogue about any of this stuff. So, I mean, I'm glad it did. We can definitely react to it, which is good.
Marxist social analysis has been influencing philosophers and activists for well over a century, and the conceptualization of gender and sex being, as you say it, uniform until the past 50 years is completely ahistorical. There are entire modern civilizations that have had third genders, clearly not three sexes, three genders, for hundreds of years.
See, I hate this three gender thing because it's such a contradiction. Like all of the places where they have a third gender, it's completely set up where it's regressive. It's basically like the person is,
you're a feminine male.
Yeah.
You're not man.
Yeah, exactly.
You're some kind of third thing.
And how can you say that that's progressive when basically they're saying, we're going to basically disenfranchise you from your biological sex because we don't want to have anything to do with you.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and also, it's a complete red herring, because what If said was, he said this idea that we're separating sex from gender is a new idea. To which Vaush responds by saying, well, no, there were these societies in olden times that had three genders. But that doesn't dispute what If said, because those societies that had the quote unquote three genders, they were viewing them as if they were three sexes.
Right.
They were not they didn't have this concept that like, oh, you have the body, you have the sex of a man,
right,
but you have this thing called gender that's different. They were not viewing, especially like back then, people really did not view anything in the mind of like psychological social construction for the most part. Everything was thought to be biological, and passed on, inherited. So they viewed these quote unquote third gendered, men, which were generally, they would call effeminate gay men something different. They viewed them as a third sex, essentially.
Right.
So this is not even addressing the point.
Yeah.
That's just simply not true. But even if there were conceptualizations of modern social justice, which are a product of postmodernism exclusively, I wouldn't have an issue with that. You'd have to demonstrate the harm done by those ideas. Social justice, which are sexes, three genders, for hundreds of years. That's just simply not true. But even if there were conceptualizations of modern...
These third genders are pretty isolated by the society. They're basically denigrated, which is like, I don't.
There's a handful. There's like one or two they point to where like they were actually, I think they made them like the shamans or something.
Oh, okay.
But most of them, you're right, were not necessarily looked upon with favorable.
Right. Yeah. Yes. They're like a lower class.
Right.
social justice, which are a product of postmodernism exclusively, I wouldn't have an issue with that. You know, you'd have to demonstrate the harm done by those ideas.
Give me a hot second, because I'm going to reply to each of those. So for the first of them, the social justice movement didn't have ties to, sorry, Freudian slip that I'm sure you wanted me to have. The civil rights movement didn't have Marxist ties because that was something that the FBI explicitly looked for. And people really, really tried to attach a Marxist label onto Martin Luther King, but he kept very clear from it. And
he wasn't a Marxist.
Yeah, and much of the movement led.
See, this is what's so interesting, because he must have done some research or something in between this stuff, because when he responds to this video, he says MLK was explicitly inspired by Marxism.
Right.
And now he's like, oh, he wasn't a Marxist. You know, he just kind of like slips that in there.
Maybe he watched our video.
Maybe.
Our well-researched video. He's like, holy cow, there's all this research in here. I was totally wrong. Sitch owned me.
All people in Vaush's chat, I don't know if you could see it, they're like, MLK was a socialist. Oh my God.
Right. They're
it's so
pissed.
funny. It's like MLK goes to Oslo and he's like, I like the Nordic model. And they're like, oh, he's a commie now.
Right. Yeah.
By him did not have a lot of Marxist philosophy, because if they found a Marxist attachment to it, then the federal government would have basically federal government and racists in American society at the time would have just used it to pillory the movement. And so it explicitly kept away. And it didn't really come from Marxist roots, because
they did use it to pillory the movement, but they were making it up, Vaush.
Right.
They were lying.
Yeah.
All Vaush does, like, that's his go-to move. Oh, the conservatives are lying. They're making it up. They're exaggerating. Except for here. It's like, oh no, they thought he was a communist, and they were right. He was a communist.
Well, and it's so funny because now they try to do this like sort of revisionist thing about, oh, he wasn't a communist, he was a socialist. And I know what writings they're basing this off of, but it's like when the FBI was spying on MLK, do you think, you know, Hoover would have made some distinction between socialism and communism?
No, none.
Of course not.
None.
It's like if they had said anything that like whiffed of socialism, they would have pilloried him and been like, look at this commie, he's a subverter.
Right.
Because if you look at the liberation movements of that period of history, they came mostly from a liberal background. So
yes,
full male suffrage, that was something that started in the early 19th century and progressed as male suffrage is tied to the amount of your male population that fought in the military. And so that came through liberals across the 19th century, and it continued into the early 20th century. With the suffragette movement, suffragettes were mostly upper middle class women who, again, came from a liberal mindset. And when you look at liberalism, it's the idea that all people have equal worth, and the equal worth under the law. And liberalism is a philosophy that's in many ways derived from Christianity, and thus under the objective legal eye of God. And that's just not the philosophy for Marxism. If the civil rights movement was infiltrated by Marxists.
Wait, hold on. I have to interject here. I never said.
Before he goes on, it's funny. I did some research on this the other day. Part of why it's so ridiculous to say that Marx inspired the civil rights movement or Martin Luther King Jr. is because, like, whenever Marx talks about rights, he doesn't talk about it a lot, but whenever he talks about rights, he thinks of rights very negatively.
Really?
Yeah, he's anti the concept of rights.
Marx is?
Very famously, yes. And it's actually, the paper that he talks about this the most is, hilariously enough, called On the Jewish Question.
Wow.
And I think, though, to be fair, even though there is stuff in it that seems anti-Semitic, and I think he's kind of comes off as like self-hating because he was very anti all religion, essentially. I think he was responding to someone else who was like, what do we do about the Jews? But essentially, Marx in that paper, it's really funny. I didn't realize this until I researched for this too. CRT's position on rights almost comes exactly from Marx.
Okay.
Which is hilarious for the people that try to claim CRT is a Marxist, because Marx says that he's against rights, because all rights do is separate people from each other and from the community, and that all rights are really based on property rights.
Okay.
And all rights do, all individual rights do, is make people more selfish and more disconnected from other people, which is literally what CRT says about rights.
He's for shared property and communalism.
Right. It's just, to me, that was such a light bulb when I was reading him complain about rights. I'm like, this is literally the CRT complained about rights too. It's just such a joke when people try to claim CRT is not Marxist.
Right.
Yeah, or Marxist inspired at the minimum.
Last week I read The War on the West, Douglas Murray's new book. And in the book he makes the argument that the social justice advocates are, they're just trying to denigrate white men in history to pull out all of, any racial indiscretion, to pillory them and take them out of the public square, pull down their monuments and whatever.
Right.
And then he gets to Marx. And Marx was a giant fucking racist. Oh my Lord.
He was.
He pulls out all the stuff that Marx said and did, and you're just going, how do these people idolize this guy? Like 10 times worse than any of the things that they talk about George Washington or Thomas Jefferson. I mean, he's just openly racist about everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Marx is crazy racist.
Yes.
But they're silent on all of it. Marx is their god. Right.
Well, to be fair, I don't know if comparing him to like people that own slaves is a good tactic.
Right.
But you're right. Marx was super racist. They all were super racist. And it's funny because, they go through every white person, they complain about Lincoln. They complain about, every potential white person that had done anything, in society in the past. But yeah, Marx gets a total pass.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just saying, the reason for that, there's so many useful idiots in this movement that are running around that don't understand what they're doing. Because I'm sure there's lots of useful idiots who are completely on with the whole deconstruct all the evil white people and all the evil whiteness. We need equality or equity, I should say, for Black people, who don't realize that the reason they're doing what they're doing, the reason the ideology is structured the way it's structured, isn't really because it's primarily focused on bringing about racial equality. It's because it's primarily focused on the reason that there's such an emphasis on deconstructing all of normative thoughts and behaviors is because that's how they view, and I think Gramsci talks about this, that's how they view the way to tear down Western liberalism and democracy and replace it with their weirdo socialist Marxist philosophy.
Right. You should read the book, The War on the West. It's super good. And Douglas Murray definitely talks about that. George Washington freed his slaves when he died. I don't think Marx would have freed his slaves. And if Marx had the ability to have slaves, he definitely would have had slaves. Like all of his commentary on blacks, he just viewed them as inferior.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't he indulge in slavery?
You're right. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, but
so it's one thing, and I understand what you're saying about, obviously men are somewhat a product of their time. But when Marx is living after slavery has been abolished and still believes that blacks are inferior, I mean, that kind of seems a little worse to me.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that, the CRT and the woke argument is we have to deconstruct everything that was created by white men because they're racist when they create, the founding fathers were racist when they created America and the Constitution. So therefore, that means that racism is built into the ideas of the Constitution.
Right. And then
our system.
Right. And then they're taking ideas straight from Marx, who is a giant fucking racist.
Right. And yeah, so exactly. And so why does that lens not apply to Marx and Marxism, who is an openly giant fucking racist? And you're saying, well, how come he doesn't have racism embedded in all his Marxist ideas too?
Yeah. Very good question you're asking.
the civil rights movement was infiltrated by Marxists. I said that his ideas and the ideas of the civil rights movement were influenced by Marxist philosophy, which they were. Liberal philosophers, liberal political thinkers were influenced by what Marx wrote, because Marx was, well, he wasn't the only person.
I just, this is so insane to me, because even he's saying that all these people were influenced by Marx, but wasn't most people Christians? Couldn't you easily say most people were influenced by Christianity, since the majority of the population actually was Christian? I don't know if the majority of the population was Marxist.
Well, reading through, I'm no MLK expert, but reading through,
he was a reverend.
No, I understand that. I was saying, reading through his letters and the works that I've read of his and his speeches, he obviously super religious. I mean, he viewed racism as a sin, and a sin against God specifically.
Right.
And he definitely viewed that a positive society was going to be one that not necessarily was a Christian society, but what was a society that had like spiritual value and religious belief of some, extent. And I think it's possible that Vaush was lied to in his education, because didn't he learn a bunch of woke
he did
crap in college? Yeah,
he went to a super hippie school in California,
right.
And I know it well,
because I think what happens with MLK is that it seems like MLK was, and I haven't read a paper on this, so maybe I'm completely off here. It seems like Martin Luther King Jr. was very inspired by Hegel and Hegel's ideas of like that there's a thesis. The way it's kind of talked about is that there's a
antithesis,
antithesis, synthesis, right?
Synthesis, yeah.
Right. And so what that means is that there's something that exists in society. There's some idea that exists in society. There's some counter idea that butts up against it.
Right.
So it's like, okay, well, we have we have unregulated neoliberal capitalism. That's the statement. And then the antithesis is like, oh, you have all this wealth inequality and all these people are unhappy about it. And so you have these two conflicting ideas clash, and then a synthesis is born where some sort of middle ground solution is reached, or some synthesis of the two ideas are reached, and everyone can kind of move on with their life until that middle ground becomes the new statement, which people have a problem with, and history kind of just goes through these cycles.
Right.
And that's kind of what Hegel said. And MLK seemed to be pretty big. Oh, and Hegel also said he kind of viewed history as like moving towards a progressing positive way.
Right.
And obviously we see this from MLK. He talks about how history has the long arc, but it bends towards justice.
Right.
MLK constantly uses the words of how these two conflicting ideas are going to come together and synthesize into something better. So he's obviously seems to be very inspired by Hegel. Where I think the Marx comes in is because Marx basically stole Hegel.
Right.
Or I guess inspired, maybe would be the nicer way of saying it. He took that whole synthesis idea from Hegel, and then he kind of inverted an element of it, because Hegel was not a materialist. Hegel believed that human ideas and consciousness were like the inspiration point, which affected people changing reality. And Marx was like, no, there's no God. All that's bullshit. It's purely the material conditions that basically change people's ideology, essentially. So Marx came in and kind of inverted all of Hegel's, works, but then took his antithesis synthesis thing, and he kind of stole it for himself. And so I think because of that, a lot of Marxists will just say, hey, look, MLK is talking about synthesizing things. He's talking about dialectical thinking. He's Marxist. It's like, no. He was Hegelian, and Marx stole it from Hegel. So.
Right. Well, that part I don't have a big problem with, because that is, whether it works, and it could work in the philosophical realm and in the materialist realm. And I think there's overlap between the two. I don't think it's strictly materialist or strictly philosophy.
No. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. Well, I think what happens is that and I've said this before, there's always extremists and ideologues who are trying to pull society in various directions. And so but society, as long as society is stable, it's kind of reinforced against getting pulled in various directions. But once society becomes unstable because of some sort of material conditions, then it allows these forces that are always present to suddenly start pulling people in these more extreme directions.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, it's definitely a combination between ideas and material conditions, coming together to create widespread change.
Right. Nobody gives them any heed while times are good, but as soon as times get tough, they start listening to other opinions.
Right. And
the status
socialists
quo
know
is
this.
challenged. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, socialists talk about this a lot, where, this was part of the whole thing with neo-Marxism, was they're like, hey, we thought the Marxist revolution was going to come, and it never did, because people are pretty happy
They're
with
too
post-World War
damn
II
happy.
capitalism.
Capitalism was supposed to fall apart. What
Right.
happened?
Right.
Yeah. They didn't count on the fact that people's own self-interest was very much intertwined. You couldn't just, fuck people over at will and not hurt yourself. They never anticipated that.
And an interesting thing is that when Marx was writing his stuff, I mean, he was basing his thoughts when the world's economies worked very differently. They were all on the gold standard, I think, at the time that Marx was writing. And so the economies just functioned completely differently,
right,
than they did, in post-World War II.
Right.
So
did this, certainly, but it's been mostly attributed to him. The ideas inherent to critical theory. Now, critical theory these days is taught to liberals and by liberals in a bunch of departments. It's not this, like, communist exclusive thing.
Let me go back.
Yeah, I hate
liberal
that he
philosophers, liberal political thinkers were influenced by what Marx wrote, because Marx was, well, he wasn't the only person who did this, certainly, but it's been mostly attributed to him. The ideas inherent to critical theory. Now, critical theory these days is taught to liberals and by liberals in a bunch of departments. It's not this, like, communist exclusive thing. They were pilloried as Marxist
So you could be right, because he does seem nervous and how quickly he's trying to go through this explanation. Like, he doesn't want you to realize what he's saying is vapid.
Totally vapid and incorrect. Liberals are the ones focused on critical theory. They don't care about individual rights. They care about group rights. Their whole fucking thing is group rights.
Well, what does that mean? What does he mean liberals were being taught critical theory? And how does that influence civil rights? Is all he mean is like, this is what I would suspect. All he means by that is, critical theories say that there's something wrong with society and it needs to be changed. Like, but so he just is like, they're
liberalism has no position on societal change.
No, I understand that, but what I mean is, like, the difference between a theory and a critical theory. A theory is just like a descriptive theory about how something works. A critical theory is based off of a prescriptive idea of how you want something to work.
Right.
That's all it is. Now, obviously, this is very bad when it comes to academia, because you're really, going to, talk about post hoc reasoning. If you're coming into a situation with a prescriptive norm you want to put into place, you're obviously going to just look for information that satisfies that. But so what would guess he means by this, and why this is such a vapid, shallow statement, is that all he's really saying is, there were liberals in the civil rights movement who wanted to change society. Therefore, critical theory. Therefore, Marxism.
Right.
Like, that's all he's saying.
Well, the liberals in the civil rights movement are the winners, the ones that won, because they were arguing for individual rights. They were saying, listen, blacks should get the same individual rights as everyone else has. Same with gays. Right. Yeah.
Right.
But the Marxists weren't arguing from that perspective.
No, they were arguing from the perspective of, we'll never, individual rights is bullshit. We'll never be free. We need to, have our own separate, black separatism, black nationalism, blah, 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 blah.
And critical theory goes even further. It says individual rights aren't even possible because, there are these systems that have been constructed that discriminate regardless of whether or not they're intended to honor individual rights.
Critical race theory, specifically, not critical theory, but
isn't critical. I mean, what's the difference between, well, critical.
Well, critical theory is just that just explains the concepts. It's not, there's
Okay.
not like a critical theory. It's a
What's
critical theory of something.
Do you have a quick definition of critical theory?
Well, I said critical theory is just a theory that's based off of trying to create a prescriptive norm. So like the theory of gravity, there's no moral, or let's use Darwinism because that's better. Evolution. There's no morality in evolution. It's just Darwin saying this is just what happens.
Right.
Now, if we had critical theories, like Darwin could never come up with the theory of evolution if he was an advocate for critical theories, because critical theories have to have a moral prescription to them about how you want to use your theory or your idea to change society.
Okay.
And the problem is that with evolution, if you draw moral prescriptions from evolution, they're almost always going to be fucking awful.
Yeah, bad. Horrible.
Right.
Yeah, that's not good.
So you could say like normal theory is the theory of evolution. There's no morality to it. The critical theory would be like eugenics. Yeah,
well, isn't critical
like
theory
eugenics.
about problematizing? Isn't that the praxis? Is that you basically say society is a cis, white, heteronormative, oppressive institution, and critical theory is based around pointing out the problems with society.
So that's generally the way
to inspire change.
So that's the way it's used almost exclusively, because it's almost exclusively leftists that use critical theories.
Right.
But inherent within the definition of critical theory in a vacuum, it doesn't have to be used exclusively in a leftist way. It just is.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I read Cynical Theories a long time ago, but I don't remember it very well. So I got what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
Well, that's why it's like critical race theory, critical gender studies, critical legal theory. That's why like they're always critical something theory,
And it's based off trying to foist a moral prescription into the world, so that they fixate on something. Like critical race theory specifically fixates on institutions will never be objectively unbiased against blacks, and therefore we have to just
tear it all down.
Yeah. I don't know how that's so black-pilled. I don't know what's even the point.
No pun intended.
Are you just tearing them down and nobody gets anything? I guess.
Yeah. Well, this is where, and I think this is part of where the Marxists, they were inspired by Hegel, because Hegel did have an idea, at least James Lindsay sort of posits this, is that even though Hegel was not, obviously he wasn't Marxist, and Hegel was religious, he did sort of have this idea that you could if you tear away the bad things, because human progress is going in this one direction of becoming better, if you tear away the bad things, then you'll end up with something good. Right. This is sort of I think Lindsay calls it like the hermetic alchemy. If you remove all the negative elements of society through some sort of magical alchemic process, like a better utopian will bloom forward. And so that's why all the critical theories and all the Marxists, all they do is deconstruct and tear everything down, because it's kind of like these theories are built around that idea. If you just tear out all the bad stuff, magically some utopia will form underneath, and we've talked about this a lot too, that perfectly coincides with sort of the leftist belief of the noble savage, that people are born good and innocent, and that society is the corrupting influence.
Right. Yeah.
And so they're like, if we can just get rid of the evil corrupting society, the nature of people that are born good and innocent will thus create a good and innocent society.
Hard disagree.
Which is, obviously it's an absurd belief. It's a very naive belief if you think that's the way it works.
He attacks the social constructionist view. What if attacks that in his original video, which is very good. The social constructionist view is just bonkers.
Oh yeah, it's just ridiculous. Ekwin Shaddux. First of all, thank you, Ekwin Shaddux, for giving me a way to pronounce your name. He gave me the little wording. Long time lurker for $20. Thank you so much. says, longtime lurker since the early J.B. Peterson reviews. Well, thank you. I decided to finally put my money where my mouth is. In true centrist fashion, I'm on the fence between you two. You all truly need and complete each other. Well, thank you.
Yeah,
That's
very
very
nice
sweet.
of you.
Usable Lobster for 20 pounds says, are you getting Rudyard on? Are all my favorite YouTubers teaming up? When's the What If Alt History, Sargon, Actual Justice Warrior, Destiny stream happening? Now that would be a fun stream.
I wonder if I
everyone
could
would like that.
organize something like that, like a super stream that was just like everybody big in our sphere of influence.
Right. That would be very fascinating.
That would be cool. Yeah. Kyle
Arnold...
Klinsky's coming on the Tuesday stream, guys. Don't tell anyone.
Right. That's right. Don't tell anybody. It's a secret. That's why we're telling you. Arnold Palmer for $20 says, Sitch is Sherlock, the master of deduction. Well, thank you. Adam is Watson. Hilarious banter with enlightening, contrasting insight. Vaush is Moriarty, the villain. In Sargon is Mrs. Hudson, guest feature an old British squawking tea maker. Well, there you go.
What? Really?
There's a Arnold Palmer's casting of the Sitch and Adam show.
That's awesome.
So there you go. Crack Rock Steady, our favorite Ninja Turtle supervillain for $20, says, I'm not going to be able to catch the show live, which is the same since Vaush is being dumb. I still wanted to show my favorite centrist some love. Debate more people, Sitch. The world needs to know that S-Class is the best class.
Is that what's going to happen if you debate? Maybe I'm against you debating more people. I think I might have changed my mind right now. No more debating.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. We'll see.
The key.
Influenced the
Hold
civil.
on a second. On the debating front.
Right.
We've talked about this before. And I completely agree with you. Debates, when you plan them super far in advance, it's a big headache because you sit around and you think, oh, I have to prepare for this debate. It ruins your whole day for weeks. Is it better if I just plan debates and spring them on you? If I just say like the day before, by the way,
terrible. That's like the worst thing ever.
By the way, you're debating Milo Yiannopoulos tomorrow.
No. I refuse to participate in this.
I think it might solve a lot of problems.
No, we're not doing that.
Why?
We're not doing that.
Don't you trust me?
I don't actually. No.
Come on. Do you trust me?
No, I'd rather prepare.
Are you sure?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, because we're debating Lance tomorrow, just to let you know.
Okay, I'll consider this A-team sabotage if that happens.
Okay.
Rights movement.
I thought we were. I'm sorry. I thought we were supposed to talk to Lance or something. Whatever happened with that? That ever fall through?
No, it's on the schedule. It is. I was debating whether or not I should tell you when.
Well, I don't even remember what was the topic.
It was Libs of TikTok.
Oh, that's right. I gotta watch that.
See, I knew I ruined it.
But this is why. This is why you have to tell me because I have to watch. The guy, Lance, want to come on with what's that guy's name?
Matt Bender.
Binder, who interviewed the lady who wrote Taylor Ramirez,
right?
Tara Lorenz, whatever her fucking name is, who wrote the article. So I had to listen to that before I talk to them because I want to draw from that conversation.
The interview
so that's why you can't
insane.
spring stuff on me. Yeah,
the interview is insane. She brings up Gamergate, your favorite.
Of course she does. Of course she does.
It's so bad too. Anyway, they just make a lot of excuses for doxing, which is just completely awful.
I know, it's ludicrous.
It's not for a long time. I'll let you know.
Regardless of the extent of that influence, that was certainly something attributed to them.
Let's back it up a little.
Theory. Now, critical theory these days is taught to liberals and by liberals in a bunch of departments. It's not this like communist exclusive thing. They were pilloried as Marxist influenced the civil rights movement. Regardless of the extent of that influence, that was certainly something attributed to them.
I mean, they may call themselves liberals, but I wouldn't call them liberals.
I mean, realistically, everyone is influenced by every other philosopher. And give me a second to get back to some of the earlier points you made. But I mean, I'm influenced by Marx. I'm influenced by Marx. I'm also influenced by Zoroaster, Muhammad, by Foucault. And these ideas all mix together. And I don't see a trajectory from I don't think it's useful to parcel out what percentage of each philosophy. And yes, you could find some Marxist influence in the civil rights movement, but I don't think it's useful. And a point you made in your rebuttal to my video was that the abolitionist movement is part of the same trajectory as modern social justice.
Before we continue, do you think it's a good idea to just dismiss this, to say, sure, everyone's influenced by everyone, which is true, or you think it would be better to say, what are you specifically talking about? Because I don't know what you mean when you say liberals are teaching each other critical theory and critical theory influences the civil rights movement. Can you give me something specific?
I think it's better to ask follow-up questions. Well, that's tough to say because debate-wise, it's better to do what he's doing. Talk about the things he wants to talk about, frame things the way he wants to frame them. Just asking questions of Vaush and turning the conversation back over to Vaush is bad from a debate tactic. But I don't think, well, Vaush would answer with just a bunch of nonsense, but that nonsense would rhetorically sound correct. So
I guess that's what's dependent is whether whatever the answer to that question was, could you dismantle it or not?
Right. Yeah. Vaush is not going to answer. I mean, you think it's a gotcha, but Vaush is just going to answer.
Well, I don't know what he's fucking talking about.
No, I don't either. But
when he says that, I don't know what
him talking for 8 minutes more is not going to get you any closer to what he's talking about because he's not talking about anything.
See, that's why I think these conversations are very frustrating to people, because my natural intuition is like, well, what are you talking about? I want to know what the hell you mean, because I want to understand you. But then you're like, yeah, but maybe that's bad from like a debate optics perspective, just because a person's going to talk and say a bunch of BS for the next 5 minutes.
Here, I'll tell you exactly how you have to conceptualize it. You know those online AIs that respond to anything you ask them, and you can just have a conversation with that AI?
Yes.
That's exactly what's going on when you're having a conversation with Vaush, and you should treat it that way. You don't think that you're going to get to the bottom of what the AI means or is saying, or you're going to have some meaningful back and forth with the AI that is just generating responses to your random questions. Right. Okay. That's not going to happen. You're going to ask Vaush another question, assuming that there's a human being down in there, and you're wrong. You're taking the wrong.
It's just an algorithm that's just creating
just a social justice algorithm. The social vengeance NPC dialogue tree reaches down and says, what will sound good for me to get more social media followers? Let me regurgitate that. How do I mischaracterize my opponent's position or make them sound like a racist Nazi that I can beat up on the internet for clicks and attention? So,
you're probably completely correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Look at the look on Vaush's face. Basically says he's a animated algorithm. Ask me anything. I can answer anything. See, that's the thing. I'm with you. I want to have a constructive dialogue. I want to have a meeting of the minds. You can build like more out of a conversation when you have that constructive dialogue. Yeah, but that's not what's going on here. That's not in Vaush's game plan, which is unfortunate because, well, I guess it's not really. It's funny, I don't think of Vaush as a person who really is a curious person. I don't think Vaush is a curious person. I don't think he's interested in the truth. I think he's a power hungry, and this is the problem with social justice. What If mentions this in his video, that it's just looking at the world through one lens, the power dynamic lens,
right?
Which is the lens you're going to look through if you're a monomaniacal egomaniac, right?
Well, and the problem is that if you decide you're going to look through the world through one lens, you're going to act according to that one lens.
Yes.
So if you're acting according to like the conflict theory lens where everything's just power games, then yeah, that's how you're going to act, and you're going to make yourself an immoral person.
Yes. Yeah. I like to look through the love lens. The world is about love. It's about sacrificing.
There
for
you go.
others.
There you go.
It is. Love is beautiful.
Which just has no basis. The abolitionists were built out of the radical Republican agenda, which was a subset of the Republican Party that existed mostly in the upper tier of northern states. And their platforms were, in fact, trying to settle the Western frontier. They were very pro-capitalist.
This
very
is an obfuscation.
They
So wait, what
they
I
were
said,
a remarkably imperialist party,
what I
but they were
said,
also
wait,
very
wait.
pro-black.
This is a misinterpretation again. I did not
No.
say these were the same
You literally
movements.
said that in my video.
No, I said that it was a continuation of the same historical trend. Now, obviously,
So this is it. Well, first of all, I like that. What if is like, actually, it has nothing to do with it. Let me explain to you what the abolitionists were about. And he can't even finish his explanation without Vaush interrupting him and trying
Right.
to cut him off because he doesn't want him to explain. But so then Vaush gives the incredibly, again, vapid and shallow response, which is, I didn't say they were the same. I said they were following the same trend. Okay.
Right.
That word, the finger quotes word trend, is doing a lot of heavy lifting right now. Okay. What does it mean to follow the same trend? Well, I bet that if you were to follow up on this, all it means is like, oh, well, the abolitionists were in favor of what we consider today to be like change and progress. And so Vaush is saying, well, social justice warriors are what I consider change and progress. Therefore, vis-a-vis, ergo ad practo ad hominem el dominotro means that it's the same trend. It's the same thing.
Right.
It's just a continuation.
Yeah.
This is like, it's such a bafflingly like shallow argument to make. It's so dumb.
I mean, is there any philosophy that just categorically says change is always good? I mean,
yes, there is some of the weird I don't remember the guy's name. Some of the really weird leftists, especially the queer theorists, are basically just like anything normative is bad.
Right.
So,
and that's part of their philosophy is just change is always
just
good.
change.
I mean, I don't even progressivism. I wouldn't categorize as change is always good.
No,
I mean
it's childish to think that.
There's a lot of change going on in Ukraine right now. I don't necessarily know that they would categorize it as good. I'm just saying, right? I mean, change is not always a good thing.
But to me, this conversation is like markedly is what if giving very specifics and talking about specific things and giving specific facts, and then Vaush kind of falling back on very vague general statements that he never clearly defines or explains.
Vaush doesn't know anything. Vaush doesn't know anything.
Well, that's not true. He knows debate rhetoric. Okay, debate bro tactics.
Oh, I guess that's something, but I mean, not useful in a dialogue.
Well, useful, not moral, not useful in terms of truth seeking, maybe.
Right. Yeah. Useful in gaining more social media followers.
Yeah.
If you say something is the continuation of the same historical trend and then go back 150 years, you will find that, in fact, earlier groups do have some different values. But the underlying trend is the acknowledgement of racial inequality and the desire to address it through civic, cultural, and legal systems to amend these problems both in representation and in economic outcomes. In that respect, that movement, the abolitionist movement, is identical to what we have today in many respects. Obviously, 150 years have passed. Settling the Western frontier isn't a cavalier idea in modern social justice movements. That's what it's all about, really, equality. And you can trace that back to the Enlightenment and further beyond if you really wanted to.
So this answer is, again, very, I feel like I'm just going to be saying shallow and vapid for most of this conversation. Because
I like those terms, so keep going.
That response is shallow and pedantic. Because basically all he's saying is, oh, well, the abolitionists were in favor of racial equality. Social justice activists nowadays claim they're in favor of racial equality, which they actually don't claim that. They say they're in favor of racial equity, which is different.
Yeah, and they
And
aren't
so-
in favor of racial equality because it's
Right.
anti-white.
Right. And so therefore they're the same thing. It's like, that's like, if abolitionists and the civil rights activists that won were operating under the software of liberalism, okay, they're operating under the software of saying, we want black people to be treated the same as white people. We need the system of individual rights to be, hoisted on everyone. We need to broaden this individual rights practice so that includes everyone in the country. Okay.
Right.
If they're both operating under that ideology, and then the social justice movement today comes in and says, listen, we're in favor of black equity, but we think liberalism and the system of individual rights is garbage, is a trick, and we want to take a sledgehammer to it. It's pretty disingenuous to me to say that, oh, well, this is just the outgrowth of the civil rights movement or the abolitionist movement.
Yeah. Well,
They have a completely different framework of what they want.
Right.
Or not really. They have a completely different framework of how to get what they want, and what the outcome is going to be very different.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think, and this is why it's good to call it social vengeance, because I do think that their conception of equality is fundamentally flawed, because they are saying that whites were the oppressors for however long, obviously they have different people have different takes on how long the whites were the oppressors, but they want to flip the script and they want to say, listen, we're going to oppress whites for 100 years just to even up the score. That's their idea of equality, which is, I mean, is it equality at that point? I mean, I'm like, or is it just racism with new people as the oppressors?
That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's just racism with new people. That's exactly what it is.
So how can you say that it's fundamentally the same when the civil rights movement, Martin Luther King, content of my character, we all want to be Americans. We're going to forge this new ethos, this new ethic of Americanism, where we're fundamentally going to toss the idea of race aside, and we're all going to be Americans regardless of our skin color. That's completely different than what they want to do. Yeah. I mean, how can you say? I mean, I don't even think it's on the same trend line.
It's just the same veneer, is all it is. It's the same. Oh, we're doing this to help black people. That's the only similarity, really.
He doesn't. What if doesn't shy away from the anti-white sentiment in his video? Did you watch Vaush's response? What happened? Did Vaush respond to that when?
I don't remember. It was like a 2-hour video.
Well, and Vaush was. I mean, I listened to a couple of Vaush's responses, and I think I listened to 3, and 2 of them were whataboutisms. Which you know how I feel about whataboutism.
There's a lot of whataboutisms, yeah.
Right, yeah.
He didn't really respond to anything substantially. He just sort of hand waved away everything and then mocked it.
Vaush is not equipped to respond because he doesn't understand any of the framework. Yeah, it's so sad.
It seems that way. Well, it's hard to tell because I think some people think he does and he's just being dishonest. I think you're probably right that he doesn't understand the framework here.
Well, I don't think he could respond to what I just said.
Right.
I don't know. Does he even conceptualize CRT as anti-white? I don't know.
No, but when we covered, many moons ago, Vaush did a response to James Lindsay's CRT video for PragerU, and Vaush clearly doesn't understand CRT because that was what was interesting when Vaush argued with Professor Flowers lady, and he was criticizing her for being
racist.
I don't know if she was, but he was criticizing her for at least carrying water for black nationalism,
right,
and black separatism. And I'm like, Vaush, you're carrying water for CRT.
It's the same
you understand
thing.
It's the same thing. CRT and Professor Flowers have the same opinion here. You're just an idiot. You don't realize what you're advocating.
He doesn't know it. Yeah.
No. But think of this argument that he's making, and part of why it's really stupid is take the argument he just made. He said, oh, well, these people are both advocating for the veneer of the same thing. So it's within the same vein. Okay. That's why social justice movement today is the same as civil rights back then, it's the same as abolition back then. You could take that argument that Vaush supplied, and we could apply it to the current gender argument, okay? And the current gender liberation and transliberation argument, where they say, hey, you know, you have to respect my gender identity, you have to respect my sexual orientation, blah, 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 okay? Using Vaush's argument, 10 years from now, you could have a bunch of pedophilic maps come out and argue, and they're already making this argument, that them being pedos is some kind of gender identity, some kind of sexual orientation, and therefore should be protected and respected.
That's fucking scary as fuck, but that is happening.
That is happening. But so under the argument Vaush just laid out, he would have to say that the pedo maps are arguing in the same vein as like the gender equality people are today, or even the people that were in favor of same-sex rights, 20 years ago were arguing for, under Vaush's faulty logic.
Can you imagine a fucking pedo suing an employer because the employer discriminated against them for their sexual orientation?
Right, it's insane. But
because you don't want to hire a pedo at your fucking elementary school, and now you're being sued.
Right. That's why this argument is so dumb. It's like, well, if a movement has the same veneer, if it claims that it's trying to help some group of people and it's kind of similar, well, it must be, the outgrowth. It must be the same thing. It's such a dumb statement to make.
Yeah. I'm so triggered right now.
We are like the next part.
Can you imagine? I'm just thinking, I'm like imagining the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, but with a some discrimination trial for some fucking pedo. Get the
right.
I mean, that kind of happened in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial with the Rosenbaum. The first guy was like a 5-time pedophile, and they're trying to make him out like he's his hero. They're going to have the Joseph Rosenbaum in the trial that, he was just an innocent guy trying to get a job. Mm-hmm. It's like, what the fuck? There's going to be riots in the street. You talk about the backlash that everyone's worried about, the authoritarian right backlash. Yeah. That's just, it's going to be insane. The kind of backlash. This is the thing, the left does not know what they're playing with here.
Well, the problem is the left refuses to take responsibility for, in my estimation, being the primary thing creating the right backlash.
They do. Oh, so true.
They want to blame everything on Trump, say everything is Trump's fault. It's like, well, no, because if you look at trends, a lot of this stuff all starts in 2014 before anyone was ever thinking about, even earlier than that. But, before anyone was even thinking about Trump being president or any of that stuff. And it was all, people who were on the internet and active in politics really clearly saw it. Like, you would go on YouTube comment sections, you would go on Reddit, you go on basically everywhere on 4chan that was on poll. Almost every place on the internet seemed to be dominated by vague left liberal, 90s, early 2000s liberal ideas.
Right.
And if you wanted to go argue with Republicans or conservatives, you had to go find, specific spots for them. And then in 2014, it's like, boom, you have Gamergate, you have the woke stuff really starts to rear its ugly head, starts pushing back. And very, very quickly, you start to see a lot of people who were just kind of not very politically minded or kind of had just general vague liberal sensibilities are like, what the fuck? Who are these people calling me racist, sexist for just minding my own business? And as this backlash starts to the wave of backlash just grows and grows and grows.
They start asking questions that they never really thought about. What am I politically? Maybe I am conservative. Maybe I am right wing. It's
for a lot of people, especially for people that are much younger than us, whose first foray into politics was
the internet,
2014. Yeah. It's like, oh, I thought I was vaguely liberal because being vaguely liberal was considered cool. And this is what people in the movies, and in most culture are just kind of vaguely liberal and have these kind of vague liberal sensibilities. And now we have people who are claiming the mantle of being on the left and they're crazy. They're
Yeah.
attacking everyone as being sexist. They're attacking everyone as being racist. And people go, well, I'm not that. I'm definitely not that.
Right. Yeah, and they're using the liberal label, completely tarnishing the shit out of it.
Yeah, let's think they were using liberal label at first too, which was interesting, until they kind of like now they've gained enough that they've let the mask slip and that they're just overt socialists.
Yeah, socialist or progressive.
Right.
Progressive. Everyone hates it.
Progressive.
How come I can't say progressive? Everyone hates it when I say that.
When you say progressive,
I have to say
what do you mean?
progressive.
Oh, instead of progressive, you say progressive.
Just look,
Progressive. It's like an A sound. Progressive.
I don't like to put the pro in there. Okay. We respect. We respect pros.
Progressive.
Progressive.
PER. Progressive.
Right. Regressive.
I mean, realistically, the idea of racial equality and using legality to redress racial problems.
Wait, I think it skipped ahead.
No.
Enlightenment further beyond if you really wanted to.
I mean, realistically,
Okay.
the idea of racial equality and using legality to redress racial problems, it's in many cultures. You see it in Islam. You see it in Christian societies in the Middle Ages. And if you can't draw a trajectory through the people themselves, you're not going to find a realistic continuity.
I think that's a really good answer. So,
It
well,
is. Yeah, very clean.
I mean, all of societies, generally are people using the laws to try to enact positive social changes. That doesn't mean it's the same thing.
Yeah. And also, if you can't find a causal link, then how do you even know? It could have just been, they could have came up with the same ideas randomly and had no causal connection.
Right. Or, as what happened with the civil rights movement, they were in direct conflict with each other.
Yeah.
Or maybe indirect conflict with each other. They were in conflict with each other, the liberals and the leftists.
Yeah, look at this motivated reasoner asking Vaush to actually provide some sort of evidence of continuity, some causal argument, instead of vague generalities.
Well, it's funny because he asked them for names,
right?
Which he knows Vaush can't give, but...
which is good too, right?
Yes, that is fun.
Sure. Happened to those radical Republicans.
Well, the abolitionists that we think
please
of.
let me finish.
Well, W.E.B. Du Bois or like Frederick Douglass.
Middle-class people in the upper Midwest in New England. Meanwhile,
what is the area
who led the civil rights movement, they were predominantly Northeastern intellectuals who voted Democrat in the 1930s, as well as Jews who immigrated to Europe from 1900. I once went through a list of I'm writing a cultural history of America.
That doesn't have anything to do with the
ideological trajectories of American ethnography.
But that has nothing to do with the ideological through line.
You do not find.
It's pretty funny.
Why wouldn't he let him just finish a single
But
thought?
that has nothing to do with the ideological. He's literally talking about the ideological through line.
That's what he's trying to explain. This is this is very so disingenuous because, like, listen, we've talked to people who just drone on and on and on and on, and we should interrupt quicker. But like, he's been talking for like 10 seconds when Vaush is trying to jump in.
And I mean, he's addressing the specific point. He's trying to get to the ideological through line. He's saying, here's my argument for the ideological through line and how it doesn't sync up with what you're saying.
Right.
He's saying, here's how the coalitions shake out, and your view of it is incorrect. But he can't even get his argument out for how the coalitions shake out.
It's a totally different demographic.
Wait, we're not talking about demographics. Wait. What if all
intellectuals that are
we're not talking about demographic. You can't say that two like similar ideas are dissimilar because one of them was formulated by like Southern groups and the other by people in the Northwest.
If those people never had contact with one another, it would be hard to say that they were being influenced by one another.
Right.
I mean, that's pretty basic logic, Vaush, don't you think?
Well, you're completely correct, but also this feels like a technique too, because he's trying to lay out his argument, and we haven't even got to him. We haven't allowed What If to lay out his argument before Vaush is trying to interrupt it like every nanosecond of point that What If is constructing here.
Yeah. Yes. Bad Vaush.
We're talking about common ideas here, like racial equality, which does exist in many cultures. I've never said this is exclusive to the West, but the abolitionist thinkers, Frederick Douglass and so on, they wrote texts that were cited by Martin Luther King in the Civil Rights Movement, and Martin Luther King is currently the biggest, figure that's cited when talking about historical civil rights in the modern Black Lives Matter movement.
It's interesting that when he was trying to interrupt, he was saying W.E.B. Du Bois, and now he's saying Frederick Douglass, which they had very different conceptions
of civil rights.
Of civil rights, yes. It's actually funny. I'm not like super learned on the subject. I've only done kind of a cursory glance on it because I tried to listen to W.E.B. Du Bois's audiobook, and it's just horrendously boring. But he writes in a very how like a lot of old literature is written in very flowery language that makes you want to die.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying. Right. Every time I try to read an old book, I'm like, get to the fucking point.
W.E.B. Du Bois writes in that fashion. He has excellent, of the time, he has very fancy, excellent prose, but it's just, oh my God, it's like a slog to get through by today's standards. You're just like, oh God. But my understanding from listening to him and listening to other people talk about him is that W.E.B. Du Bois had a far more leftist conception of what we would consider by today's standards, because obviously things were not the same back then. He had a very leftist perspective of things, and
Socialist?
Frederick Douglass had a more of a socialist separatist idea.
And that's Du Bois.
Yeah, and a lot of obviously it wasn't.
What was
these
Frederick
ideas?
Douglass.
Well, I just want to say a lot of CRT and a lot of leftist race things do draw directly on W.E.B. Du Bois to validate a lot of separatism arguments. But Frederick Douglass was like a liberal. He was like, we got to, he was very pragmatic. He's like, we got to, implement changes within the system and, within the liberal framework and individual rights, blah, 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 all that stuff. So it makes a lot more sense that MLK would be drawing on Frederick Douglass versus W.E.B. Du Bois.
Right.
Because of that. And they actually kind of had I think they actually have a rivalry with each other. Frederick Douglass and W.E.B. Du Bois. And I don't know, maybe someone in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's kind of hilarious because, to my knowledge, Frederick Douglass was he was either a slave or his parents were a slave. He was much closer to slavery.
Frederick Douglass was an escaped slave who became a prominent activist, author, and public speaker.
Right.
He became a leader in the abolition movement. Yeah. This guy looks so badass. He looks, he just looks like he belongs on Mount Rushmore. He's got a face that's just like granite.
Right. Where I think with W.E.B. Du Bois, it's the opposite. He was never enslaved. I think he was born into a free family in somewhere in New England or something, and had was not rich, but was well off, especially for a black family was at the time period. And so it's kind of it's very interesting because it's almost perfectly fits the kind of, I hate to say it, and I don't want to badmouth W.E.B. Du Bois because I don't know enough about him to do it, but it almost fits somewhat the socialist conception of being more being born in better circumstances, kind of cordoned off into a more Ivy League-ish sort of situation. Not that W.E.B. Du Bois was an Ivy League or anything, but where Frederick Douglass was more in the thick of it. He was in the dirt and the mud of racism and dealing with it in a much more practical, in his face, realistic way.
Yeah.
And it just seems like people that are in that situation generally gravitate towards more liberal outcomes as opposed to leftist outcomes, because it's so much more realistic and practical.
Anyone who escapes slavery is going to be a pragmatist. There's just no way. This is the perfect separation.
Well, not necessarily. Here. People could be very radicalized because they were literally enslaved, which would be very understandable. But
right, but the difference that you're pointing out, the theoretical versus the on the ground experience.
Right.
I think I mean, that comparison is totally apt here. Yes. Obviously, he experienced slavery firsthand. So, this guy this guy just looks like a badass. I've got to read I'm reading a history of prohibition now, and it's so fascinating. It's so fascinating. When you think back to history and you think about the prohibitionist movement, you don't really think about how, there are all these other movements going on at the same time, like women's suffrage and prohibition are totally wrapped up together. When I look back at history, I often conceptualize it as, one movement at a time, please, right? This is the abolitionist movement about freeing the slaves. But in this book, you're really conscious of there are a lot of different things going on. And socialism was even prominent in the prohibitionist movement.
If I recall correctly from listening to W.E.B. Du Bois's book, he cites the first time he thought about his race was, I think he was like 5 or 6 or something, and he was in school and they were having, it wasn't Valentine's Day, but it was something like that, where kids would give each other little pieces of candy or something. And I think he was the only black person there, or one of the few black people there. And he wanted, and he gave a white girl or something that he liked a piece of candy or a card or something. And she was just fuck you, basically.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. And I don't remember if she said anything racist, or it's just he perceived it along her dismissal of him as racist. And he cites this as his first experience with racism. And I'm just that sucks, but compare that to Frederick Douglass, who was a slave.
Right.
That's his first experience of racism. So I don't know. Just to me, it's very, it's weird how it seems to fit this pattern of behavior or experiences, I guess.
So he was in a classroom situation where he was on some sort of equal footing, and didn't realize that the girl did not perceive them as being equal footing.
Yes, right, exactly.
And being a slave, there's no question about who's in charge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I want to be clear, that someone's experiences don't necessarily mean they're right or wrong. I just find it interesting that there seems to be this repeated pattern for sort of a leftist type thought.
Right.
That it just seems to keep happening again and again. I'm not sure what's behind it, but
look at this. I brought up pictures of both of them. Is this wrong I can't tell if this is bad, but I feel I just look at these side by side pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Which one of these people is cast as the hero and which is the sidekick? I'm just curious. I'm kidding.
One of these looks like he's gonna be like Django taking out.
I know. Oh shit.
And one does not. So. But listen, that's not fair. Okay, let's not add on their appearances.
I don't know that it's. That's what I was saying. Honestly, I don't know if it's fair, but as human beings, we tend to we do this. He's this guy also obviously a lot you could say Adam's being unfair here because he's pulled up a picture of where he's maybe older. He's lost his hair. But there's pictures in his 20s, he was basically going bald. So,
well, you don't want to, he looked pretty silly when he was younger too. So I'm not sure with hair, I'm looking, if you Google search him, the first picture with his hair is not very flattering. So I'm not sure that's but James Lindsay talks about this, and I'm not, I haven't researched this independently, but he says that W.E.B. Du Bois went to Germany and he became very enamored with German folkishness, I forget what it's called. And it's basically just racism, essentially.
He became enamored with German racism?
Yeah, the Volkisch movement, it's German ethno-nationalism.
Really?
Yeah, basically, yeah. It's basically like separating people among ethnic folk lines. And basically, after this, W.E.B. Du Bois started dressing like the Caesar, not the Caesar, the what is it called, the Kaiser of Germany, because he was so enamored with all this stuff. That's James Lindsay's claim, and he says that's why the current leftists, even if they're not aware of it, that's why they use the word folk for everything. You know, they say queer folk.
They're literally citing Nazi Germans.
That it folk comes from Volk, which is like sort of the precursor here for Nazism. So it's pretty fascinating.
Rich.
Yes. Oh. So there you go.
All right, should we get back into the debate?
We should get back into it, yeah.
So there is a definite continuous ideological trend from A to B to C, and I feel like the only reason you would deny that fact is because you like what the abolitionists did, but you don't like what BLM activists do today, and you have to explain that disconnect by somehow separating these extremely well-connected movements.
Well, I don't know what he's going to say, but obviously the problem a lot of people have with BLM is that, I mean, comparing BLM to the abolitionist movement kind of ignores all of the progress that blacks have actually made in our society, right?
Right.
So it's not really a fair comparison.
Well, and also there's like a fact problem, because with abolition, it's like black people were enslaved. Okay. It's like, it's a fact. And with the civil rights movement, it was like black people were treated as second-class citizens, especially in the South. They had laws on the books that were, created to screw over black people. Like, this is a fact. With BLM, it's like, well, they're claiming that police are motivated by racism and discriminating against black people and killing them unjustly. But when you look at the stats, you're like, that doesn't really bear out statistically at all. And then when you look at the specific incidences that BLM heavily focuses on, like, yeah, there's some of them where you're like, oh, that's really fucked up. But for a lot of them, especially for some reason, the ones that get the most national attention, it's usually a justified shooting.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, this was like with the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. Like I forget the guy who sparked that, but his shooting was completely justified.
Yeah.
And I guess, and then even with Floyd, or George Floyd, who wasn't shot, and I don't think he should have been killed. Obviously, that was very unjustified. That seemed to be way more just police negligence. No one, even in the trial, they never even made a claim that anyone was racially motivated. Right. And Floyd literally put himself in that position because they put him in the car and he just wiggles his way out of the car because he starts freaking out, whether because he's, there was a theory that he ingested a bunch of drugs in order to try to hide them. So maybe he was like, maybe just hit him or something. But even like all these situations that BLM chooses to protest, there's like so many confounding factors that you can't it's not clean to just say, oh, racism.
Yeah. And they'll make the claim that would have never happened to George Floyd if he was white. But then all of a sudden there's all these cases where it has happened to white people. Yeah, same exact situation. Right. Same exact circumstances. Exactly. So that's not even true. Yeah. So yes, the fact of the matter is completely unclear, but they want to act like, yeah, it's okay to learn and loot and burn down cities because basically slavery never ended, which is just farcical. That claim is farcical.
Bro, how many books on American intellectual history have you read? Give me some titles. Give me some titles to back up what you're saying.
I love this. I do. I love this.
You would deny that fact is because you like what the abolitionists did, but you don't like what BLM activists do today. And you have to explain that disconnect by somehow separating these extremely well-connected movements.
So Vaush hasn't actually given any evidence for his claim at all.
Right.
Yet. And that he has the gall to sort of claim that what if is being activated through motivated reasoning right now.
Right.
So very hypocritical.
Is this before you play it, I mean, Vaush and his audience branded me the book guy after I mentioned, and this is in my debate, I didn't say, Vaush, have you read the book Why Nations Fail? I said, you know, I'm going to make an argument here, and I'm going to cite a book, Why Nations Fail, if anyone wants to look it up for more information. Right? I wasn't saying you have to read this book. This book completely annihilates your claims. But this is, I mean, he just comes out and basically asks him, which I think is a fair thing to ask if you're trying to have a conversation in good faith and you kind of want to see the perspective somebody's coming from. What are you laughing at? Because it's not what I'm saying.
Well, first of all, it's obviously the way it's phrased, the way he says it, bro. What books have you read?
Right,
or whatever.
he's trying to call him out. Yeah,
yeah. I wouldn't say that's good faith. Now, I don't have a problem with it being bad faith or aggressive because Vaush has been nothing but bad faith from the get-go in this conversation.
Right.
So I don't really care about that. My question, and we'll play it again, is this good optically or rhetorically?
Yeah,
you seem to think it is. I don't think it is.
No, I don't think it is. I was saying, optically, I don't think it's good, but
it's funny.
But in a debate, I often want to find out where people are getting their information from, because I feel like if I have read a similar source, then I can immediately kind of understand what their argument is.
Right.
Yeah. So I think that's a legitimate thing to do, but it seems, and I've seen Destiny do this too, which is kind of, I mean, I would consider Destiny a good faith interlocutor, but he still has the same stance. You know, don't ask me, I haven't read anything. Fuck you for asking type. And I guess it's just, it's also very ironic to me that the people who stand under the banner of intellectualism, who call their political adversaries anti-intellectual, they say that they worship anti-intellectualism, you know, the Sarah Palins of the world and whatnot, they want to hold up as the avatar of the Republican Party. They're the ones that they're against reading anything.
Right.
It's completely bad. It's completely odd.
Bro, how many books on American intellectual history have you read? Give me some titles. Give me some book titles to back up what you're saying.
We're
So I want to say, personally, I love that he said that, and I love the way he framed it. So I like this is, and I guess this is what's interesting with these conversations. When I first heard that, I thought, that's hilarious. But then when I see how so many people reacted negatively to him asking this the way he did. So I am curious, because it seems like most people think this is bad to do optically, even though, like, on an intuitive level, I would have said, no, that's fine. That's a completely fair question to ask.
Books are a mixed bag, though.
Is it just because most people haven't read anything, so they feel more empathetic to Vaush in that situation?
Well, I think books are a mixed bag, because there are books that are just ridiculous, and then there are books that are great.
Sure, but it's fair to say, like, and maybe, you know, the phrasing, the exact phrasing could have been like a little bit different. You know, it's like, what you keep drawing this through line from civil rights movement, from abolitionism to civil rights movement to modern social justice theory. You're not giving me any specific argument here. You're just giving me very vagaries about anyone advocating for social change under the guise of fighting racism is continuing the trend. If that's all you mean, that's a completely useless comparison to make.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a way he could frame this question. Maybe he could actually finish laying out his argument and then challenge Vaush to lay out an argument specifically.
Right.
But I don't know. People seem to be very put off by this comment, even though I find it hilarious.
Yeah.
We're going right to that. Wait, you need a citation on Frederick Douglass was cited by civil rights. Wait, You need a citation on Frederick Douglass was cited by civil rights thinkers. If you need a citation on that. I will
reference Battle Cry of Freedom to talk about the policies of the...
That's also, and this is very dishonest too, because it's just say Frederick Douglass wasn't a leftist.
Right.
I don't know if you know that. Okay. He wasn't a leftist. So this is completely irrelevant to your point.
Right. His argument is that the leftists are the ones that started all of these movements.
Right.
The socialists did.
Right. And even if, I'm sure there's probably been times where MLK or other liberals have cited W.E.B. Du Bois and stuff like that. It's like, this was already talked about in the beginning of the conversation. You know, everything inspires everything else. That's not exact. You know, the question is, you know, you're trying to say that modern social justice is the direct continuation. And maybe it's the language you have to use. You're saying it's the direct continuation of the civil rights movement. And I'm saying, no, they have completely ideologically opposed to each other in many respects that you're ignoring in order to try to pretend optically like everyone should be on board with modern social justice.
Right.
So you can make the sort of right side of history argument.
Which is a post hoc argument.
Yeah, which is a really stupid argument.
The Radical Republican Party by James McPherson. Cynical theory to look at the development of how
this is pseudo-intellectualism at its height right now.
See, and he even calls it pseudo-intellectualism.
Well, it's funny. You know,
citing sources is pseudo-intellectualism.
He cited cynical theories.
James Lindsay, yeah.
Which is a good thing Vaush didn't know who that was, because he would have, the whole debate would have been like, you just cited James Lindsay. You're an idiot. That would have been the entire conversation if he had noticed that.
He didn't. Yeah. Good thing he's not paying attention.
Why not address what I've said?
In between, I'll quote The Rise and Fall of Communism.
If you've read so much, then why not?
Those are three different ideological trajectories.
Why not counter the?
This is okay. I think this is 100% Vaush being a dishonest actor, being a weaselly liar. Okay, because he's trying to give the argument. What if is trying to say, not only did he say what he's drawing upon, but he's trying to lay out the argument. And Vaush keeps interrupting him by saying, why don't you counter the argument? Why don't you counter the argument? What he's literally trying to do while you're talking over him. And I think he's doing this in order to try to prevent people from literally hearing what he's saying, so that he can kind of trigger what if, so that what if gets off on the subject and talks about something else. That's my theory.
Yeah, because he's about to destroy him. Yeah.
Right.
He sees what if coming in with the B-52 bomber loaded, ready to drop, and he's like, "Oh shit!"
Right? Yeah, because if try to listen to what if is saying, you know, underneath Vaush interrupting him.
Cry of Freedom to talk about the policies of the Radical Republican Party by James McPherson. Cynical theory to look at the development of how
this is pseudo.
So, a book on the history of the Republican Party, cynical theories, to a book on the history of the Marxist, Foucault, postmodernists, thinkers.
Intellectualism at its height right now. Why not address what I've said?
In between, I'll quote The Rise and Fall of Communism.
The Rise and Fall of Communism for the Marxists.
You've read so much, then why not?
Those are three different ideological trajectories.
Why not counter the argument then?
Okay, so he's saying these are three different ideological. They're all three on very different ideological trajectories. That's part of his argument.
Because Confucian philosophy influenced in the Enlightenment Europe, that Europe is a deviation of Chinese philosophy. It's creating a single logical line and then extrapolating.
Okay, we're literally talking about the same goals in the same country. You have the abolitionists who fought for racial equality for black people.
Vaush, why was Vaush such a fucking idiot? It doesn't matter if they have the same goals. It does not matter. That's completely irrelevant to being influenced by one another, to sharing the same philosophy. They could have the same goals and have a different philosophy about how to achieve it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like, if the goal is, I don't know, if the goal is to implement co-ops, okay, and you have one group of people wants to do this by being huggy-buggy, hippy-dippy leftist, and the other group wants to be Richard Spencer and says,
Yes.
well, our co-ops are for white people only, and we need to have some authoritarian government mandate all this stuff. I mean, they're both in favor of creating,
Yeah, they both have the same
corporate
goal.
co-ops, but is it the same thing? I mean, this is really
right. Vaush and Richard Spencer are both in favor of universal health care. Does that mean that they're the same ideological persuasion?
right. And when you're talking about something like broad, like racial equality, which can be interpreted by so many people in so many different ways.
We'll ask Ibram X. Kendi how he interprets racial equality.
Right, right. No, but like, so, if you could say like, oh, well, Germans were fighting for well-being. The German socialists were talking about how to, fix their country and act for the working man and the working class. And then the German National Socialists came in and were advocating for the same thing too. Does that mean that it's the same movement?
Yeah.
Does that mean that one leads to the other? Like, it's just a very dumb argument.
This is so dumb. Yeah.
But and he
so
also
dumb.
And it's like he keeps because he, as What If said, these were operating under different ideologies.
Right. Yes. And the ideology is important.
Right. And I think part of the problem with the conversation is I don't think What If ever gets a chance, or he lets Vaush kind of take him off track from just saying these are the different ideologies.
Yeah.
That's why they're different.
Yeah. It becomes them talking over one another, which totally sucks.
Yeah.
To the civil rights movement, which fought for racial equality for black people, to the modern BLM movement, which fights for racial equality for black people, and every single successive group quotes and heavily cites the preceding groups. This isn't like a butterfly flag.
See, it's so bizarre too, because he is making the argument that we've always accused him of, that people believe CRT is just an extension of the civil rights movement, and it is not. It is not remotely an extension of the civil rights movement.
By their own accounting.
Right. Yes. They have to change it because it's so obvious that there have been huge gains in racial equality. You have to basically construct this conspiracy theory to assess the world in the way the critical race theorists assess it.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
The page I always pull, page 2 of the introduction of CRT.
Yes.
Key writings that form the movement. The aspect of our work which most markedly distinguishes it from conventional liberal and conservative legal scholarship about race and inequality is a deep dissatisfaction with traditional civil rights discourse.
Yeah, see, that completely obliterates Vaush's argument there.
It's so stupid.
They're basically separating themselves ideologically. Yes. They're saying, listen, no, Vaush, you've got it wrong. We aren't an extension of civil rights. We're a break with civil rights. Our central premise is that civil rights failed.
Right.
Yes.
Well, so the thing with CRT and the CRT people is that they change their mask according to who they're talking to.
Right. Yeah.
So when Kimberly Crenshaw is talking to Joy Reid, she's going to be like, oh, of course, it's a continuation of the civil rights movement. Yeah. And then once, she's writing an academic paper to her radicals, it's like mask off, This is very different.
That was a very good folksy impersonation.
Thank you. But this is part of the Vaush's aggressive stupidity tactic, because he gave one vague example. Okay. He says, Martin Luther King Jr. cited Frederick Douglass, which, first of all, he'd have to be more specific than that. We're just assuming that he did, which is probably a fair assumption. But secondly, that doesn't prove Vaush's point at all.
Yes.
And yet, because he brought that out, now he's going to say, oh, all these people from all these movements are constantly citing people from the previous movements. Therefore, it's the same. And he says all of this. He says this grand thing based off this one tiny example that doesn't even prove Vaush's argument.
And he doesn't even really give the example of.
No, he doesn't even give the specific example of it.
Right. Yeah. Sophistry.
Yes.
Flapped its wings in China. Therefore, that butterfly is responsible for the American Revolutionary War bullshit. This is a very direct line. And for you to respond to that with like a how many books have you read suggests to me a kind of, I don't know, insecurity in your ability to refute that fact. Why don't you believe these are part of the same movement? They're clearly fighting for the
Because he's read 3 books that lay out arguments to the contrary. He's like, why are you even asking this question?
But it's so dishonest. He's like, the fact that you cite books shows that you're insecure with your level of knowledge.
Yeah. This is why this sophistry just fucking bugs the shit out of me. It's like, it is, you know, chronic stupidity just on display. They're proud of their stupidity.
Adam, how dare you have to read books for knowledge? Okay, you should be big brain enough that simply by wandering through existence, you're just through like sheer force of will, through osmosis, your brain just absorbs all the prerequisite knowledge to make statements about anything just by existing. That's what real big brained intellectuals do. They don't read books. That's for pussies.
It's so bad.
It's terrible.
Like,
well, also, you know, talk about insecurities. He's trying to lay out his argument, and Vaush is interrupting him.
Yes.
Vaush is the one who's acting 100% insecure in this moment.
Yeah, displaying his insecurity here. I feel like I'm just horrified that Vaush is downplaying using books for knowledge.
Yes.
It's awful.
same thing.
The fact that you bring up no historical examples between the leaders of said movements or show that you've done research on the topic, because no one among historians, I have read nowhere that the modern abolitionist movement is a direct descendant of is a direct ancestor of the modern social justice movement.
I'm not responsible for what you've read. And
I have made my
look, he's like,
I'm not responsible for what you've read.
That's not a citation for where you're getting it from, Vaush.
Yeah.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Where he's asking you, where did you get this argument from? What is your evidence? Did you just pull it out of your butthole? And Vaush is like, oh, well, you know, just because you haven't read what I'm not going to tell you I've read.
Yeah. So much of, and I hate it, so much of internet debates, especially like leftist internet debates, relies on this fake obtuse act where you pretend like you don't understand what the person is saying.
Oh, yeah.
And then you interpret it in like this crazy way. Because like, as you said, obviously when he says, you know, you're not basing this off anything, what he's saying is, what are you fucking basing this off of? I haven't read, no, when he says, I haven't read any of this, what he's saying is, I haven't read anything of what you're talking about. What are you talking about? What are you basing this off of?
Right.
And then his response isn't to defend the claim or to give an example. It's to say, well, I'm not responsible for the fact that you haven't read every book in history. Jeez.
Which he's not citing any book. He basically pulled this argument out of his fucking asshole. And
of course
now
he did.
He doesn't have anything to defend the argument with. And because he's just so happened to be debating someone who's read 3 books that contradict his literal argument, he's like totally chapped about it. Yet you just make shit up, Vaush. Other people read things that contradict that stuff, and there are better arguments that are being made. But this is all performative nonsense anyway. So
yeah,
my point. I'd like to ask you a question when you're done with yours.
Well, you have to answer mine. How are these?
I've answered my question in the best.
And then he poses the question as a negative. How the fuck are you supposed to provide evidence?
Right. Well, and this is also, again, this is so dishonest because he's like, you have to answer my question. You never answered his question.
Yeah, totally.
You never answered his question about where are you drawing this information from?
But the question Vaush is asking now, he literally has answered because he's listed 3 books that contradict this narrative.
Right.
Best way I can.
You've answered it by saying, I haven't read an answer to that. Like, you've answered my question by saying you don't know how to answer my question. I want a real answer. How are these?
Saying I haven't read anything that supports what you're saying is not, I don't know how to answer your question. It's saying you're bullshitting.
Yes. Yeah.
Answer your question in the way I will.
Okay. So then I will follow through on that and say, since these are clearly part of a contiguous social trend in the United States.
And he just asserts it. He's like, I don't need to provide evidence for any of this shit.
Yep.
Let me just assert it again here. We've provided more context to this entire situation than Vaush has.
Well, yeah, but this is Sitch's law. He's hiding behind sort of this vague definition of contiguous movement.
Right.
Whatever the fuck that means. Okay.
Right. Well, and he's arguing for something the CRT people don't even argue for, which is just bonkers.
Right.
States, from A to B to C. It seems odd to me that you would denounce social justice when it happened before, when it happens now, but you would accept it when it happens before. It's a really common trend in conservatives. Well, they'll go like, oh, of course I support the civil rights movement. And then they'll do all the same attacks on the modern BLM movement that conservatives did against the civil rights movement 50 years ago, Because
they're different fucking movements, Vaush.
But see, this is where the dishonest rhetoric comes in, because Vaush has positioned himself. Now, obviously, it's going to read different for people who are only watching this debate because we're pausing it every 2 seconds. But he's basically positioned himself by just asserting things where he's saying, oh, I've made my coherent argument, and I'm going to just repeat. And he doesn't repeat how the argument is true. He just keeps repeating that he's made this argument again and again, that there is a continuation from abolition to civil rights to social justice today. And now it's up to you, what if, to debunk it. When the conversation started was the inverse of this. What if was saying it's not, here's my examples of how it's not, how are you saying it is? And Vaush gave nothing in response to that.
Yeah. Yes. He's making the claim that they aren't, that civil rights, that social justice is not a continuation of civil rights, and cited his sources for that. And
but see, Vaush
is just asserting that it is.
Vaush didn't have to cite sources because he did a word game.
Right.
Because what he did was he relied on defining continuation of the movement in such a broad fashion that he doesn't need to give any sources.
They were all humans.
Yes. Yeah, exactly right. Well, they're human beings and they say that they're fighting for the rights of black people. Therefore, it's the same thing. It's like, wait a fucking minute.
I know.
Okay.
I know. Was the civil rights? I mean, there were components of the civil rights movement that were anti-white.
Of course there were.
Those are the people.
Was that the same thing?
Well, I mean the
Vaush, is Ghazi Koto, aka Black Hitler, is he just a continuation of the civil rights movement because he's in favor of black rights?
I don't know that particular content creator very well.
You do. Ghazi Koto is like the really effeminate gay black guy who says all the really racist anti-white shit from like a couple years ago. Yeah.
But there were, I feel like this falls into they were eliminated. Like they don't get cited in historical teachings, the anti-white.
Well, they do by leftists, but not by mainstream liberals. Yeah.
Right. They were like, that's not going to fly. Listen, you got to get whites to vote in favor of these.
But I just want to. But this is why I labeled the conversation. I said sophistry versus facts, because what if is like, I have a factual idea for why I disagree with you, and Vaush's retort is, let me define my argument so broadly that you just have to agree with it on its face.
Right.
And that's the sophistry.
Yeah. Huge sophistry.
I have made my argument. You choose not to accept it. I'd like to ask you a question.
What was the argument? Can you repeat it for me?
No, I've already said it. The fans can go back and watch it.
What? But you didn't respond to it. You just said I haven't read in my books that that's
to briefly
true.
Spend 5 seconds on this. I've said these movements are remarkably different demographics. You cannot trace a strong ideological lineage between them.
Wait, what do you mean demographics?
This group spoke to this group, which spoke to this group. Because of that, I think you are drawing a loose connection.
They're different generations. Of course, they're different demographics. They're separated by like 50 years. Wait, do you not think a movement can be a part of the same contiguous like intellectual trend if
it is, but you need
the
to
different links in the chain are in different time periods?
Bro, give me an example of a academic school created by radical Republicans in the mid-19th century. Give me an example of that school influencing modern East Coast the modern leftist movement. Give me a historic lineage without just listing single figures.
Can you wait? I'm sorry.
So
that's a great. He totally called him out.
He did, but I think this is a bad move strategically. Okay, because Vaush is operating under this kind of sophist lens of pretending like he's countered the argument effectively.
Right.
And so I think one of two things needs to happen here from What If's side. He needs to, because he still hasn't, and he hasn't had an opportunity to, but he still hasn't laid out what the ideological difference is between the liberal civil rights that he's talking about, movement from the 60s, versus social justice today. He hasn't laid that out yet. And I think he needs to for the conversation to progress. Or the second thing is to go back and call attention to the fact that the way Vaush is arguing is just by broadening the definition of contiguous so much that it's useless.
Right.
I think you have to call out that if you want to take that route, because otherwise people listening are not really following along. They don't really understand what's happening in the conversation.
Well, he is pushing him, though, to give some causal agent for what he's saying, which I do like. He's saying, listen, there are these, like the beginning of the Republican Party was established during abolition. That's when the Lincoln was the first Republican president. That's when the party, it was the Whig Party before that. So he's saying, obviously, the Republican Party plays a role in the abolitionist movement, a substantial role in the abolitionist movement. And if you can't draw any sort of causal link between them and modern social justice, then you're just talking nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Can you find an example of Simone de Beauvoir setting up any personal gender studies classes that teach that gender and sex are
that's
different?
easy. So
Simone de Beauvoir, you can?
Simone de Beauvoir.
Look at how terrified he is.
By Marx.
Oh, look how terrified Vaush is. Oh, God, he goes to the beard stroking immediately. We have to watch this like 5 times because this is so good.
Go back.
This is so good. Vaush is like, oh, shit. Just watch the oh, shit on his face as soon as he says, oh, yeah, that's easy.
Setting up any personal gender studies classes that teach that gender and sex are different?
Oh, yeah, that's easy. So
Simone de Beauvoir, you can?
Simone de Beauvoir had her philosophy influenced by Marx. Simone de Beauvoir then immigrated to America. She was part of the broader postmodernist
Look at this.
movement.
Look at him.
The postmodernist
Part of
movement
the broader postmodernist.
was in France
kind
in
of like the
1950.
abolitionists were part of
Meanwhile,
Look, he goes to immediately to interrupting because he's like,
Yeah.
he just can't take it.
He can't let him
take
finish. He can't let him speak.
He's like,
finish
wait
the
a
thought,
second here. Oh my God, you've read this stupid feminist that I cite all the time because it's the only thing I've ever read. And you've actually read it. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. This is Vaush totally running.
Well, and it's so disgusting because his audience, like before this, was just, they're just mocking, asking for a citation and a source. Like they're mocking the concept of, I'm like this is peak tribal elephant stampede, because you know with 100% certainty that if Vaush was arguing with some right winger and some right winger made a claim and Vaush said, you're just bullshitting, you need to give me a citation for that.
Oh, they
his
would
audience
lap
would be
it
like, oh
up.
yeah, he destroyed, he's just bullshitting, blah, 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 blah. And now that the shoe's on their foot, they're just like totally brain dead.
Right. Citations are cringe, dude.
Yeah.
Citations are cringe.
Right.
Listen to Vaush's gut.
Yes.
influenced by Marx. Simone de Beauvoir then immigrated to America. She was part of the broader postmodernist movement. The postmodernist
Part of
movement
the broader postmodernist.
was in France
kind
in
of like the
1950.
abolitionists were part of the broader racial
Frankfurt-
equality
please,
movement.
Please.
Oh my God, now he's so tenuously trying to make a connection between them.
I know.
He's like, look, they had similar patterns of life. They never met one another or read each other's work, but you know, this has got to be from the Cynical Theories book, because they lay out
Yeah, probably.
Helen Pluckrose has read all of this garbage that I could never read, and summarized it so brilliantly that that book is totally amazing, because she puts the logic behind all of their philosophy together.
The fact that you're interrupting me means that means that you don't want me to finish. The
True.
Frankfurt School means
Based. I'm glad you
Totally
called that
true.
out.
Yeah.
This is interesting because I actually, before this, I'd never heard of Simone de Beauvoir before. And
have you read Cynical Theories? I'm sure.
I have not read. I
I'm
should,
sure
but I
she's
have
in
not.
there.
Yeah.
She goes through all of the thinkers of the postmodernist movement and like roughly lays all of them out. It's really a great resource.
Mm-hmm. I have it on Audible. I just never listened to it.
Yeah.
But so it says that she published a book called The Second Sex in 1949. And she says, quote, "One is not born, but becomes a woman." With this famous phrase, Beauvoir first articulated what has come to be known as the sex-gender distinction. That is the distinction between biological sex and social and historical construction of gender and its attendant stereotypes. Beauvoir argues that the fundamental source of women's oppression is its femininity, historical and social construction, as the quintessential other.
Wow.
So there you go.
Can you imagine a world without femininity? Where women were just as acting exactly the same as men.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that would be a better world.
No, it would not be. No. But it's so much more obvious that, you know, if you lay out what she's specifically arguing for, that is the exact specific, like Vaush's dumb conception of, oh, any woman who's arguing for gender equality is the same, right? Or is, you know, based off of the movement. It's like, that's stupid. But with this lady, with Simone de Beauvoir, you can very clearly lay out, well, wait a minute. She's saying she's the first person to make this distinction between biological sex and social construction, you know, and gender. She's saying it's a social construction. She's saying it's, you know, she's kind of bringing in the feminist. It was used to oppress women. Like, it's very clear how the ideology of gender identity or gender ideology from today is based upon this idea.
Right. Yeah. So to make the argument, you have to draw some connection between her and the abolitionist movement, but I don't think that's actually going to happen. I do remember in What If's video, he says he took a gender studies course, and I was like, "Oh man, you're a stronger man than me."
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I could get stuck in a gender studies course and not just want to blow my brains out, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, immigrated to America, the Frankfurt School people immigrated to northeastern cities, going to schools like Columbia, Harvard, etc. Thus, from the Frankfurt, and they also read a tremendous amount of postmodernism.
Wait, so they attended these schools?
And you can...
Vaush doesn't even know his own fucking argument. This is hilarious. He's like, what?
Well,
what? All these postmodernist thinkers attended Ivy League schools? This is the first I'm hearing of this.
Vaush has no argument at all.
No.
So he just has to like try to pick apart his argument as much as, you know, What If's argument as much as possible to try to hide the fact that he doesn't have an argument.
He never has an argument. No.
Well, he does. They're just bad arguments.
Well, everything in his response video was, well, what about ism? It wasn't like counteracting any of the arguments that he made, which was sad.
See, the postmodernist philosophers descended from you can see the modern social justice philosophers descended from the postmodernists.
Wait.
Did you know this lady that he's talking about, Simone de Beauvoir, was in a relationship with John Paul Sartre?
Really? Wow.
Yes. Talk about your thorough line of connection.
Right.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
So
she's doing some bedroom talk with Sartre.
There you go. And I think it says, according to the Wikipedia page, it says Judith Butler was influenced by all this stuff, obviously, too. This is where her gender as a performance stuff comes from.
Was she actually an understudy of her? Because I'm not sure. Judith Butler was an understudy of some famous postmodernist or philosopher.
Yeah. Right. I don't know. I don't think it was her, though.
Where like Kimberly Crenshaw.
Wait, these are totally different demographics.
Were students of Foucault. They were students of Marcuse. And they literally write that.
Look, now Vaush is trying to say, he's drawing the causal link, and Vaush is like, no, these were totally different. What are you talking about? Mm-hmm. You're so right about all Vaush does is try to pick apart somebody's argument. No, you're wrong is the only thing he has to contribute.
You can see that
Wait,
on their Wikipedia
so
page.
wait, earlier
And then
you
people
said,
in the
wait, please,
people in the
because
modern left
you
quote
run on a
those
train, you
figures.
try to make
see
like
a
30
direct
points.
lineage
Please.
from
He's only trying to make one. This is so dishonest. He's trying to make one point. He said, can you give me the through line from Simon de Beauvoir to gender ideology today? And he's trying to give that, and Vaush interrupts every 5 seconds to not let him just speak, to give the through line.
Right. Yeah.
Or the through line.
It's Vaush's question. He's not being evasive. He's answering the question, and he's giving a perfect example of an ideological through line that Vaush could use, if he had one, for the claim that he's made.
Okay, this is hilarious. One of Judith Butler's early essays is called Variations on Sex and Gender in Beauvoir,
Oh, wow.
Wittig, and Foucault. Most of the essay focuses on French feminist philosopher Simone de Beauvoir.
Right.
And particularly her great feminist treatise, The Second Sex.
Yeah.
There you go. So there's your line.
So if she's literally writing a paper based on this other person, I think there's a pretty logical through line, right? I mean,
yes.
It's not like they were just both had the same goal.
I know. It's so ridiculous.
From Marx and from Simone de Beauvoir to the modern left.
You claimed, okay, that the teaching that gender and sex are separate is a product of like Frankfurt School postmodernist influence. So you now need to prove that postmodernists founded the American public school system. They didn't. Well, then how?
What?
Yeah, that's fucking. How does that? What is the logical connection there? I don't understand.
He just said, in order to make your claim true about gender ideology today coming from Simone de Beauvoir, you have to prove that Simone de Beauvoir created the public education system in America.
Yeah,
what the fuck does that even mean?
Maybe he'll elaborate that.
Okay.
Don't hold your breath.
How can you say there's any connection whatsoever?
So
you now need to
left.
You claimed, okay, that the teaching that gender and sex are separate is a product of like Frankfurt School postmodernist influence. So you now need to prove that postmodernists founded the American public school system. They didn't. Well, then how can you say there's any connection whatsoever between postmodernism and the teaching of gender and sex being divergent concepts in modern public education? Those were set up by thinkers in the 19th and 20th.
What the fuck? Sitch, this is fucking retarded. What is the logical connection between teaching in school and founding a school?
So, listen, I try to give people good faith generally. Okay, I try to give people a benefit of the doubt here. It's hard for me to imagine, because I don't think Vaush is like low IQ stupid at all.
Yeah, we hard disagree. We have a major disagreement over
I know
this.
you might disagree with that. I don't think he's low IQ stupid. I think he's ignorant.
Okay,
on
yeah,
many things.
Okay, I got you. He's smart, but he's just unknowledgeable.
Well, yeah, he's smart but unknowledgeable and completely controlled by his elephant and motivated reasoning.
Right. Yeah.
Which is why it's hilarious what he said at the beginning of the
He
conversation.
doesn't have free will. He's like the supercomputer.
Yeah, he is an NPC. He's a debate NPC.
Right.
So that's why it's hard for me to envision this line of reasoning as anything other than just blatant, dishonest bullshit.
Yeah,
Okay?
I agree.
Because it's what he's saying is insane. He's saying, well, because public schools now, some public schools teach that there's a distinction between gender and sex, you have to prove that the concept of public schools were created by postmodern neo-Marxists, which is so insane of a thing to say. You almost don't know how to respond to it.
Yeah, there's no causal connection between either of those claims.
Right.
Why does it even matter? Why is one claim dependent on the other?
That's like saying, listen, okay, I went into the kitchen and I saw that the cookies were eaten. And since the sky is blue right now, I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure that
exactly.
means that you ate the cookie. Listen, I don't care the fact that I got cookie crumbs all over my mouth. Ignore that. Okay. I'm
Right.
looking at the sky and it's blue, and I'm pretty sure that means it's you.
Yeah. Non sequitur.
Yes.
That's what they call
unrelated.
that. This is what the fuck?
20th modernism and the teaching of gender and sex being divergent concepts in modern public education. Those were set up by thinkers in the 19th and 20th centuries influenced by Enlightenment thinking. How could there possibly be any influence from postmodernism?
Because the concept of public education was created by someone else. Vaush thinks that that means that what is being taught in the schools can't possibly be influenced by someone else. Like, that's insane.
How can you say this guy is smart?
Because
this might be the dumbest thing ever uttered on the internet.
It's smart. I'll tell you why it's smart. Because people in his chat, and maybe even people in What If's chat, are not listening close enough to understand what he just said is fucking crazy.
It's insane.
Like, it takes a level of dishonest intelligence to even craft that framework in the first. Because think about it, like, this is so ludicrously nonsensical. Like, how you couldn't just stumble upon this via blind luck to make this statement. This has to be intentional.
I would just
Am I out of my mind?
No,
this
you're
has
not.
To be intentional.
If I was debating, I would be. How do you respond to that? Like, what now? How do those two claims come together?
Right.
Now I have to explain where public school came from?
Yes.
Ideas influence other ideas. Oxford is found in the 12th century, but they're not teaching scholasticism anymore. And
what do you mean by that?
When you
Ideas
look at
influence
the
other
politics
ideas.
of teachers, they're overwhelmingly left-wing. When you look at the politics of universities, overwhelmingly left-wing.
You're doing a bunch of...
Look, and he totally... he doesn't even address how crazy this claim is. Right. He just skips right over it.
Well, no, he did, but this is the problem. This is where I talk about rhetoric. He did explain it. He just explained it so quickly that you wouldn't even notice.
Right.
Okay, we'll go back because he does address it.
In 20th centuries influenced by Enlightenment thinking. How could there possibly be any influence from postmodernism?
Ideas influence other ideas. Oxford is found in the 12th century, but they're not teaching scholasticism anymore. And
see, he's like this. Yeah, Oxford was founded in the 12th century, but they don't teach the same stuff they taught back then
in the 12th century.
And the same theory of knowledge.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But see, this is the problem with these debates, and this is a problem that I make a mistake too when I talk to people, is that you have to and you'll notice this, Destiny and Vaush do this both. When they make a point, they'll just keep repeating it and hammering it in so people really understand what they're emphasizing.
But he just said it and moved on.
Well, it's because what if
and
he's
he didn't even repeat
honest
it.
And he's not concerning himself with debate rhetoric.
Yeah. He said there's basically no causal connection between the two, but then he just moves on. And he says it in a way that is, I mean, you really have to be paying attention to realize that's what he's saying.
Exactly.
What do you mean by that?
When ideas influence other ideas. Of teachers.
What do you mean by that? Ideas influence other ideas, because I can use that. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying ideas influence other ideas, even though if they're not causally connected.
Yeah, exactly. But he's hiding in the vagueness of that statement. Right. Ideas influence other ideas, because he doesn't want to let What If finish a train of thought, because he just dismantled his stupid argument in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And he's trying to move on, but he's like, no. I got to keep pulling you back.
That was more like half a second. That wasn't even 2 seconds.
Okay, you're correct.
They're overwhelmingly left-wing. When you look at the politics of universities, overwhelmingly left-wing.
You're doing a bunch of points again. What do you mean ideas influence ideas?
I mean, if you want to simplify the whole world into a sentence, sure. But Vaush, there's a question I'd like to ask.
No, wait, what do you mean? Because
see, I think he's just trying to move on to what he wants to ask. He wants to ask Vaush a couple questions and get out of there. He knows he's dealing with a bad faith interlocutor, and he's just not going to play these games.
Right, but the problem is, since we're trying to analyze this with a fine-tooth comb, okay, we understand, and we're pausing every 2 seconds. We understand that What If has completely addressed Vaush's claim and dismantled it in half a second. But if you're just listening to this live, you don't understand that. So it seems like, oh, what if is just moving the conversation
He's
along?
being
He didn't answer the
evasive.
question. He's being evasive.
Right.
Blah,
Yeah.
blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Optically. But I honestly don't think What If cares about the optics, which is
Yeah, but
kind
you
of
kind of
baller.
have to, though, in these conversations.
I don't know. I think it's kind of Chad not to care.
Well, you're right. Well, it's very Sigma
Well, yeah. Well, what?
to not care, but
What-
I don't know if it's effective.
What if, though, is, I mean, you have to define what you mean by effective, because What If is not here trying to win over Vaush's audience.
Yes, but even if you read the comment section on What If's video, even his own audience says that the conversation wasn't productive and that Vaush was using debate tactics.
Right. Because their goal is for him to be a better debater.
Well, because they want to see What If pwn Vaush.
Right.
That's what they want to see.
Right.
Okay. So that's why I'm saying you do have to be somewhat aware, even if that's not your goal, even if your goal isn't here to destroy someone on internet debate, it's important. Like, you could be the biggest brain on the planet, but if you can't communicate that to anyone else, it's for nothing. It doesn't mean anything. Who cares?
Right.
You know, you have to be able to communicate these ideas effectively to other people so that other people understand them.
Communicating effectively, I think, is a good goal for everyone.
Yes.
Yeah. Something I aspire to, and I'm sure you aspire to as well. So.
Right. I don't think I do very well, but I try.
But the thing is are you saying Vaush is a good communicator even though he has nothing to communicate?
That's exactly what it is. He's
Can
a
you
very
be
good
a good
communicator.
communicator?
He's just empty and shallow.
Can you be a good communicator if
Of
you have
course.
nothing to communicate?
Of course you can. That's what a sophist is.
Sad. Very sad.
You
It
said
is sad.
there's no way
Bro,
the abolitionist
please.
movement could inform the
We've
civil
spent
rights
half an hour
movement.
talking. We've done 20 minutes on this question.
Well, it's very silly because you
Why are you trying to avoid
essentially
my
admitted
question?
to not
What did you say? I missed it.
He said, why are you trying to avoid my question?
Okay.
answering it. You said there's no way the
Bro, I
abolitionist
answered the
movement
question.
could have
You're
led
not
to
going
the
to get
civil
anything
rights
else out of me
movement
past this. You're not
because
going to get me to talk on this question anymore.
they're different
I agree. They need to move on. This is stupid. Vaush
Well, but
is
the-
completely lost.
He
here.
needs, I think he needs to, he never laid out the ideological difference, which I do think is some problem. But also he needs to get Vaush to lay out how they're the same, I think, before moving on.
Right.
Because otherwise it will just seem to the uninitiated that he's being evasive. If you don't do that.
I would, the thing that I for instinctively is just the factual difference between the abolitionist movement and the BLM situation. I would have
Right.
honed in on, police reform and where we're at and how the perception of the black community just doesn't hold up to the facts of the statistics.
Well, I mean, that's why the movements are factually different. But he would just say, I understand that the material conditions are different, but it's based off of the same ideas of trying to achieve racial equality.
But I mean,
I think that's why you have to point to, we say, well, wait a minute. No, the ideological premise that, and I think Black Lives Matter is kind of a bad one to use because it's like, it's so broad. There's like the Black Lives Matter Inc., which are, the crazy people. And then there's like the million people in America who say they're Black Lives Matter and they're just random people. That's why I would
Right.
focus more on like, CRT or woke race theory and say, well, I mean, that's why you have to focus on the ideological difference and say, I think that's why he, what if would have gained a lot of value if in the beginning of the conversation to lay out that the civil rights movement was divided between moderate liberals and radical leftists, and that social justice is the continuation of radical leftists. And you're pretending, Vaush and other people, that social justice is the continuation of moderate liberals. And that's the distinction he's
differentiation.
trying to make.
yeah. You need to write that out in just a couple of sentences.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
then we should brainstorm some ways to add jokes and really dunk on whoever you're saying that to. so it's completely clear and at the same time makes him look like a foolish idiot.
Right.
I think that would be good. And then
There
we just memorize that
Mm-hmm.
and we just unleash it on the world. It's something that anyone can say all the time to in any debate conversation. People can tweet it out. I want it to be, short enough to fit in a tweet. Come on, we got to get in the meme game here. We got to up our game here. Yeah.
So we have to write out his distinction of civil rights movement between moderate liberals and radical leftists.
Right. Which party won, which party lost, and how you're just a fucking idiot for seeing it any other way.
And how modern social justice is the continuation
of the losers.
The loser, radical leftist.
Right.
Who are pretending.
Right.
That it's a continuation of the moderate liberals.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
It's basically the loser pretending that they were the Chad.
Yeah,
they never were.
It's like there was a battle and they lost, and then 5 years later in the bar when people talk about the battle, they're like, "Oh, I was totally on the winning side of that battle."
Right, exactly. When they were fucking hiding in the closet.
Yes, when they were AOC hiding in the closet,
yes,
taking shoes from some staffer. AOC is like, listen, I was on the front lines of January 6th. I looked at January 6th rioters dead in the eyes, and I put my foot down and I said, "You
not
shall
on my
not
watch.
pass.
Not on my watch.
Not on my watch, you Trumpers.
I'm protecting the world from tyranny."
AOC literally jump kicked the QAnon shaman in the face right before he grabbed the ballots that had the votes that were going to secure Joe Biden's presidency.
That's it. Yeah. Rewriting history.
And you're like, no, actually, she was just hiding in a closet in a different building across the street. That's my AOC. That's like my favorite stream. The AOC hiding in a closet across the street during January 6th, having a mental breakdown, while the person whose closet she's hiding in is just literally doing her job and whistling to herself, is the best fucking story ever.
Oh, it is. I know. And she's completely insane about it.
Yes. To this day, she still maintains that she was justified in having a mental breakdown about that.
Sitch, you need to mark this date on your calendar. I've screenshotted it for you. Sargon of Akkad is in our chat, and he's typed into his computer the words, "Sitch is totally right." Now I think he said some things after that, but I mean,
listen,
winning.
Sargon and I are like best buds. I don't know why you're
winning.
I don't know why you're doing this. I'm always right about everything. I don't know what you're talking about.
Sitch is totally right. Nice. Thank you, Sargon.
Thank you.
They were
the losers. They were the losers of the civil rights movement, and they're trying to pretend like they won.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
Graphics, and then you said I'd need to show that a Republican abolitionist school set up and then is being cited by West Coast intellectuals today. But then you're like, well, Frankfurt's responsible for all of modern education, teaching gender and sex are separately because, these, you realize these are incompatible.
See, he just let the game off because he just correctly said his argument back to him,
right? But
then pretended like there was no connection there. He just gave the argument back, but without giving the actual citations and names.
Right. He basically understands the argument.
Right. So that's how you know he was being so dishonest when he was like, you have to say that the postmodernists created all public education. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Shut up.
Talking points. You can't run away from that. You can't believe both of those things at the same time.
Wait a minute,
gender and sex are separately because abolitionist school set up and then is being cited by West Coast intellectuals today. But then you're like, well, Frankfurt's responsible for all of modern education, teaching gender and sex are separately because, these, you realize
he never made the claim that Frankfurt School is responsible for all of modern education. Vaush. That's the premise that you tried to sneak in.
Well, he said, yeah, but he said modern education, and then he said in sex, gender. So he's kind of saying both things at the same time.
Well, I mean, they could be responsible for the ideas of sex and gender without being responsible for all of modern education.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and also it's weird to sort of frame sex and gender as like, I mean, Vaush is the one that said, who sort of added this whole like extra line about sex and gender being separate, being taught in modern education. Like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
This is like, fucking controversial right now.
That's what people want to stop from being taught in education. I know when I went to school and we had
none of this shit was taught.
This stuff, the only class where we ever talked about sex and gender differences were my psychology classes. This wasn't something that came up in like normal curriculum. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. In sex ed, they didn't talk about the difference between sex and gender. They just literally talk about how sex works and not to get STDs. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Showed you a bunch of pictures of horrible STDs to scare you from having sex ever in your life.
Exactly.
They're like, you want to have sex? Here's what sex leads to. Look at these fucking herpes.
Right. It's like, you know, when they're like, listen, kids, don't smoke, and they show you the pictures of
the
like,
lungs.
The diseased lungs. They're like, listen, kids, if you have sex with a condom, your dick's going to look like this. And then they show you like disgusting pictures. You're like, no.
Yeah. Yes. And gender never came up in the sex ed.
No, of course not.
Fucking Vaush is high.
These are incompatible talking points. You can't run away from that. You can't.
He's saying that they're incompatible? What's incompatible?
Because he's trying to make this false connection here about how you can't claim generally that this idea about the separation of sex and gender comes from Simone de Beauvoir in the Frankfurt School. You can't claim that and then also claim that, you know, abolition didn't lead to civil rights, didn't lead to social justice broadly. He's trying to say that that's a contradiction. Now, it's not a contradiction, because what if literally gave evidence for his claim, but when Vaush restates the claim, he removes all the evidence from it. So.
Well, they're completely two different examples that are not causally connected. That's why.
Of course.
How can there be a contradiction? One could be true and one could be false.
Well, he's just gonna make it out like there is.
He's just pretending there's a contradiction.
Yes.
This is the thing that Vaush does. Vaush just says, "Oh, this is a contradiction," even though there is none.
Can't believe both of those things at the same time.
Bro, I answered the question. Like
you answered it wrong. You were incorrect. All right, okay, yeah. Ask me a question. We'll take turns on that.
See, and that's another thing that is completely dishonest. Just the whole idea that he answered wrong or incorrectly. That's just him signaling, "Oh, I won the debate because I said you were wrong," even though that didn't happen.
Rebuttal to my video, you said that like
you answered it wrong. You were incorrect. All right, okay, yeah. Ask me a question. We'll take turns on that.
I'm not sure that you should just move on from that. I mean, do you think it's good to just move on?
But obviously he wants to get his question and leave. This is the thing. This is why, you know, is talking to Vaush even a worthwhile endeavor? I don't think so. I mean, at this point, I'm happy to respond to Vaush's content because he's just like a lolcow that continues to produce. Mm-hmm. Like he's amazing at producing examples of sophistry, which I do feel we need to point out. We need to point out the ludicrousy of these people not making any arguments whatsoever, not making factually based arguments, not working under the principles of liberalism and you know, evidence and scientific thinking, even though they're standing under the banner of follow the science. It's a religious cult, and we have to point that out and shame them. It's ironic that What If makes an argument in his original video that completely flies over Vaush's head. He's talking about Christianity and how Christianity instills these ethics that are good for society. And I don't know if what if is a Christian or not, I don't think it matters, because the position that Christianity instills certain values that are pro-social for society, I think has been backed up by tons of sociological research, tons of social psychology, like all these different vocations have backed up that claim. Okay. It evolved in society. It instills these values. These values are pro-social and good for society. And even though Christianity makes a claim, you know, because the Bible said so, science can come in and say, well, you know, maybe the Bible says so, but maybe the Bible isn't good evidence. So they use scientific research to validate that evidence. Vaush makes a bunch of claims that there's no fucking evidence for. Like all of these gender studies papers, they try to claim as science, but these gender studies papers are the same as saying the Bible says it's so. I mean, they're not based on any factual evidence or anything like that.
No.
So it's ironic that in What If's video, he says this, you know, Christianity's putting this ethic in. Social justice has kind of supplanted Christianity, is putting this new ethic in that's bad, has terrible values, antisocial values, values that are going to destroy society. And Vaush's takeaway from that is that Christianity is fundamentally wrong, and we need to be more anti-theist and be more harder on the Christians, more immoral from a social justice perspective, which is just, it's so bad. You are in a cult, Vaush, okay? You are in a fucking death cult. To stand up and say, oh yeah, I'm under the banner of science, when you're the one in the death cult, is just, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, and if I remember clearly too, What If wasn't just saying that Christianity had pro-social values. He was saying that it had pro-social values that mapped onto individual rights.
He did. Yes.
Liberalism and Western democracy. And that's part of what helped these ideas flourish intellectually. And that all went over Vaush's head. He didn't even understand or respond to any of that. But
yeah, that's sad.
I do think that maybe it would have been better, since we're Monday morning quarterbacking this conversation, for What If to say, you know, when Vaush says like, well, you answered my question, you answered it wrongly, would be to say, well, how did I answer the question? Tell me what my argument was.
Right. Oh, that would be good. That definitely would be good.
To force him to go through it, because then he would go through it, he would give it all without evidence, and you'd say, well, wait a minute, I gave evidence of why it was different. What was the evidence I gave?
And you would back him in a corner, because if he said he couldn't understand the argument, then he looks like the dumbass.
Right. Say, oh, so you just weren't listening because you were too busy talking over me.
Right.
That's what you're saying. You know, you're going to say I was wrong when you weren't even listening to my argument.
So just one last thing, since I took a bunch of notes when I watched his video, and there's one thing he says that's brilliant we have to cover. But so on the Christianity thing, he says social justice is a bad moral system because it lets people indulge selfish behavior and mask it with the veneer of goodness. All morality is ultimately about selflessness. I think, obviously, I conceptualize morality as like a technology that brings people together to cooperate to achieve certain goals. And to do that, people have to be selfless. People have to think of, the goals of the group over their selfish wants and needs.
Completely. Yeah.
And he says in the video, Rudyard, I think I like Roger. He also says social justice disrespects traditional Christian values like the search for the truth, humility, courage, and patience, values that hold any stable and happy society together. And also, as Sitch has pointed out so brilliantly here, also facilitate fucking liberalism right there. The search for truth, humility, I could be wrong, courage to stand up against the orthodoxy that Vaush is fucking embroiled in, and patience because Vaush is a fucking moron, and it's going to take at least 10 years to get through to this guy. So, yes. All right. Shall we continue?
Mm-hmm.
rebuttal to my video, you said that productivity, international productivity statistics, the only way you can argue them is since racism, because every single
I know. And then what if, instead of, drilling in on any of the ideas you were talking about, he's going to go to MMT?
Well, he's going to go to productivity, which is fine. I just think you need to put a pin in the first section before we move on. But optically, anyway.
I'm just saying, obviously, this is like the most boring, nobody gives a fuck about.
Well, it's funny because, listen, I mean, I'm not some big brain economic intellectual guy, obviously, but it seems like from this conversation and watching his response, Vaush is engaged in more sophistry, because when he was responding to the comment about productivity, it seems like Vaush just disagrees with how productivity is measured, but is pretending like he doesn't, and that what if it's just measuring productivity incorrectly in order to like make a racist argument against brown countries or something.
Yeah. Yes, obviously. We'll go into the Cope spiral that takes place after he leaves the call too. So
does he? I didn't watch that part. Does he talk about the productivity stuff afterwards?
I can't recall, but it is a bit of a Cope. Nice. And Vaush does this whole thing, as soon as the person leaves, he tries to recast the whole conversation for his audience.
Mm-hmm.
World really has the same productivity. Would like to back that up, please?
You're going to need to specify more. What did I say exactly?
So you said, for example, I said that people in the third world are paid less than people in the first world because they have lower productivity rates. Thus, according to market standards, you cannot pay them less and have a functioning economy. You said that according to what you have found, that all areas of the world have the same productivity. And so the only way you can use that argument is racism.
Nobody's paid for their productivity.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're absolutely
wages across history, and you can run computer models for this. Wages across history are a combination of scarcity of labor and productivity.
So how can you say nobody's paid for their productivity? That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Well, if we're going to be somewhat charitable here?
No.
What he means, what he's alluding to is that productivity is not the sole factor alone in which someone is paid for, which is true, but it's obviously a big factor.
What factor is bigger?
There might not be a single
I'm not hiring
factor,
Tom Cruise to be in my movie because Tom Cruise is super cool. I'm hiring him because the movie is going to make more money.
So if you look at, there is a wage productivity gap that exists, and when it starts?
When?
Guess. When we talk about economics, guess where the gap starts to happen?
In productivity? I don't know.
Yeah. You know. It's where all the gaps started for everything.
Well, I'm having trouble with the question. I don't necessarily know what you're asking.
So, okay, there's a graph that shows the increase in productivity and the increase in like average hourly pay.
Personal productivity, individual productivity, or
individual? Yes.
Okay, so
average productivity.
Oh, that's
productivity is not calculated on an individual basis, which is why Vaush is completely out of his depth when he's talking about this in his response.
Right.
It's only calculated via the average worker.
Right.
But so there's a chart that shows like average productivity in the country. It's been increasing steadily, and it shows average wages are increasing steadily too. And there's a point where suddenly, and they're like almost completely on top of each other.
Right.
And I'll send you the picture.
Is this a housing crash? Is that what you're alluding to?
No, but it's the other giant
automation?
economic change. It was in the 1980s.
The tax changes?
Well, when the economy changed from being labor dominated to capital dominated.
Right.
With the neoliberal economic policies in the 1980s. So
when finance took over.
When the great inflation hit in the 70s.
Right.
And so finance and the Wall Street and finance took over in the 80s. That's when you start to see this gap between productivity and wages. Now, obviously, productivity still as you said, primary factor, massive factor in wages. To discount that is ludicrous.
But this is the problem here is also how they're calculating productivity. Because if you're a hedge fund manager, it's like, yes. Is it really productivity? You just bet and your bets were successful.
So, but that's sort of maybe the argument that Vaush was trying to make, but didn't make, is that he has a problem with because the way productivity is calculated is just the gross domestic product of a country. And then they just divide it by, average.
Yeah.
Well, they could do it by workers or they could do it by hours.
Right.
That people work. That's all it is.
Right.
So you're like, it's not going to give you a specific, like, individual's productivity is going to equate to an individual wage increase already. And you're right, because of, the chart could be off, not just because there is like when we look at the chart, we say, oh, productivity has increased dramatically, therefore the rich are sucking up all the money. But it could also just be that, as you said, maybe they're not really productive in the first place.
Right. Yeah.
And maybe it's kind of inflating the chart from that end.
Right.
So that's another possibility.
Yeah, productivity is a tough one. Anyway, let's hear them have a completely bad faith talking past one another conversation.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that. I don't want to accuse What If of talking past.
No, Vaush. I think What If has been pretty good faith so far in this entire conversation.
Right.
I mean, he's addressed what Vaush has said, and Vaush is being 100% bad faith in the conversation. So.
Right. Yes. And evasive.
There's a couple historians like Angus Madison and Peter Turchin who do a really wonderful job of creating computer models to predict wages across history using those metrics.
The problem
they get it right.
You asked me a question. The problem with computer models is that people think the output is objective, when in fact the output is largely determined by the preceding input that humans put in. There have been
So all computer models are bad, Vaush? What about the climate change models? Did he just debunk climate change? I think
he did. That's a great comparison. Yeah. What an amazing statement. Did you know that the output of a model is directly influenced by the input? Did you know that? I didn't know that.
Well, I have heard the statement garbage in, garbage out, which I think
okay.
Yeah.
I thought that you just typed into computer, calculate wages, please.
Right.
And it just did. Like, I don't know. I didn't know you had to input information.
You typed it into Wikipedia.
I like that. What if is like, oh, here are these two people. Let me cite two specific people and their models and how they're modeling to show that productivity has some direct correlation or direct causation on wages. And Vaush is like, well, listen, models are bullshit.
I know. That's the thing. Yeah. How do you respond to models are bullshit?
Well, look, the next time that someone talks to Vaush about climate change, be like, listen, you say literally that exact line back to him. You say, well, the models are input, but, the output of the models directly influenced by the input of the models, Vaush. So I don't know if you know that.
It would be better if you had it on a clip that you could play Vaush saying it to himself. Oh, I have a clip for that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Here. The problem with these models is I don't like them.
Right.
Oh, but the climate change is different because those models are people I like.
Or what about models or studies on transgender issues, Vaush?
Oh well,
should we just throw those out too?
You've got a study of 4 people, Sitch. Of course, that's that model I'm gonna works.
Listen, Adam, you cited 2 specific people. Okay, I don't know who these people are. I'm not familiar with them whatsoever, but I'm going to guess that they had bad models and bad inputs. Okay. So I'm going to just throw that out.
He did say models. That's why Vaush seized on the model.
I know.
Can you, what the fuck? Vaush just gives you an argument for why you should never really read anything or do anything.
I know. Sad.
There's always problems.
question. The problem with computer models is that people think the output is objective, when in fact the output is largely determined by the preceding input that humans put in. There have been studies shown indicating that in terms of the actual physical productivity, the actual amount of goods produced by a factory worker in China, Mexico, and America, you're not going to see significant differences in productivity. You will see significant differences in pay. The reason for that, well, it's complicated, but the idea...
So what he just said is really stupid. Okay, let me go back.
There have been studies shown indicating that in terms of the actual physical productivity, the actual amount of goods produced.
So he's now created a new term. So remember, okay, productivity, the way productivity is calculated in economic terms, which people can argue about whether this is a good metric or not. That's a different question.
Right.
But the way it is that they take the GDP, the gross domestic product,
right,
okay, which is the measure of all the goods and services
produced
that are produced within,
nation.
you know, the specific time period, generally a year, that a country produces. Okay. They take that and they just divide that number either by the hours worked or by the employees, the number of employed people in the country, I guess. Overall.
It just baffles the mind that the United States has a time card. That's the whole United States. Like, here's the man hours worked in the United States in 2021.
These are all estimates. These are all, you know, general estimates, right, that they make. You know, the labor of, you know, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, they make these, you know, estimates, whatever.
Sitch, I don't like this. Are you saying America's time card is off? I feel like there's an accusation here. America's time card is not off, Sitch.
I don't know how they come up with these numbers. Okay.
Our time card is pristine.
There you go. There you go.
Right.
But whatever. They come up with these numbers and they make these general assessments. Okay. What Vaush said, he said something different. He said actual physical productivity. So he's created a new term. He's not talking about economic productivity. He's talking about actual physical productivity. And he said by the amount of physical goods a factory makes. Okay. Well, Vaush, when we're talking about productivity in economic sense, it's not just about how many widgets you make. Okay. That's not, you know, I could spend 1,000 hours making one lazy monkey NFT drawing.
Right. That never sells.
$2 million. Okay.
Right.
And Vaush could spend the same amount of time making 1,000 lazy monkey NFTs that sell for $1 each.
Right.
Okay. Now, under Vaush's conception, he's going to say, well, listen, I made 100 paintings and you made one. Right. Therefore, I'm more productive. I created 100 physical things.
That's a great point. Yeah.
And I'm like, but who cares? No one wants your garbage. It's all worth $1. Okay.
Yeah.
My one thing that took the same amount of time for you to make 100 things was worth 1,000 times more. So I'm more productive than you.
This is big time loser think right here.
Right. But that's how productivity is measured. So Vaush is like, listen, if I completely redefine productivity to remove from it the central aspect of it, which is making fucking money, then yeah, I can say that, you know, productivity is the same among all countries.
Right. Like, yeah. Making desirable goods. That's that's interesting. So the GDP, the gross domestic product, is product that has actually been sold, not product that has been produced and left unsold.
Well, it's whatever, it's the value of whatever is being produced by the society.
Right. Yeah.
It's not just the number of literal things produced.
Right. Yeah. Great point. Great catch too.
100 screws are worth less than 100 bars of gold. Like it's just such a weird, stupid way of conceptualizing it.
But Sitch, I spent way more time producing these screws than these bars of gold. Okay. Great point. I'm so glad you caught that.
By a factory worker in China, Mexico, and America, you're not going to see significant differences in productivity. You will see significant differences in pay. The reason for that, well, it's complicated, but the idea of wages tracking perfectly on their productivity is just not true. In fact, often people in China and Mexico work quite a bit harder than we do in factories that are just as productive as ours, funnily enough.
So he said two things here, which is, he said it doesn't map perfectly on productivity, which is a weasel word, because I don't think anyone would say, without getting baited into it, that it's perfect. Obviously, it's not a perfect. There's going to be variations and differences. And then second, he said people in these factories are working harder. Whether you're working harder or not is irrelevant to productivity when it's being measured on an economic scale.
The NFT example is perfect. I'm sure you worked a lot harder on your 1,000 NFTs than the guy who did the one NFT. Then Jack Dorsey, who screen capped his fucking NFT.
If I claim that it took me 100 hours to paint my NFT, but it really took me 5 minutes,
right?
But it's worth like 1,000 times more than yours. It doesn't matter how much harder you work. That's irrelevant to the metric.
Unless you're a Marxist. Marxists do believe in working harder, not smarter.
Yeah, because they have their weirdo theory of labor that's completely different than what other economists measure.
They're forced to post hoc justify. They're so tied to this dogma of the labor theory of value that they're like, yes, work hours is all that matters.
Which, if you want to make that argument, you can make that argument, but he's trying to like do a shell game where I don't even know if maybe he doesn't even realize he's doing it, where he's swapping out sort of economic productivity with sort of labor theory of value or something.
Right. I just don't think he really understands these concepts well.
It's possible.
Yeah. I love the economic stuff because I always learn something.
Mm-hmm.
Enough, they can make, cars or cheap widgets at, the speeds we can or better. It's, entirely doable. The issue that I have is that oftentimes people will use productivity as a kind of moralistic presupposition by which they like determine the worth and the value of a country. Often the economic output of a country is determined by the wealth of that country. So it's kind of like a cyclical problem, right?
So he's completely dodging, avoiding, weaseling out of the claim that he's asking him to elaborate on, that because the difference in wages, which he cited, is not a productivity thing, but a racism thing.
Right. Well, if Vaush wanted to actually answer the question honestly, what he could have done was say, well, he should have started with this, where he says, I feel like some people will basically say, hey, if a country is poor, it's their own fault. Fuck them. We shouldn't help them. That's what he's alluding to. This is his care harm foundation going crazy. Okay.
Right.
He's basically relating it to like the affirmative action argument in America. These countries are poor, it's their own fault. Look at them, they have low productivity, and therefore we shouldn't help them. Even though it's like, well, low productivity means something. It's like a country, he could have made an argument here that like countries aren't poor because they have low productivity. Countries that have low productivity are poor. That's a different statement. Like having low productivity is an indication of some other systemic problem with the country.
Right.
That would have to be addressed. It's actually funny. I found from 2015, of all people, a crash course video.
Right.
So John Green, who's now super woke, and Crash Course is super woke, where they literally talk about productivity, and they talk about how like I forget what country they use. They talk about like Norway or Sweden, has a bunch of cows, and yet their GDP and their productivity is so much higher than Zimbabwe, which is completely rich with natural resources. And the reason for that is because Zimbabwe's government is horribly corrupt, and no one is able to create functioning economies and functioning businesses in this country.
Right. Yeah, that destroys productivity. The resource curse they always talk about, because if the elites can just, get a lot of money off of resources, they don't need to tax the people, so they don't care if they encourage productivity or not.
Well, and that's an interesting point, in that maybe there is some, I don't know if this is true, but maybe there is some sort of, or there could potentially, because there's examples where it's not true, but there could potentially, it's easier for corrupt or authoritarian governments to maintain power if they can export a resource that is something that just requires manual labor to get to.
Yeah.
As opposed to making money via a service or some kind of more intellectually driven industry.
CGP Grey has this in his video rules for rulers.
Right, that's right.
And he calls it the resource curse. I believe it's called the resource curse in economics because these third world countries, they find diamonds.
Right.
But the money from the diamonds is never going to make it to the people. They want to keep the people uneducated and in squalor so they don't revolt.
Well, like in America, since we're primarily a service economy, there has to be an incentive for the government and for society to educate fellow citizens so that they can continue jobs that make money for the country.
Right. That's
yes. Right. But if you have a country that's like corrupt and authoritarian and they're making money out of mining rocks from the ground, they have no incentive to raise anyone out of poverty because they're making money by mining rocks out of the ground and then selling them to other countries.
Right. Or oil, like Russia.
Or oil is another good example.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, of course. But
now there are countries that do have rich resources that do have functioning, economies, and they give back to people. So it's not necessarily a 1-for-1 correlation.
Right. Obviously, America is one of them. So is Canada.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is good. You want the resources to get to the people, but until you have the political infrastructure for that to happen, it's just not going to happen. You got to have pluralism. That's what they call it.
Yeah.
Like obviously in America and Canada, they think of mineral rights belonging to the people, right? So we want to make money off of those mineral rights.
Jack of Spades, thank you so much for being a free will seeker for 2 months. Says, I haven't been around because I finally caught the coof. Sucks. Sorry to hear that. But now that I lost my taste, I could say A-Team reigns supreme.
Hold on here. You almost died from the coof and you come back and make an A-Team joke? A joke at our expense?
Based, Jack of Spades, based.
Well, thank you for the super chat either way. So,
Gorosero, thank you so much for being 2 months free will seeker. Says Sitch, quote, Michael Knowles is kind of beta. Also, Sitch, Adam, I can't possibly record a baby alligator and snake wrestling. I could die. Listen,
oh yeah,
it wasn't a baby alligator. Okay, it was a juvenile alligator, and I'm not gonna be one of these Darwin Award assholes that's taking selfies while I'm trying to zap the snake and the alligator. Okay.
We had a lot of fun on that Tuesday stream. There was a lot of arguing, a lot of the chat hating us, a lot of good content came out of that last Tuesday stream.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true. And we had a good conversation with I Hypocrite.
Yep. Yeah. Yes.
Did we not upload that conversation at all?
We did. Yeah. No, we uploaded.
Where is it?
It actually got demonetized because
there it is.
Because CT made the preview me talking about slut shaming, which is just
that's unfortunate.
That's not gonna.
No one watched it. Listen,
that's not gonna fly.
Maybe we should put I Hypocrite in the title. No one watched the debate. It's not even a debate. It was I don't even think labeling a debate is fair. It was a good faith conversation.
You could put I Hypocrite in the title.
Okay, we should do that. I'll change the title after stream.
Sure.
Luke Hans, thank you so much for being a free will seeker for 2 months.
Thank you.
Majin for $20 says, hello there, my sweet little plums. I have sexually charged questions today.
Oh, no.
I would prefer you two fair and understanding femboys to have more discussions rather than debates, or more alcoholism, get drunk with Ricada. That would be fun.
Yeah, totally. Ricada said he would come on, but he said it before he blew up, and now he's just like
I'm sure
giant. So he's probably.
Some people have asked us to cover the abortion debate that he was on, that Destiny moderated.
Right.
Which is an interesting conversation. If we do that, I would like to get a lawyer who's pro-life and a lawyer who's pro-choice to talk with us.
Right.
Because I was listening to that conversation and there was, I think it was Pico or something. I don't remember who, because I was listening. There was one person in that conversation who was very pro-choice, which even though I'm pro-choice, I fucking hated this guy's guts.
Really?
And I think, and well, I don't know if it's merited because it sounded like to my untrained legal ears, that he was just changing the topic every time Mercator would bring a point up, dishonestly.
that
So that's why I'd
sucks.
want to talk with a lawyer. So, because maybe he's not, and maybe I just don't understand the arguments that he's making. But
That sucks.
Ty Miller for $20 says, I saw the comic update. Can't wait for Super Mills Anonymous, but buy it now if you haven't got it already. That's true. Thank you, Ty.
Yeah, last time, and I've been bad about this because I feel bad because the comic is late, so I'm not pushing it a lot. But I mean, just last time, you guys needling me and me giving an update, we got like 3 new backers.
That's right.
We're like 10. I think we're 10 backers away from 1,000. So we're right on the precipice of 1,000. So Sitch is going to be taking care of fulfillment. So if you want to make Sitch's life even more horrible, which how are we gonna Sitch? I mean, you have to at least take some pictures of you miserably stuffing packages.
I will take pictures of all the misery of me.
Right.
You know, if you want me to be more miserable,
right.
You know, click in the link in the description, buy a comic so that I have just another thing to send out.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
We want to see Sitch surrounded with boxes, just terribly disoriented.
Right. Also, Ty says, Sitch, P.S. Sitch, when will the HBO Watchmen video be coming out? Never. No one cares about HBO Watchmen anymore.
You did a couple videos like that.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. Well, I started doing one for every episode, but no one cared enough about it, so I gave up. Lucifer the Doman for 2 Canadians says, hit that like button. That's right, folks. Hit that like button. Smash the bell. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Prince Charming for $20 says, hey guys, wondering if you've seen Multiverse of Madness yet? Lots of disappointing reviews, but without spoilers, it's actually a low-key mockery of social justice. But I don't think anybody has figured that out yet.
Really?
I have not seen it yet, no.
Multiverse.
That's the Doctor Strange sequel.
Oh, really? I wanted to go see it.
I'm curious now, yeah.
I do want
to see it, so.
Yes. Yeah.
Davey Dodkins for £20 says, Sitch, read Cynical Theories. It is very, very good. I will. I definitely should.
Yeah. Read it.
J-Mac, Daddy J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $200.
Right.
Thank you so much, J-Mac. Says, do you think we can make a Vaush drinking game? Every time he responds snarkily, take a drink. Every time he says an underhanded insult, take a drink. Maybe doing drinking bingo. We should do something like that for the future, but I would be afraid that we would cause alcohol poisoning.
Yeah.
We did that.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, you'd be drinking a drink every like 10 seconds in this conversation.
We might get some DWIs out of that.
Right.
That game. So I don't know.
It would have to be like, take a sip just to survive.
Is Bruce Campbell in the new Doctor Strange?
Really? He probably, isn't it Sam Raimi? Isn't it a Sam Raimi movie?
Oh, you're right. Holy shit.
He puts Bruce Campbell, at least he gives him like a throwaway line and everything.
Holy shit. Sam Raimi?
Yeah.
Ash versus Evil Dead is completely, I mean, there's a ton of anti-social justice jokes in that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, totally.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I've seen the original movies. I never watched the TV show.
There's social justice stuff in there, but you can tell it's really tongue in cheek. Like, I'm an oppressed minority. I'm a woman. Yeah.
Nightish for $20. Hey, Nightish. Says, a socialist was just talking about the labor theory of value in a group I'm in. I would argue about it, but they tend to talk in circles and blame everything on capitalism anyway. Classic ideologue. S-class is the best class. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the problem with arguing with socialists. It's just they're in a cult. Right. They're not going to listen to reason. They're not going to change their minds. Yeah, it's really hard to have good faith conversations with them. So
CT said, Sitch and Adam will personally kiss each comic. We'll only kiss the comic if you want. Okay.
Sitch might give you lip
Listen.
herpes or something. I'm not sure.
I am
Chitachi-
clean as a whistle. Okay.
Chitachi says in the chat, it's only 15. The movie was like 15% Raimi with a very sad face.
Oh, okay.
Chitachi, why? You're worse than Sitch now. I just want. Now I'm not gonna go. You've
Still gotta go. Still gotta see it.
I don't. Now I'm like, I'll just wait for cable. It looks. I mean, the preview looked good.
It
but
looks cool. I mean, I really liked the first Doctor Strange movie.
I hate it when you go in because you're high on the preview. The preview looks so good, and then you go in and you're 25 minutes into the movie, and there hasn't even been an inciting incident. You're like, what am I doing here? What's going on? Why is this movie on in front of me? Is there a story here?
So I got distracted. Someone sent me a very interesting DM on Twitter.
Okay.
One of our favorite.
Share it with us.
One of our favorite commentators, Eli Mistel,
Right.
who is the crazy fat black
Don
guy
King
with the Don
impersonator.
King
Yeah.
gray hair, who's like
Yeah.
super woke, super
Racist
CRT,
Don King.
super racist.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Who we watched on Joy Reid and some other MSNBC shows. He said, "This is regarding of the Buffalo incident that just happened. I don't even know if I can say it on stream. Not getting in trouble." Says, "Everybody is on the quote, 'This is Fox News's fault.' And it is. But I want to focus on another community I follow closely. Gamers."
No way. No
I tend
way.
to follow streamers and YouTubers who explicitly don't go in for these white supremacist dog whistles, obviously, but a lot of them don't call it out.
What?
Eli Mistel blaming Gamergate for the shooting.
Wow. Wow.
And then this is someone was like, "I don't know what you're talking about, dude." So his response was, "I got called the N-word within an hour of playing Hearthstone for the first and only time."
He said, Ellie Mistel said this?
Yes.
Really? Ellie Mistel went online and played a game and he got called the N-word?
Apparently.
When was this? When did this happen? 1990?
Well, first of all, I mean, it was pretty common in like the early 2000s for people to call you the N-word in certain games.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna hear if you log on, you're gonna hear the N-word. Okay.
First, it's so bizarre to me that he's like, I don't know, for all the games that he said that he's playing Hearthstone. I don't know, the fact that he plays Hearthstone just seems so strange to me, but whatever. So he says, someone called me the N-word and I started screaming in the mic, "We're playing Hearthstone. We're playing fucking Hearthstone," again and again and again until my wife closed the game.
What is this game?
Hearthstone is, well, I'll address it. Doomer said, "Sitch, it's a lie. Hearthstone has no chat." Well, that's an important point that we'll get to. Hearthstone it's like Magic the Gathering.
Okay.
It's a card game. It's like Blizzard's version of Magic the Gathering.
So this
which
could
I know
have been
makes no sense to you, Adam, but that's fine.
right. Is Hearthstone still
game.
People also asked, is Hearthstone still popular in 2021?
Well, that's another. Well, 2022. I didn't even know people. I mean, I guess some people still play Hearthstone, but
is Hearthstone still pay to play? Is Hearthstone like Magic? So yeah, okay. So he played this online. So he's saying someone said the N-word and his wife got offended.
Well, no, he's saying is that he's playing Hearthstone, and someone on mic, I guess,
Right.
on chat, called him the N-word.
Right.
And so he started screaming, "We're playing Hearthstone. We're playing Hearthstone. We're playing Hearthstone." He just like kept screaming that in response to being called the N-word. And his wife, who probably didn't hear the N-word, just heard him saying that, came over and turned the game.
Right. Okay.
Because he's like, "Why are you having a mental breakdown?" And so, as Doomer said, that's a lie because Hearthstone has no chat.
Right.
Okay. And so the follow-up to this is Eli Mistel saying, "Okay, so apparently this was a problem with my Discord and not the Hearthstone app."
Oh, no way. No way. No way.
So I apologize to the Hearthstone community for talking about racism instead of carefully thinking through which service I was using when it happened. So he doesn't even. That was a bullshit apology.
He has
That was a totally
Discord
bullshit
open.
apology.
Talk about a boomer move.
Right.
He's got Discord open in another window and he doesn't even know. The Discord is the people talking in the background. He thinks it's the game.
Well, see, I don't even know what that does. That mean that he was?
Yeah, what Discord was he in?
Yeah, was he in like a Hearthstone? I mean, you don't have to be in Discord to play Hearthstone. I don't even know like what is the connection here. That's so bizarre to me.
Well, maybe he was. Maybe they had a Discord set up for Hearthstone. So
no, I'm sure they do, but I don't even know what. Like, this is so weird. Oh, it's so funny.
Bizarre.
So, and also like what I don't like. I don't understand this story. He just wandered into a random Discord and someone called him the N-word.
Yeah.
Or something. Like, I don't know. This story makes no sense to me. I think
Pretty
you're right.
bad.
He's probably a boomer. So
I pulled up a picture of him so you guys can all see.
oh, what he looks like. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. People on the Twitter are like, Discord. They're like, Hearthstone has no chat or voice or text chat. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I love how
That's
they
funny.
call him out on it immediately.
And
The
in
gamers
Discord
came for him.
And in Discord, you have to join like a voice channel.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know. This makes no sense to me.
He's just making
whatever.
stuff up.
It's very possible. He's just making stuff up. It's actually very likely he's just making stuff up. But anyway.
You want to polish this video off, or you want to read?
Oh, wait, we got some more. Zufu
okay.
for 20 Aussie bucks says, Sitch, I find Pisco untrustworthy. Pisco, that's his name. He always tries to gotcha people, and it seems his interpretation of the law always aligns with his personal politics. That was my feeling exactly. I just wanted to have a lawyer on to make sure I'm interpreting whatever he's saying correctly, because it sounded to me very bad faith. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying Hearthstone. Is it Hearthstone? I don't fucking know. I guess it is technically Hearthstone, but
I listened to quite a bit of that debate, and I mean, I didn't hear any arguments I hadn't heard many times before about personhood and rights, and I mean, they've tried to make a personhood law in some, I don't know, Alabama or Mississippi or something, where they extend rights to the fetus. So obviously you can't kill them because they have rights, but
right.
I know it was an interesting debate. I don't know. I have much to add to it. But
People are mad I was saying Hearthstone incorrectly.
Hearthstone?
You know, it's Hearthstone, not Hearthstone.
Yeah.
Because it's supposed to be like the hearth of a...
Right.
It's so weird. When we were playing WoW, I would always say Hearth. But then when we would talk about... I would say Hearthstone, but I would say it on its own hearth correctly. I don't know. I'm weird. What can I say? Andrew Clark for $20 says, get uncivil law for pro-life. He's a friend of Nick, but frequently disagrees with Nick on constitutional arguments, so he'll push back on Nick. Also, he stated recently that he wants to go on more streams. Fight Club stream when? Yeah, I just been lazy to set the Fight Club stream up. But yeah, maybe we'll ask on civil law, or I don't know where Nate. I've never talked to Nate or on civil law, but maybe it'd be interesting to have them on the pro-choice side, or one of them on the pro-choice side, and have Joe on the pro-life side. That could be an interesting stream.
I mean, I don't know if you saw, but I dropped our abortion video at 4 a.m. because you guys weren't supposed to watch it. I was like trying to sneak it out.
Well, the thing with the abortion video, if we cover the debate, I'm not super interested in debating abortion morally. It's more about like the legal arguments.
Okay.
Because you can say that like you're pro-choice but think the law was wrong, or you could say you're pro-life and you think the law was correct. I mean, you can make arguments like that. Now, generally people don't make those arguments because they're motivated reasoning, but
I can't.
But if you think we shouldn't cover abortion stuff, you know, maybe we won't.
No, we can. I think. I mean, it's interesting to me that. I mean, I thought that it would be much more painful than it actually was. I feel like people are debating us in good faith, which I don't feel like. Maybe it's just we have a good audience for this kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. I don't feel like there are a lot of good faith abortion debates. So I guess that's what makes me skittish about it. This the comments are off the charts on the. So I published the video, set it to publish at 4 a.m. and I woke up and there was a slew of comments, but there's like 400 comments for very few views, like 4,000 views, which just
That's
means
funny.
you guys must be going at each other. Just
Yep.
I don't want. That's the thing. I feel like, and we even got accused of this during that. Like people were saying you don't understand, but then we articulated the position, and I think people like the fact that it was obvious we do understand and we respect that position. But I don't know. We're not going to change any minds on this.
Right. I have to address the chat. Okay.
On this?
No, on the previous topic.
Okay.
I played WoW for 3 expansions, and as Doomer knows, because I talked to him about this. Yes, in vanilla, I was a dirty bubble hearthing paladin in vanilla WoW. I apologize.
Man.
It was okay. It was a bad time. And listen, playing a paladin in vanilla WoW was the most boring dog shit ever. Okay, so it was my own punishment for being a dirty bubble.
I'm gonna be good. Look,
No,
Mom,
I'm
I'm good.
It was so bad. But in Burning Crusade, I was a based undead warlock. Okay. I was a based, overpowered undead warlock for the Horde. Horde for life. Alliance sucks. Fuck the Alliance. And then in Wrath, I was the ultimate, the superior life form, the Orc Death Knight. Okay?
Wow.
Horde for life, baby. Get the fuck out of here, Alliance.
Is there an ideological inheritance between WoW and Dungeons and Dragons? I feel like maybe there is.
What do you mean?
I feel like Dungeons and I mean, everything that you're saying maps onto Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, there's paladins and warlocks and all that.
Oh, well, I mean, all the fantasy stuff, has the same template.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, WoW has stuff Dungeons and Dragons doesn't have. Dungeons and Dragons has stuff WoW doesn't have, whatever.
Right, but they're very similar. Whenever I played
Sure.
Dungeons and Dragons, I was an evil paladin. That was my jam.
Hey, Aiden in the chat says, let me conduct my social identity research on the Horde Alliance. There you go. Horde for life. Listen, Alliance are all dirty, disgusting degenerates. Okay, Horde is the best. Horde's
If
the
you
best.
say so.
It is.
You sure you're not sneaking in a premise?
I'm sneaking in all the premises. Okay. Wow. Aiden says her thesis was on WoW social identity. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Lord Hank of House Hill for $20 says, why is all the lore on the Tuesday shows? Adam is my number one. Adam secretly S-class or budding romance. That's true. Sitch mediates a battle between the Python and alligator tribes. Adam hatches criminal schemes using crows. It's true. All like the secret lore of the show all takes place on Tuesdays. So it's for the people it's for our fans who extra tune in. They get all the secret behind the scenes lore. So
I should bring up a picture of the $20 bill with the peanuts on it. The Crow project is going very well, guys. I have one that's hanging out in the backyard regularly now. We're chatting it up with one another.
Adam is trying to teach a crow to steal money.
Yes, yeah.
Essentially.
I named him Birdie Madoff. What do you think? Me and Birdie are getting along very well.
Perfect. Anyway, let's continue.
There could be 2 countries, one very wealthy, one very poor, where the poorer country produces far less, not as a product of any actual tendency to work from the people who live there, but rather just because they don't have access to the startup capital. And then they get lower wages for what? Well, not for working less hard, for having the misfortune of being born into a poorer country. That's the issue that I have.
The thing is, the misfortune is that they're born into a country with sucky institutions.
Right.
It's not necessarily a thing of the capital. I mean, the capitalists would love to go in and dump a bunch of money, and if they had decent institutions that weren't going to just make their investments go to waste.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
it's not a problem
Well,
with capitalism.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't. His problem is just that people interpret the productivity stat incorrectly, which he's
Right.
interpreting incorrectly too. Which is fine. You can make that argument. He could make this argument, and I would agree with part of it. I'd say, yeah, you shouldn't use productivity stats as a standard for whether you think an individual worker in a country is working hard or not, because that's not really what it's measuring.
Right.
And that's fine. So okay, but doesn't mean doesn't mean the stat is worthless or useless.
It's measuring how smart they work because they're delivering products and services that people actually want.
Well, it's really measuring how the system works overall. It's like measuring the temperature of your house. Okay, you can measure the temperature of your house. It's not going to tell you what's going on in each individual room.
Right. Oh yeah, we got some cold spots in our house. We did.
The theory you posit would result in the collapse of the modern world economy.
That's such a libertarian answer. I love that. Continue, please.
But the thing is, like, and
Here, I'll be right back. Have fun.
also, you would not find a single economist who could agree with that, or you could not find more than a handful in extremely radical.
How would it collapse things?
And
Wait,
that's because productivity stats vary.
This is more curiosity than I've ever seen in Vaush here. Maybe we're actually getting through. Maybe there's something, maybe some bit of curiosity has creeped into Vaush's mind and he actually wants to understand an argument that somebody else is making rather than just immediately turning to some other topic or some other whataboutism to get off the topic. He's literally asking him, how would my idea collapse the economy? Let's see where this goes.
Massively by nation, and that there's more than a handful in extremely radical.
How would it collapse things?
And
how would it
productivity stats vary massively by nation, and that there's no way else it could be because you have different amounts, different quality of machinery in different areas. You have people who work differing amount of hours. You have differing supply chains involved.
Do you think workers in China work
people in
fewer
Mexico
hours
are
than workers in
exceptionally
America?
hardworking, but the coal doesn't get to where they are. The coal that, let's say they're running a factory, the coal doesn't get there. They're working on poor machines. Their wages get stolen, so they leave work. The Mexicans would be extremely hardworking, but they would have lower productivity. And what you say about countries not getting capital, that's not true. This is the era of the highest capital availability in the history of man.
Do you think
by
Mexico
a factor
gets
of
the same
several.
capital investment as America?
The U.S. has given 4 times the amount of capital to Africa than the Marshall Plan.
See, capital investment, this is a total weakness in the argument because capital investment doesn't matter. Capital investment can totally be squandered if the nation does not have the kind of institutions that can turn that capital investment into productivity. If that capital investment goes into a corrupt place, and this is kind of the argument that's going on with Ukraine and Russia. Everyone is saying, why are we spending money to Ukraine? Because Ukraine is corrupt. That money's going to be wasted. It's not going to be turned into productivity. Well, Ukraine, I guess, is a weird situation because they're literally in a war. So they're not really trying to turn that money into productivity. They're trying to turn it into saving their lives.
If you look at countries like Argentina hyperinflates its currency on average every 11 years.
This is completely irrelevant to what we're talking about.
And because of that, but they keep on getting Western capital since there's so much capital.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Do you think Mexico has the same capital investment per capita in terms of their industry, like as America?
Sorry, who?
Do you think that America and Mexico have the same amount of startup capital available for people?
Vaush is trying to make the argument that, and I don't necessarily know why, that Mexico gets less capital investment than America, and therefore that's why Mexico has less productivity, when it's obviously a question of like capital when you invest, you're trying to invest the least amount of money to make the most productivity. So it's not
right.
Just because you can throw capital at plenty of places, and if they have bad institutions, a corporation is literally an institution that turns capital investment into productivity. And you're betting on the different companies because different companies do this at different rates. Like if you're running a digital company, where, you know, you're basically just selling digital assets. You have such low overhead. You know, your margins can be huge. You know, some companies work on very small margins, and margins mean the amount of money it takes to produce the good versus what people are willing to pay for it. So if I spend $10 to produce something and people are only willing to pay $10.50 for it, I only make a 50 cents on each purchase. But if I have a digital product that I spend, you know, 2 cents to produce and people are willing to pay $10.50 for it, my productivity is much higher. So Vaush doesn't get this stuff, though.
This is weird because I'm like, I think, I don't know what the numbers are. Capital, let's say capital investment per GDP. This is from 2020. Says United States is 21 what? What is this metric?
And this would be interesting because I don't necessarily know how Vaush is conceptualizing capital investment. Does he think
I don't know
that we helicopter a bunch of gold over there and say, here, turn this into goods and services for us? Like,
so I'm sorry, you continue.
What does he think? What is he conceptualizing capital investment as?
I don't know. It's a good question. Well, according to this chart in 2020, if you were to look at the percentage of GDP that's from it says capital investment as percentage of GDP in North America. It says it's only 21% in America and 19% in Mexico. So it's only like a 1% difference. And when he says capital investment, I don't know what he means by that, because what I was going to try to find was, I would imagine, I'm just guessing here, I imagine that for most countries, especially like richer first world nation countries, the majority of capital investment is from within the country itself.
Yeah.
It's not like a foreign country is, I mean, there are foreign countries that, you know, buy US bonds and invest in US property and all that stuff. But overall, I'm assuming the majority of capital investment in America is from Americans. And so, like, if you say, well, you know, that's why there's the reason that there's a difference is because America's institutions are so much stronger than Mexico's institutions in terms of like people having confidence in the safety and security and stability of the economy and of the government to allow business practices to, you know, exist, basically.
Right.
I mean, that's the answer to the question. I don't know what Vaush is talking about.
Yeah, I don't know how he's describing capital investment. So,
to start and develop businesses within their countries.
That's due to a shit ton of historic factors.
Yeah, but do you agree? Wait.
Why are we paring down?
Hold on. I agree. Wait, one thing at a time.
America has
I
different
agree.
geography, it has a different history. It has
Oh
a
my
different
God.
governing system.
Yes, I agree.
So why
they're
is all
different
of that being
countries.
compressed down to racism?
I agree. Wait, hold on. Calm down.
You said that the
You're
only
very. Oh
definition
my
you could
God!
give
Please.
were
Please.
differences in
I'm
productivity
begging you.
and racism.
Calm.
Please explain.
I wasn't accusing you of being racist right here. I was asking
literally
you.
said that.
Calm.
Go
Please
back into the
quit
video.
being
It's like
defensive.
14
Wait,
minutes,
please,
Mark.
please.
Go ahead and look at it.
Oh my God,
Like,
please! I'm
there's
begging
no
you.
way-
I was
there's no
asking
way
you
you
a
cannot be
question.
proven wrong
I was
here.
asking you a yes.
it's so hard with them both talking over each other.
I
He
know.
says there's no way that you're not proven wrong here. He says you literally called me a racist in the video.
Yeah.
And you're compressing what should be a multi-factor analysis down to one factor, racism.
Right.
All valid points.
Right. Yeah, but that's the problem, is that, you know, Vaush is like, listen, I'm going to make my volume louder than yours. Because I don't know if you noticed, it seems like his volume has increased a little bit.
Right.
Of course, this conversation. And I'm just going to talk over you, basically.
Yeah. Bad faith tactic.
Right.
Yes, no question at the beginning before I answer. Please, this isn't a gotcha. I'm not trying to trap you. I'm trying to answer.
That's a lie.
Yeah, huge lie. I'm just asking you, what? It's just a yes, no question. What?
I'm just asking questions, okay? I'm not trying to trap you. Look at his whole, that's his whole game.
Yeah. You
The
have
damn question.
Gotchas.
you have to explain how they developed grade school. Otherwise, you're wrong. That's not a trap. Kind of seems like a
That's
trap.
not a
to
gotcha
me.
or anything.
No, I don't. I don't gotcha people. They
What?
walk directly into walls over and over again. I'm not.
I never gotcha them. They just walk repeatedly into walls.
Listen,
Right.
Adam, I don't listen. All I do is I put a blindfold over you and spin you around in a circle 10 times and then push you into a maze. Okay. I'm not responsible for you walking in the wall.
Yeah, it's not my fault. I didn't do
No.
anything.
No,
I'm innocent.
Yeah.
Trying to gotcha anyone, okay? I was asking, like, I just asked you, you acknowledge these countries have different capital available for business development, which, of course, obviously they do. No one would argue that. Yes, it's because of historical factors. I'm not denying.
Yeah, what does he mean by capital, though? I mean, if they want
I
to
don't know.
build, if they want to build a factory in Mexico, you know, they first of all they have to have people that have the desire to build a factory and want, you know, to hire people in the local economy, all that stuff.
Right.
That we're not at the racist part yet, okay? So
Good
We're
faith.
not at the part where I call you racist yet. So
Good-
just hold on.
Good faith. Good faith, Gary here.
Just,
the studies that I've seen.
just wait till I
on
call you
relative
racist,
worker
please. Please wait till I call you racist before you get triggered, okay?
Yeah. Don't head me off ahead of time here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call you. I'm warming up to that. I'm gonna call you
Okay.
racist here.
Yeah.
Just not right now.
Right. Please let me wind up the trap first, okay?
Yes. You're stepping into it too soon.
Yes, it's because of historical factors. I'm not denying that. We're not at the racist part yet, okay? So, the studies that I've seen on relative worker productivity have been pretty consistent. The idea that a Chinese
Your
worker...
sources.
I don't have any, but if you'd like me to send them to you later, I'd be happy to pull them up. I don't
Okay.
have all of them archived right now.
How many economics books have you read? Give me your top 3.
All of them.
Give me your top 3.
I can't. I enjoy all of them.
Give me your top 5. Give me your top 3. Look at that. I've read them all. I've read them, every one of them.
Equally.
There you go.
So
Okay.
anyway, I hope you understand that behavior like that is very unbecoming in immediate conversation. It just makes it seem like you don't have an argument for the field, so you have to run back to the bleachers.
Well, to me, it makes it sound like you haven't read any books, Vaush. To me, it
Well, he
makes it
hasn't.
sound like you're a bumbling idiot.
Right.
Vaush, this is the perfect opportunity for you to pitch Stephanie Kelton's The Deficit Myth to your audience. What are you doing? You're missing a giant opportunity.
Mhm.
You could
Well, first
pitch
of all, I mean-
AOC's favorite economics book.
First of all, it's hilarious that he's like, what you're doing is not good for a good faith conversation. It's like, first of all, fuck you, Vaush. Like, from the second this conversation started, you did not pose anything here from a good faith conversation.
Yeah.
So to levy that claim against What If is hilariously rich.
Yes.
Look,
Ha ha ha.
in
Projection.
China,
Oh, look at this. He's playing his own game now. Did you catch that?
I did.
Ha
did,
ha
but
ha.
see,
Projection.
that's true. And that's exactly what's going on here.
It is true.
Yeah.
factory or sweatshop workers, okay? From what I've read, and this seems to be pretty consistent, they produce as much or more than factory workers here in America.
From what I've read, why he's saying he read something. Such why can't he produce their source?
What does he mean when he says they produce as much or more? What does that mean? What do those words mean?
Yeah, we don't know.
Do you mean they
It's
just
not-
produce the same number of widgets? That's not what
Right.
productivity is measuring.
Yes, yeah. You need to know the margin of those widgets.
It's the value of the output after you get rid of the value of the input.
Yeah,
Like, this
exactly.
is
Yeah,
fuck.
yeah. He knows about input output from the models
Oh my
thing.
God.
Yeah. If you input too much and you output nothing, you're gonna lose productivity. Actually.
Right.
Like factories in China are like underproducing. It's like an industrial powerhouse of the planet, you know. But they still get paid way, way, way less. Now
Well, that would mean, Vaush, that what you're saying is that in China and all these third world countries,
Communist.
whoever's in all these, communist countries, that, the businesses, or in China's case, the government, is screwing over their workers far greater than they are in America. That's what you're saying, because you're saying, well, somebody's skimming that money. Someone's skimming that profit.
Right.
So who is it? Who is it, Vaush? I wonder.
Is it those Chinese communists?
I mean, who else is it going to be?
Right.
You said that the world economy would be torn apart by the idea that wages aren't proportional to productivity, which is a very funny and very libertarian thing to say. It's like, if my 101 econ models aren't perfectly predictive of the most complicated system in all of human existence.
Okay, I finally figured we don't need Vaush anymore. I figured out his argument. He's saying that it will tear apart the system because if wages are above productivity, obviously you're going to be losing money on things. So that's not a sustainable business model.
Well, I mean, obviously, but he's just saying that productivity, well, what he's saying isn't really sensical, I guess, because he's saying product, and maybe this is the, I'm not a witch. Okay. I'm not a learned economist. So maybe he's just conceptualizing this completely incorrectly by saying, because he's using productivity in multiple ways to mean multiple different things. Like it could just be definitionally wages and productivity are just tied together by how productivity is defined.
I don't think so. I think productivity is based on sales.
No, it is to some respect, but so it's just basically he's just pointing to, metaphorically or not literally, he's pointing to the wage productivity gap that currently exists, and he's saying therefore that means they're not related. That's all he's doing in this conversation.
I'm trying to figure out, is GDP sales or inventory or both?
It's just a measure of goods and services.
Right. Okay.
Do you have a better theory of the world?
Then the idea that wages track perfectly onto productivity?
Yeah, do you have an idea?
Calculating GDP, it refers to the purchase of new capital goods, that is, business equipment, new commercial real estate, such as buildings, factories, and stores.
GDP is the total monetary or market value of all finished goods and services produced within a country's borders in a specific time period.
But it is sales.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I guess when you build a building, you're technically buying it because you're buying all the resources, all the labor and stuff like that, and it becomes an asset on somebody's balance sheet. Like the hospital owns the building.
Right.
Wages come out.
Nobody
wages
can.
As they've existed over the last 1,000 years.
Nobody can.
Yes, they can.
Absolutely, they cannot.
There's loads of historians, Peter Turchin, Angus Madison, who have been able to predict wages across history.
You can predict
from the variables of productivity.
Wait, averages?
And wage supply.
Wait, averages? Well, I thought we're talking about productivity.
Yeah. So,
wouldn't productivity vary between individuals
the Turchin
and
economic models.
Oh, now he's saying productivity varies from person to person.
Right. This is when my brain fell out of my skull when I was listening to this. Like, productivity is only measured in averages. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah, does someone come around to your desk and measure your product? I guess they do to some extent. I
no,
mean,
like an
try
individual
to guesstimate it.
Like a company, like your boss is going to try to wage what your productivity is to make a decision about whether, or I'm sorry, to gauge, deciding whether he's going to give you a raise, whether he's going to fire you, reprimand you, whatever. But when you're talking about like broad economic statistics, they're not measuring the individual productivity of people.
Right.
They're giving an average assessment of the whole country.
Right. Yeah.
The
lumber industry produced this much wood, which was sold, to various people. They have
I guess
receipts.
Right. Like, I guess you as an individual could look at, like what the average productivity / GDP / wages, and then compare it to your own to figure out where you are compared to the average statistic. But like, I don't know what the fuck Vaush is talking about.
Right.
Predict wages across England from looking at the population and the product. And
we're not talking about averages. What would that have to do with productivity? Averages.
It's medieval England. Your productivity is attached to how much soil you have.
Of course, it's by averages.
For example, you can look at stats across the 19th century. Look at increases in mechanization. And
you don't think Vaush looks confused here? I mean, he looks totally confused.
He does look totally confused, but it's like I feel like it's a put on.
I don't know.
Like, doesn't
increases
it? To me,
in
it's like
industrial.
To me, it comes off as like the fake obtuse. I don't understand what you're talking about. Sort of.
Like, I don't understand because you're wrong. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. I just think he's bewildered.
Right.
Ability. And then
what's his chat saying? You already said why. Soy? There was some chats
nothing
that
of
were
interesting.
Yeah, there were some chats that were really going after what if.
From that,
I'm gonna try this a third time.
Of that and get
what does
out.
this have to do with productivity? Averages, when you look at averages, you're looking at like a total social development, not productivity. If we want to find a model that determines wages based on productivity, you'd have to have a very specific and very fine-tuned algorithm that you could punch a bunch of pre-existing characteristics into and get an individual's wages. Because otherwise, we're not really talking about productivity.
What the fuck is he even talking about?
This is what I'm saying. He just disagrees. And I guess he doesn't, I don't know if he realizes this or not. He just disagrees fundamentally with the way productivity is calculated.
Right. Yeah.
Which, if you want to make that argument, you can say those words with your mouth hole and make that argument. But he's like claiming that he's not, that he's on board with productivity, but it has to calculate individual people's wages, which is not how productivity is measured at all.
Is he making a wages or earning profit is theft argument? All these people have the theft argument.
I sent you the chart. I don't know if you saw it on Twitter. I DM'd it to you. Okay. He looks at this chart that shows the gap between productivity and wages. And that's all. He's just looking at this and pointing to this and saying, explain this. Which is like, okay, we can have that conversation, but what you're talking about is stupid and not what we're talking about.
The gap between productivity and a typical worker's compensation has increased dramatically since 1979. Okay, this is like a Young Turk, Sam Cedar. They all drone on and on and on and on about this.
Right.
But I mean, I would argue that a lot of this has to do with automation, because they're like, yes, your productivity has skyrocketed, but you're just pressing the fucking button, dude. We're not going to pay you more money to press the button that produces massive amounts of shit out of the machine. So there's
that might have, I think it has more to do with how the economy was restructured in the 80s.
Okay.
Than that. Because if you look, productivity up to that point, from 1948 to 1980, increased more. It increased 118%. And that was all from technology increasing people's productivity generally.
Right.
So you do have a lot of automation. You do have a lot of these things. Now, you're right. There is an element of people being forced out of the workforce via automation more, but also you have a lot more globalization, a lot more shipping jobs overseas.
What happened in what was the big automation thing in 1980? It's giant. It should be punching you in the face right now. Computers.
Right.
Computers started the fucking upward climb in 1980. Computers are what made productivity go off skyrocket.
Yes. Right.
Yeah.
But that is the argument is, well, is that the reason why wages? So I guess the right-wing economic argument is, well, it's kind of what you're alluding to. Well, because of automation, because of computers, that's why wages haven't stagnated. They haven't increased with productivity. I don't think that that's true. I think it has more to do with how the economy was restructured in the 1980s into favoring Wall Street and capital investment firms.
Favoring finance? Well,
favoring
we would have
finance.
to. I don't. Does this include financial products as productivity? I don't even
Yes.
know.
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because it includes everything,
Okay.
all goods and services.
All goods and services. So, and
Yeah.
financial products would be a service.
Of course, yeah. Financial products are 100% included in the
Isn't this
GDP.
Isn't this just taking the man hours worked and dividing by the productivity?
That's exactly what it is.
Okay.
Well, it's taking what it does is in order to get the productivity, it's taking man hours worked, and it's dividing it by the gross national product, or
Right.
domestic product, and then it's comparing it to average wages.
Right. So
And it's saying, look,
go ahead.
it's saying, look, in the 1948 to 1980, there's this, they're right on top of each other. As one rises, the other rises too. You can actually see that wages are slightly above productivity.
Right.
And then in 1980, you see this or 1981, I guess, or 82, you see this reversal happens.
Right, where the productivity continues up, but the wages stagnate.
They go up, but just less, much less.
Right.
Right.
So, yeah. Okay.
Because remember, from the 1948 to 1980, the Fed's economic policy was full employment. They're coming off of the Great Depression. They're coming off of World War II. They're trying to fight against fascism and communism. And their policy is full employment, full employment, full employment. And this gives labor a lot of power.
Right.
And then in 1980, because labor has so much power, that causes
inflation.
And then we had the oil embargo. Yeah, that causes inflation to go crazy. So then the Fed says, okay, we need to focus primarily on price stability.
Right. And you got Volcker doing upping the interest rates to 20%. Drastic changes to fight stagflation.
Right. Right.
Okay. Well, also Reagan would come in here and say, yeah, these were the Reagan tax cuts.
Well, that's another big thing too, because that was, that's what you're looking at as well.
That changed the dynamic between capital and labor.
Mm-hmm.
Those giant tax cuts. The tax cuts before Reagan incentivized people to invest in their businesses. Now they were able to take that money out of the business without huge penalties.
Right. And I'm not learned enough on the subject, but I know that in the 80s, there was a giant boon to, before the 80s. And I remember reading about this in Michael Lewis's book and other places. Before the 80s, Wall Street was really boring.
Right. Yeah.
And these financial investments were really boring. And then it's in the 80s, I guess when the laws changed, it allowed a lot more sort of exotic, financial investments and markets to open up. And this is where all this crazy shit starts happening. So
compensation is one aspect of the investment in productivity. It's just basically labor.
Yes.
It doesn't have anything to do with the price of automation, buying machines, other things that go into productivity. So I think
it's all, labor
too.
is, when calculating productivity and you're talking about the input that a company, when a company is trying to calculate its input, it includes the machines, how much it costs to pay the person to work the machine or to do whatever their job is.
Right.
And that's all, put in the calculation.
So we've come up here with 4 or 5 different plausible reasons for this chart. Why do you think Vaush's go-to reason is racism?
Well, he's equating this to an argument that he's imagined, or maybe he's heard people make, which is that, the reason these third world brown type countries, that's what he's referring to, are poorer than America is because they're less productive.
Right.
And so in his mind, and maybe the person he said this meant this, but I'm guessing probably not, he thinks that means they're saying that the people in these countries are lazy.
Right.
Which is not what productivity is measuring. It's not measuring whether people are lazy. It's really measuring if the markets are. It's measuring how efficient the markets are really, I guess, in a country.
Turning resources into goods and services.
Yes, turning resources into valuable and people into valuable goods and services worth a lot of money. Right.
Labor is a resource, obviously.
Yes, sure. And I don't know if he just misunderstands people when they talk about productivity, or maybe he's responding to people who are racist who misunderstand productivity. I don't know, because he never really laid it out exactly what he was talking about.
Vaush does talk to a lot of racists. I don't know that you get like debating racists all the time is not. I mean, he does talk to right wingers. He talks about how is Vaush talking to legitimate racists, or is Vaush just talking to rank and file conservatives and casting them
Probably
as racist?
Both.
I don't know. I really don't know.
I mean, he's argued with white nationalists, so I'm assuming he's talking to both these people. But.
Right. Yeah.
We're talking about like available wealth in a society, and that I agree with. On average, you can.
Yeah, and we can get individuals' wages. It's median income versus average income versus gross GDP. And the stuff I'm talking about is talking about average income and median income. What I'm talking about is very little relation to gross national GDP.
Wait, how would you arrive at predicting an individual's income?
It's easy. You look what their productivity is.
How?
Basically the amount of capital they produce. And
how do you measure that?
It differs from.
What a dumbass. Why is he asking these stupid fucking questions? Why do people turn to this guy? Listen, Vaush, go to your fucking analytics, okay? You can measure your productivity very easily there. Okay.
Yeah, you see the number?
Yeah, see the big fucking number when you log in with the $sign next to it? That measures your productivity, dumbass. Dumbass.
Well, that's the output, But it's funny because in What If's video, he says, the postmodern conception of knowledge production is to just like a 5-year-old ask why.
Oh, so true.
Until you get to a point where the person can't answer.
And
that's
doing
literally what he's doing right now.
It's so true. Oh, I'm so glad you brought that up.
Yeah, listen, it's so funny. He's like a little child. Why?
But even Vaush, like, listen, you can go, Vaush, go to your analytics, look up the $sign there. Now go to your schedule and look up the fucking your work schedule.
Right.
You look, this is fucking basic.
How do you measure your capital? Well, I look into my bank account and I see how much money I get from whatever my job is. Like,
yes.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Vaush, Vaush literally knows. Listen, Vaush doesn't want to read a book because he knows that's an input he can't afford. He's like, listen, this would completely ruin my capital investment here. I would have to spend so much time. What this book is like 8 hours long.
I know.
I could be on stream right now, pulling shit out of my ass and making money. That's what he's thinking. I'm so stoked when I work on the comic because I listen to like 40 hours of books. It's great.
Yep.
It's great.
Median income. What I'm talking about is very little relation to gross national GDP.
Wait, how would you arrive at predicting an individual's income?
It's easy. You look what their productivity is.
How?
Basically the amount of capital they produce. And
how do you measure that?
It differs from society to society. In agrarian societies, it's farmland and productivity of said farmland. In industrial societies, it is their productivity
in a modern service.
There's like a million different ways that you can do this, you fucking dumbass.
Well, what if is being way too good faith in this conversation?
Oh, totally.
That's part of the problem, optically, because people don't understand how bad faith Vaush is being in this conversation because he's saying everything with sort of an even tone of voice.
I think that's easy though. I think optically does look good because every time he says,
you're right.
That's
that
easy.
Does
that's easy.
Right.
That's easy. What you're asking is easy.
Right.
You can split up farm productivity a million different ways. You want to split it up by hours worked. You want to split it up by land, you want to split it up by well, I guess you're always splitting by volume produced. It's like,
Right.
how much did this produce and how much land did it take? How many man hours did it take? How many dollars did it take? There are all these different ways that you can parse that up.
Economy, how would you even begin?
You would, in a modern service economy, you would, so let's say you take Starbucks as a business. You took at the total revenue of said Starbucks. You look at the amount of coffees made per individual. You look at the amount of revenue.
Look at Vaush, she's so bewildered by this.
Well,
What?
see, Vaush asked the question so dumb. I don't think What If even understood the question. Because all he said is, how do you measure an individual's capital? And the answer is, what are you paid? Okay.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. What do you mean? But I think that question was so bafflingly dumb that What If thinks we're still talking about productivity. And so now he's talking again about, how to measure productivity. And he's using Starbucks as an example.
This is so bad faith on Vaush's part, because he totally something that Vaush has obviously had some experience with, coffee baristas. He totally jumps in on how you don't know one barista could be totally productive and one could be a lazy piece of shit. It's like, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That's why we like to reserve the right to fire people. And
Right.
co-ops are terrible because they turn everyone into a lazy piece of shit.
Yes. Well, and I'm glad you brought out the bewildered look that Vaush is. Look, this is actually a very good image. You have What If explaining something and Vaush is looking bewildered.
Of course.
But this is unfortunately, this is part of the sophistry. This is part of the rhetoric. It is like, oh, if I just look bewildered while he's explaining something, I'm signaling to my chat
But this doesn't
because
make
my
any
chat
sense.
is too stupid. Yeah, because listen, he's like, listen, my chat is too stupid to understand what he's talking about. Okay.
Right.
So I'm gonna just look bewildered, which will signal to my chat that they should be bewildered, which means that he's saying nonsense. That's what's happening.
The chat says tirade, stumped, liar.
Right. It's like, how dogs will look at their owners to gauge how they should react to a situation.
Oh, perfect. Yes.
Right. So
That's
it's
exactly what's going on.
Yeah. So all of the chat is like all of Vaush's dogs. They're all just looking up at him like, how should I react to this situation, master? And he's like, bewildered.
What's going on here?
Revenue from the Starbucks. You look at how it's cleaned. I know it's imperfect, but once you get
not true.
averages, all of
That was a giant fuck up. When he said, I know it's imperfect, he should have never said that. He should have never said that.
Right.
Because obviously that's the thing, Vaush. What? Something's imperfect. Like Vaush is like, Scooby Snack, something's imperfect.
Well, when you're talking to Vaush and he's in these sorts of conversations, all he's doing is basically he wants you to present a sweater. And he wants to just look over that sweater with a magnifying glass to find any loose threads that he can pull at.
Yes.
Because he doesn't have any actual knowledge to enter into the conversation. All he can do is deconstruct, because that's all leftists do generally, especially woke leftists, is just deconstruct.
Right. Yeah, they don't know what it takes to actually construct something.
Right.
What If is explaining to him, yeah, if you want to run a Starbucks, here's how you do it.
of these things are cleaned up. And technically, Vaush, the train of logic you're operating under basically says science and academia cannot exist.
Wait, but you're proving me right. People the barista gets paid the same amount whether they work a morning shift in a downtown location or the evening shift in a rural location that gets 100th the amount of customers. They get paid the same amount.
This is total.
What?
Well, I don't know if it's a perfect one-to-one analogy with other service jobs like waiting or bartending. You definitely make a lot of money on tips in waiting tables or bartending, and they always have the best people work the best shifts. So they are technically making a lot more money.
Well, but also, this isn't even true. Like,
different locations pay different amounts.
Of course they do.
Yeah, I would.
Now, obviously, and I think he says within the same state. Like, obviously, if you're within the same state, there's a floor that's the same. There's the minimum wage floor. And obviously,
that's not
if
even
you're
true, but go ahead.
well, for if you're working the same type of job and your state has a minimum wage, is generally going to be a minimum wage floor. Now, obviously, it doesn't apply to like waiters or something, but
I worked in California and Louisiana as a bartender, and in Louisiana they have this crazy law that allows them to pay you below minimum wage. If
right.
you make
I understand
tips.
that. I understand that. Right.
Which is
but that's not sure. But that's unique to being a bartender, being a waiter, and very specific jobs.
Yes, tipping jobs.
I don't think barista falls on, even though they get the little tips in the jar. I'm pretty sure baristas do not fall under that categorization at all.
I would agree.
Okay, so yes, there's a floor, the minimum wage floor, and yes, if you work as the same company, there's probably going to be standardized wages across something. But if you're working in a place that gets heavy traffic and you're not getting a raise from working there continually, and you're making the same amount of money as a person who's working in a rural area where they get no traffic, then that just means you're being taken advantage of. But generally, you're going to get, if that Starbucks is making way more money, you're able to get a raise from your boss because that store is making so much more money.
Yeah, you just tell them, listen, I want more money.
Like, this is
say, fuck you.
Right. The idea that like, oh, everyone in every chain store across a state is making the same amount of money is very divorced from reality.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you could, there's a chart of this that you can look up and see that individual regions, the chains pay differently per region. Whatever, you go.
Every place I've ever worked, the management always discourages you from talking about how much you make because they don't want you like comparing notes. And every place I've ever worked, the first thing we do is compare notes and like figure out what everyone's getting paid. Yeah. A lot of drama can come out of that as well, obviously, if someone's getting paid more and you're like, they're a fucking piece of shit. What the fuck? How are they getting paid so much more than us? They don't do anything. I don't know. I don't actually know what the point Vaush is trying to make here anyway. It's divorced from this chart in any way, shape, or form.
He's just trying to attack this concept of productivity, essentially. That's all he's doing.
Right.
As long as they're in the same state. But if you have two people who produce the same...
alternates over time according to broader productivity variables.
Macro, I thought we were looking at individuals. Macro... Then
you divide up global productivity stats and then put it on individuals. Like, I'm not going to educate you for an hour and a half.
This is exactly the problem. There's no.
That was so good. I'm not going to educate you for an hour and a half on economics.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
No way to determine productivity.
Sitch has educated me for hours on CRT. I wouldn't know. Like, I know so much shit about CRT, just straight from the Sitch school of CRT, which is great.
Empirically when looking at individual statistics, because all you can defer to is broader economic trends.
I'll send you all this stuff on Twitter after. I'm not going to waste the audience's time for an hour talking about this.
Feel free to. So the point that
I'd like to move on to another question.
Oh, I didn't even get to why it was racist, but yeah, okay.
Okay.
That's your dumb fault, Vaush. What the fuck? You're sitting here asking why don't you get your argument out? Dumbass.
In my video, since communism has failed on every single continent in every single civilization,
has it? See, this is a sophistry right here. This is the dogma delusion right here. He's got what? Communism has failed? I didn't know that.
And why do you consider yourself an anarcho-syndicalist in basing your theories upon a theory of the world that doesn't seem to have matched up to scientific standards?
What scientific standards have my personal beliefs not matched up to?
Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, I'm not you, Vaush. I don't know your life, but why would you push this view upon the world?
Well, for a number of reasons. Obviously,
sorry to cut you off, but I have a final question. How would an anarchist state manage a war with an external power or manage a financial crash? Actually, no. How would an anarchist state manage a war with an external foreign power? Let's say your anarchist France and Germany invades. How do you get a military together and negotiate a foreign policy?
I don't think anarchism can survive outside of a global model. I don't advocate for it unless you're in some kind of hypothetical
would a global model exist?
Well, if the world was ready to move to anarchism, I consider this a highly idyllic progression. Because I think that anarchism is the logical end state of a series of pre-existing social, economic, and political factors, which I do think are desirable in and of themselves. And then ideally, after those have sort of fermented across the world, you would have an opportunity for global anarchism. But I consider that a very distant, like that's very much like a, you know, rapture moment, ye off in the distance. Until then, I care mostly about the advocacy of anarchist principles, if the society is a bit out of reach for now.
So,
whatever. His answer is basically, oh, it'll never work.
His answer is, listen, anarchy will work once we've perfected everything else.
Right, yeah.
Once we have the Star Trek utopia where we have replicators and free energy, then yeah, anarchy would work. It's like, oh, that's what a useful conception. When everything's perfect, we can have a perfect form of government. That's wonderful. Okay, great. Fantastic.
Yeah, I don't even... It's not necessarily a resource problem, because how are you going to deal with inadvertent slights towards other people? Because that's still going to be a problem.
That's part of being perfect, though. You need to have perfect material conditions, and then also everyone is perfectly pluralistically liberal enough that we accept all of each other in a huggy-buggy bunch.
We don't live in that world.
So, yeah.
There's this thing called the will to power. I'm sure studying Vaush, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Listen, I've seen Star Trek, Adam, okay?
People still have the will to power, even in Star Trek.
That's true. Star Trek is definitely, I don't know what the government is. It's not an anarchy. It's like a, I don't know what it is, but it's not an anarchy.
This is a giant mistake that the Vaushes of the world make, because they think just because you've taken care of people's material conditions that all of a sudden people will become, you know, docile, polite individuals. That's not the case. Yeah. That's not the case.
It's actually, I'd say it's almost the opposite. They'll become more argumentative about dumb shit.
Yeah. They focus on microaggressions. This is what we're experiencing right now. The elites.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's perfect comparison. That's what microaggressions are.
Yes.
Exactly it. Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, oh, I need something to get mad about here. Let me cook something up.
What would examples of anarchist policies you push be?
Policies I push. Oh, okay. A little bit of a contradiction there, but I get what you mean. Of course, you know, you work within the systems.
Okay.
Policies in line with anarchist political beliefs.
Yes, You as Vaush, as an individual.
So I'm curious if this is an optic mistake, because Vaush is totally happy to answer these broad questions because he can just give his, his rehearsed
NPC
answers.
Speech.
Right. He doesn't have to wade into very specifics and details that What If obviously has a huge advantage over Vaush on.
Yeah, I agree.
But, I think What If is trying to understand something from a good faith level. And maybe that's the problem. Maybe you can't do that in a conversation like this.
It is interesting to find out how stupid the answers are. So I think, don't you think? I mean, he's a complete social constructionist, and
it can be. Whatever that means. Yes. I'm not sure he knows what that means, but
what are policies that you think will lead us towards said anarchist utopia?
Oh, well, you're putting a big weight on my shoulders here.
I mean, you're a political thinker. It's your job.
Well, yeah, though legislating anarchism is definitely a tall order. But so a couple of things. Obviously, I think taxes should be higher. I think the fruits of those taxation, should be put towards a welfare state. I think that severe regulatory penalties can be placed on the financial.
For real? he's saying that a path towards the anarchist utopia, you know, total freedom from the state, is higher taxes.
Yeah, you didn't know that.
That doesn't seem like a little bit of a contradiction there. Out of the gate, his first thing is higher taxes.
I don't know what kind of fucking weird. He's probably got some weird left-wing anarchy.
Anarchy is about freedom, right?
Yeah.
You know,
it's about higher taxation.
Right now, you're working 3 months for 4 months out of the year if you're in a 30% tax bracket for the government. Vaush says, no, working that much for the government is not enough. He wants you to work half of the year. And this is how you become freer. What a load of bullshit.
Adam, you're going to own nothing and be happy. Okay.
What a load of bullshit. What a load of bullshit.
You don't want to have a tool library? You don't want to rent out the rooms in your house to
how is that
Starbucks board meetings?
How is this ideologically consistent?
I don't fucking know.
The number one policy is higher taxes. Look, you're not... I guess he's thinking, this is what he's thinking. He's thinking higher taxes for the people who aren't the anarchists and a welfare state for the people who are the anarchists so they get freedom. But these other wage slaves, they basically support everybody else. Wow, I guess this isn't an anarchist society. This is basically just people stealing from other people so that they can do nothing.
Markets and higher specific taxes on the wealthy, on capital gains. And I think a sort of financial easing into market socialism would be something that I find ideal. You know, with the idea being you eliminate the bourgeois as a class, you ensure that industry is controlled collectively by the proletariat. You know, nationalize a few industries. I can think of a few that could do for a little bit of a takeover, that kind of stuff. And you know, it'd be very complicated long term. Such as.
What industries would you like to nationalize?
The pharmaceutical industry is a big one. I think you can make a really strong argument.
Honestly, I agree with that. I think government should control health.
And also a massive
I'm gonna
takeover.
Hard disagree.
Is he serious?
I don't know. I do not think the government should nationalize the pharmaceutical industry. I think that's a terrible idea.
Is he real? I can't tell if that's serious or not.
I don't know.
Government should control health.
Well, he didn't say that.
I would dig. He did. Back it up.
I think you can make a really strong argument.
Honestly, I agree with that. I think government should control health.
I think being facetious.
I think government should control health.
I don't know what that means.
That seemed like it was sarcastic, but
it does.
We need Jangles to come in and give us a.
Oh,
was
that's
that
right.
dripping
Jangles.
with sarcasm? I couldn't tell.
The expert sarcasm detector.
I feel like he might have been joking there, just to see.
Oh, let's see. Maybe we'll continue.
Just to fuck with Vaush.
And also a massive takeover of local transit.
I agree with that.
Oh, okay, actually, yeah.
I agree with it in some states, not others, because you see varying different attitudes towards government takeovers depending on the society, where in like Sweden or South Korea, it goes very well, but in Italy or in Brazil, it goes terribly. So I'm from Philadelphia, whatever the government controls.
I like that. He's all like, oh, you know, I have specific examples to draw my opinion based on. You know, I've looked at countries where it's worked, and I've looked at countries where it doesn't work. Do you think Vaush has any knowledge?
No, Vaush is just all Vaush. Vaush is a bullshit artist. All he does is bullshit.
Yeah.
Is just it doesn't work. But in Minnesota or Massachusetts, I'd support it.
I'll make the trains run on time. I'm well and train pilled. The energy industry will get that one. You know, stuff like that.
Like one of this isn't one like r/neoliberal obsessed with trains.
Yeah, but we don't accept them. The lefties are more obsessed with trains. We like it more. Trains are good.
Is this really? Did he trick him into a conversation about trains?
He might have.
I feel like Vaush just said lefties are obsessed with trains, did he not?
don't give a fuck about trains.
Good. I like trains. You know, an end to car dependency would be an ideal. Housing. My basic goal would be nationalize industries that have inelastic.
The whole end car dependency is stupid because it's entirely dependent on where you live.
Yeah, of course.
There's lots of cities where everything's right on top of each other and you don't have to have a car.
New York is a pain to own a car. You don't want to own a car.
Yeah, you actually don't want to own a car, right?
Yeah.
Where I live, that's like impossible.
You
because
have to own a car, yeah.
It's like LA where everything's so fucking spread out from each other.
Yeah.
You know, public transportation.
Non-existent.
It's funny because I remember like years and years ago, I had relatives from England and they came here and they like didn't understand why you couldn't just use public transportation. I'm like, okay, if you want to wait 40 minutes for the bus to show up to take you a place you don't want to go, you can be like, yeah.
If you want to basically tour around the entire city and get where you want to go in 5 hours, then sure, jump on a bus, do it. Watch what happens.
Right. And it's the unfortunateness of the way, you know, because like obviously European cities are old cities where everything's squished together and where zoning is completely differently because they're all based off of like medieval cities. And obviously that's not the way cities were constructed in America. So.
And worker control for everything else, and unions for workers within government enterprises, which of course cannot be controlled by the workers because they're ostensibly controlled by the people.
I don't think unions are controlled by the people. In Philadelphia, the union controls the city, and it literally like beats up its opponents, and it's led the city to have a smaller population today than it did in 1950.
No, I mean the government's controlled by the people.
Group, and I think that's a problem with leftists, where leftists will say we need to concentrate power in good people, but once you say we're going to concentrate power in good people, bad people start showing up because they get the label good.
No,
people.
I mean the government's controlled by the people. The unions only ever controlled by the workers.
Is the government controlled by the people?
I said ostensibly, you know.
Give me a country where you could say America, but like, how do you factor that in with the vast majority of governments across history being autocracies run by a kind of ruling class, like a nobility, like a secret police, like a priest class? And how do you do that with every single leftist country, with the exception of countries like Sweden per se?
What leftist countries?
I think this is really a bad tactic that What If is going down here.
What's the tactic?
Well, it feels like he's trying to
manufacture consent,
deconstruct, or throw up some gotcha for Vaush. But he's not he's just asking these very broad questions.
I wonder if he was being sarcastic when he was agreeing with him to kind of throw him off the scent that he's setting him up.
Or maybe he's just saying that he wants government to run the healthcare industry. He didn't mean like control health. You know, he wants to have, like England or Canada or something in America.
I don't know.
Make more sense. Someone say something like that, but I don't know. This doesn't seem to be a good idea or a good tactic for the conversation to kind of go down this. I think it was much stronger when they're talking about specifics and specific arguments that What If was making in his video that he can back up with his information that Vaush doesn't know about at all. I think that's where you should stay.
All the policy proposals that he have sounds like the Democratic Party platform. Yet he says I'm a libertarian anarchist.
Well, no, because the policy prescriptions he just talked about now is he wants everything to be a co-op.
Well, and he said, healthcare, raise
to be
taxes,
nationalized. Right.
Unions.
Well, he kind of vacillates,
Everything he's saying is just like, rah. Vote for me, I'm a Democrat. But he has this super exotic, I'm a anarchist, socialist, libertarian.
Well, I'm assuming if you asked him, it'd have to do with, he would give you his consequentialist man argument, which is that, he's going to push for the Democrat Party policies that are soft versions of what he wants, in order to get to where he wants it to go.
I don't think he really knows what he wants.
I think he does. I think it's just stupid and nonsensical and a fantasy.
Right. Maybe.
Almost every leftist country does end up autocratic.
Like which?
So why would giving the government more power mean maintains being in the hands of the people?
Well, like what? To what am I being?
See, I don't think he was serious with the healthcare, and I think he was setting him up. I really do.
Maybe you could be right,
because he's setting up a autocracy argument here brilliantly.
Right. Right.
He's saying, "Listen, you're talking about giving the government all of this power. Is that going to end well?"
Being compared here.
You're being compared to every single. Tell me what you are. Tell me what country you'd like to copy.
Well, I'm a socialist. I don't want to copy any countries. I'm not even a statist.
If
but
you're
I don't
not
think there are
copying
any
countries. Then you're shooting in the dark.
I'm not a statist, but my number one policy is to raise taxes. What is
to
happening?
create a welfare state.
What is happening, Sitch? I'm getting triggered here. This is crazy. The amount of contradictions coming out of this person's mouth is insane.
He's not a statist, but he wants to increase taxes to increase the welfare state.
We have to increase taxes on rich people so that we can increase welfare, though I'm not really a statist.
Didn't he say he wants to, and he said he wants to nationalize certain industries?
Yeah, what the fuck? Sitch.
Is there a definition of status? I don't know. Like, what are we talking about?
So this is
Let me
why
look
I'm
up
telling
status.
you.
Maybe I don't know what this word means.
This is why I'm telling you. So I think he threw out, oh yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Just rapid fire. And he totally, he won Vaush over into saying all these ridiculous claims.
I think this was a trap.
I think so. Yeah.
It might have been. Yeah, you could be right.
And now he's opened right up. He's like, oh, let me tell you everything I'm for. I'm for higher taxes and I'm not a statist.
A statist is an advocate of a political system in which the state has substantial centralized control over social and economic affairs. Which, as you pointed out, all of his prescriptions were the state having more control over economic affairs.
Yes.
I don't know. This is very strange.
Taxes come about because the government needs to provision itself to achieve certain things. Like public safety is the one most libertarians, most sensible libertarians are in favor of, right? They want a police force, okay? You need a police force of a certain size to deal with a certain criminal element that seems to be naturally occurring. If you want the right size of government for what you want to achieve. If you're going to tax people just more for the hell of it, pretty soon, you're hiring cops that don't even need to do anything.
Right.
It's stupid. It's totally stupid. Yeah. So the idea that, you should leave enough money out into the economy that people start their own businesses and stuff. You don't want to discourage business creation. Mm-hmm. But Vaush is like, the government can create businesses better than normal people can.
He's not a statist.
No, it's bonkers. I disagree with everything Vaush is saying now.
No, because we see policies that we know might work, and we can isolate them and take a look at them in application. Because
let me tell you a story.
Wait. Because you can take a look at isolated policies where they function in a given city or in a given state or in a given district, and you can try to determine the effect they'll have in a broader. And if we end up being a bit experimental, so were the founding fathers. Okay, the apple has not fallen far from the cherry tree.
Which is something I've seen across history, where every single state that tries to deviate from a norm of what the pre-established principle is fails. French Revolution killed millions of people. Russian Revolution killed millions of people. Chinese Revolution killed millions of people. Taiping Rebellion, which is a Christian fanatical sect in China, third bloodiest war in history.
I want to point out that Vaush said, what about us?
Right.
Vaush doesn't even know the philosophical grounding of the American Revolution.
Yeah, they didn't pull it out of their butt.
What the fuck?
They just make it up. Yeah.
Yes. They fucking argued, oh, democracy, oh, republic, oh, what the fuck? Sent letters back and forth, debated it. Yes. This is our heritage, Vaush. Stop hating America.
Every single time you try to make a revolution, make a new utopia fails.
What about
revolutions that
us?
succeed are
Look,
those
he
that
says
work
it
upon
again.
pre-existing.
He says it again. What about us?
Right.
What about us?
I think he's going to get into it because America was built on pre-existing principles.
I know he does. He completely just destroys
I assume that's
Vaush.
what they're going to talk about.
I think this is about the time that I DM'd you and said he's destroying Vaush.
I see.
But you disagreed. You bastard.
We'll see. We'll see.
Pre-existing systems like the Glorious Revolution in the UK, the American Revolution, Europe, and others. And I'm glad we agree on that.
Glorious Revolution, Magna Carta, right? That was UK.
Maybe.
Where's our resident Brit?
I don't know
Sargon?
anything about the Brits. Okay, these Proto-Americans.
We could invite Sargon on it. He would talk about the Magna Carta for an hour easily.
I know. Disgusting.
I know about the Magna Carta. Don't let him gaslight us.
Wait, all these revolutions were predicated, at least in some respect, off of the society they were built upon.
So is everything.
Right. I don't think the French Revolution was any more a rejection of the previous principles of its nation than the American was.
Yeah, what the fuck, Vaush? That's exactly what it was. That's where the whole left and right comes from.
Right.
Stay with the established order or deviate from the status quo.
I want to see what the argument is here because I don't remember.
For the colonies
it was totally
that it came
was,
from.
bro. Like in the French Revolution. Let me
America.
The French Revolution outlawed religion. It killed hundreds of thousands of people. It created total suffrage.
All things Vaush is in favor of, especially killing hundreds of thousands of people.
It renamed the names of the weak. It killed 5% of the
Look, Vaush is giggling because he loves that idea. He's like, "Oh, I'm going to steal that one."
Right.
Population or the nobility. It took the entire economy into the state's hands in the Revolutionary War. The U.S. Revolution basically just said, you can keep your colonial legislatures, but we're getting rid of England, and we're going to make a really weak centralized
all the things
government.
the French...
There you go. That's the argument.
Totally.
That's a good argument. Yeah.
It's a great argument.
Right. American Revolution, we had all these institutions in place already, but they were just beholden to a king across the sea somewhere. And we were saying, fuck off, king. We're not going to be beholden to you anymore. We're going to do our own thing with these institutions that we've constructed.
Right. And they established the institute. It's amazing that what's the Constitution? I think it's only like 21 pages or something. It's tiny by comparison to these crazy laws that we're foisting on the American public.
Well, I mean, and
now.
that was the second attempt. Constitution is attempt 2. Attempt 1 failed.
Well, yes. Yeah. And also the Bill of Rights was added because it wouldn't pass without the Bill of Rights. People wanted protection. They're like, you're going to form this institution that's probably going to, be as bad as England. They're going to want to put soldiers in our homes that we're going to have to feed and shit. Like,
yeah, Bill of Rights was 2.5. They're like, listen, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Or I guess it was like 2.1. They're like, wait a minute. We got to add some things here. Some things are missing.
First 10 amendments to the Constitution. Right. Yeah. This is your heritage, Vaush. Why don't you know this?
That's a very good argument.
Yeah.
That's a very good argument, yeah.
Revolution did were based on Enlightenment principles, which was the ideological history of
the
that
American
nation.
Revolution.
I agree. That's my point. Yeah, I think that these revolutions are just difficult business, and sometimes they succeed and sometimes they don't. But I'm not talking...
Look at this. He's trying to say the American Revolution and the French Revolution.
Well,
they're basically the same.
The difference, and this is why he would never want to admit this, the difference between the American Revolution and the French Revolution is radicalism. Because with the American Revolution, the moderates won and controlled the flow of the country. They weren't throwing over all their institutions. They weren't burning the country down. They're like, we just want to do what we're doing, but like away from the king, and we want to have some kind of, we'll create our own central authority that'll be much weaker than the king. It
was a switch from autocracy to democracy.
Yes.
And was the French Revolution a switch from autocracy to democracy, or was it just overthrowing the autocracy? And
it was kind of an autocracy to another autocracy.
Yeah,
to an oligarchy.
That's what I thought.
don't know
Yeah,
how you would define it.
yeah.
I don't think in that period of time was the Great Terror. I don't think people were voting. I'm not 100% sure on that one.
Right.
But the difference is that in the French Revolution, the radical element won because there were moderate elements that were like, okay, we can't throw everything away.
Right.
And this is what if is getting at. In the French Revolution, they didn't say, it wasn't the American Revolution. They're like, we just want to change away from an autocracy. We want to get the king out of here. We want to kind of maintain what we're doing and add some minor changes and some reforms here and there. In the French Revolution, it's like, we want to change everything completely, turn everything upside down, get rid of all of it. This is all bad and start over. We're literally renaming the days of the fucking week.
I know, that's so crazy.
Okay? Yeah. And there were moderate forces in the French Revolution, but they lost.
Right.
They got edged out or killed by the radical leftists, I guess, in that revolution, who just wanted to change everything and wanted to go from monarchy to their glorious utopia.
I'm gonna read a book on this too. I want to be an expert in everything.
Yeah, you should read a book on
French Revolution. I've only read about it in other books where they talk about it briefly. So,
because I haven't read a book on it, but I've listened to multiple videos on it, and it's just like a total fucking clusterfuck.
Yeah,
it's just total disaster.
Yeah,
and that's what's so funny with Jacobin magazine, like calling themselves the Jacobins is the equivalent of the Young Turks calling themselves the Young Turks, and people are just like okay with it. You're like, it's not a good thing. I don't know why you think this is good to be called.
They're the ones that murdered everyone. They're political opposition and the elites.
Right. It's like you're naming yourself after radicals who fucked everything up, and you think it's good.
Yeah,
like what the hell?
I don't know the situation. I'm sure
Jacobins, sorry.
I'm sure there's plenty of elites that deserve to, be deposed, violently deposed even. But there's so many situations where people have misjudged, dominance hierarchy or competence hierarchies for dominance hierarchies, and they dispose of the people who are actually providing the food for everyone.
It's kind of like with the Russian Revolution, where the moderates, and I mean, again, it's the same thing. There's a moderate faction and there's a radical leftist faction.
Right.
And the moderate faction's like, we want sort of like a more liberal Western democracy-ish system, and we're willing to let the king and his family, live, just not be king.
Right.
And the radicals are like, no, you have to fucking kill them.
Right. Yeah.
And we need to burn the whole thing down and start from scratch.
Yeah.
Talking about revolution, I've never mentioned revolution for my system.
You can trace that back to ancient history. Why would you go with that precedent? Why wouldn't you follow the precedents that work?
Neither did. Do you think that they were following a precedent when they became... Wait, please. You think they were following a precedent when America became a democracy? Of course not. Yeah. Obviously not.
England was a democracy beforehand. All of the local governments kept their power in America. It was a parliamentary system. They had two separate parties, the Whigs.
What's going on?
Vaush muted himself and didn't realize he was muted.
Oh, okay.
You've never done that, so we're good.
That's true.
And the Tories, they would alternate power. You had prime ministers, all that stuff. Also, got to tell you, I need to run at 9.
Yeah, all that stuff, I believe, came in with the Magna Carta. So England did strip a lot of power away from the king. Like this business class rose up. They had this thing called the Magna Carta that they, forced the aristocracy's hand and the business community. This is one of the beautiful things about capitalism, because capitalism did kind of pry a lot of power away from these hereditary elites.
Right.
I understand.
Well, and another difference here too is that, and this is with the Constitution, even before that, with the Articles of Confederation, it's better, it would be better if you're starting something new, it's probably better to give your central authority less power
Yeah, then more
and
power.
then you start working up to giving them more power that's appropriate. Where with the French Revolution, it was like the opposite.
Yeah,
like they went from an authoritarian system to an authoritarian system with like still a lot of central control over everything.
Right.
Oh, sorry, I muted myself. My bad. I understand. It was a monarchy. How?
But it was it's like Britain today, but to a lesser degree. It was a monarchy with a republic, with a monarchy it was a monarchy with a democracy as well. The Americans just couldn't vote in said democracy because the Americans were treated under the British system like they were a subject nation that Britain conquered, like India. But at the same time, the Americans said that they were Englishmen and thus deserved to get voting rights.
It was not a democracy. It was a parliamentary monarchy. But
bro, are we going to say the only democracies in the world are New England town
the
halls?
most powerful person.
Yeah, he's totally fucking.
Sargon, where are you? I can hear his British sensibilities are like, wee.
He totally shit on Vaush right there. He did. He was like, "Oh, please." Vaush is totally grabbing at straws here. He doesn't know any of this stuff.
Sure.
You can tell his voice is cracking. He's unsure of everything that he's saying now. The old confident Vaush is gone. He's like, wait a second here. We're not talking about gender studies anymore.
Right.
There's real stuff people can look up on the internet and tell me I'm wrong.
In England was there by blood. In America, the most powerful person, Washington, was elected. Admittedly by white landlords, so
that's not true. 70% of them. Oh, yeah, landowners is accurate for the South, but in the North, almost everyone could vote. Yeah, but I mean, by that logic, Britain is not a democracy today.
No, because the Queen doesn't have any power now. The function of the government.
The most powerful people in Britain, the people making the most decisions at the time, were prime ministers. Lord North was the guy who Lord North, the prime minister of the Tory party, was the guy that masterminded the American Revolutionary War.
The king had enormous.
I know he's so grabbing.
I mean, listen, I don't know any of this shit either. I don't care. I don't care what happens in Proto-American land either. But I'm not trying to argue with this guy about it. This is so funny.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. This is definitely a section where he's just totally crapping on Vaush.
Yeah, he's got him out of his element. And I think a lot of it was that I don't think he's really for government taking over healthcare. I think he was just throwing that out.
Yeah, you could be right.
To basically get Vaush to quit fucking around with the why stuff. Look at all this stuff we agree on. I'm for government just controlling health. I think they should control transportation too.
Right.
Yeah. Next thing, now Vaush is completely on his territory.
Enormous power at the time that we left. Yeah. No, this is highly tangential.
Okay,
you said you have to leave in 7 minutes.
Then it's an integrated system of hard revolutionary war.
The king had enormous power at the time that we left. Yeah. No, this is highly tangential. Okay, you said you have to leave in 7 minutes.
That's not true. The king had kind of been gutted, had a lot of his power gutted for, the business by businessmen with the Magna Carta.
Well, I don't know enough about it to comment, but I just think it's funny that he's like, he's like losing. He's like, let's change the subject.
Right. Yeah. Of course.
He's like, whatever. Listen, if you just want to say you don't know, just admit it. Just be like, well, I don't know. I'm not knowledgeable on the subject. I'll look into it. Like, just be honest about it. Don't be like, you say you have to go. Let's talk about something different.
Integrated system is part democracy, part monarchy. Okay.
So let's try to get to the heart of this. Okay. There was experimentation
that existed. They also pulled in the Greeks and the Romans and several Native American states in the New World.
Sure, and Marx did as well. Marx's theories were derived almost entirely from Hegelian insights following.
But Hegel didn't build a state. Hegel was just some nerd in Germany. Hegel never built an empire.
Destroyed. Destroyed. Yes. Americans were building their institutions based on institutions that had a successful track history.
Yes.
Yeah.
America, we were building it upon a precedent of pre-existing states.
Wait, we're not talking about state making. I'm only talking about what.
But Marx made a philosophy that people built states off. The Marxist Bible, basically Das Kapital, is them using a philosopher's view to construct an entire civilization.
Okay.
And whenever that happens, it fails.
Okay, I don't think they really did much with Marx's theories to build the USSR.
They literally had classes in the Soviet Union and China. I have Chinese friends. They studied Marxist texts in school.
And?
Like Lenin,
they didn't apply them
when he made decisions.
Trust me, I know enough about the Soviet Union to know that it's about as communist as Nazi Germany was. I have no.
He's going with the old state capitalism excuse.
This time, Adam, this time the Marxism will work. It will be different. That wasn't real communism.
I know, he does. He fully goes, that wasn't real communism. Vaush knows better than to actually say that, though. He knows optically it doesn't sound good.
Respect for the Soviet Union.
What separates the theory of true communism from the Christian kingdom of heaven?
Because you can take a look at what the USSR was doing, and none of it had anything to do with the political. Why do you interrupt?
Real Inquisition.
Everything.
Why can't you say real fascism has been tried by that logic?
Wait, no.
It's funny because he's literally doing what Vaush did to him.
Yeah, I know. It's great. It's great.
It's kind of hilarious. This is pretty funny. Though, even though it's funny, I don't know if you should do it because it's like you don't interrupt your opponent when they're making when they're making mistakes.
Yeah.
And Vaush is digging a hole for himself here because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Holy shit. I think Doomer joined the watch together.
Yeah, Doomer said he'd be on in a little bit.
Wow. Okay, good.
Well, hold on. Because when fascists say, I want X to happen, and then you look at Nazi Germany, that happened. When you take a look at what Marx said he wanted to happen, and then look at the USSR, none of it happened. Nothing. Literally nothing. There's no relationship. Again, you can do this No True Scotsman all you want, and I agree, okay? There are always thresholds, fine lines you can draw, but no, I don't own up to any of that. You take a look at Marx's theory, and then you take a look at the USSR, no relationship at all.
Let me break...
What? That's total bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, didn't they do price controls and...
Yes, the whole fucking thing is based off of Marx. Each
according to his ability, to each according to his need.
Yes, it all was.
Right.
This is ridiculous. I mean, in not just the economy, like in science, Lysenkoism was like, let's take Marx and apply it to science. Like,
oh, you're right.
The whole thing was. This is so ridiculous. Such a ridiculous argument. Like he's, I would assume he's leaning heavily upon is like. Because isn't part of Marx that they want to end up in a stateless society?
Right.
And so, you're supposed to have the vanguard party come in and usher in sort of, the utopia. And then they kind of come in and so because we never got past the vanguard part, because we've never got the utopia part, he's like, well, it's not true Marxism. It's never happened.
Right. Unsuccessful attempts don't count, Sitch.
Right. Look at this. This Doomer person has joined the call and doxed himself.
Did Doomer finally come in?
Doxed himself. Classic Doomer doxing himself on Zoom.
How did he dox himself?
He put his name on the Zoom thing.
Well, I already know his name.
It says Doomer.
It says Doomer now, but I know you're true. I'm going to write it down because I forgot what it was. I'm going to write it down now. I'm going to always know.
I think
Adam has lots of information on me, actually.
I know it already.
Yes.
What's up, Doomer? How you doing, man? Good to hear from you.
Yeah, nice to be on again. Nice to talk to you guys again. I'm doing all right. You guys seem to be doing well. Aside from the whole having to watch Vaush thing.
This is a pleasure. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
Vaush fucks up so much in this talk.
The dude asked him, like, so what anarchist policies would you implement? And he said, raise taxes and like increase the size of the government and nationalize services. And I like actually left the room. Yeah, I know. Is it Michael Malice is the guy that I think of whenever anyone talks about the anarchist? I always think of Michael Malice. And I could just hear Michael Malice
just like spit his drink across the room at all those things.
Yeah.
Just what the fuck? Yeah, let me make the government as big as humanly possible. I'm an anarchist. Vote for me.
I mean, the only charitable way I can take those statements is just to think like you're just using the wrong word. I don't know what it is that
Yes.
you are, but like,
yes.
I mean, there's different forms of anarchism, but you can't say the implementation of anarchist policy is like consolidating power in the government. It just doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, totally. Anarchism is based around the ultimate decentralizing of power down to the individual. You think he's doing that same thing? Because Vaush is saying that he's gay now. Do you think he's doing that same thing? He's using like the wrong word. I'm just curious.
Maybe, you know, he's redefining words left and right. So why not anarchism?
Vaush is saying, look, he's saying, I'm an anarchist, that I want to give total state control to the government. And I'm also gay, but I really love women with huge knockers.
I mean, it's like beyond parody, but you have to imagine that there's something else that has to be going through his head. It's just such a crazy statement.
Yes. See, how disappointing. Too bad that like this conversation didn't happen before you made your video. These would have been like choice quotes for you to include.
Sitch.
Oh, God.
Why are you doing this?
I've been inundated in
Sitch.
people sending me new Vaush stuff.
I know.
I think we need to start a new story arc for Doomer. I think Doomer has been Doomer's been typecast as.
Why do you think he's on for this show? This is Doomer typecasting 2.0.
I don't think it's correct. I think this show, maybe we can pass the torch off.
I see.
For a new Doomer is too interesting a person to just be pigeonholed into Vaush.
That's very kind of you to say.
You know what's funny?
Watcher.
For like an hour, my plan was because Sitch sent me the link like at the beginning of the stream. I could come on whenever I wanted. So I was planning, I was like, I'm gonna pick a good point, come in and just start defending Vaush. And there was never a point where it even would be funny. He's just been so wrong.
Oh, you should have. That would have been funny.
Yeah,
but yeah, there was no point that you could even pretend to defend.
No, I mean, like I think that optically he did better. I mean, it's more so that the WhatifAltHist guy is just not. I don't even know if it's correct to say that he's not prepared for it. I mean, like a debate. I just don't think he gives a shit about looking like the things that would make you look good in a situation like this. And I'm very empathetic. I've had some debates. They don't look very, very good because I don't care about those things. But then you have to kind of wonder, why would you agree to this conversation, right? It's like, you know, you're talking to someone who's bad faith. You know, you're talking to someone who's like reasonably good at coming out optically decent, even when he's profoundly wrong. So like, what are your goals, right?
I know.
Well, you kind of have
I totally
to
agree.
You kind of have to talk to him, you know, because otherwise you get called like a wussy.
Why? Who cares?
I mean, that's what we did with Quackademic Agent. We're like, come talk to us. And he's like, yeah. And we're like, okay, you're a pussy.
The difference is that Quackademic Agent looks like a wussy because we're good faith. And if he's not going to have a conversation with a good faith person, you definitely look like a puss.
I guess that's a fair point.
But if someone's completely, like, I have no problem saying, you know, if Vaush wants to come on, suck my dick. Like, fuck, I don't want to talk to you. What do I have why do I want to talk to somebody who's like a resound bad faith actor? Like, you're not going to have a good faith conversation with the person anyway, right?
Well, this is like, you know, James Lindsay saying that Vaush engages in pigeon chess, which is what this conversation has been.
Yes. Yeah.
But, you know, maybe I was completely wrong because I thought tactically and rhetorically it was bad for what if to get off of his subject and start to question Vaush. But I do think rhetorically he's doing much better in this segment of the conversation.
Vaush or
what if? Dude. I think what if? I think what if struggled rhetorically, even though he was completely correct. I think he struggled optically in the beginning of the conversation.
Yeah, it was, and honestly, he got lucky. like we were talking about this a while ago. This is when it actually happened. A while ago. What was this? 2 days ago?
It was like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
In Discord. You're like, so long ago we had this conversation.
Well, I don't know. I think he would have instantly lost the debate if Vaush had realized that he cited James Lindsay. I think that basically in the eyes of a lot of people, it would have been over because it's an angle. Like, first of all, even people like us that are partial to James Lindsay's viewpoint, or at least are willing to hear him out. He's kind of ruined his public image on Twitter so badly that just being associated with him is not particularly good. And then he's also mixing in James Lindsay with all these other citations. Vaush could have easily taken that and just had a field day with that. It's very fortunate that Vaush didn't know. Yeah, Vaush didn't realize the book he was citing. And
it is Helen Pluckrose, and James Lindsay's technically the second author on it. I think Helen Pluckrose did the lion's share of the work on the Cynical Theories book.
Yeah, and I don't think Boghossian helped, right? I think it was just those two.
I mean, if I was at this point, and this is so sad to say, but if I was Helen, I would be petitioning Lindsay to like maybe take his name off the book, because he has completely. I mean, he looks like a conspiracy theorist now, which is so sad.
Right. That's what I was saying from, James Lindsay, I wanted him to be the anti-woke academic that everyone could just point to and say, here's my source. And unfortunately, they just can't do that anymore, which is sad because he's such a great resource for, that field.
If you separate him from Twitter, most of what he's done is pretty decent. Like,
yeah, it's all Twitter.
His biggest fuck ups outside of Twitter is that he'll sometimes bite off a lot more than he can chew. Like he did a bunch of stuff about Hegel, and like the people I know who are really into philosophy say that was pretty bad. But at the same time, it's like Hegel is notoriously difficult to read and understand. Like people spend years studying Hegel, right? So it's just I think it's biting off more than you can chew, trying to go after someone like that. But a lot of the stuff most of the CRT stuff that I've read from him has been pretty good. He's been one of the better people in terms of actually having done his research and constructing decent arguments and providing resources for people. His website's pretty good. His videos are pretty good. His Twitter is just complete fucking insanity.
Yeah.
Twitter is terrible.
It's a fucking hellscape.
It's weird too, because there's kind of a divergent tactic here between like the Jordan Peterson versus the Trump strategy. And I think James Lindsay's definitely leaned towards the Trump strategy. Like I would define Jordan Peterson as someone who has been, the left has tried to characterize him as a crazy conspiracy theorist in the same way that they're doing to James Lindsay. But I don't think Jordan Peterson plays into that stereotype as well. So it's a harder argument to make. But James Lindsay does play into that stereotype on Twitter, which makes the argument so much easier to make for them. And I mean, why I would compare him to Trump is because, Trump kind of did the same thing with the mainstream media. He's like, I can say anything and they're going to mischaracterize me. So I don't give a fuck. I'll say whatever I want. Like he wasn't even trying to play the game. But ultimately, I think at some level, you kind of gotta play the game. You because there are, moderate people out there who will look and judge. The left will put out a narrative and they'll look and they'll see is what the person doing match that narrative any way, shape, or form. And if it does a little bit, you're lost. So, but if it doesn't, then, people will give you the benefit of the doubt. Partisans won't. Obviously, partisans are never going to do that.
You can do, the Trump strategy will definitely work if you're a politician. I don't think it works if you're an academic. That's the problem.
Right.
You need to have a very different decorum.
Well, for a while, I thought that what Lindsay was doing on Twitter was trying to be the fucking comedian from Watchmen. Like I thought that he was literally trying to take the stuff that he was criticizing and then just basically be that as a means of parody. Legitimately, I thought for a while that's what he was doing.
I never thought about that. That's actually hilarious. James Lindsay as the comedian.
That is his attitude.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
I'm curious as to whether or not that was his stated goal. It wouldn't surprise me, but it just, yeah, whatever he was going for just doesn't
It doesn't
work.
play. Doesn't track.
It doesn't play. It doesn't even play with people who agree with him, which is not, that's not a good place to be.
Right.
Well, we covered that debate, I think last week or the week before, where I don't think Lindsay looked good, or James Lindsay. I don't think James Lindsay looked good in that debate on, I don't even remember what it was. It was some international policy. The Great Reset. Yeah.
The Great Reset. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think James Lindsay looked good. And he was going up against Destiny, who just, Destiny doesn't have any sort of academic cachet at all. Right. And that's not a put down. I like Destiny, but Destiny would be the first person to admit that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, Destiny's pretty open about he'll tell people, if you're doing online debates, just read the Wikipedia and you'll be ahead of most people. And he's like, that's all I really do.
Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't present himself as being like a world-renowned expert in shit, which I think is part of why people respect him. That was another thing that what is this guy's name, by the way? It was like, you said it was Roger, and then it wasn't Roger. It was like some weird thing. I don't know what to call him.
Well, we started calling him What If because we didn't want to say his name.
Yeah. Okay. What If? Another problem What If stumbled into was some serious rhetorical blunders. Like I was watching a documentary about Norm Macdonald a while ago. And he was like, you don't want to present yourself as the guy who's smarter than the audience, right? Nothing people hate more than that. And Norm Macdonald is someone who, went to college like 3 years early, studied Russian literature. He's like an incredibly smart person.
Hilarious.
He studied mathematics, like things that you would never guess, but he gets up on stage and he purposefully presents himself. You would never get that whiff of like elitism from him. And What If stepped in that real hard. Like, well, how many books have you read? It's like, you're right, but you look so bad, dog. Like, you can't say that. You're gonna lose the audience.
Yeah. Norm Macdonald's brilliant when it comes to that. Yeah, definitely. I try to, obviously, I've been working that Norm Macdonald angle a lot on the show, and Sitch has played into my foil for this the entire time. It's so good.
Yeah. I mean, it's good that nobody
effort,
likes Sitch. Yeah.
What's that?
I said it's good that nobody likes Sitch. He's a nice.
I know. Because look, you said it perfectly. What did Norm Macdonald say?
When are you going to have where's your Hassan video, Timur?
2025.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
Anyway,
are you competing on who cannot put out a video sooner? Is that what you guys are doing?
Well, Doomer's going to win on the who cannot put out a video.
Aren't we halfway already? Aren't we halfway through May?
Yeah.
What? Doesn't CT owe me $1,000?
You're going to be owing CT a big grand. Okay.
No, it's double or nothing. I already won $500. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to be owing her nothing, I guess. Yeah.
If you put out a video before the end of the month, but
it's going to happen. Watch. Actually, no, I said I'm going to put it out June 1st just to screw CT. I'm just kidding, CT. It'll be the last day of May.
Collusion. Am I allowed?
It'll be 11:59.
Am I allowed to split the money with Sitch if he puts it out on June 1st? I feel like maybe.
I mean, you can do whatever you want. It's your money, right?
Who did this Sitch drawing of the snake thing? This is awesome.
Isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
Richard Conley did.
Richard Conley. I might have to bring this up on the show.
Yeah, it looks fantastic.
Come on, let's polish this off.
I'm trying to, but you guys are gapping.
This fucking woke scold, Vaush. What do you? How much to eat that marshmallow he's got stuck to his ear?
I'm gonna vomit.
Doomer.
This down. Tried in many different forms.
No, I want Doomer to answer. How much to eat the marshmallow? On
his ear?
Unroasted. Just raw marshmallow straight off his ear.
This is so disgusting. I'm gonna throw up.
I mean, I could use the money. I don't know. It would be a lower number than you would expect.
Oh shit! Doomer. Come on, let's talk. I don't want you sucking somebody's dick in an alley. Please, Doomer.
This theory, and then you take a look at the USSR. no relationship at all.
Let me break this down. Communism has been tried in many different forms.
No, it hasn't.
It's been tried with Bolivarian communism in South America.
No, it
It's
hasn't.
been tried under
Look at Vaush. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't.
No, it hasn't.
No.
I can't hear you. No. Communism's never been tried. No.
This is what Vaush has been reduced to. Oh,
I
this
know.
is so embarrassing.
This is funny.
Well, it's the only thing you
which was
can do, right?
very
What's
Yeah.
that? Doomer.
It's the only thing you can do. I mean, what's he going to do? Be like, oh, well, you know, we can make these reforms to make it work. As soon as he accepts the association to like failed regimes of the past, he's kind of lost the argument. So he has to deny it.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem being in. That's why, I mean, who really goes in the communist direction these days? There's too much information out there.
Idiots.
Yeah.
A lot of people, apparently.
Sad.
independent from the Soviet
You know,
Union.
for a
And
person who claims to be an
it's been
intellectual,
tried
you sure
under
do
a
like going on like
Soviet
bumper sticker
version. It's been
tangents.
tried under
Look at that. See, he throws. He
Oh,
completely.
he's so triggered.
He completely throws. I'm the intellectual. You're the anti-intellectual in there.
a Marxist Trotskyite version.
Well, no,
There's
but
third world
This
socialism.
is a very interesting tone shift. This is
Yeah.
the first time he's got like
Triggered.
visibly upset. He's getting very upset right now. Very true.
You want to bet that this isn't in the.
No, dude.
You want to bet that this is edited out of the video that's on his channel?
No, it probably is there. I would be shocked. If
I
it
don't
wasn't there.
know.
It would be worked
which
out
took
in the-
over
So,
a majority
wait, I
of
have to
Africa,
ask sincerely,
namely in socialism in India.
given
Then
we have so
communists,
little time to
then
talk,
Maoists,
is there a
in each of
reason
those
why you're
trajectories, They were
filibustering?
reading Marx and then reading this text, treating it as a Bible, and then trying their own thing. In
What
each
if all
different
his?
case it failed.
I have to ask,
What
are you
point do just
filibustering
say that
because you have
Marxist
4
theories
minutes
are
left?
About as are impossible.
So,
If-
what
let
if
me just finish. Let me
all
finish one.
no,
quick thing.
wait, we're 4 minutes till you have to go, which you announced 3 minutes ago, and you're filibustering with something that has nothing to do with anything I've talked about. This has
Okay,
been your
give me-
response
give me
to every
3
point
minutes.
you don't have an answer to. You run off to the next thing, or you say
It sounds like you're talking to
indignantly.
yourself, bro.
You sound indignant.
You're talking about yourself, bro. Oh, Sitch,
True.
how can you not say? This is why I messaged you. He's getting destroyed.
Because what conceptually, yes, but just the way like the conversation, like you have to wait till Vaush stops talking to say you're talking about yourself. This is everything you're doing. You're just projecting. Like you understand. You need to just do it in a little bit smarter way.
Right. Optically.
And part of it
he's
is
gotta
because
win.
Vaush has his volume so much louder than him anyway. He can just talk over him.
Yeah. Doomer.
Do you
I-
agree, Doomer?
I mean, I think Vaush comes across optically better basically the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
And like, again, part of the thing, Adam, is like you seem to be assuming that the audience is actually tracking the conversation. And I assume that they aren't.
You
a lot
guys
of
are
the time.
such elitist. You guys are such elitists.
I-
Both of you. You were made for each other. You assume
Listen,
okay.
you assume that the audience is smart enough to know what's going on.
It's not about being smart. People aren't paying, like, the number of people who are going to be paying complete attention and like
Okay.
not zoning out or not on the second monitor,
Or
like
playing video games, or
not
driving
playing
a
video
truck,
games,
or working
not
a
making
job,
dinner.
or doing a
Yeah.
million other things. Yeah.
But that's why they
And then-
listen to us, so that we point it out and stop and slow it down. And
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
for our audience, but not for Vaush's audience. Not
oh
for
yeah, you're
White's
right.
audience.
Yeah,
and we've
never
been live
mind.
for 6 hours and we're 1 hour in. It takes a while to actually
Mhm.
break things down.
Yeah, it's true. Okay.
Indignantly, like, well, I've already answered that by not answering it. You're not engaging with the thing that I'm saying.
This is all stuff you've done in your past debates, bro. And you're just
Past
getting-
debates? Oh, come on. You can't
You've
be
done this
mad about how this
conversation.
one is going, so pretend that you have some kind of history of my behavior to call upon. We talked privately before this convo. You were fine and civil. Now you're here filibustering. What's changed? Nothing but your nerves.
What changed the precedent you set that I
Oh my God, he's projecting so much.
I know. And look at him; his eyes fixated on the chat.
But he's so. It's interesting. It's interesting how that communist. I would never have suspected that the line of reasoning that would get Vaush so unbalanced was going through all the failed communist regimes. That's interesting. I never would have guessed that would be the thing that sets him off in a
Oh,
million years. Because that seems so apparent. Like that's such an obvious thing.
that's the thing everyone makes fun of too.
Right.
Real communism hasn't been tried.
Interesting.
Yeah, Vuvuzuela.
Yeah.
I followed.
Your nerves. What if alt-hist?
Your nerves?
Okay.
So you
Maybe
have to
I'm
leave in
nervous, and
3
so would
minutes.
you
Should
be.
we talk now about which countries you think are communist, or is there some underlying position you would like to arrive at? What's wrong with social justice?
It doesn't work.
How not?
I don't
It
have 3 minutes
worked.
to answer.
It worked before. Worked during the abolitionist days,
As
suffragist
I've
days,
explained
civil
before,
rights
those aren't-
movement, second
those
wave
aren't the
feminist
social
movement.
justice movement.
In a manner which
The abolitionist movement had Christianity as its backbone. That was literally the backbone of the abolitionist movement.
Right.
Yeah. That's ridiculous. You've thrown out Christianity. You literally, in the response video to him, Vaush, say that you want to be more anti-theist.
you're not able to
The
describe,
social
define,
justice
or
movement
delineate.
is I describe it as a philosophy based off the combination of the Frankfurt and the postmodernist school.
What's wrong with postmodernism?
That is built upon the theory that power is the ultimate relationship of power is the ultimate relationship inside human societies, and the purpose of a society is to fight against said oppression, and that we should structure our civilization around combating the oppression that comes.
Do you like
from-
fighting oppression?
And built upon the theory that there are no social relationships outside power.
Don't you think that we should fight oppression? And also, they
think
don't
we
claim
should,
there are no
But
social relations outside
we
power.
I think we should be critical and intelligent about it, rather than just trying to slide everyone into a black or white worldview based on whether or not they fight oppression.
Wait, you think? Wait,
Destroyed.
hold on. You think postmodern?
Yes. Well, I don't know. I think a clearer answer to the question is to say all these past movements you're talking about were all about people trying to expand liberalism and individual rights to accommodate
more people.
everyone in American society, to
Right.
accommodate women, to accommodate African Americans and people of all ethnic persuasions, and just say we're all going to be treated according to these same principles of equality. Okay, the current social justice movement is saying fuck individual rights, fuck liberalism. We're going to get down with the neo-Marxism,
Right.
and that's the difference.
Social vengeance, not justice.
Social vengeance, right?
Yeah.
No
But
social relations outside power.
I think we should be critical and intelligent about it, rather than just trying to slide everyone into a black or white worldview based on whether or not they fight oppression.
Wait, hold on. You think postmodernism, the philosophy around believing there's no objective truth or narrative, slides people into black or white sides? Isn't
Yeah,
that
that's
mutually
obvious.
contradictory?
That's obvious to anyone.
No, he literally just said, "Don't you like fighting oppression?" I mean, that's what he just did.
He literally slid him into that in black and white world.
Yeah. Good job, Vaush. You're living that black and white worldview brilliantly.
And another thing is that, like, a lot of the topics that they're talking about right now are you need to be very careful as a public speaker dealing with these topics, because people are primed to hear postmodernism or Frankfurt School and
Negatively.
disregard a lot of related arguments, regardless of how true they may or may not be.
Right.
So that was one of my problems, was that while I agree with basically everything I think that WhatifAltHist said here, I don't think he did a particularly good job of explaining a lot of things to people who don't already share his position and know the
Right.
things that he knows.
That's true. That
That's
is true.
fair. Yeah, that's totally fair.
But that's part of the problem, is that especially like the neo-Marxist leftists have poisoned the well so much that you can't say postmodern, you can't say neo-Marxist, you can't say Frankfurt School, you can't say any of these things, because they poison the well so much on all of the relevant terms, which is part of the tactic. Like they make it impossible to describe what they're doing, basically.
Yeah, they treat a lot of things as though they're like conspiracy theories.
Right.
I mean, I fell into this too. People kept bringing up the because I like very like as little as I possibly could defended Jordan Peterson in my video, and people kept bringing up the cultural Marxism thing, and it's and like conflating that with like the neo-Nazi conspiracy theory and trying to call Peterson a this happened like
Right.
5 times. And I found it so difficult to navigate those conversations where people are just conflating crazy stuff and refusing to acknowledge that, like, I mean, he's just like quoting Antonio Gramsci. Like it's about as simple as things get. But the well, yeah, like you said, the wells have been so thoroughly poisoned. It's just a very
Yeah.
very, very difficult topic to discuss in any capacity,
Well,
unfortunately.
it's in Vaush's review, they always make this big deal about this. They're like, how can you say that there's postmodern neo-Marxism? Postmodernism is the deconstruction of grand theories, and Marxism is a grand theory. So therefore, you can't be a postmodern neo-Marxist, idiot. Which, first of all, if Vaush actually learned this in school, he should know that's not true at all, that it is postmodern neo-Marxist. And secondly, and I don't know if this would be persuasive, but maybe you could slap back and say, I thought you understood Hegel, Vaush. Don't you understand that you have the thesis of postmodernists and the thesis of Marxism and the antithesis of postmodernism, and you combine them together to create a new synthesis?
Or antithesis? I don't. It's so easy.
I know. I always say
Sitch.
it wrong.
Antithesis.
The antithesis. You're synthesizing. The postmodern neo-Marxists are just working under the same Hegelian structure that Marx stole from Hegel.
Probably
They're just synthesizing the two things together.
Well, the thing is that people aren't necessarily consistent. So like people can have hypocritical worldviews. So like Vaush would very frequently criticize someone that he considers a conservative who would claim to be not racist but acting out racism.
Right.
It's like people like you do this all the time. This is like half of what you talk about are people, in your own words, acting out things that they claim to not believe. Well, this would just be another instance of that. It's like the postmodern neo-Marxism wouldn't be a consistent position. That doesn't mean that it doesn't accurately describe a lot of people.
That's true. That's very true.
Vaush, Mr. Higher taxes, anti-status, would never understand this contradictory position.
Right. That would actually be really funny. You'd be like, well, what's wrong with postmodern neo-Marxists? And he's like, it's contradictory. Like, well, you said your number one policy for anarchy was increasing taxes. So I guess you tell me a thing about contradictory beliefs.
Yeah, exactly. People tell me contradictory beliefs.
Yeah.
I had a funny clip from Lewis, Perspective Philosophy. He was talking about this, about how he hated the term postmodern neo-Marxism, and then he's like, but it's literally Vaush.
Yeah, I see.
It's like it does exist.
Yes,
it's this guy.
Yes. It's true. That's completely true. Well, I feel like a lot of, I feel like even a lot of leftists are really kind of useful idiots, and they don't understand what they're advocating for. And maybe they see someone like Vaush, and then they're like, oh, like it's like the light bulb goes off.
Well, that's part of the problem of talking to these people, is it's very difficult to know, because I think a lot of people, they just broadly, I mean, unironically want good things. They want to act against racism. They want to do what's right in society. They don't really know much about the specifics, right? And they think things aren't working that well, so we probably need a substantial change. I mean, that probably describes more than half of them. And then you find people like Vaush, who he would simultaneously claim to be a Marxist and an anarchist and a market socialist, and all three of those are like mutually exclusive. So how do you even have like how do you even address it?
Well, I mean, that's what was so frustrating talking to what's his name? Who's the guy that always reply posts James Lindsay?
I haven't followed James Lindsay's Twitter in a while.
I don't know what I'm talking about. Who we've talked to.
You're talking about James?
Twice.
That guy's, I can't remember his name, but I know who you're talking about.
Deontologist.
What's
his name?
Sam.
That was his name. Yeah. That's the problem with Sam, is that like we talked to Sam, so completely reasonable in person. I don't know, unless he's hiding his power level, doesn't even seem to be like a radical leftist at all. And even, Thaddeus Russell said that, Sam was in their class that James Lindsay was teaching, and he just seems like a totally normal person. And then on Twitter, he's just like a fucking maniac. Like he's just as much as he's like twice the maniac that James Lindsay is. And you're like, well, which is the real person?
Man, that is way past the threshold of how much a maniac you should be on Twitter.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're 2x James Lindsay, like,
you gotta calm down.
Is that even? That's like a level I didn't even know was possible, but
it's possible.
What even back when I did follow James Lindsay's Twitter, one of the things that I found the most interesting was just how much he tweeted. I didn't know how it was possible.
He tweets nonstop.
He would tweet like 200 times a day.
Yeah,
and it's
crazy.
like I have been a person with no life just sitting there refreshing Twitter all day. How do you tweet that much? I don't even get it. How is it possible?
He has a lot of
sits there.
energy, okay, coursing through those veins.
Looking at this.
Wait, so it's an ideology which rejects empirical truth and encourages a multifaceted approach towards social analysis.
There's
But
balance to
also
everything.
you think...
The people who would say
Uh-huh.
the people who say, look, the way people often work is that they put on a facade and they're really the opposite. And social
I
justice
see.
did that. It
They
put
got
on a
me with that one.
facade it put on a facade of what its dominant they put on a facade, and then through that facade it basically allowed itself to do the exact opposite.
They've duped
because
me.
they thought they were rid of it. And
Well, I mean, the way postmodern neo-Marxist works is that they use the postmodern deconstructive lens against, normative oppressive systems they want to get rid of. They just don't turn it back on themselves. Like, that's how it works. That's what a postmodern neo-Marxist is. They just don't apply it to themselves.
And that's the case with all humans. We all need to achieve balance. And so when we say one thing too loudly, we're probably going to end up doing the other. I need to get going, but do you have any last statements, man?
So good.
They do one thing, but then the other, and their ideology says one thing, but they act the other way because source trust me, and because they're two-faced?
Yeah.
That's so your response
I have a minute left
to
to
the
answer, so I can't give you a good answer.
the theory of postmodernism is that they're lying.
You would need to break that down, but I don't have time, so take care.
All right. Have a good one.
day. Bye.
All right, now we get to.
Holy shit, that was so much more insufferable than I thought it was going to be. Oh my god. I can't believe. Oh my fucking god. That conversation was incomplete. That dude has nothing to do right now, by the way. 0% chance that guy has this appointment that he has, which he informed me of 9 minutes ago, that on the hour he has something to do. No shot. Yeah. Fuck.
I mean, considering that part of the conversation, he was kind of like raking over the coals. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a bold claim to make, Vaush.
That's the thing, is that this is effective with his audience.
Yes, of course.
Like,
of course.
I mean, that's why he does it. That's why he does most of the things that he does. Every once in a while, he fucks up and does something that isn't really effective. But the whole, like, right after a conversation ends, performatively declaring victory and insulting the person you just talked to is like incredibly effective with the people that he cares about.
You mean like when one example where he fucked up was the J.K. Rowling situation.
Oh, I didn't even follow that. What happened there?
Oh, where he, what did he say, Adam? He said he told J.K. Rowling to like get back in the kitchen and shut up or something.
Yeah.
You don't know about this?
No.
He was like
Oh
women
my
shut up contest or something like that. You know.
Oh, was it Women Be Quiet challenge?
Yeah, that
Yes,
was it.
that was it.
You got it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Dude, that's funny as fuck.
He said, "Women be quiet." He said, "Women be quieter and start apologizing."
Yeah.
Challenge.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's not a good look, buddy.
and it was, the best part of it was like all these trans women came out and they're like, "You need to not defend us because you're making us look bad." And instead of just taking the L, he just said, "Fuck you, you're wrong." He said it to like, that's so funny. He said this to ContraPoints. ContraPoints
He
got
crossed
into
Natalie? Really?
Yeah.
Yes,
She
Natalie and
blocked
him
him.
got into a big Twitter dispute, and she's like, "You need to not inject yourself in these conversations. You're not acting like a good ally." Blah 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 blah. And he's basically like, "Fuck you, I'm wrong. I'm right, and you're wrong." And then she just blocked him.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It was hilarious.
I mean,
And that's when we came up. That's when he started saying that he was gay. So we're like cynically like, okay.
I've heard rumblings behind the scenes that a lot of bread tubers really don't like him, but yeah,
I can't imagine why.
That would confirm it, man.
I can't imagine why.
Jesus.
I have one thing
Yeah.
from his original video that I just want to talk about.
Yeah, well, I want to watch because I didn't watch any of his
The cope out. We can do this after. Go ahead.
his cope spiral. So
Let's see
I
the
didn't
cope
that.
spiral.
But let me read some super
I'm
chats
glad
first.
that's caught on, by the way.
Yeah, me too.
The cope
Anders,
spiral,
thank
was that
so
you?
much.
Are you claiming
That
credit
was
for
me. I am.
Really?
I will give you timestamps.
the cope spiral?
In fact, I think the clip
That's
is
your
me saying that,
term?
and then I think you started laughing and then you said, I'm going to steal that. I think that's the clip.
What?
It's from our first
No.
conversation. I'll go back and
I
find it.
remember I came up with Cope Spiral, and you were talking about stealing it from me.
Oh yeah, you remember? Yeah,
that's when
we'll
you.
see, buddy.
That's when you
You want to
vanished.
bet? You want to bet $10?
I'm pretty sure that Adam is correct. That he came up with the Cope Spiral.
Look
I
at
don't know what you're
that.
talking
Hey, all right, Sitch. How much money you want to bet?
Uh-oh. Watch it.
I'll bet.
He's probably got
I'll
the
bet
clip.
$1,000.
Oh my! What?
1,000?
I'm gonna bet $1,000 that I'm not gonna pay you regardless.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
What happened?
Don't go full crypto bro on us here. Don't.
Oh yeah, can I pay you $1,000 in some useless now cryptocurrency? That's
No
taking-
rug pull. No paying and
Yeah,
tether.
You can pay me $1,000 in Control C, Control V pictures of monkeys
There you go.
from OpenSea.io.
There you go. Anders, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. GSB1 or GSB 1005 for $20 says, on the road to anarchism, I think we should hand more things over to the state and all the red tape that comes along with that. Am I missing something, or is Adam, or is Vaush? Yeah, exactly. A team is S class, and stop making excuses for the lack of EFAP. There you go.
Never.
HB Lefty for $20 says, taxes for anarchy. I would pay any amount of money to get a glimpse of the world Vaush would run if he were in charge. There's no way he believes his own BS.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yes.
Adam Riley for 20 Canadian says, know who else loves trains? The autistic. Alt history is a madman. There you go.
Yeah.
Actually, that was really weird. I like Cody's videos. Is that who you're talking about?
Cody?
Alt history.
Is his name?
I
Cody?
like Alternative History Hub. I think he's a Vaush fan though, which made me lose a lot of respect for him. So
Alternative history.
yeah, I was a little disappointed by that because he was in the video where Vaush was reviewing what is his video. Alt history is in the chat, supposedly.
Wow.
So, I don't know. Little upsetting to me.
I mean, some people suck up to other creators just because they're powerful. Some people are playing the power game as well.
Maybe. I don't know. Kyle J, thank you so much for joining the Order of the Enlightened.
What? Really? Holy
Yes.
cow.
The Order of the Enlightened. Thank you so much.
That's like
Based.
I think third tier, isn't it? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you.
Anyway,
Welcome.
Let's watch some of the Cope Spiral that Adam totally came up with. The term.
God damn!
Yeah, we'll see.
I can't believe he was like, there's no way that the abolitionist movement, the civil rights movement, and BLM can be part of the same ideological tradition, because you can't prove that abolitionist era Southern Republicans who are pro-Western expansion set up schools that informed modern teachers. Like,
What?
That was
you didn't even
your-
say that.
That was Vaush's argument.
That was
He saying it
Vaush's
because
argument.
Liberalism.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, he did a really bad job of explaining it, but he was basically saying that those were liberal traditions, and
Right.
like CRT is fundamentally anti-liberal. That's why you can't trace an ideological through line.
Yeah.
Right.
But Vaush threw his own counter argument into as if he was trying to explain that. Bad Vaush.
This is like Cartman reimagining the conversation he just had.
Yeah. Well, it's funny how
But-
he reimagines it, so he won.
But did he ever did What If ever bring up the public schools first? I thought Vaush just brought that up.
No. Vaush brought that up to say that now you have to explain the development of public schools, the idea to have public schools, the creation of public schools. I don't know exactly where he's going with that.
Yeah, I don't know either, because he just brought that out of the blue. Unless What If said something related to that and we couldn't hear because Vaush
Right,
was
'cause he was
talking
talking
over
over
him or
him,
something.
yeah.
But I never heard him say anything about that. So I don't even know what he's talking about.
Back it up because I want to hear how ridiculous this argument is here.
that abolitionist era Southern Republicans who are pro-Western expansion set up schools that informed modern teachers. Like,
Okay, what? No, that's not what he was saying. He was saying that you have to, like, the modern social justice has nothing to do with public schooling, unless we're missing something here.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
What? What? Do you want to finalize how he's racist?
Look, that's all. This has to be. Do you think this is hard on Vaush? That all he is the like point and call people racist person, and the chat just like demands this. There's such a there's such a demand for racists in the world and so little supply. Vaush has to create it out of thin air.
It is pretty funny. It's pretty funny.
But do you think Vaush feels bad about having to do that?
No, not at all.
I mean, there's no evidence What If is any kind of racist. I've watched a few of his videos, and it doesn't seem like...
It doesn't seem he's racist at all, no.
I told you in the beginning of the video, he supports gay rights, like civil rights, police reform, and climate change action. That doesn't scream racist to me.
Well, I mean, what does scream racist to me is Doomer.
What?
Vaush, well, I mean, yeah, base. I mean, Vaush is in the position where he's highly incentivized to call people racist, right? And it's very difficult for him to make like argue the position he's trying to argue with the nuance of like, you can be against CRT and not be racist. Like, it's a very dangerous line of reasoning to even open up. It's much safer to just basically insist, well, if you're arguing against this, the only reason could possibly be that you're racist. There's no other, because like if you allow the argument, there's a legitimate reason to be against CRT aside from being racist. Well, that's a pretty substantial can of worms that you're gonna have to deal with.
I don't know why Doomer sent me a clip of Adam explaining how he came up with the term Cope spiral. It's very confusing to me. But
is that what that clip shows?
Yeah, he sent me a clip of Adam talking about the conception of Cope spiral.
Oh, really?
Did you really?
Yeah.
Bring it up.
I was joking, Adam. You were supposed to... Why do you have this on? How do you have this on a timestamp? Why do you have this on a timestamp?
Okay.
Did he really?
Sitch, I prepare very well.
Does he really have a timestamp on?
He
on the Cope spiral
the immediate clip of him talking about the Cope spiral. Like, how would you have this on demand? For what purpose?
And this is weird, Doomer. You saved this. Weird. You saved this timestamp. Are you going to hit us with a cease and desist or something because we're using your term?
Look, I'll tell you what happened, okay?
Yeah.
I was watching the show.
Yeah.
I think it was last week, and you guys were talking about the Cope spiral, and I was like, I'm just gonna open up WordPad, right? Let's go make sure that we have this documented. let's go. No, I went to the there's a transcript function. You just go to the transcript, Control F, Cope.
Oh, okay.
Sure. Nah,
sure,
you listen.
Sure.
You listen to the whole thing. Be honest.
Yeah, I listened to the whole thing.
You're like, in the beginning, so he put it on 2 times speed and he got lucky. He's like, oh, good, it was the first 20 minutes. Interesting.
Yeah.
So my original question never really got answered. I was saying, I would feel bad if my entire job was falsely accusing people of racism. I feel like that's basically Vaush's job description.
Would you feel bad if it made you $1 million a year?
I would feel less bad.
A lot of people would be.
I would feel less.
And what if the people you call racist are evil?
Well, first of all, that's why you construct the narrative that they are evil, so you can cope with your own evilness.
Exactly.
They're more evil than me. I'm just falsely accusing them of racism and destroying their lives.
Well, listen, I didn't watch the part, so maybe Vaush will say he's not racist. We'll see. We'll see where this goes.
Oh no, watch. No, I think he does walk it back. He tries to walk the person off the ledge, but I'm sure he got a nasty email from the patron that was like, "How dare you?"
I mean, we didn't really get to it, but we're not going to like really have a convo with somebody like that anyway, and like get to anything. The basic gist of it is that people like him will justify American economic supremacy by arguing that poorer countries are less productive, and they'll define productivity as how much wealth they produce, which is obviously cyclical. You know what I mean? Like, a widget produced in the US will cost more because it's in the US than something produced from a sweatshop in China. So it's like this value. Yeah, you beg the question essentially. So the way you
Are you following along, Sitch?
Yeah, it's stupid. Well, see, this is dumb. I just would repeat myself. He's just quibbling with how productivity is defined. But I don't know. I don't remember in his video. I don't think he made the claim that Vaush is claiming he said. I don't remember any of this.
Talking
When he
about
talked about
productivity?
productivity in his
No.
video. Yeah.
No, none of this is in
I mean,
his
we could look
original
at
video.
it after this, but
fight
His
against
original
that is
assessment-
by like
I don't think he did.
yeah, I don't think he did either. But
indicating when you mean productivity, you don't actually mean like a reflection of how hard people work or what they actually produce. What you mean is like how much they're paid for what they produce, which in effect means these people deserve to be poor because they're paid less for the things that they make, which
That's not the argument anyone is making. Productivity is not, we're not talking about wages when we're talking about productivity. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
is circular, you know? I don't think
And how's the argument circular? What's circular there?
well, he's saying. Well, I understand. I understand what he's saying. It'd be too annoying to get into.
Okay, let's ignore it.
Don't worry about it.
the argument for equal labor productivity across country works. You can look at concrete goods per labor hour, for example. Soaked on Left, I've looked at that data before. Soaked on Left, I love you, but you have this thing where you'll come in after I talk with a retard and you'll be like, I can't help but notice that during this conversation with like a bonobo ape, you didn't fully elaborate. You can take a look at like the...
He called him a retard and a bonobo ape.
So someone comes in and they're like, "Listen, Vaush, I think you're wrong about this." And he's like, listen, you fuck."
Yeah.
Well, it's also like the substance of the disagreement is basically that Vaush doesn't like the way economists define productivity, right?
Right, but he's claiming that like what if made some moral claim about a country's productivity, which I don't remember him making any moral claims about it. At least the way that Vaush is claiming he did. I
He's
think
trying
that's
to
the part of
twist
the
it.
video. They talk about this.
I just recall him getting walked into talking about it in the first place. And I don't think he said anything objectionable. The only real problem you would have with it is if you don't really know all that much about how economists define productivity and you don't like
Right.
it, which seemed to be what was going on. And the problem is this plays well with his audience. It's just
Of course.
really, really dumb.
Yeah. Sad.
like the amount of shit produced by like a sweatshop worker, you know, relative to like an American factory worker, and the idea that like wages line up with how much they produce is just not true. Now, you can say they line up if you frame it through how much they're paid for what they produce. What's the value of what they produce? But at that point, again, it's circular reasoning. You're not looking at productivity in like a meaningful sense. And then, by the way, you can tell.
What does this have to do with anything? I mean, the whole idea of outsourcing. People are outsourcing because labor's cheaper overseas. That's just like true. I mean, not as much anymore because there's other problems, but I don't see how, like what he's saying, I don't see how it relates to anything. Like, is he making the argument that overseas people are just, I mean, obviously they're more productive in that they'll work for cheaper wages. That's why they are outsourcing. That's why they do move factories. I mean, but so what? What's the argument he's making?
He's claiming that what if is saying poor countries are poor because they're lazy.
But that doesn't make any sense at all in the context of outsourcing. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
I move my factory over there because they're more productive, not because they're less productive.
Well, no, not because they're more productive, because it's cheaper for you, so you make a greater profit. You shouldn't put the word productivity anywhere in that sentence, but
I don't think you track what's going on by paying attention to the actual argument. What's actually going on is that Vaush is calling the guy a retard and saying a bunch of things with 100% confidence, and his audience doesn't care enough or have the technical know-how to challenge what he's saying, and they aren't invested in it because they want to believe that guy's a retard. Right. So it's very, I mean, this is a very black-pilling thing to see, because what Vaush is doing right now is incredibly effective.
What is it? What What is the entertainment value here, though, Doomer, if they're not actually learning anything?
I mean, Adam, most people don't derive a substantial amount of entertainment value from learning things. I mean,
really?
I'm sorry. Yeah. The entertainment value is that a lot of most discussion about politics is basically like a form of tribal warfare.
Yes.
And what people really want is to have someone represent their side and make the other side look dumb.
Right.
I mean, that's the main thing that
right.
goes on.
There is a status competition that is entertaining.
Yeah, and that's like Vaush is good at that in terms of like actually, you know, grappling with ideas and making a decent point. Well, you know, he falls quite short in that department, but there's a reason a lot of people follow him. And a big component of this is just speaking with absolute 100% confidence, even when he's saying things that are just like hilariously wrong.
I think that's evaporating though. I don't see the old Vaush confidence any longer, to be honest with you. And I didn't see it in this conversation. You guys are saying Vaush did a great job, but I saw Vaush just being completely uncertain about all kinds of things and saying obviously contradictory statements.
I don't think he did a great job. I think the what if guy wasn't even considering like the optics axis of the conversation, which is really what's important for most people that are watching it. So like I don't know exactly what his goals were coming into this. I don't think he came across particularly well, but it's not like Vaush came across particularly well either.
Right.
I just think that what if put his foot in his mouth more than Vaush did, basically, is my takeaway from the conversation.
Well, I think it's not so much that what if put his foot in his mouth as more like if what if was more rhetorically effective, this would have been like a murder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
this would have been like Destiny talking to Vaush about Kyle Rittenhouse again, like level of destruction.
Yeah.
Well, usually
point.
there's like that great Sun Tzu quote that's like, you know, a great soldier wins the war and then goes to battle. You know, a losing soldier goes to war and then tries to win the battle or whatever. It's like,
yeah, right.
You don't want to enter into a competition where you can potentially lose, which is why Vaush stopped talking to Destiny, which was like the smartest thing to do, because Destiny was one of the few people who was actually capable of optically defeating him in an argument.
Right.
Most people Vaush can beat in an argument, even if Vaush is completely wrong, including me, by the way. I'm shocked he didn't try to have me on, because I'm a fucking moron in debates. I don't care about optics, so I would have looked terrible. You know, and that's true of most people. So overall, I mean, I haven't paid attention to Vaush in the last 6 months very much, but before that, he had done a pretty good job of not engaging with people that could potentially make him look really stupid. But what if definitely was in that category? It's just that, again, like I hate agreeing with Sitch, but if he had known how to capitalize, yeah, I don't like it either, buddy. If he had known how to capitalize on just how much the facts were in his favor and been able to present that in a way that was more palatable, this would have looked really bad for Vaush. But instead, it's kind of a wash because he's arguing correct positions, but he just didn't do it particularly well.
Right. Well, the reason he agreed to this conversation is because if like what if's original video, which is good, it's very general. He doesn't, because he's talking about like a bunch of different topics. So he's not going into like a lot of the specifics. So I think as soon as what if hits Vaush with like, and I'm sure Vaush hasn't watched a single video he's produced beyond that. So as soon as what if hits Vaush with like, oh, I know all these names of people, boom, 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 boom. Then it's like, what lines den did I stumble into here?
Right. He's worried about encountering another Destiny who's going to make him optically look bad.
Right.
Yeah, there was that one point where Vaush almost got dumpstered. What was it, Simone Dubois or something like that?
Yes.
Oh, I know.
And the dude actually knew about it. That was the one point where he had a chance of like really winning the conversation, but he didn't capitalize on it.
Yeah, if he had slowed down a little bit and just walked the audience through that step by step, that was a dumpster moment.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like one thing that's very effective in debates is if you actually get outwitted and you're actually wrong about something, what you want to do is smoke screen and change the subject.
Yeah.
Basically divert attention to something else. Because even if you were right, if you're skilled at that, you can make it so that the audience doesn't notice that you were wrong. Right. I think that's basically what happened. Was Vaush was wrong, but he was successfully able to maneuver the conversation into something else.
Yeah.
So what if didn't get to score points in an area where, you know, Vaush massively fucked up?
I don't think
I have the
go ahead.
The section where he talks about productivity, so we can see what the fuck Vaush is talking about.
Sure. I don't I don't think What If had anything to lose in this debate, though, because What
No,
If makes video essays, and
right.
this isn't going to affect his
This will
what
help
he
him.
does yeah. I don't think it'll hurt him at all. So
No, this will probably help him. Yeah, that's
and
true.
the type of moron that watches Vaush is not really going to be interested for all the reasons you said, Doomer. Like they're not really interested in learning things.
Well, it's not. It's a question of like if people in Vaush's chat or in the comments were like, "Oh, you were really unprepared for this debate." Like that's the best you can hope for, you know.
Right.
And that's what it would look like if you know some of the conversation had played out a little bit differently in terms of optics.
Well, here I'll put it this way: it's not as though everyone is uninterested in learning. I mean, there are nerds like Adam who sit around reading books, right?
Mm-hmm.
But do you think someone who's really deeply interested in, you know, the specifics of political issues are going to be listening to Vaush?
No.
It's like, no. I mean, like there are people that have similar positions to Vaush that are intelligent and, you know, engage with arguments and are, you know, reading and taking it seriously, but are they going to be watching Vaush? Pretty unlikely, right? It's not an audience that he caters to. You know, he sorts for people who are basically like blood sports and outrage and shit slinging, which is what Vaush excels at. So,
well, I think people might listen to Vaush because they perceive Republicans and conservatives taking away the rights of marginalized people, and that Vaush is fighting against that. And it is, they want to support that cause, but they believe in a narrative that I fundamentally find to be untrue. So
okay,
they're basically LARPing. Go ahead.
Let's see what If says about productivity.
Accounted for, you find it shrinks to 96 cents for every dollar. Social justice believes all hierarchies are inherently oppressive, and hierarchies based on actual skills and ability are all evil. An example of this is that when Western businesses go to third world countries and pay workers there wages lower than first world countries, it's called oppressive. These companies almost always pay higher wages than the local economy does, and are paying the wages that are allowed at the lower productivity levels in the third world. Yet another example is how social justice treats the natural hierarchies like teacher and student.
That was all he said.
Right.
About productivity. That was all he said about productivity.
Well, a lot of I know just from reading on the outsourcing thing, a lot of the reason why they can outsource is because they're basically building a factory that's so automated that all the jobs are low-skilled workers, where without that automation, they wouldn't be able to hire low-skilled people. So that's where the productivity discrepancy is.
That's hilarious. But he made such a tiny part about productivity in the video. It's like 2 sentences.
And Vaush wanted to twist that into brown people are lazy.
Right. He just said that's why people in other countries are paid less than American workers.
Right. He wanted to say,
I mean,
he was wrong about that. That one point in a 45-minute video.
He wasn't wrong. He's right.
The thing is, that's intelligent strategy, though. It's like you find it doesn't really, like, okay, if your goal isn't to engage in good faith, your goal is just to make someone else look stupid,
right?
Then you just find the things where you can nail them on, or you can make them out to look stupid, and you just emphasize those things, right?
ISU.
Sorry.
How dare you?
Go ahead.
Oh, I lost my train of thought.
Keep going.
No, but yeah, I mean, like if it was the case that this was a point where Vaush could score optical points, it doesn't really matter that it was like an offhand comment. I mean, like people did similar things to me, and I realized those were actually, in a lot of cases, areas where I had fucked up. You know, I had allowed people to take this one offhand comment in a video that had nothing to do with that and make it into a much bigger thing than it actually was. And it's like, well, you know, try and construct your arguments without doing that. It's like a classic thing I learned on the internet like 20 years ago or whatever. It's like, if you're making an argument and you have 10 points, don't present all 10 points, just present the strongest one.
Yeah.
Then, you know, if you give people 10 points and they can argue about 0.9, you'll just end up in an argument about 0.9. And if they make any headway, it will look like you lost the argument.
Right.
Even though they can't touch 1 through 8.
Right. They'll choose your weakest point. Or if you give them more than 1 point, they'll just, once you get them on 1 point, they'll jump to another point. They'll just keep jumping around forever.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
You give them places to get away to.
So this part's funny. I want you to hear this.
Okay. Yeah, I would say that paying a little more than the local minimum wage is still oppressive, actually. That's just an opinion of mine.
Yet another example is how social justice treats the natural hierarchies like teacher and student or parent and child as oppressive. Modern left-wing doctrine says teachers...
Wait, how is teacher-student a natural hierarchy? Even parent and child is sort of a fudgy one anthropologically, but okay.
What?
What?
What? So the child is the top of the hierarchy?
I like that you both said what? The same incredulous tone of disbelief.
That's
he never
pretty
expounds on
crazy.
that, by the way. He just said
He
he
just
throws
says
that
it?
out there. Yeah, he never goes into that.
Okay. Teacher-student, the natural hierarchy? I didn't realize, do we have genes for that?
should defer to what students...
Then he pretends he doesn't know what natural hierarchy means.
Hold on, let
Regarding
me
teachers and
Google
students.
hierarchy really quick. Let's
Yeah.
see what Google has to say. A system or organization in which people or groups are ranked one above the other according to status or authority.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think that a teacher would naturally have status over the person they're teaching.
Right.
Well, they
That
have
seems
authority.
pretty natural to me.
They have authority because they have competence over them. That's the hierarchy is based on competence.
Yeah.
Right. But he's like weirdly interpreting when he said the words natural hierarchy. He's like, oh, he must only mean like genetic hierarchy or something. Like, I don't know what the fuck how Vaush is interpreting this language.
This is something that you hear a lot from like particularly like lefty anarchist types as opposed to the righty anarchist types
Yes.
who are on about roads all the time. But like they'll try and dissolve like every hierarchy, and it's just
Of course.
it doesn't make any sense because some hierarchies are good. It's a fact that I just don't think they can really grapple with. Like the classic one I always go back to is like, if you organize a soccer team with no coach and no leadership structure, you could get the best players in the world and you're going to get annihilated by a team that actually has one.
Yeah, cooperation is everything.
Right. Right.
Yeah, and it's not even necessarily a cooperation thing. It's just like a group of people following a bad instruction is often better than a group of uncoordinated people following nothing, even if some of their individual ideas might be better than like the wrong idea of the other people. Like coordination is just a very powerful thing. Like, I don't know.
Listen,
Yeah.
there's no natural hierarchy between a parent and child. Okay. Anthropologically speaking, whatever the fuck that means. But
Yeah.
anthropologically
God.
speaking.
I feel though like the first order of business in forming any sort of group like that is to work out the leadership structure. And the time to work out the leadership structure is not when you're playing the soccer game on the field. Like the time to work that out is beforehand.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a fascist, maybe. But
Okay.
You're not looking at productivity in like a meaningful sense. And then, by the way, you can tell that he wasn't prepared to answer that because he then went on to say stuff that was just wrong. Remember when he said that you could predict the wage of a Starbucks barista by how many coffees they make per hour? Really? I wasn't aware.
This
he didn't say that. He literally didn't say what. What? He never said that, right? Am I
Well, he
fucking
did.
hallucinating here?
He didn't say that, but they did talk about the productivity of workers.
Well, that was
Or
another
productivity-
example. I don't
Yeah,
think he positively argued that though, but there would be a correlation, right?
Yeah,
Of course.
obviously. If
If you're getting tipped a non-zero
yeah.
amount, then there's going to be, whatever your wage is plus,
If you
the
have a
percent chance of getting tipped by the average tip.
if you have a Starbucks worker that makes one coffee a week, you better fire that fucking Starbucks worker or you're going out of business, right? I mean,
Right.
some productivity has to come into this equation somewhere.
They were
Well-
paid on commission.
No, but his example is so stupid too, because it's like, yeah, there are examples where I'm sure everyone's worked this job where they are way more productive than
Other people,
anyone
yes,
else.
of course.
And yet they don't get paid more.
And they
or-
get fucking chapped about it, and they
right.
should.
So you say fuck you, and you ask for a raise. If they don't give it to you, you quit.
Yeah.
Right. I
mean,
mean, obviously that happens.
I mean, there's a bunch of different things to say. First of all, if it's really crowded, there's probably a bunch of people working. I mean, I've worked as a barista in a coffee shop. There are days where there's not much to do, and typically on those days there's also not many people working. It's usually
Right.
you and like one other person.
Yeah.
Sure.
Whereas if it's really busy, there might be 8 people working there, right?
That's a good point too. Yeah.
But beyond that, like, you aren't being paid a wage. It's not like, this is a problem that people often have, is they think that it should just be the money the business takes in, and that is absolutely 100% correlated with like what I'm doing, and I should be making the amount of money that's like exactly proportional to the amount that I'm feeding into the business. It's just, well, not really. I mean, you wouldn't like that if, like you said, you were working and things weren't very productive and the business wasn't making very much money. I mean, there are days when the business won't make very much money. Would you like it if you went to work and, you know, you had to sit around and make coffee and then you didn't get paid nearly as much as you normally did? People wouldn't like that very much. People wouldn't go into work. I mean, you're being paid to keep the business running, to be there for a certain period of time.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's the point of getting paid, you know, a wage on a hourly basis.
Yeah. And like,
and not be a commission.
Yeah. And a lot of people, I mean, people don't understand this. A lot of people are net losses for businesses. Not all employees are making the business more money than, you know, the business would be making without them. That actually happens a lot.
I mean, and this was, you know, this is Philosophy Tube's idiotic video where she was like, I was serving beer that cost $8, and yet I didn't make $8 for every beer I served.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay,
Philosophy
well, I
Tube
guess,
sets
you
some
know,
winners, yeah.
buying the beer, buying the facility, paying for the facility, the upkeep of the facility, the utilities of the facility, paying all the other workers, all that's, none of that counts, right? That's all just you handed someone a beer, you materialized a beer from the beer fairies and gave it to someone, so you should get the full $8.
I find it hard to believe that we live in a world where Starbucks doesn't know exactly how many drinks per unit of time all of their employees make. Right. It just seems like that's got to be integrated into their system.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
It's not a difficult thing to calculate.
Yeah, of course. Every time you make a drink, you know, and ring it up, it's on your tab, your sales numbers, whatever. And I'm sure the boss would come in and say, listen, you make 50% of you make half the drinks of everybody else that works here. Like, change that, fix that, or find a new job.
Right.
I mean, like there are actually probably a lot of businesses that lose money most of the time. So like I have a friend who is the regional manager of a pizza chain back where I used to live. And it's like a college town. So he's like, basically he oversees like 10 different stores. And according to him, the businesses all lose money almost all the time. There's like only 2 days a week where they potentially make money, and they make almost all of their money during like football games and like game days and stuff. Yeah, they'll make it
that way.
They'll make an incredible amount of profit, and that will account for like the entire month basically.
Wow.
This is
so like it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like if you were looking at things this way, then it's like, well, your employees would have to come in all the time so the business could run, but you just wouldn't get paid anything, and then you would just, you know, like it's just so nonsensical.
What the term Black Friday? Do you know where that comes from?
I have no idea.
Racism?
No, Black Friday. You understand? Black Friday is like the Friday after Thanksgiving, right?
I don't see color, Adam.
Okay, jokes aside.
Yeah, we're colorblind.
I guess
that's just any other Friday.
Have you heard of the term Black Friday or Cyber Monday?
I have heard of it. I
try not to think about terms and days and colored, you know, perspective.
Now you think they call it Black Friday because they're racist? Is this the Vaush?
We live in a racist country.
The Vaush lens of understanding.
Yeah, we live in a racist country, so I assume when they say Black Friday, it's
well. Look,
kind of racist
hey,
thing.
if we're saying that the sales are so good, it's like it's a steal.
So what? Oh
my God,
okay. Doomer. Okay, we have to kick Doomer off the show now. Doomer said obviously something completely racist. Doomer.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So are you familiar with this?
I was criticizing the racist policies put forth by the people in charge of Black Friday.
Right.
Sitch, tell us what Black Friday is then.
It's the day after Thanksgiving where everything's on fucking sale.
But why do they call it Black Friday? That's the question here.
Does it have something to do? Well, judging, I don't know, but judging from what you say, I'm assuming it has something to do with being in the black versus being in the red.
There you go. Exactly. The accounting terms. When a business is in the red, what does it mean? Not profitable, correct?
Not profitable, right.
When a business is in the black, what does it mean? We made money.
Right.
Literally in the retail business, they lose money all year long and they make money in the holiday season. They are in the red all year long until Black Friday hits. And that's when they actually become profitable. And they were profitable through the holiday season. That's where the term Black Friday comes from. So this is a typical thing in a lot of businesses. Retail is the business that revolves around Black Friday.
As the phrase gained national attention, merchants objected to the use of the derisive term to refer to one of the most important shopping days of the year, suggesting an alternative derivation.
Right. What is it?
The retailers traditionally operated at a financial loss for most of the year and made their profit during the holiday season. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Beginning on the day after Thanksgiving.
Yes. Look, don't fuck with A-Team, okay? Don't give us your covalent bond gotcha questions, okay? Because we're on it. A-Team's representing.
Well, no, because here's what's interesting. The way you're conceptualizing Black Friday was sort of the rework of how to make it sound better. That wasn't the original derivation of the term.
So wait, what was the original term?
For centuries, this is according to Wikipedia. For centuries, the adjective black has been applied to days upon which calamities occur. Many events have been described as Black Friday, although the most significant such event in American history was the Panic of 1869, which occurred when financiers Jay Gould and James Fisk took advantage of their connections with the Grant administration to attempt to corner the gold market. When President Grant learned of this manipulation, he ordered the Treasury to release a large supply of gold, which halted the run and caused price to drop 18%. Fortunes were made and lost in a single day, and the president's own brother-in-law was ruined. The earliest known use of Black Friday to refer to the day after Thanksgiving occurred in the journal Factory Management and Maintenance, exciting, from in November of 1951. Here it referred to the practice of workers calling in sick the day after Thanksgiving in order to have a 4-day weekend. However, this use did not appear to catch on. Around the same time, the terms Black Friday and Black Saturday came to be used by the police in Philadelphia and Rochester to describe the crowds and traffic congestion accompanying the start of the Christmas shopping. 1961, the city merchants of Philadelphia attempted to improve conditions, and they renamed it Big Friday
because they thought Black Friday sounded racist. So, but was Black Friday?
The use of the phrase spread slowly in the New York Times in 1975 to refer to the busiest shopping and traffic day of the year.
But did they rebrand? Was Black Friday bad, and they thought, okay, let's make Black Friday something good, and we'll call it this big shopping day instead of the calamity day?
No, I think you're right. I think it always referred to like black ink.
Yeah, of course.
It's just weird. They're just saying it's weird because usually when they'd call a day a black day, they would say it was bad because they're racist.
I had a friend of mine that worked at a toy store, and he said there's nothing that will make you hate Christmas more than working at a toy store during the holiday season.
I bet.
It's the worst. Yeah. Yeah.
Doomer, I feel like you have something to add to the conversation.
Yeah.
Do I? I don't have much on my mind at the moment.
Okay, Doomer's like DMing me like spicy jokes that he doesn't want to say on stream.
Oh, really?
Yes, that are pretty funny. But if you just want to say that, that's fine. That's fine.
Like I have a public image to maintain, not being a complete degenerate.
I'll read the top one because I have the media dial. He
Do
said,
it.
Did they propose changing it to Jew Friday?
Oh.
Because everything's cheap.
Sitch. Doomer, are you Jewish? I can't remember.
No, he's not.
Okay.
I wish.
Yeah, exactly.
Those people seem to have everything figured out.
True.
I need to marry into that tribe.
True.
That's new information to me, you know? The only thing that meaningfully determines the wages of a Starbucks barista are seniority and the minimum wage of the state that you're in. Funnily enough, neither of these things have anything to...
How the fuck do you think they get seniority, Vaush? Fucking big brain Vaush. Galaxy brain Vaush.
Well, but even beyond that, how does he think if you have a chain that has some kind of standardized cost, like what they pay their workers across a state, how do you think they come up with that number?
The standardized number? What do you mean?
It's got to be based. If Starbucks has to base whatever they pay their employees on productivity.
But he's saying the wages at Starbucks are based on seniority and the state.
Yeah, but he could
how
say
do they
that
calculate seniority?
Yeah, but he could say seniority is not based on productivity, Adam. He'll say it's just based on how long you've
Sitch,
been there.
You are the slowest motherfucking Starbucks barista in human history, okay? I'm going to promote you, Sitch. I think you should be tier 2.
Right.
No.
This is all irrelevant, though, because this isn't really what productivity is measuring. Productivity is a very broad macroeconomic measurement, and he's trying to use it to measure individual people's productivity incorrectly, which is not how this tool is meant to be used.
Even if he just means like seniority based on time, you're going to fire the workers that are slow and keep the workers on that are better. Obviously.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so stupid. It's so stupid to say, oh, it's seniority. It has nothing to do with productivity.
Right.
Seniority has everything to do with productivity. People gain seniority in employment because they're more productive.
No, I mean, it's also a pretty complex problem, right? There's going to be a lot of different reasons that someone's wage is a particular number, right?
Yes,
yeah, of course.
They could be productive in other ways. Listen, they could be the laziest barista in human history, okay? But when they show up to work, they're so goddamn funny that everybody around them works 10 times harder. So therefore, they're the ones that are responsible for everybody else's productivity. Yes, it's a complex equation.
No, but you can't even, what I'm saying is to even argue with him in this framing is to lose the battle. Productivity is not meant to be used this way. It's a broad macro scale metric.
Okay.
Obviously, individual people and individual companies have various factors that have to do with why someone gets paid what they get paid.
I would be interested to see someone like design a website where you could put in someone's like YouTube channel and basically figure out their productivity. And I would like to take that website and put in Sitch's YouTube channel.
Well, like Starbucks
that website exists, dude. What are you talking about? It's called Social Play.
Starbucks could have a policy where they say flat out, your performance does not have anything to do with whether we give you a raise or not. Okay. They could literally tell you that. That doesn't mean that the broad metric of productivity from a macroeconomics perspective should be thrown out or is useless because they're measuring different fucking things.
Right.
Because productivity, and this is why, like, well, whatever. Because he's just complaining about the productivity to wage gap. That's all he's complaining about.
Is he not saying that productivity is divorced from how much you make at Starbucks, though, which is factually
that is
incorrect?
What he's saying. I don't know if that's correct or not, but that's irrelevant to the conversation.
What fucking job is your productivity not related to how much you make? What job, Sitch?
Lots of jobs. You only have to do the bare minimum. It depends on how good your boss is, Adam. What? You can have shitty bosses that don't.
You're high.
I'm not high.
Even if, like, what job? Name the job,
Adam. Everyone has experienced this, where they work a job where they slack or they're the ones carrying the weight of the slackers.
Yes.
And if you have a good boss, they'll reward you and punish the slackers. But often you don't have a good boss, and they won't reward you and punish the slackers. You just end up getting punished because you end up doing more work for less pay, for less benefit.
Just because there is a corruption in the system doesn't mean that the system's not operating for productivity.
Agree. That's
just the fact that you're bringing up slackers and hard workers, you're referencing productivity.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you, okay? You're completely correct. Just because there's corruption or failure in the system doesn't mean the whole system is wrong or bad. That's why productivity is a macro level tool, okay, to look at economies. It's not meant to be used the way Vaush is trying to use it.
Right. There's productivity, the economics term, and then there's productivity, the layman's term. I'm running my bar and I want to maximize my profits.
Well, no, it's because he's complaining about the productivity to wage gap.
Right.
Is what he's complaining about specifically, which there is.
But
there are reasons for that. But you can still, there's still a broad correlation or even a causation. If you were to look at all countries and you measure their productivity and you look at their wages, it's going to be obviously related. And it's fucking stupid to say that it's not related. That's all you need to say.
Tell me why he's making this stupid argument. Why it's so important to him to make the fallacious argument that the amount of money a worker makes has nothing to do with their productivity. Why is that important?
Because he wants to get rid of capitalism.
Because
how does that get you closer to that?
I can give you an actual answer to your question.
Okay,
that is
it's because
Sitch won't answer me. Let's hear it, Doomer.
It makes it look as though What If doesn't care about poor people or the disenfranchised. That's the actual answer.
Well,
this is the same thing this is the same thing as like the argument that I ended up getting involved in. That whole fucking shit show about poor people and food stamps.
Yeah, the monocle thing.
Yeah, the whole point was to make me look like I don't care about poor people, right? I mean, it's basically the same thing here. If Vaush can establish that What If is like an elitist and he doesn't give a shit about
Vaush
people,
is the biggest elitist in the world. He's the biggest elitist on YouTube.
Sure, but it doesn't come across that way. He presents himself in a way where he seems empathetic. Again, this is more important than actually being empathetic, right?
Oh, that's the whole crux of What If's video.
Yeah, exactly.
It's more important to appear empathetic than to actually be empathetic.
Yeah. I mean, he's not wrong.
That's all true. But to add on that.
Oh, no.
The reason, and we can stop talking about this.
Well.
We're just going in circles here. The reason Vaush wants to pull out this productivity gap is because his argument, which he's made repeatedly regarding co-ops, is that if everything was a co-op, then workers would get their fair share. So they would actually be paid based on their productivity. That's his argument.
Oh, okay. So that makes sense. So he's trying to say that workers are not paid according to their productivity now, and that's unfair, and that this worker co-op system would solve that. Right.
Yes.
Well, workers are in fact paid on their productivity. They're paid too low.
Well, overall they are. I don't know if they are at each individual shop or business or whatever the fuck, example you want to bring forward.
Well, if you remove every metric of productivity aside from time spent, at work, then he's not wrong. But this introduces other problems, right? Like my biggest problem with the whole co-op thing and like the market socialism thing is here's an experience I've had a number of times. Have you ever been in the position of having a job and having to try and convince someone else to give you stock options? It's not an easy thing.
Where's
to do.
the monocle?
I'm just saying, people that are in control of a company that's profitable don't want to give away a share of that company, right?
Of course,
obviously.
Yeah.
Why would they? It's a difficult thing to get, to convince them to give you that. Under his proposed system, every single person who would get hired to do literally any job would basically be having to convince the people running the company to cut them in an equal equity stake, which would be worst for the people who are the most disenfranchised. I mean, why, it's like if you are running an engineering firm, why would you cut a janitor in at the same stake as somebody who's an engineer, right? You would just let the engineers clean up their own office and you wouldn't hire a janitor. So it completely fucks over these people, right? But they don't engage with these arguments. So.
Well, that's but you're 100% right, and that's why these co-op models are stupid and completely nonsensical.
Yeah. Hope spiral
with product, nothing whatsoever. You know what I mean? So anyway, the racist thing here is that I don't think it makes you racist to make those arguments, but I do think that.
Look at this, dialing it back. He does feel bad.
He's about to say "but" though.
Oh.
People arrive at racist conclusions by framing productivity in that way when looking at the wealth produced by all these different countries,
So he's not racist, but he's arrived at racist conclusions. So if you guys want to go out and, pester him on social media because you want to call him racist, feel free.
He left it vague enough that you could choose your own adventure interpretation of whether he's racist or not.
So bad faith.
I'm a poli-sci student. He literally didn't understand what I wanted to say. Well, I think it was pretty telling when, like, I laid out my argument for like 2 minutes about the ideological, like, you can't get much closer than abolitionism, civil rights, BLM. Like, abolitionists fighting for the racial equality of black people and to amend legal discrimination, the big thinkers of which were cited in the civil rights movement, and then the same over to BLM. And then I went through all that, and his response after a pause.
Yeah, but hold on. He kind of skipped something on this.
Skipped a step there.
BLM. Because I started looking. I'm like, okay, does BLM, do they cite Martin Luther King and stuff like that? I haven't done a lot of looking into BLM, but I don't remember them coming out and citing Martin Luther King a lot.
Well, the people, I mean, the people that are like ideologically the roots of modern social justice are opposed to the civil rights movement effectively.
Yes. Yeah. Which would make them opposed to MLK.
Maybe opposed to it isn't the correct way to say it. They think it's inadequate. Like they think it's completely inadequate. And like they don't like the ideological underpinnings of liberalism that are embedded within the civil rights movement.
Of course. He's choosing BLM because it's like a broad social movement, but that's not really, that's kind of a stupid thing to choose in the first place. Because as I said, yeah, there's a handful of people in the upper echelons of BLM who are stated Marxist, who stole a bunch of money from people and bought big mansions for themselves. But generally, the broad public support of BLM was just like, I don't want the police to kill black people. Like, it wasn't a very deep philosophical thought process, regarding the movement and what it stood for. So it's kind of a complete red herring to use BLM as the third point. It should just, that's why What If said social justice. He didn't say BLM. He said social justice, and the ideology behind social justice is what he's talking about. And that you can't draw a line connecting those things.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of problems with trying to draw a direct line from civil rights movement to BLM.
Isn't getting the objectification of women out of video games and comic books social justice too?
Yeah.
That's the one time they were correct.
So where is the philosophical connection to MLK there?
Listen,
MLK was good, and we like good things. So
yeah, exactly.
Okay, there is none.
was basically like, how many books on this have you read? Which, the moment you hear that, they're flailing, right? It's been a while since I've had a convo like that. Fuck, I wanted.
Well, Vaush, say something. Come on.
I wanted to have like a more productive conversation with him, but like,
oh God,
you don't like that?
What? Like,
you don't believe him?
I just having heard him say these things so many fucking times, like, oh, I just wanted it to be a good conversation. I wasn't doing any snarky bullshit that would be really obvious if you went back and rewatched the video and paused it and wrote down what he said and put it up on screen, let people read it. I mean, like, the problem is, if you just watch one of these conversations once through, it's very difficult to tell what's going on. If you go back and like pause it and take notes, it becomes very obvious that he's like setting traps and taking things out of context and being overly combative and like being as much of a dick as possible. Mm-hmm. And like, at the end, he's like acting indignant about the fact the conversation is ending. I can nearly guarantee he was elated that the conversation was ending because he knew that at the moment he looked good. So like, if he looks good and the other person ends the conversation, that's the best possible outcome, right? It does not get any better than that. Is that I'm winning the conversation and the other person dips the fuck out. Well, then I'm just handed the fucking victory, and he's acting indignant about it, right? Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, it's just very frustrating because it's like it's obviously a lie. It could be proven to be a lie, right? I mean, this is the kind of thing where I could go back and dissect the conversation and just put things, basically create a clip show of like him doing nefarious shit, and then at the end you show him like, I just wanted to have a productive conversation.
Well, his opening statement was your motivated reasoning.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if that's your idea of creating a productive conversation, I guess Vaush is a moron.
Yeah, well, I mean, he doesn't. I mean, the goal isn't to have a productive conversation. I mean, it's preposterous to think that that would be his goal. It just looks good to say that, so he does.
Yep.
Do you want to talk about the thing in his video that's super cool?
Yeah, we can talk about it. I don't know.
So
I don't know if there's anything after this. I didn't watch any of this, so I don't know.
I mean, we can watch a little more.
Well, I'm asking you.
I
thought you watched some of this.
I don't remember, and Vaush is not doing it good. He's just reading the chat basically.
Right. If it's boring, we can.
Well, my interpretation of what's going on right now is Vaush was completely intellectually outpaced. He knows it. He's just, spouting out idiocy now and reading the chat in desperation to make sure that nobody is in the chat that's smart enough to realize what a fool he made of himself. So, right. And if those people are in the chat, he can ban them. So. Anyway, so what if this is the thing, and maybe it's me. I know Doomer's calling me a nerd and a geek and all that, but I am super interested in new ideas. I like new ideas. I'm thirsty for new ideas. New ideas are fascinating to me, and this idea is from What If's original video on social justice, and I didn't even notice this the first time listening to it. It's pretty late in the video, but this is such an interesting way to conceptualize the social justice thing. So he says, the world today in modern America, the divide between, I took this from the transcript, so maybe it's kind of fucked up. The world today in modern America, the divide between the college-educated left, the world today in America is divided between the college-educated left and the right, who is a coalition of non-college educated groups like the military, churchmen, and businessmen. You can predict social justice actions based off what gives people with college degrees more money and influence. And this is interesting because the Biden administration right now is trying to forgive college debt, right? That's like the thing that they're trying to do. So that's pretty interesting. So he says, defund the police is giving influence to college-educated social workers over the police. That seems true to me. That seems what they want to do. Right. Diplomacy emphasis is giving it to college-educated diplomats over the military. That's a little shakier because I know high-ups in the military do go to like Ivy League schools, and they have like West Point, I think, is like an Ivy League military school equivalent. Regulation of business gives college-educated bureaucrats power over capitalists, right? Obviously. Social justice theory gives college professors, social justice theory is college professors having moral authority over traditional religion. That's definitely true. And obviously they're college educated. So, and then at the end here, he says, from what I've seen so far in looking at their actions, social justice isn't driven primarily by a genuine desire to help the downtrodden, since their policies have been universally ineffective, but keep on because pushing forth without question, since it's inside the self-interest of the college-educated classes. Social justice merely uses concerns for oppressed groups as a way of creating policies that are good for them. Selfish policies. Very selfish policies.
You like that he's hitting that selectorate theory.
Well, and yes, it is selectorate theory. It is, like I said, all morality is based on... Morality ultimately is trying to achieve selflessness. And maybe not total selflessness, obviously. I don't think a society of monks would be a very effective society, but some amount of selflessness.
You say that until they learn karate.
Oh yeah, obviously.
Have you seen Kung Fu?
But I think all societies must have a certain amount of selflessness. And this is the problem that I have with social justice, and why I agree with What If when he says social justice doesn't work. Because social justice doesn't create any sort of moral system that creates any kind of selflessness. It creates a whole hell of a lot of selfishness. And basically you see that. It's on display everywhere. It's performative selflessness, but ultimately they're out for, number one themselves.
Right.
Well, it's not even that simple. It seems to me more so that like a lot of these things are just sort of designed with the presumption that they will never be put into effect. Like defund the police, for example, is just not in their own self-interest, unless you assume that it's just not going to work. If you assume that defunding the police isn't going to happen, then campaigning for it makes you look good. But I mean, if the presumption is that like, college educated, wealthy people are just looking after their own interests, well, I mean, they probably want the police to protect them, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not, I don't think it's quite that simple.
So you find
just
that
because
premise weak?
I just don't think it's, I think it's giving them too much credit, to be completely honest. You're making the assumption that they're acting rationally. I don't think they are.
Mm-hmm.
Well, why? First of all, I don't think the assumption is that they're working rationally. I think the assumption is that they're working irrationally. Like they're saying, I would defund the police because I don't know any people who are police officers, but I have all of these college friends who are social workers, and I would much rather deal with them in some sort of situation than the police, in some sort of high stress situation. So therefore, I'm going to advocate for this totally stupid thing that everyone can see right through, because that policy would seem more comfortable to me intuitively.
I don't think it's based off of their personal experience with social workers. I think it's just they have a preconception about police are bad, police are evil.
Right. Yeah, because they're conservative. Yeah, right wingers.
Because they're conservative, and they hit people with sticks and they shoot unarmed people.
Right.
And social workers, just like that's a nice left wing profession.
All my liberal college friends are social workers. Yeah.
Well, I don't think that's. I think you're jumping with that one, but I don't think it's that their friends are social workers. It's just that the perception of what it means to be a cop and what it means to be a social worker, they just have completely different in their head.
All right, I'm going back to Vaush. You guys are mean.
Okay.
What am I supposed to do? You did very well given the circumstances. Well,
he seems demoralized. He really does. That's why I was saying this is a cope spiral.
He seemed, yeah. I think
None
he's
of this is in that video.
Here.
None of this is in that video. It's not in that video.
Well, no, this part isn't, I assume.
Of course not. That's why here at Sitch and Adam, and occasionally Doomer, we give you the straight dope. We go straight to the source here.
Well, if nothing else, I feel like that was pretty anticlimactic after all the hype. That's what you get for having hype, okay? I feel like if nothing else, that kind of reaffirms the argument that I made at the beginning, which is that he narrativizes like crazy. Like he had.
Oh my God.
So bad faith.
What did he say?
Vaush accused him of narrativizing like crazy.
Right.
Which might have been the single biggest instance of projection I think I've ever.
Yeah. That was like a projection
whinged
nuke.
in pain and looked away from the monitor.
Yeah.
Oh God.
A projection bomb just went off right in your eyes. You're blinded by the projection.
I've got projector in my eyes.
Yeah. Take this. Hit you with the high beams.
He has all these disparate pieces of information like together in his head, and like he wants to.
Now the disparate is kind of like disjointed, right? What's disparate mean?
Disparate is like, yeah, you have disparate outcomes. You have different outcomes.
Disparate. Fundamentally different or distinct in quality of kind, including marked dissimilar elements. Now, that's a fucking lie, Vaush, because all of the elements created a narrative. He was giving you a narrative of linking different movements together and talking about how those movements were not creating the narrative that you were putting forth. Yeah, they weren't disparate. They were very deliberate.
Right.
To see the outcome that he wants to see.
How would you put together an argument that could not be like they couldn't be seen as a narrative. Like if you have a sequence of thoughts,
of course,
that are connected logically, and you're trying to make a point about something else that is simplified in any degree, it can always be said to be a narrative. It's not like intrinsically a bad thing, and there's no way that you could make an argument otherwise.
Yeah, I was going to say, there was a good example of the disparate arguments when Vaush brought up the public schools thing, because that was like out of nowhere. Like, what the fuck did that come from?
Yeah, that was kind of like whiplash. I was like, where did that even come from?
Yeah.
You might be correct technically, Doomer, but generally when people use the word narrative, they're sort of like, because when you hear narrative, you think a fictional story.
Oh, that's it. Oh.
And so they're kind of trying to be like, oh, you're weaving together a fictional story by connecting a bunch of things that shouldn't be connected.
Right. Okay. Well, in that case,
I think that's the implication when you use that language.
The projection is off the charts here.
Oh, of course. Of course.
Vaush would never do
So
that.
if he wants to believe
No.
that modern social justice has nothing to do with the civil rights movement, like he will do anything to drive a wedge between those two points in history.
And if you want to believe it, Vaush, despite the fact that you don't have any evidence or didn't present any evidence, just, a couple things. Somebody cited Du Bois one time that you remember reading on Wikipedia. Like, you're not exactly making an argument here either, Vaush.
No,
you're not coming out your point-by-point PowerPoint presentation with all your facts and evidence.
So something that I think is pretty interesting is that I'm not actually convinced that Vaush even agrees with the arguments of CRT. So
no, he doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think he does. There's a particular video where he is responding to the famous Ibram X. Kendi quote, where he's talking about the Department of Anti-Racism. And it's one of the times I've seen Vaush the most upset and the most against something. He's like livid at what Kendi is talking about. I think he literally calls him retarded. I don't remember exactly. Did this research 8 months ago or something, but he was very fucking upset. I had an entire chapter about it that I ended up cutting, but it's really fascinating because Vaush goes to bat for like CRT and these ideologies, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't even agree with them. Like if he knew what the ideas that they supported, I don't think that he could really defend them. It's just more of a political thing. It's like, well, my side likes this thing, so I have to defend this thing. If he digs into it and looks at what they're actually saying, I don't think he would fucking agree with it.
Yeah.
His concept of CRT is just like sort of a mishmash of like, I don't like racism, and whatever I think would be good to fight racism, well, that's what CRT is. That's how he presents himself a lot in these arguments. And when someone tries to pin him down to like the specific things that people say, he often doesn't even fucking agree with them.
Yeah, his talk with Charlie Kirk totally illustrated that. Like, he does see CRT as just an extension of civil rights and basic liberalism.
Yeah, but is it a question of ignorance or dishonesty?
Ignorance.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, like one of the big problems with trying to take what he says seriously is that it's so easy. If you were to be one of the few people, probably me being one of hopefully very few, who've gone through and written down the things that he has said and compared the things that he has said, so frequently he will say something and then say the opposite thing the next day. It just happens all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, what are you supposed to make of that? I mean, it could be that
he has
he's
a
just
bad
not
memory.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't even know exactly what to make of it.
He has no moral compass.
He doesn't. I mean, I don't think that he has a very well thought out position in a lot of circumstances.
Okay.
But more so, he just kind of says whatever seems good at the time to justify whatever it is that he's talking about. And the vast majority of the time, if he picks his battles carefully and he says it with 100% confidence, he can get away with saying basically anything, as long as he avoids the people who are actually capable of making him look stupid. That was kind of my conclusion as to what was actually going on. You know, he doesn't really particularly care about any particular like political ideology or persuasion or whatever, because like, again, they'll be like, well, I'm an anarchist and a Marxist and a market socialist. I mean, those are completely mutually exclusive things.
Yeah.
You know, if you were serious about it, you think you would commit yourself to one of them. You wouldn't just be a mishmash of like every potential leftward, radical leftward turn from where we are now. It's not a real position, right? So
that's how you build audience, though.
Yeah, I mean,
you have a bunch of contradictory positions, and then you get people who subscribe to all those positions.
What's the thing is, it's kind of like a protagonist in movies. Like they're oftentimes kind of like a blank slate, right? They don't have that much that's pronounced about them, so that they don't put people off. And Vaush is kind of like the leftist everyman in a way, right? Sure. It's like in any belief set you could have, you could see Vaush as representing your position, right?
Yeah, it's interesting.
Not my position.
I think you could be onto something.
Well, you're not a leftist, so
yeah,
you're a Nazi.
Fuck off, Sitch! I can't believe what the fuck. Now you're calling people Nazi.
Has Sitch finally crossed the line?
I have.
And by finally, I mean all the time.
Yeah. Doomer? I remember I wanted to ask you. Have you heard of the Vaush Fortress arc?
I have no idea what that is. What's that?
So after he got in trouble with J.K. Rowling, and I think J.K. Rowling subtweeted him or whatever, and everyone was pissed at him.
Oh yeah, we left that part of the story out. She retweeted,
she responded and like called him a wife beater and shit,
and said like this is the kind of misogyny that makes up this movement.
Yeah.
And that's what got everyone so upset about Vaush.
Did you guys do a show on this? We got to go back and watch.
Yeah, we did.
We did.
Yeah. So she totally like just power slapped Vaush just across the room. It's fucking J.K. Rowling, okay?
Right.
Like, so yeah, Vaush was getting like a tidal wave of hate over this, and he was completely demoralized by it. And he decided, I'm going to do this fortress arc where I'm not going to interact with anyone. Like, it's too dangerous to go out into the world and have conversations with other people. Too much is at risk, which is kind of funny because you're articulating that arc very clearly in that he just wants to have conversations with people where there's not a lot of downside risk for him. But
so,
well, yeah, I mean, that's just, this isn't even, to be clear, I didn't even come up with this. Mm-hmm. This is advice that I was given by other people who are successful content creators,
right?
In particular, political streamers.
I think they were
just explaining to me how the business works.
that may be good advice if you're WhatifAltHist who does who does video essays, who doesn't really need to interact with people. That's great advice if you're Sitch and Adam, who our whole brand is just us fucking arguing on the internet with each other. Like, we don't need to bring somebody else into the dynamic. We can, but it's not necessary to our brand. Vaush's brand, his entire brand, is built on this. Like, this fortress is ridiculous. The only reason people like him is because he leaves the fortress to fight people.
Well, but that's the thing is, you can choose to fight people where you're going to win.
Of course,
you don't go fight everyone.
So
and then the question becomes, well, how do I justify not fighting the people that could beat me, like Destiny, right?
Yeah.
And I would encourage basically anyone. So Destiny and Vaush had like 3 big debates before Vaush effectively stopped talking to him. And after each of those debates, Vaush put out a video that was very, very similar to what he's doing here, where he would personally attack Destiny and completely reframe the conversation and basically gaslight his audience about what was going on and try and completely reframe things. And basically what he ended up doing was saying, Destiny is a bad faith person. He represents these horrible ideas, and I'm not going to talk to him because we can't even dignify his presence. When in reality,
he's just terrified.
He's just terrified. Like, Destiny's one of the few people who is capable of making him look stupid. And it's not even a matter of being right or wrong, because Vaush doesn't care about that. Vaush cares about not being one-upped, right? He always wants to look optically good in the situation. He's like, there's so many clips. It's very, very, very clear that is his top priority. And Destiny upset that. So we had to find a way out. And this is how you find a way out. You attack the other person personally. You throw out a bunch of ad homs, and then you gaslight your audience about the specifics of what was actually going on. That's what's really fascinating about those videos, is how many times Vaush just fucking lies. Like, I could have made an entire 1-hour video just breaking down his lies in those 3 like videos, recapping those debates. It was crazy the amount he was able to like reframe what was going on. It's very similar to what's going on here, because it serves his goals. I mean, he just doesn't want to look stupid.
I saw I did see a video of Destiny responding to one of these videos and just calling the lies out right and left, which was super fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to exaggerate how bad those videos were if you actually take notes and pay attention to what he's saying. The thing is, it's effective.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is. People are so eager to be gaslit in this day and age.
Mm-hmm. What's the problem?
Everyone wants to be
teams
gaslit by Daddy Vaush.
So, blast from the past. This is what the Twitter interaction was, because it's pretty funny. Vaush says, "Women be quieter and start apologizing challenge." And J.K. Rowling screenshots this. Okay. And retweets it and says, "What you and your ilk fail to appreciate is how tediously familiar I find your tactics. I had a violent ex-husband who used to tell me my life would be great.
No, she totally
if
wife beat her.
Only I'd comply, but you're making the same mistake he did. Women like me can't be bullied out of resistance."
Holy fuck.
Oh my gosh. She
God.
tactically nuked him from orbit with that tweet. Jeez.
I mean, Vaush does kind of
Holy
look like a
shit.
wife beater, optically. I mean, I'm saying
That's true. Well, he definitely acts like one.
he looks like a
So.
guy who would beat his wife. I
Yeah.
mean, he could be very nice, but
Somebody clip that.
So there
why are
you
you trying
go.
to set me up, Doomer? I thought we were pals. I thought we were friends.
That wrong, fool. There's no friends on the internet, only potential enemies. Okay.
That's not true.
They're not all potential enemies. They could be real enemies. Like
There
Sitch.
you go. The internet is a ladder, like chaos. The rungs that people you meet on the internet are rungs you must climb.
Why?
Oh, dude.
What? You stopped making videos, Doomer. What happened? Why? Chappelle got tackled. Aren't you gonna defend the guy that the guy that that pulled a knife on Chappelle? Where's the Chappelle video?
What exactly happened there? I've been removed from the political world. What happened with the Chappelle thing?
Some guy he was playing at the Hollywood Bowl. They were filming some Netflix special, and some guy jumped on stage and basically tackled him to the ground. And all of Chappelle's entourage, his private security, like beat the shit out of him on stage. It's kind of crazy. They're in the background,
Jesus.
just like, wailing on this guy. And they took him away. His face was all beat up, and he had looked like a dislocated shoulder. So I think Chappelle even went over and kicked him in the teeth or something.
I don't remember that part.
You haven't watched Sitch? There's
I haven't actually seen it now.
There's a bunch of extra TMZ put a bunch of extra clips out, and Jamie Foxx comes out, and Chris Rock comes out. Chris Rock.
I saw that part.
Yeah, Chris Rock asked if that was Will Smith.
Wait, he did?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
that is so fucking funny.
I know.
Holy shit.
I know. Was that Will Smith? Oh shit. But Dave Chappelle, okay, so everyone, they still have him on stage in the background, and Dave Chappelle is kind of begging to take him off stage, get him out of here, get him out of here. But they're not getting him out of there. You can see, obviously, people have the camera trained on this crowd of people surrounding him. So when Dave Chappelle walks over there, the microphone won't reach, so he has to drop the microphone. But then he walks over to him, and it looks like he fucking kicks him in the gut or whatever. He wants to get his swing in. Which, I mean, who can blame him, right? The guy,
All right, chat. This is allegedly.
Allegedly. Yeah, I don't know about that. Well, we can't watch it either
you can
because-
watch bring the video up. You guys can watch
No,
it.
because that, don't you know, Sean is suing. I don't know. Did that ever resolve? Sean is suing TMZ
Sean is?
over this. Yeah,
Who's Sean?
actual justice warrior.
Wait,
Why?
really?
Because he commented on something relating to this, and he showed the clip, and apparently TMZ they tried to buy the rights for all of the footage relating to this incident,
Oh, and they claimed him?
and they claimed they claimed the video, and then they struck him when he responded. I don't know if
I
there was
did
ever
not
a
know
follow-up.
this.
Yeah,
Wow. So you're just saying we can't show the clip?
we can't show
Well,
the clip now.
luckily, I described it perfectly for you guys.
You did. But Sean is based because
Allegedly.
Sean is fighting it. He said,
Yeah.
fuck you. I'm not going to take this. See you in court, bitches. So we'll see what happens.
So where's your Chappelle video, Doomer? That I do not condone violence like this. Look, Chappelle obviously took a swing at him.
I just didn't want to talk about politics anymore.
Well, good for you.
It's kind of cancer, no offense.
Or
present company exclusive.
Or movies, I guess. Either.
Well, I'm probably gonna make another channel to talk about other stuff.
Why don't you just
But no more
channel?
politics?
Are you rebranding? Are you gonna use like a voice modulator or something and try to say, "Oh, I'm not that guy. I'm this other guy."
I'm probably not gonna use a voice modulator, but it's nice to be completely disassociated from anything related to politics.
You're doing
should-
a pro Felicity thing.
You shouldn't lose your whole channel. You should just start doing different content.
I don't know. We'll
Doomer,
What's the point?
you're a great personality, man. You should make some
Well,
more
listen,
videos.
let's not blow up.
Yeah,
see.
you're
Okay,
right.
Sitch.
Listen, Adam. Let's be
Right.
realistic
I
here.
know,
Okay?
you're
It doesn't
right.
help anyone to raise their expectations beyond what is
Well,
real.
yeah, and I told people I wouldn't lie, so I shouldn't.
Yes.
You're an adequate video maker.
Thank you. I appreciate
Well,
it.
no, Doomer's a good video maker, but he's an adequate personality. Okay. there's a
Oh,
difference.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Piece of shit.
Listen, I'm
Okay.
just saying what it is.
Okay.
I'm just
Yeah, you're right.
saying, I'm just keeping it real. All right.
Did you see?
Anyway.
Did you see my Hassan's a dumb fuck video, Doomer?
Probably not.
I
don't think
finally
so.
released it. Listen, you're watching Sitch's dumb side quest, and you're not watching my completely awesome edited video about how.
Anytime there's a video about Sitch almost dying, I have to go comment on it and be like, man, almost.
So close.
Yeah, what if fucking Doomer is like, Adam, you fucking piece of shit over
I
here,
know.
okay?
I know. I hearted the comment. That
Yeah,
wasn't.
Doomer is mad that I almost died instead of actually dying.
Right.
Yeah. You almost got
Um,
ratioed. There was a period where that comment had like 1/3 the likes of the video.
Oh wait, I just got a text message that we should all go outside immediately because there's an eclipse happening.
Really?
Yeah,
I'll just look it up.
you want to check that out?
No, we have a stream going, but you can go check.
Well,
it
you
out.
can. I'm gonna check it out. You can talk to Doomer about how much you wish I almost died.
Okay. Maybe you can't see it from here.
Maybe instead of eclipse, it'll be a meteor shower, and we'll finally be done with this whole Sitch thing.
He's struck by a meteor. That would be that might be a good end to the show. That would that's going out with a bang. Definitely going out with a
Literal
bang.
bang.
Yeah.
Not as big of a bang as you could have.
I can't believe you know nothing about the Vaush claiming to be gay arc either.
No. Well, I'm purposefully avoiding like anything related to politics or online politics or any of this shit. I mean, like I heard a little bit about the J.K. Rowling thing and I was like, lol, but I didn't look too much into it.
Right. Yeah. I guess you're still in the Discord though on a regular basis. I'm working on the comics, so I'm not in the Discord at
Which
all,
Discord?
really.
I mean, LAAZ?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm there every once in a while.
Oh, so you're not there that much. I thought you were like a regular on the Thursday Discord hangout or whatever.
Yeah, I hang out on Thursday a good deal, but
Okay.
I don't interact that much aside from that.
Okay. So 1 day a week that's like a lot for me, but you're like 1 day a week.
You're a
I guess
busy
a
guy.
lot of people do Discord. All
Well,
the
I've got
time.
some free time. 1 day a week is not a big deal.
That's cool. Yeah, Vaush is claiming to be gay now, but he can't remember his first homosexual experience. It's all fuzzy. Does that strike you as? I mean, obviously you've had a lot of homosexual experiences, so you probably remember them all.
I remember everything about the first time I sucked a dick. Yeah,
Doomer. Is that true?
it's crystal clear in my mind. No, I haven't had any gay experiences. I don't think I
Okay.
would. I don't think you would forget about that though.
Yeah, that was my instinct immediately.
I'm back from the eclipse, everybody.
Was it boring?
That's
or,
too bad.
Or great?
It wasn't that well. I mean, it's the moon is orange.
It's a
but
lunar eclipse.
It's a lunar eclipse. Yes.
Oh.
Since
Okay.
you didn't experience it properly, what you need
Well-
to do is go up in the street and just look up at it and just
Yeah.
wait.
Okay,
And
guys,
on
I
a busy
don't-
road.
was gonna say, you're asking me if it's a lunar eclipse. Do you know what time it is? Like, it's almost midnight. I mean, obviously, I'm not walking outside at midnight to watch a solar eclipse, right? Obviously.
Did I just pull a Vaush? I think I did.
So yeah, but I saw it. It was cool. Like, it wasn't. I don't know if it's dependent on where you are. It wasn't very bright. Like, I've seen it before, where it's like a really bright red, and it's cool. But this, it was red, but it wasn't.
So,
it
would you give
dark.
the eclipse a 7 out of 10?
I give it a 6.5.
6.5. Okay.
Yeah, 6.5
that's not
out
worth
of 10.
going outside.
Did you see like a cut?
That's a reference no one will get.
Did you see a cut in the moon?
What do you mean a cut?
Like from it's a shadow of the sun or the shadow of the earth crossing across the moon. That's what a lunar eclipse is.
Yes, correct.
And did you see the shadow of the earth clipping into the moon or no?
I mean, I saw.
I mean,
that
you
the
said
moon
it's
was
orange,
red.
but
Yeah.
so that's not really anything.
That's what it looks like when you see the lunar eclipse. It makes it look red.
No, but I've seen one where you see like a big bite out of like the cookie.
Oh! I see what you're saying. I just looked at it briefly because we're in the middle of stream. I didn't want to stare out there, so stare at it. But
No, we're honestly, Sitch, we're fine with that. You can, you know.
Yeah, we were just getting in. We were getting ready to bring up another video.
We were just talking about how happy we were that, you know,
Of
to have some
course.
time without you.
I mean, I was talking about how happy I am not having, that you're going to have a new channel and I'm not going to have to listen to you anymore. So
You don't know how to
I needed a
unsubscribe
break.
from his old channel?
I did, but I was still worried I might accidentally come across a Doomer video.
Yeah, so I'll like release a video and Sitch will be like, "Oh, I don't know how to quit Doomer," and fucking click on it. Listen to the whole thing 3 times.
I wish
I'll say no. My comment will be, "I thought you were dead." Sad face.
A lot of people did think I was dead.
There you go.
Nah.
Anyways,
that it?
were you actually going to bring up another video or no?
No, I
Yeah,
mean,
I've got this video that proves that I came up with Cope Spiral. Times
No
10.
one cares.
yeah,
about
bring that up. I want to see that.
Oh, you want us to?
I don't believe it's possible. Let's see if Vaush has any more cope left in him, real quick,
okay.
while we got it up. Cope, Vaush. Cope.
Give
Say
us the
something.
cope.
Stop reading the chat.
Give us
Okay?
I thought you were being
Cool.
way too aggressive out the gate with the narrativism thing. No, I don't think so. I think I was just being clear with the criticism that I had. I don't think that I was rude. It was mostly just crazy to me how much that guy Gish gallops like a motherfucker, man. Holy shit.
Gish gallops.
Did he gish gap at all in the conversation?
What is gish galloping? I don't
No,
even. I don't know these stupid.
That's when you
debate
keep
terms.
changing the topic.
Gish galloping is when you throw too many things out. Like, let's say that you make a point, and I say something that would reasonably take you 2 minutes to respond to, but instead of allowing you to respond, I say another thing that would take you 2 minutes to respond to, and then I say another thing. Basically,
Right.
you just keep throwing stuff out, and it's very, very difficult. First of all, it's impossible to actually respond to it, but it's hard to even keep track in your head of what exactly they were doing. It's like it's like shotgunning with arguments and ideas. So that
Right.
yeah.
He only made one argument though, the narrative thing. That's all. They talked about it for 20 minutes. It was on everything he said was on topic.
Yeah,
Well,
it was the opposite of a gish gallop. It was like a stun lock on a really boring
Right.
issue.
But
Right.
he's saying it's a gish gallop because what if he's trying to lay out a full argument, and so he'd say this leads to this leads to this this leads to this, and he's like, that's a gish gallop. It's like, well, no, we're talking about like whether there's a connection here from all these movements or not, so I have to lay it all out.
Causal arguments or gish gallops now. Okay, interesting. I don't.
Yep.
That seems dishonest to me.
Yeah. Let me read a super chat really quick.
Do you think Vaush
investigator
is a map? I'm just curious.
a boss is a what?
A map.
What's a map?
No,
You don't know what a map is?
I don't think he is a map.
What is a
Map
map?
stands for minor attracted pedophile.
Oh, I have no comment about that. I have no public position. on
I don't know
whether or
why.
not Vaush
I
wants
don't know
skins.
why they. I don't know why they put minor attracted in front of pedophile. Isn't pedophile?
It's minor.
Doesn't that
attracted
mean
person.
minor attractive?
It's minor attracted person.
I can't tell if you're joking or not.
Me?
Yeah,
Me or Doomer?
you.
Why? I'm not joking.
Oh, because it's minor attracted person. It's not pedophile.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's minor attracted
It's
person.
them trying to rebrand pedophile to sound nicer.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Minor attracted pedophile does not sound. I mean,
Well,
That's why that isn't the phrase. It's minor attracted person.
Or as someone in chat says, minor attracted predator. That's what we should call it.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah. Minor attracted predator.
Right.
What was the super chat you were going to read?
So the super chat was investigator WM Quinn for $20. Thank you, investigator. Said, Sitch, Adam, and Doomer, who would you side with for the fate of the Mojave? Mr. House, Caesar Legion, or the NCR? Well, the NCR is boring as fuck, and the Caesar Legion is lit. So obviously the Caesar Legion. And Mr. House is just like an old guy stuck in a coffin.
You're just trolling.
Fucking robot.
You're just
How
trolling.
much trolling?
Right
The Caesar Legion's fucking awesome.
You sided with the fucking fascist slavers?
Yes.
Terrible.
It's fucking amazing. You go into that fucking
Disavow.
city in the South, and they like fucking crucified the whole town. It's fucking lit.
How dare
Somebody
you.
clip this and send it to Vaush so I can use this against Darren.
Who did you side with, the fucking NCR?
Of course.
Jesus Christ. it's
Order.
So fucking
Law.
boring,
We just
dude.
talk about nothing about how you need to have. Listen.
Oh, let's go
We-
fucking.
Now we know what's going on here. Okay, Sitch is over here. He's like, we
dystopian
need to have,
hellscape.
we need
Sitch
to have
wants to join the fucking
strong
UN.
institutions that lead to pro-social productive societies. That's what the NCR is about. Okay, sometimes they make mistakes. Sometimes you gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet. But the NCR is a strong institution and create a functioning country.
Sitch is playing Fallout 3, and there's a fucking an unexploded nuclear warhead over a town, and he goes and fucking disarms it.
Yes, you
What a
fucking wait a minute.
cuck.
You blew up that town in Fallout
Yes,
3. You
obviously
fucking-
I did.
What was it? This fucking scumbag over
Why
here.
wouldn't you?
Because I am a good person, Doomer.
Well, I am not a good
I'm a
person.
moral soul, and I don't get my kicks killing innocent people, real or imaginary.
Why would you do her? That's so evil.
Look, it's interesting. The game gives you an option.
Interesting.
You could be boring like Sitch, or you could blow up a nuclear warhead on a town.
Interesting.
He nuked an innocent town in Fallout
That's
3. I
fascinating.
can't believe this.
Dude, the NCR is fucking like such a fucking snooze fest, dude. Absolutely disgusting. And Mr. House is just, I mean, fucking like a dead guy. Is he even alive? He's like dead, right?
Yeah, but so why didn't you? Okay, this is why you're full of shit here. Okay, if you wanted to be a true rebel, you would say fuck this, fuck the Legion, fuck the fascist slavers. I don't even know they're fascists. I don't know what the fuck. They're a bunch of crazy
No,
slaver.
they're like cannibals.
No, they're not cannibals. They don't eat anyone.
They don't?
There are cannibals in Fallout, but not Caesar's. They're slavers.
Slavery's
they-
evil. Slavery's wrong.
They enslave and crucify everyone, and they give women no rights, and they use them as sex.
Oh
basically.
my goodness.
That's why Doomer wants it, because Doomer is an incel, and he wants to have his
Doomer.
sex slave, okay, in
Doomer.
Caesar's Legion. And they
Like,
they're LARPers. They're literally, Adam, this game takes place in a post-apocalyptic future, and they're dressing up like they're fucking Roman soldiers.
Oh well, that's a little gay.
It's so there you go.
Oh, okay.
No, but see, Doomer, if you want to be the true rebel, you would have said, no, I'm going to kill Mr. House, but I'm going to take control of New Vegas.
I did
and
kill
all the
Mr. House,
robots.
but I also helped the Caesar Legion.
Yeah, but why didn't you just kill everyone? Why don't you just become the
I usually
power of New
do.
Vegas?
That's how I play those games. I systematically wipe out
Well,
every
no,
fucking
because you said
person
you
I
sided
can.
with Caesar's Legion. That's the opposite.
Well, yeah, they help me kill people, and then you kill them last, and then you kill
I see.
everyone.
I see.
You systematically oppress people, Doomer? Is that what you're saying?
The NCR
The most fun
brings
way you can
liberty
play
and democracy.
games.
True.
The games
Thank
present you with a
Sopho.
structure, and the most fun thing you can do is to just try and kill off literally everyone. That's the most fun way to play these games. They're like, hey, you got a quest. You need to go to help a guy with the fucking robot walking through your town. It's like, fuck that.
That sounds
I'm going to kill all these
boring.
motherfucking people. Yeah, it is boring.
That sounds
What's
boring.
interesting?
Helping
What's interesting
people?
is taking your starter gear. Yeah, who wants to
Who
do
wants
that?
to
Sounds
help
terrible.
people?
Now, what would be cool is if you could kill off everyone without getting caught by the NPCs. So you could nuke the entire fucking town and take all of their shit and use their loot to go to the next town and kill all of them as well. And just ignore the main quest.
They are NPCs. Can't you kill them indiscriminately?
I'm pretty sure this is like one of those signs that you're a serial killer. Okay. You know, do you find small animals, Doomer, and you cut them open and like keep them in your backyard?
I have no public statement about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Doomer's like, I
like
usually
to play a game where I go into the town of innocent people. I just slowly, I see if I can murder them all without anyone catching me. And then I destroy the whole town and I move to the next one. This is what brings me fun. I don't even play the quest. I just literally murder everyone. I don't care about completing quests in this game.
Doomer's like, I bring the animals in the kitchen.
God. Doomer's over here like, listen, I downloaded a special mod that lets me kill the children.
You're the motherfucker. Oh, I'm gonna fucking join the NCR and listen to a bunch of fucking in
Fallout. You can
about how to establish a fucking
in Fallout 3.
How to establish a bureaucracy. Oh, let's go
you can kill everyone,
ranks.
Adam, except for the children. So I bet Doomer's over here finding mods that he downloaded and installed just so he can murder children too.
Sitch is the fucking loser who played Skyrim and actually learned magic to become the Archmage of the Wizards Guild instead of just
Skyrim,
fucking.
So that's
okay.
You downloaded child-killing mods, Doomer.
I know.
Well, in Skyrim, Skyrim isn't the best one. The best one's probably like Morrowind or Oblivion.
Just say no, please.
Wait, what? Child-killing mods? Yeah, fuck yeah.
Oh fuck. You're not baby killing, are you? I mean.
There's no babies, but you can kill like not toddlers, but like 4-year-olds.
Oh, okay. Oh, interesting.
I like how I'm playing the game and it's like very consistent with the philosophy I lay out in stream. And then Doomer's over here like a fucking psychopathic serial killing murderer, like, gets boring. I just like to fucking murder everyone.
Dude, in fucking Elder Scrolls, the only way you get into the Dark Brotherhood,
Sitch, you're following
you have to go
the
fucking
storyline and helping people. That's boring. Story and helping people is boring. Murdering people indiscriminately and killing entire swaths of towns. Now that's exciting. I'm edgy.
Oh, that's good. Sitch is so funny. He's like, I want to do the story.
Dude, Sitch is an NCR cuck.
What does that mean?
He's gonna fucking play a video game and listen to fucking orders from a military NPC. Telling him what to do to establish a bureaucracy in the apocalypse. Okay,
they have to go. Well, this is rebuilding society, though, Doomer. This is serious business.
I didn't get this fucking game to go rebuild society. Okay,
well, that's the whole point of buying the game.
The collapse. The point of the game is you get to fucking murder people.
There's missions though.
But here, I guess here's the difference. I've played Grand Theft Auto. I've played, a million of these games where you just,
murder
not Infamous. There's one that's really good. Prototype.
Sitch, you have sex with a hooker and then kill her.
Sitch plays fucking Grand Theft Auto and gets a fucking job. Like it's a fucking mechanic.
No.
He just fucking gets up, the fucking game starts, and he goes and fucking cleans cars.
You log in.
Bullshit. No,
stops doing the main quest.
You log in. He's a barista at the Starbucks.
Where you run over everyone.
He goes and plays a fucking MMO. He doesn't even level his combat skills. He runs around picking up fucking plants and making potions.
I've played Prototype where you literally run around and can just eat random people like without recourse. Okay, I've played these games. I don't have a problem with that. But when I play a game like Fallout, I'm trying to like put myself in the place of the character because I find that more engaging than just being like, I'm killing pixels. It's like, okay, there's like a million games where you can just kill pixels. And that's just not emotionally engaging at all.
Oh, listen to this.
It's not, you don't find it emotionally engaging to murder an entire town?
No, it's boring. They're not real people. Listen.
So it would be fun if they were real people, Sitch? Is that what you're saying?
No, I find it, if you want to just kill pixels, okay, go play a multiplayer shooter where you're actually playing against another person.
Sitch.
If you want to take orders from a bureaucrat, go get a fucking political science degree IRL.
You had part of the interesting part in Fallout with the factions is that none of the factions are perfect, but one of them is clearly like good and one of them is clearly fucking evil, and Doomer over here is choosing the clearly evil side just because he's an edgelord.
There's a great fucking Alan Watts quote. He's talking about this painting. There's this like painting of heaven and hell, and he points out, you look at the people that are depicted in hell and it looks so much more interesting. You look at the people in heaven and they're just all sitting around, it's all boring. There's all this interesting shit going on in the hell side. Okay,
Oh my
Look,
god!
I'm
what
sorry,
an edge, what
but
an
going
edgy
around and
teenager,
crucifying
okay?
people is
What an
much more
edgy
interesting
teenager.
than fucking listening to some bitch tell me how I can become a lieutenant in a fucking organization that's trying to establish a new society in the fucking wasteland. I don't want to do that.
I'd rather rule hell than serve in heaven. I'm so edgy. Oh my god. Boopity boopity. I look at people in heaven enjoying peaceful spiritual bliss, and I'm like, that's boring. I want to fuck bitches up. Whoa. God.
You're the one who
No
wants
wonder
to
your name's
establish
Doomer.
fucking NATO
No
in a
wonder
goddamn
your name's a Doomer,
post-apocalypse.
Okay. God, your life is empty. You just need to.
My
my
life is full of
all
murder
the
in
anger
digital
at your
realms.
life and the emptiness of your life. You have to get out by killing NPCs and Fallout 3.
Like, say you must have fucked up because chat's actually on my side for once. This doesn't happen a lot.
Uh-huh.
You got to revel in it.
Oh, hey, counterpoints.
Let's see. Doomer would
Oh,
love
and listen,
for
to address, I have a strict no gank policy in WoW, which I'm sure you
Oh my god.
were running around
gank.
killing innocent under-leveled people because you're a total scumbag.
Yeah, guess what? I was playing a fucking rogue too. You go invisible, they can't even fucking see you. They respawn. They're trying to get fucking hearts off of raptors. Fuck them. Kill them.
God, look,
Sit there
so
for
evil.
half an hour, ruin their fucking night.
Doomer's literally evil.
Go
I
into
didn't know this.
Stormwind. But even
Doomer
before
is
there were achievements,
unironically
go into
evil. I
fucking
had no
Stormwind,
fucking
kill the
clue.
fucking NPCs, kill the fucking people.
Okay, listen, I would do that. I would go to Goldshire and kill the NPCs on my rogue, but that was different because they would have to flag themselves. Okay, they had to enter the arena and get punished by
Look,
me.
you play in a PvP. You play in a PvP realm. You're always flagged, buddy.
No,
In
not
WoW?
in no. What are you talking? What are you fucking poser? You're not flagged in Goldshire. That's Alliance territory.
In WoW, aren't you playing against real people, not NPCs?
Both.
Both.
So when you're doing this ganking thing, which is like using overwhelming forces to destroy opponents, that's
Ganking is probably better called griefing. It's usually
Yes.
you are much more powerful than the person and you are just fucking with them.
yeah.
And there isn't even really any incentive to do it aside from to ruin
Right.
someone else's
There's
fun.
zero incentive to do it. The person has no chance of defeating you because like you'll be max level on your character and they'll be like 50 levels under you.
But
It would
is
be like
this
a good-
character
A good comparison would be like me and Sitch IRL. Like, there's no way he could beat me in
What
a
are
fight.
you-
He just wouldn't
okay.
even be close.
You know, Sitch wrestles
No, that-
alligators and snakes, right? I mean, he's got a black
true.
belt in.
No, he ran away from alligators and snakes.
He's got a
I did.
black
What are you
belt
talking
in.
I zapped it.
Yeah, he totally electrocuted the snake.
Yeah, see, he can't even take it fairly. He has to use an unfair fight with
He's
a
got
fucking
a-
tasers and shit.
Okay,
He's got a
Doomer, you can come down
python.
here and you can wrestle the alligators and then show us a picture of it.
Anyway, do
Yeah,
these?
I would.
What exactly is on the line for these people that you're ganking? What are they losing? Do they have to like start
They
over
have to
from
run
the
back to
beginning?
their body.
They have to run back to their body and wait for you to
Which
leave.
Can
'Cause they can't
depending
play
on
the
where you
game, or they
die,
can
can
log
take
off.
anywhere from 30 seconds to 2 minutes of time.
That's
So
nothing.
Run back.
Gank,
Well, wait a minute.
Gank to your heart's content.
Wait a minute, Adam. Because usually the way this works, from especially evil people like Doomer, is they don't just kill you once. Especially if he's a rogue, he'll kill you.
Yeah, you.
Then he'll go
camp
invisible
right
and he'll
there.
wait for you. Yeah, he'll camp your body. Yeah, so you spend it like 30
Yeah.
minutes to an hour
Spawn
doing nothing
camper.
but getting killed. Right.
Yeah, no, that's great.
So you have some small child, okay, or some hardworking guy who's come home from his job. He just wants to play some WoW.
cute little noob like Sitch.
It's some fucking piece of shit over here is like, oh, let me just kill you for no. I'm literally gaining nothing from this except that I'm enjoying your suffering. Okay, that's
Yeah, this
you're a
fucking
fucking
Sitch guy thinks he's
psychopath.
gonna get 10 Panther kills in fucking Stranglethorn Valley. I've got something else coming, buddy. You're not getting those fucking Panther kills. You looking for the invisible Panthers?
Yeah, this
You're
fucking
gonna
guy
find
standing
me.
over here at Nessingware, he's like, oh, you think you're gonna kill the fucking Panthers? You looking for those Shadow Maw Panthers that take forever to find? Fuck you, I might kill you when you find one.
Yep.
Because Doomer is literally evil. Doomer is unironically evil. That should be the name of this strain.
Is this why you
That's
made
his
that
high level
video?
Vaush video.
Did you make
It
that
is.
video,
This is
Doomer,
crazy to
as
me.
penance for your evil?
It was just
degenerate thoughts?
projection. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Well, it's like
Vaush is gonna clip this out.
people accuse other people of the things that they're guilty of, right?
Yeah,
So you're guilty of being evil, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. God, look at this. I had no clue that Doomer was such a fucking psychopath. He's a dark triad personality right here.
Mr. Matlock says, Adam, Please end this nerd war.
True.
There you go.
Yeah. You guys should try meeting people. You guys should get out a little more.
No, that
Guys,
sounds
guy, singular. I'm not the fucking psychopath over
Oh,
here.
yeah,
like,
that's true.
I
Well, I mean,
enjoy
you're not
making
playing.
people's day miserable.
Sitch, how many hours a week do you play video games? I'm curious about
Now?
this. Yeah.
Very little now.
Never?
Not never, but very little.
An hour a week? 2 hours a week?
I don't know. I don't keep
4
track of
hours
these
a week?
things, Adam.
Well, so it could be 10 hours a week and you wouldn't know it
I don't think it's 10
if you
hours
don't
a week.
keep. Okay.
Dude,
Doomer,
Sitch isn't even a real gamer, dude. Look at this
Doomer,
fucking
do you
not even
play?
10 hours
How
a week.
often do you play Tetris, Doomer? I know,
Tetris?
That's your
I haven't
favorite
played
game.
Tetris in quite a while.
right? What games do you play?
Right now, kind of nothing. I was playing Path of Exile, but this league kind of sucks, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah. You're all like,
Oh, League
you're so
player.
excited for that.
Yeah, it's not great. Unfortunate.
Counterpoint says, I'm going to keep posting this until it's read. Quote, I don't kill kids. That's the rule. The rule's negotiable if the kid's a dick. Doomer.
Yeah,
Did you say that,
basically.
Doomer?
I mean that captures the essence of what I think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna play this Elden Ring game. Everyone's talking about Elden Ring.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not super into those games, but they're incredibly popular with most people.
Me and Doomer are supposed to do a Hades competition at some point. So
Oh yeah, I would fucking push your shit in an 80s. That'll be great.
yeah, you'll fucking, oh my god, you're gonna get so demolished and be like,
Are you both good at
I hate this game. You don't understand whenever Doomer plays like a Jackbox game or something with us, he fucking whines. He's like, whenever he's losing, he's like,
I mean,
"Oh,
wine.
this
I don't
fucking game
ever
sucks.
lose. What are you talking
This
about?
game fucking
When have I
sucks.
ever lost?
I don't
to
understand
Jackbox?
any of this. How does this? I don't even
What
know
the
how
fuck?
this game
What is this
works.
fucking?
I didn't even
copy?
want to. And then, like he has like he goes so funny. 'cause
Dude,
he
you
goes,
guys, we were playing this fucking. We were playing.
there's a
Jackbox the other
reason
day,
why
and
Doomer
Sitch
was
guessed
able
my
to
fucking
come up
lie
with the
every
term.
single round.
There's
Sitch
a
guessed my
reason-
fucking lie
look
like
at him.
5
Look at
rounds
him.
in a row.
Look at him interrupting me like Vaush.
I know he's doing the
There's a
same
Yeah,
thing.
reason-
Chad energy.
There's a reason Doomer came up with the term cope spiral because he goes through the cope spiral every time we play a game. At first, he's like, I don't understand. This game sucks. And then he's like, I didn't even want to win. I'm not even trying. It's such sour grapes.
Did you play Human Fall Flat with us? Doomer, I can't remember.
Is that the one that sucked?
That with us now.
Wait, no, that's the one you hate.
No, I like Human Fall Flat.
No, I
That
mean,
was pretty
does it-
fun.
Oh, okay, which one do you hate, Adam? Do you hate Pico Park?
Pico Park is okay.
Okay, it's Pico
We
Park.
played Pico. Pico Park is the one where everyone's like you run around and do the maze together, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I want the maze, but they're little challenges.
Different
that you have to
challenges.
do.
Yeah, you got to
Yeah,
work
yeah.
together. It's very difficult, especially when there's like 7 or 8 people who
Mhm.
are dead set against working together,
Yeah.
which is Pico Park.
Right.
That happens quite often. So, But
Adam
yeah.
doesn't like Jackbox because he has to read quickly, which
Yeah,
is
Jackbox,
obviously not his forte.
Yeah, I'm not good at Jackbox, but I like Pico Park better, and I do like Human Fall Flat. And we did play once Carmageddon, but you bugged out, Doomer. You didn't want to get it. It was, I think, too expensive or something.
I don't even know what Human Fall Flat is. I don't remember that.
It's fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I've ever lost to Jackbox. I don't really know what Sitch is talking about.
I can't read, so Jackbox is tough. But this game,
Uh-huh.
I mean, this Hades game kind of looks lame to me.
How
Hades
dare
is
you.
great.
Yeah. Fuck you.
It's like a
Hades,
third.
Hades is a legitimate contender for like top 20 best games of all time. It's a very good game.
Is this a
Um,
game that Vaush plays on stream and everyone makes fun of him because it's like old and lame?
No, he was playing the remastered Diablo.
Oh, Diablo, that's a game.
Right.
But it is third person like Diablo.
It's a third person isometric. So I guess that's why your old man brain is confusing them.
Yeah, it's basically like The Sims. You guys are playing The Sims, but
Adam only plays FPS games. Is that the rule?
well, I mean, as Doomer was saying, I kind of like to kill, but I mean, you got to get up front and personal if you really want to enjoy it.
What do you mean? Hades is literally all about killing and being killed.
Yeah, but you're from a mile away. You're like you got to get the binoculars out to really see what's going on.
Because there's just like a million people running around here. You have to have a good vision of the screen.
Yeah, but
Oh
that's
god,
game would be like
imagine
impossible.
first person Hades. You would be dashing around.
It'd be impossible.
give
it
you
would be
motion sickness.
great.
That's true. You'd vomit.
That would be awesome. It'd be like you were in the real battle.
Okay. Not Gay Ben, our favorite chatter, says Doomer needs to find God. That is true. That is true. You do need to find God.
Doomer,
I didn't know I was supposed to be looking for him, sir.
Doomer would kill your dog in Minecraft. I would never play Minecraft with Doomer because I know he'd be relentlessly evil.
I would go fucking 2B2T on Sitch's fucking base, dude. I would TNT the shit out of his fucking base. I would bed trap the motherfucker. Oh, just click on that. Nothing bad's gonna happen.
When I was playing Minecraft, I'd always do like funny pranks. Like someone opens their door and then they step on a dispenser that shoots out like 50 pigs at them or something. Or, you put a bunch of cobwebs in their house and you say, listen, why aren't you dusting your house? It's very dusty. Something that doesn't like destroy all of their work. But Doomer is like, nah, I'm just going to fucking blow everything up and burn it down.
No, scorched earth. When I'm done with Sitch's base, you won't be able to recognize what biome it's in.
Okay.
Yeah. Not fun.
CT, does Sitch have a base in this realm?
No, I don't play in it. Well, I've walked around and looked at the cool shit they've built, but I don't think I built anything.
Okay. CT, hit me up in DMs if Sitch ever builds a base.
I would not invite Doomer to your realm. He would probably burn all your hard work down.
No, me and CT get along. Yeah.
Okay.
You'd let CT live.
Yeah, CT can live.
Watch out. She might shank you.
I never played the Doomer remake. So
the what remake? The Doomer remake?
The Doomer remake, yeah. The Doom remake.
I haven't played the Doom remake either.
Parker nuked your house, CT? How dare she? I can't believe it.
I brought up your Sitch art. Who did this art again?
Let me bring up Twitter. Twitter's gone.
It's really good.
Yeah, this art's amazing. This is me fighting the snake and the alligator. This is an accurate representation.
Connolly.
This is the fucking subtitle on this picture should be Cope.
So this is Richard Conley, who I'm pretty sure was actually there and took a picture and then drew a picture from that picture. And this is exactly what it looked like when I was fighting off the snake and alligator in the middle of the stream last week.
Look at that. Just cutting that anaconda up.
Yeah, look at that. I'm like cutting it up.
What I'm sure it actually looked like was Sitch like looking out from behind some blinds and calling animal control.
Nope.
He's on
You're
his
just
phone
jealous.
dialing 911.
You're just jealous.
Officer, can you send a patrol car? There's a snake in my yard.
The resolution on this picture is crazy. Like if you can zoom in. That's really
I don't like to zoom. I don't think zooming is very cool.
Mm-hmm.
So would you say, Adam, that you don't like zoomers?
Oh yeah, zoomers are the worst.
Based.
Thank you, Richard. This is a great picture, Richard. This looks sick as fuck.
Okay, we're zooming in. Yeah, that's a good level of detail. I like that.
Yeah, look at the face.
Sitch looks like a weird alien head. Lefty, I wonder, is he going to color it? I wonder.
I don't know, but it looks great either way. Looks fantastic.
We'll have to use this on the Tuesday stream thumbnail.
Yeah. This is exactly what happened.
Look at that insane face. Very cool.
Cool. Thank you, Richard. Doomer's just jealous that he doesn't get cool art. So.
Do you read the contrast? Member for 2 months, free will seeker, base Doomer. Rogue represent. Sitch is a lame gamer that believes by honor and mutual respect.
No. You're reading it wrong.
Oh.
Contrast for 2 months. Thank you so much, Contrast. Says base Doomer. Rogue represents, which is fine. I played my rogue exclusively in Burning Crusade PvP. Sitch is a lame gamer that believes in things like honor and mutual respect. I like to grind opponents into the dirt. Ew.
Yeah.
Listen, if I'm out here, you guys misunderstand. Well, no, Contrast is just trolling, but if I'm out questing, this is why I love leveling my warlock and my rogue. Okay, I'm out here questing, do my little quest.
Questing, is that what they call it?
That's what they call it, Adam. Okay, doing some quests.
When you sit down in your office in front of your computer.
Listen to this fucking guy. When I'm doing my questing, okay,
My questing
as a warlock or a rogue,
quest, type,
piece of shit alliance, okay, some fucking gnome or some night elf hunter comes and tries to fucking gank me, and we're like similar levels, and I fucking kick his ass and I kill him. I camp that buddy's corpse for the next fucking hour, okay? I make him rue. I make the doomers of the world rue the fucking day they try to gank people. Because you know what we do in pro-social productive societies, Adam? Here in liberal world and in the world of America and liberalism, we turn violence into watchdogs, okay? You turn the violent person into the police officer so that they can use their violence against the criminals who deserve it.
This is
the
so
criminals
weird.
like Doomer.
I don't believe you.
Social doomers of the world.
No, you're sitting on fucking Moonguard in the fucking library reading books and fucking RPing with people in a goddamn tavern, Sitch. Don't talk to me about warlocks in Goldshire.
Okay,
I know what you're actually doing.
Listen, I never played on the RP server. That was a bridge too far for me. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, you want to RP in Fallout? It's a fucking NCR.
Most people like to role play as something different, though, Sitch. Like you're a liberal in real life, and you go into the game and play as yourself. That's kind of boring, isn't it?
Okay, you go.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I'm a psycho in real life, and I go and role play.
There you go.
So you're doing the same thing, Doomer?
Yeah.
No, I think it's the opposite. I think Doomer is an interesting, self-reflective, honest individual.
Counterpoints has a picture of him holding an alligator he captured while he was a police officer.
Really?
He sent it to us.
We got to bring that bitch up.
It's funny. The alligator that I dealt with was like,
holy shit.
That's like a tiny little baby alligator. Like mine was like a real alligator. Okay. It's like a real alligator. I would not be afraid of an alligator that size.
Why did Counterpoints ditch the force? That's what I'm wondering. What happened?
Because he wanted to go kill innocent people like Doomer, obviously.
So why would you look? Why would you give up? This is living the American dream right here. Look.
If I had to guess, because it's a hard job and you don't get paid very much.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what his actual answer is, though.
He's got an alligator. Look at this. This is kind of a baby gator, though. That was fun.
Zara Richards for $20 says, did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14 has a free trial and includes the entirety of Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward expansion up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime?
Did you just get a donation from Square Enix?
I did. Thank you, Zara, for your copy pasta. That's barely an alligator. Yes.
I couldn't get into Final Fantasy 14. I was actively looking to waste all my time on a video game, and I was like, I'll give it a shot, but yeah.
Contrast said the reason Counterpoints left the force because he didn't meet his killing black guy quota.
Oh, really?
Is that true? Is that true, Connor?
Yeah.
God, we learned a lot. I never knew Doomer was a fucking psychopath. Mr. BFG 586 for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I have nothing fancy to say other than love the channel. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Andrew Clark for $20 says, you need to check out the Soul Snack channel. They make woke CRT fantasy videos. Ironically, very funny. Might be good content for some Tuesday. Also, check out Death's Door, a Souls-like game where you play as a Crow Grim Reaper. Oh, interesting. Soul Snack.
Who's that super chat from? Because I think
Andrew Clark.
Andrew Clark. Yeah, Andrew Clark sent me a link to one of those, and I kind of watched one of them, and man, it's just. I mean, it's obviously super woke, but it kind of has an air of The Room, where it's just, horribly overacted.
Wait, is this where the video where the woman like whips the person in the park comes from?
I'm not sure. The one that I watched was a guy basically gets harassed by the police because they think he stole a rental car, and he's a black guy and with a black family.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like racist cop tries to harass him.
Was it Connor?
It was Connor, actually, in the video. Yes. He played the cop and was actually the cop. No, it wasn't Connor.
Wait, chat.
I thought Connor quit because he didn't want to be racist. They were like, listen, you got to be one of the guys.
I don't think that's like.
And he was like, I'm not really down with the racism.
Listen, we've got a little thing we do. Okay, we want you to come.
Yeah,
be a part
exactly.
Of it, right?
Yeah.
All I need you to do is help me lift up this big cross.
Yeah, exactly. You bring the lighter fluid in the matches, Connor. We'll meet you.
Mm-hmm.
We'll meet you at the outskirts of town.
I want to play the whip video, but it says it has like a music claim on it.
Oh yeah, don't do it though.
Just mute it.
Well, then we can't listen to it.
Yeah, what are you doing? I guess we could act it out from the subtitles.
Well, it has like it has the title like subtitles, but it's not as funny. You can't hear the acting. Did Soul Snack make that whip video? There's like a video where this blonde lady literally approaches a black guy, two black guys, one who's playing basketball and the other who's in a wheelchair. And she takes out a whip and she cracks it and she tells them to leave her neighborhood.
Really?
Yes.
That's insane.
And she's like just super racist. And it's not supposed to be a joke. It's supposed to be real.
Is this real? Somebody followed me on Twitter. And they have 217 followers and they're verified. How the fuck is that possible?
They're friends with a Twitter employee, and so.
How do you have 217 followers and you're verified?
I don't know.
Yo, hit them up. They almost certainly know a Twitter employee that get you verified.
I mean, one of them.
Listen, Dr. Diddler. I never play as human. That's boring. Okay, that's why I was Horde.
Yeah,
It's
Torn
fucking
for
Horde
life.
Death Knight, bitch. And an
Torn is
undead
fucking.
rogue.
Hey, I'm gonna min max.
You're right. I am.
You want to have blood fury?
Oh, actually, you want to
I
know
would have 15% stun resistance.
You know, Doomer's over here. Calling me out. Doomer was the ultimate cuck in World
You
of Warcraft.
played a Death Knight on release in Wrath.
Yeah, because I was fucking crushing it, bitch.
Because you were fucking
Crushing
suck at
it.
the game.
Doomer over here.
I need to fucking play a character that's so strong.
Okay, Adam.
Can't possibly lose.
Okay, Adam. There's 3 roles that you can do in a raid. Okay. There's the
3
tank.
roles?
3 roles, 3 jobs. Okay?
Yeah.
There's the tank. The tank's
Right.
job is to be
Kill
really
as many
big.
people as possible.
No.
What?
The opposite. Their job is to be really big and beefy, and they're going to take all the hits from the enemies.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
They're
that's
the
their job.
punching bag.
Yeah, they're gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're literally taunting the enemy. They're saying, "Your
Okay.
mama's so fat,
Come and
she's
get
got her
me.
own."
Yeah.
Okay. Then there's
Ignore
the
all those
DPS.
people who are picking your pockets and stealing your
Right.
women.
Right. Then there's
That's
the
me.
DPS. Okay. These are the ultra chads of the raid.
Mhm.
Okay. These are the people that do all of the damage. Right. They
Right.
fuck shit up. They got little meters that shows how much damage they do compared to everyone else. Highly competitive. Someone says,
Right.
"Hey, fuck you, bitch! I kicked your ass in the meters." That's where Sitch is. Sitch is at #1 top slot DPS.
Mhm.
Okay, on his Orc Death Knight, dual wheel frosting like paka paka paka.
Double penetration service.
That's right. Dual wheel. I was dual wielding axes, double penetrating. Okay.
Sitch was rank 7 for his spec on his realm.
I was. That's right. That's right.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
not good.
Rank 7 out of everyone in the realm. What are you talking about? It's amazing.
On your spec, on your realm, that's fucking garbage.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck
How
you're talking
many
about.
people
But anyway,
are in the realm?
like thousands of people.
Right. Doomer makes it sound like there's 7
That's some fucking
people.
cuck energy.
You know, but you know what Doomer was
Sitch
doing?
is not even on my level. Sitch can't
You know
even
what
imagine
Doomer was doing?
the heights that I rise to.
You
in
know what
video
cuck
games.
Doomer was doing, Adam? He wasn't tanking.
World first progression
He
rating.
wasn't
is what I was doing, Sitch.
DPSing. You know what he was doing? He was sitting in the back of the raid with little glowy hands, healing bitches. That's right. Doomer was a heal simp. He was going, healing wave.
He's like a medic.
Healing wave. He was a fucking medic. He was healing. He was healing the people who were doing the real
That's
work.
very soy,
fucking
Doomer.
when dumb fucks like Sitch are fucking trying to do damage,
That's
stepping in
very
fucking
soy.
fire, getting fucking damage, passing debuffs to each other, going and not fucking stepping in the puddles they need to step in, and doing all this stupid fucking shit that wipes the fucking raid and makes everyone want to quit the game. It's the fucking heroes like me that keep everybody alive, to deal with Sitch's dumb fucking mistakes so he can go fucking brag to his friends about being the number 7th best DPS on a fucking Blood Death Knight on his fucking medium population realm, beginning of Wrath of the Lich King with the most fucking broken class in the history of the fucking game, dude.
You hear this? You hear this
Fucking
whining?
cuck.
You hear this? Oh, you're only doing good because your class is broken. Oh. Excuse me, sir, while I heal you anyway from the back of the raid.
Yeah, let's settle that right now. Sitch, what was the state of Death Knight balance?
Every time Doomer casts healing wave.
What was the state of Death Knight balance at the beginning of Wrath?
That's right. There's a reason they call healers.
There's a reason he's not answering the fucking question.
Okay,
this is the
Doomer was
fucking
a big
dish gallop.
heal slut. He's all just like, oh, I'll heal you. I'll let the big boys do the work.
He's just never even got Shadow Mourn.
Let me kiss
he just
your
gets
boo-boo.
carried by the class
Sitch,
being
oh,
broken.
you took damage.
He doesn't do
Sitch,
the
let me
fucking
kiss your
work.
boo-boo.
Doesn't
Oh,
show
thank
up
you,
to the
Doomer.
fucking
Kiss
raid.
my boo-boo. I gotta go kill the guy. Thanks for kissing my boo-boo.
You're the boo-boo kisser.
You got invincible in fucking Mists of Pandaria.
How many
Going back and farming the raid.
How many
like a
boo-boos
cuck.
an hour do you kiss? Doomer?
Exactly.
I just want to try to measure your productivity.
Mm-hmm.
Doomer left.
How many boo-boos do you kiss per hour, Doomer?
I kissed enough.
Yeah, he wasn't just a
kissed
healer.
enough.
He was a resto shaman. Okay, he had that big heal. It was so difficult. He had to press one button, healing wave. He didn't even have to target anyone. He would just go healing wave, healing wave, healing wave. Oh, it's so difficult. Healing wave. Oh, I gotta press this one button to heal important people.
What's your KPB?
KPB?
Yeah, your kiss per boo-boo. we want to know. It's kind of like it's kind of like your KDR. You know, if you're a Chad who actually goes out and does some work, but
I can't imagine the nightmare of being Adam in this conversation when we're fucking arguing about literally a video game 15 years ago.
You, man.
I'm following along. What do you don't know what KDR is? Come on, that's your kill death rate, Doomer. Catch up. You should know this. Come on, genocidal maniac.
Doomer's over here like, oh, I'm on the healing meter. I'm getting beaten by the Holy Paladin on the heal. It's not fair. That's because they're a Holy Paladin. They're using Beacon. It's not the same. Don't yell at me, Go Leader.
Look, I could just not heal you. I could let you die when you stand in fire like a dumb fuck.
Yeah,
fucking up your damage rotation.
Don't you just spawn again? I mean,
I was melee DPS. I said I was a Death Knight.
He told me you just spawn again.
It's fucking cuck energy. You spawn again,
Not
but
in a
you have to, in a raid, you have to redo the whole encounter. It wastes everyone's time.
Yeah, if
it
you
wastes
die,
resources. It wastes
deal.
fucking world buffs. It wastes
it's bad. Dying is bad.
Really bad to die in a raid.
So maybe you need a boo-boo kisser.
Oh no, you definitely need boo-boo
effective.
kissers, Adam.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that's like the most beta cucked position of the
It is definitely third rank in the hierarchy. I would say.
It's not even close to his fucking beta. It's needing to play a broken class because you can't just play the fucking game.
I was a fucking bitch. I was a fucking dual-wield
in vanilla.
Knight.
You're such a fucking
the
bitch.
most.
You have to play
that had the
fucking
most
paladin.
actions per
you can't
minute
even kill.
required.
Bubble Hearth.
I wasn't a paladin. You need the most actions required per second, okay, to play a Frost dual-wield Death Knight.
You had a fucking
Wrath
macro
of the
that
Lich
you just
King,
clicked.
okay? No, you
A
didn't
macro?
know your
Holy shit.
Dead.
Boom, no,
fucking
you had the
recourse,
fucking
download the
icy
fucking
touch,
macro.
then you had the
Look at
fucking
this.
plague
Fucking
strike,
click the
then you had
fucking
to
button.
fucking do 2 blood strikes, then if you had a proc from Killing Machine, you had to fucking frost strike the motherfucker, then you had to obliterate, and then if you had a rhyme proc, you had to fucking cast Howling Blast, okay, and then you had to make sure you dumped your runic power so you didn't go fucking overboard.
If Sitch had a camera, you would see that he just fucking Googled this shit. He doesn't have a fucking clue.
Exactly, motherfucker.
I think
you don't know what the
this is like a mask off
He doesn't know how to
moment.
play his goddamn
You won't know what
class.
you're fucking talking about, loser.
Did Doomer just admit that he set up macros to do these things?
No, Sitch did.
You
I
had
was
a
fucking
macro
DPS
for
guy.
He said
pressing
he
No,
did.
you had a
chain
fucking
heel?
macro. I
You
know
had
that
a
Sitch did
macro
because he's
for
not good at
pressing
the
chain
game.
heel. Wait a minute. Actually,
he
it
said
was
he
worse.
had a macro.
It was worse because Doomer, I bet, used Healbot, didn't you?
I don't use Healbot. I am the
I
Healbot.
bet you did.
I am the
used
fucking Healbot, dog.
Okay.
Even Diddler thinks this is bad.
Macros is kind of cheating, don't you think? Setting up
First of all, Sean Nolan is correct. I didn't play a
shortcut
Feral
macro.
Cadre. I will concede that. Feral Cadre was actually the most ridiculous to play. Frost Death Knight was second. Okay. Doomer was playing with Healbot, which made the game even easier. He just literally clicked like one button just to heal people. It's like click, click.
That's
click.
yeah. You know nothing about healing.
You're right. I don't, because I'm not a fucking beta. I never fucking heal people.
I don't know. The chat seems kind of against both of you.
That's true. This is very nerdy conversation.
It's like nerd fight. I want to put both of them in lockers.
That's fine. That's fine. We can stop talking about it.
You can put Sitch in a locker.
You can. I'll help you put Doomer in a locker, but he's probably too fat to fit or something.
Yeah. I'm thick, not fat.
Oh, there it is.
You can try put me in a locker, buddy. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
We'll see what happens.
All right. What's the next Vaush video?
Investigator 1 Quim. Oh, that's a picture. There's your moon. So there you go.
I brought it up. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Investigator 1 Quim for $50. Thank you so much, Investigator 1 Quim. Said, I think what if alt history goal was to fuck with Vaush, basically make Vaush look like a fool by exposing how faulty Vaush's ideology is. I disagree. What if alt history destroyed Vaush? Vaush lost the optics game with the people outside his bubble. Well, I hope so.
I completely agree with that. I thought What If did a great job, and I'm still I don't think alt-hist thinks the government should control health. I think that was just him fucking with Vaush, which I think is great. I mean, obviously, that's pretty amazing. Right. Oh yeah, I think the government should control all health. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? And Vaush completely fell for it.
Yes.
Vaush completely just bought right. Oh, now he's telling the truth. Thank goodness.
Like in 2024, we'll elect the great Reverend Bernie Sanders, and we'll have health care for everybody. Okay.
Finally.
I Can't Swim for $20 says, hey guys, great stream so far. Have you guys heard about the spicy drama behind one of Kendrick Lamar's new songs, and what are your thoughts about it?
I don't know. No.
I kind of want to Google that.
Is he the one that dropped the F slur in the song, or is that someone else?
Is that bad?
No, Kendrick Lamar is probably.
Now you're not even allowed to do homophobic slurs in rap songs. What is the world coming
Who
to?
is the guy that called
Kendrick Lamar's controversial new song about trans auntie?
Oh, that's not fuck. I don't know anything about that.
Oh no. Does he use the T slur?
I'm reading the album. I'll let you know if I find something juicy.
Who was the guy that called the girl on stage and she was singing along, and when she said the N-word, he was like
freaked out.
No. Yeah, who was that?
That was a complete setup. He's completely fucked with her.
Yeah.
He drops the F slur in Dead Names. Holy shit.
It was Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick Lamar stopped white fan using N-word on stage.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that was Kendrick. That was
someone brought up a great point, which is like, motherfucker, you gonna stop a fan from singing your own lyrics, the N-word on stage? You don't get to say the F slur. Okay.
Oh yeah.
You don't get to fucking do that, you hypocrite.
That was a shameful moment.
Yes,
shameful display.
Because Kendrick Lamar is like a legitimately very, very good artist. I mean, like I said, he's probably the best rapper of the last 20 years. Right. I can't think of anybody that competes with him. Who competes with him?
I don't know. I don't like rap.
Well, you're fucking up.
I just don't like him because he's fucking.
I think that was such a bad move. That was fucking stupid. That was incredibly dumb. I don't remember the context of that, but there isn't really a context that justifies that shit. You don't like if you bring someone up on stage and they're like to sing along with your song, like, come on, bro.
Yeah, you put the fucking word in the song.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he pulled the girl up. It was like a test.
So wait, what's the new controversy?
He has a song about a trans relative and like dead names him and misgenders him and drops the F slur 3 times apparently.
Oh my god.
Boy, it sounds like he's done with this social justice nonsense.
It does not sound very woke from that song. Yeah.
Well, maybe that's good.
Sure. Even
Is
though
it
he was a
art?
hypocrite about the N-word.
But he's black, so he's allowed to be.
No.
No, he's not black.
Yes, he's not black. He's like Talcum X. He's just faking it.
Is he really?
No, I don't. Of course not.
Is
Kendrick Lamar is really black.
Kendrick Lamar really black?
He won a Pulitzer Prize for what?
Music.
Kendrick Lamar and black Israelism.
Oh no, is he a black Israelite?
Kendrick Lamar a black Hebrew Israelite?
Is he really?
I don't think so.
I mean, I would believe it.
Black people.
How did you even
normal.
find this article, Adam?
I typed in, is Kendrick Lamar really black?
That's what came up.
What?
Yeah.
Why would you type that in?
You said he was faking it. You just told me he was faking it. Is Kendrick a real gangster? These are other questions people ask. Did Dr. Dre discover Kendrick? That's kind of interesting. What is something unusual about Kendrick Lamar? Let's see, what do people say about that?
So he had a line where he says, "I'm an Israelite. Don't call me black no mo. That word is only a color. It ain't facts no mo."
Okay.
There's your best rapper of all time.
Sounds like it.
Look, man, Good Kid, Mad City is fucking lit. I don't know what to tell you. It's really fucking good.
But is he actually a black Israelite, or is it just a random rap lyric?
I don't think so.
This article doesn't say. Thank you for being useless.
His real name is Kendrick Lamar Duckworth. Sitch, how do you feel about that?
Is that really his name?
That's what it says.
Kendrick Lamar Duckworth?
Duckworth.
That's how you know he's fucking shitty. Okay.
That's a simulation winking at you right
that's
now.
That's how you know that Kendrick. See, I was right. Kendrick Lamar isn't actually black because he's really 3 ducks in a person costume, standing on each other's shoulders. Okay.
Well, they could be African ducks. You don't know. I mean, how far do they fly? I mean, ducks.
Is that even
ducks go all over the world?
African native ducks? Is that even a thing?
They have to have ducks in Africa. Do not. I mean,
I don't fucking know.
No ducks.
So, okay, Hephaestus Rising. What Eminem album is better than Good Kid, Mad City? I'm open to being wrong, but I can't think of one.
Oh no.
Can you imagine being worse?
Oh no, Adam. I Google African duck. You know what it's called?
What?
The African black duck.
No way, you're kidding me.
I'm not kidding.
What the? This is worse than Black Friday.
This is the simulation fucking world. It actually looks the duck looks pretty cool.
Does it? Oh,
yeah,
that's cool.
But
should I bring up an
African black duck? So there you go. Kendrick Lamar is just, first of all, I'm not racist. I don't think he's an African black duck. I think he's 3 Canadian geese standing on each other's shoulders. Okay.
We could do a 3/5 step.
He's got beef with Big Sean. Is that true? Wow. Kendrick Lamar and Big Sean beef appeared to start after the pair collaborated on a song called Control. Kendrick dissed a number of rappers, including Big Sean, on his own song. Oh.
It's a fucking chat energy.
Since that
right there.
moment,
Get someone to collaborate on a song and then talk shit
and
about
then
him.
totally talk. Yeah, exactly.
Chat energy.
You're like busting out.
That's fucking despicable. What are you talking about?
You're busting out in the studio, and you're like, "This guy's retarded."
It's some of the most Sigma shit in the world.
Chad energy is not being a backstabber to people that help you.
That's technically a front stabber.
It literally is.
I mean,
like, imagine if someone like had a show and you went on and
they're
called them a piece
in the
of shit.
song.
That would be fucking based.
It depends why you're calling them a piece of shit. They actually merit something worth doing that?
I don't know. Did you?
Well, I've never been called a piece of shit. I'm going
I've called you a
because
piece of shit on
people
this show.
like, unlike you, Doomer, people like and appreciate me when I show up on their stream. Okay,
Okay.
I'm not like a pest,
Fucking
like some
copium.
Doomer over here. This stoked. You have to call someone to remove it.
Oh,
'cause
there's
God,
people in
get this
S
thing
class
out of here.
copium.
He's done
Jesus,
40
disgusting.
People don't just
songs
like
with-
Adam copium.
God.
Oh, we don't. A-Team doesn't believe in copium.
What was your terrible
anti-
fandom's even name? Did you even have one?
Doomer?
Me? I don't have
Yeah.
a fandom.
The D
Oh,
Riders?
It was the D bags.
The D bags.
There we go.
There you go.
We don't want to know what the D bags do.
The D bags.
We know what the. Come on, everyone knows what a D bag does.
Investigating one queen for $20 says Sitch, Adam, and Doomer. That was what led us down this path of Doomer being an insane
Kendrick
person.
Lamar.
Have you know Gemini Semini is all on board with the Legion. He wants to see Adam in a little red Legionnaire skirt. So there you go.
Ouch.
I bet Vaush sides with the Legion every time. I Can't Swim for $20 says highly recommended listening to the song. This whole discography, honestly, you understand the context of the F slur, and he addresses the N-word debacle. Oh, well, there you go.
Crazy. I mean, they used to use the F slur all over rap music. I mean, that was a common thing.
That is true.
So the gangster rappers now are worried about making homophobic slurs in songs. I mean,
I think Tupac was actually progressive. It didn't say it. Let me Google that.
really? Wow.
Tupac was actually like shockingly progressive.
Really?
Yeah.
Hephaestus Rising for 5 Canadian, first ever super chat. Well, so thank you. Says, wow, Kendrick better than Eminem? Laughs in iambic pentameter with multisyllabic words. There you go.
Nice.
Eminem's better than Kendrick. Get fucked.
That
Eminem
is some
kind of
fucking
turned
coke.
woke.
Did he?
Yeah,
Did he?
Eminem used to be good, but Eminem had TDS. You don't remember that? He made a bunch of Trump songs. That
Oh,
were
that's
just
right.
Cringe
Yeah,
as could
that's
be.
right. That's right.
I mean, hating
Yeah.
on Trump's pretty base.
See you later, counterpoints.
Yeah, bye-bye. Thanks for sharing the photos.
Yes.
Why did you invite Doomer on again? Sitch?
I didn't know he was a psychopath when I invited him on,
Right.
honestly. I had no clue.
Probably
You,
thought
thought
he
he was
you
like a
invited me
normal
on because
person.
I'm so popular with chat. Look at this.
probably thought he wasn't going to come on, and you just wanted to be polite. I understand.
That is what actually happened, yeah.
Yeah. There are
He's-
some
when I
people
when
you
I
can
invited
ask.
him, he was kind of like dragging his feet. He's like, nah.
Yeah, you thought this is an easy ask. He won't actually come
Yeah,
on. So.
exactly.
To be fair, he gave me a link like 7 hours before I showed up. I just clicked the
That's
link
true.
eventually.
Ask
Right.
Doomer the POV question. We already know the answer.
Yeah.
Doomer's
What's the POV question?
He uses the POV of the woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
what is the POV question?
Yeah.
So, when you watch porn, Doomer, do you envision yourself as the POV, even if it's not like POV, but do you imagine that you're the person participating in the porn, or is it like you're watching like two people have sex?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Which person do you imagine you're
yeah,
the participant of?
right.
And Adam, you just said that I imagine I'm in the woman's POV.
Yeah.
We assume you imagine you're in the woman's position. So.
I mean, that's pretty funny. We'll go with that.
Well, there you go. There you go, chat. There's a Doomer on the
Yeah.
POV question.
Knew it. So that's worse than the cuck.
And no, it's not. It's listen. There's nothing wrong with wanting to
It's-
think you're a woman getting railed by a guy in a porn. Okay,
It's very empowering.
it's very empowering. There you go. Doomer likes to catch. That's true.
Oh no. Why? Dr. Diddler, why?
Based. Well, this is an interesting conversation. Anyway,
Diddler, it takes two to play catch, okay?
What is? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I want to watch one of these videos. Are they all fucking? Okay,
these
hopefully this
crazy
won't get
videos.
copyrighted.
Oh, you're gonna throw one in?
I feel like we should watch one.
Okay, go
It
ahead.
feels too early to end the stream, doesn't it?
I mean, yeah.
You're carrying expensive.
Police officer attacks handicapped teenager on way to his friend's house.
Okay.
Based?
No, hold on. Is this the one with the whipping?
No, that one says it has a copyright
Okay.
claim on it. So
But you know, you haven't seen this. We might get lucky. There might be some whipping.
there could be. She's a cop. She might shoot him.
Okay.
You're carrying expensive electronics. You match the description of the suspect. I need backup. I've got to.
Can you imagine the description? The description of the suspect. There's a black man in a wheelchair. He's stealing stuff from the store.
Look at his face, which he's like trying to pull the thing out of his hand.
Do you think that is that sweat on him? You think that's makeup sweat?
No,
or
he's
you
got like a blemish of some kind.
Okay. It's not a drop of sweat.
Well, let me read the description of this video. What started off as a simple day when this teenager, I don't know why they capitalized teenager, wanted to go visit his friend and play on his new Xbox One, took a turn for the worst. When police, also capitalized, in the area got a call about a break-in, the suspect, matching the description of a black male, led police to stop a handicapped black teenager and harass him over his Xbox. You won't believe how this ends.
This is like a home invasion. I guess maybe they could. Well, let's just see the video.
Yeah.
We'll see what kind of accusations she makes.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I don't want to get hit with the music.
I know.
Hey, Ava, what's up?
Hey, Michael, what are you doing?
Nothing much. Just got done doing my homework.
Okay, let's get to something interesting.
What are you doing?
We don't need this setup.
This
He's a black kid. That's all that
the
matters.
one that I watched before was incredibly slow. It was exactly like The Room. I was going,
Oh, these are
wow."
all probably incredibly awkward and slow.
Yeah.
Of course, she's eating like a donut. 'Cause this officer. Yeah.
Like I can relate to that.
Where's Contra?
What's going
Or
on?
Counter. Fuck. We should watch this when Counterpoints was here. Is this accurate Counterpoints? We'll
Is
have
that
them on,
eating
we'll
a
watch
donut
these.
or is she smoking
Did
a
you
crack
just-
pipe? I can't tell.
It's like an eclair or something.
Did you just misgender Connor?
I did.
Why would you do that?
Because I look at Counterpoints and he looks so much like Contra.
9, go ahead.
There's a house alarm on 869 Russell Avenue. Possible break-in.
What was that face?
Okay, I'm about 2 blocks away.
Suspect is a black male, 5'8". Last spotted headed north towards Flamingo Drive.
You like the ominous music.
Suspect is a black male about 3 foot tall on wheels.
She's just nodding her head like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Copy that.
You're-
I'm en route.
Oh, I have to stop eating my donut. Oh.
All cops are. This is like ACAB studios right here. You can totally tell. She's like, be mean. Oh,
That
look,
looks like someone who broke into a
obviously.
house, right?
That fits the description right there. Look, he's
There you
getting
go.
away in the stolen wheelchair.
Okay, sir. The description said the person was about 5'8". So I'm gonna need you to stand up.
Oh, maybe that's why they threw the height in. Let's see.
Maybe she'll ask. She's gonna accuse him of faking it. Watch.
I know
Please
that's what I was thinking.
Stop. Stop right there.
Officer, did I do something wrong?
No, there's been a robbery in this neighborhood, and I just want to ask you some questions.
Okay.
May I see your ID?
I don't have an ID.
How old are you?
15.
What's your name?
Michael.
Michael, do you live around here?
Yeah, I live around the corner. I'm just going to my friend's house.
Okay. Like I said, we've had a report of a suspect in this.
Does this seem like good acting to you, Sitch? I'm
Well, it's
curious.
terrible acting, but
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, this acting is awful. Look around. Try to remember your lines while you're talking. It'll be
area, and I'm just gonna check things out, okay?
What does that mean?
What does that have to do with me?
Well, we got a description of the suspect, and quite frankly, you matched the description.
But that doesn't make any sense. I'm just trying to go to my friend's house so I can play some Xbox.
Okay, don't get snappy with me, boy.
I'm not getting snappy.
Did you hear the sound effect?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. I'm just trying
That's the microaggression bell. You don't understand.
Oh, okay.
to go to my friend's house so I can play some Xbox.
Okay, don't get snappy with me, boy.
Not getting snappy. I just want to go.
Okay, and I'm telling you, I'm gonna need to do a little further investigation before I let you go. Are we clear?
Get ready for the cavity search.
Okay, now, what are you doing with expensive electronic equipment and carrying them down the middle of the street?
Like I said, okay.
He's on the sidewalk.
I'm going to my friend's house so we could play some Xbox.
Okay, Xbox. So do you have a receipt for that Xbox?
No, I don't have a receipt. It was a Christmas gift from my grandma.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I'm gonna need some sort of proof of receipt or ownership for that Xbox.
It was a Christmas gift.
Oh, this is hysterical.
What now?
Is that
answer
your
for everything.
drug pimp
Hello?
calling you?
Hey, where are you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got stopped by the police.
Oh my God, well, why did they stop you?
I don't, because apparently there was a robbery happening around the neighborhood, and, you know, the officer lady finds me a suspect.
What? Just
Do police officers just stand there waiting patiently while you're on the phone?
Yeah, they just leer
when
at
they're
you,
questioning
like,
you.
Can you hurry up?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is this? This video is like insane.
Yeah.
This is not, by the way, this is not supposed to be funny.
This is very unrealistic, by the way, because he hasn't been shot yet.
You're right. This is very true. This is supposed to be
What do you mean?
a serious, accurate thing.
Of
Wait,
course,
really?
of course he's been. Why do you think he's in the wheelchair? That was from the last interaction with the police.
True.
There you go.
explain to her that you're coming over to play video games. Why don't you just call your dad?
Okay, can you please put the phone away?
Listen, I'm very sorry. I'll call you right back, all right?
Okay, now I'm sorry, but I have to take you down to the station until we get this all sorted out.
Why?
Why? Number one, you don't have any ID on you. Number two, you're carrying expensive electronics down the street and you can't prove to me that you own it. And number three, you match the description of the suspect.
What's the house? She's not even going to the house or anything. Where's the house?
Is this accurate, Connor?
No, of course not.
Have you done this, Connor? I bet Connor has accosted many paralyzed black individuals in wheelchairs, accusing them of breaking into houses and stealing.
If this was Connor, look, Connor does a professional job. Okay, they would already be tackled. They'd be on the ground and handcuffed.
Tased.
Yeah,
they would have called for backup.
There would be dogs.
Guns would be drawn.
I want to see a car full of people.
Connor would already be sprinkling crack on him.
Oh, that's so bad.
You literally heard me on the phone with my friend.
Okay, I'm gonna walk you and help you get into the car.
What do you mean?
All right? Don't
serious?
don't make this any harder than it needs to be.
This is she's going full George Floyd.
Do you like the
here.
music?
Yeah. She's taking him in. She's arresting him.
This very intimidating, like 45-year-old female cop.
If you commandeer someone's wheelchair, isn't that like kidnapping?
It seems like it.
It
But
would
she's
be,
a police officer.
Well,
so
she's a
she
police
can
officer.
do it. And
But
it does
I don't.
match
She
the
She has a
doesn't
license
really.
to kidnap.
She doesn't have legal grounds to detain him off of the
Right.
fact that he has an Xbox.
She hasn't even measured his height.
What are you doing? Stop it! You are making this very difficult. All right, give me the Xbox.
Hey.
No, give me the Xbox.
You're not allowed to do this.
Yes, stop it! You're making this. Dispatch! I need backup. I've got a. Mayo.
Resisting. Is she gonna pull a
Suspect who
gun?
is resisting arrest, and I can't hold it much longer. I'm at Flamingo in third. Give me this Xbox.
You're not.
Give it to me.
Immediate backup needed on Flamingo on third.
Dispatch, this is Captain Porter.
Is he gonna be like the voice of reason here?
Uh-oh. Black cop coming in.
Right around the corner. I should be there in about 30 seconds.
Michael!
Yes.
Dad? Michael, thank God you're here. God, come
Oh, look.
come
Holy. Uh-oh.
God.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Plot twist.
You okay, son? I'll be fine, thank you.
Plot twist.
This is your son?
Yes, my son. What were you doing to him?
I'm sorry, I didn't know. How could I know this was your son?
What difference does it make? You're wrestling with a kid in a wheelchair. Have you completely lost your mind?
Oh my
son,
God.
are you hurting anyway?
I'll be fine.
Well, there was the report of a...
Look at him settling in. Oh, yeah. This is just like Chappelle running over. And let me get a swing in here.
robbery in the neighborhood, and I saw him, and I don't know.
Huh,
I don't know.
Wait a minute. You saw a black kid in a wheelchair.
Okay, where are the controllers?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Continuity. Those
Script
show back
supervisor.
Up. Those show back
Script
up.
supervisor.
I want to talk to the fucking line producer on this
Jeez.
fucking shot.
Such a
I want an
perfectionist.
explanation.
I know.
Such a perfectionist.
That's his Xbox?
Yes.
You saw a black kid in a wheelchair carrying an Xbox, and you thought that this was your suspect?
Oh, I don't know if you noticed this.
He also doesn't have any cables. How are you gonna hook up the fucking television?
True. Also, the officer's tie changes directions when it's in the wide shot or the close up.
Does it? Oh
It's
man.
very unprofessional.
I know.
What, black kids can't have Xbox?
Well, that's not how it went. I mean, I confronted him, and then I started questioning him, and I don't know, things just got out of hand.
So you thought he was the suspect even though you didn't have any proof?
I was wrong, Captain. I was wrong.
Officer Adams.
His acting is a lot better. now that he's like
Officer Adam.
Adams, probably.
I
Like
knew
Scott
it.
Adams.
I knew it, Adam.
It's your job to serve and protect, not harass and intimidate.
I understand.
It's officers like you that give the rest of us a bad name.
Sir, I could have made different choices, and I'm sorry.
Wait, why would you become a cop if you can't harass and intimidate? Isn't that like the whole? That's why it's fun, right?
This is not a video game, Doomer. This is real life. Okay.
What's
We
the
have to be
difference?
respectful of people.
And I promise nothing like this will ever happen again. I promise.
You are absolutely right. As captain of the Mango Park Police Department.
Mango Park?
Mango Park.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
It is my honor and privilege to yeet you the fuck out of the police department.
It is my job to protect this community, even from people within our own department.
Oh, come on, Captain. No, please, Captain.
Officer Adams, as of right now, you are terminated from your position as a police officer. I'm going to need your badge and I'm going to need your gun. Give me that. And I'm going to need your keys.
My keys. What the heck? How am I supposed
You're walking home, bitch. No more squad car for you.
to get back to the station?
You have legs. You can start walking that way.
He just pointed the gun
Consider
at his
this
kid.
your walk of shame.
Dude, replay that.
How am I supposed to
Holy
get back to the station?
You have legs.
Oh, he does. Holy shit. Someone. It would be so easy to.
Look at how close his finger. He doesn't even have trigger display where his finger is.
It would be so easy to just.
Put
a muzzle blast in there.
I don't even know about gun safety. This is just dumb as fuck.
Oh no!
This is ridiculous. Look at this.
Right in his
Officer.
kid's face.
Son, how's this?
And I'm pretty sure. Look at where his feet is. I'm pretty sure he's on the exact same plane as his son. Like it's not like he's on a different plane.
I would bet any amount of money that his kid got crippled the last time his dad fired someone.
It turns out he actually shot his kid in the spine and crippled him by accident.
That's exactly what happened.
This is
You
pouring
start
out the
walking
good bits.
that way.
Yeah.
Consider this your walk of shame.
The walk of censor.
Rub it in
on
your
the
kid's
walk
face.
Of shame.
You like that music?
Bye bye.
It's like a little cartoon kid music.
Come on, son. I'll give you a ride home.
Wait, actually, can you take me to Era's house? You know, so we can play some Xbox.
How? With what fucking
Yes, sir.
controllers?
Come on.
Put the gun away.
Oh shit. Let me just
Jeez. Stop. Don't want that music.
let me just walk home with this gun through the neighborhood.
No, it's funny. I don't know if you noticed. It had a very obvious,
Plug.
Fake
Yeah.
tip, yeah.
orange tip on it. You see?
Yeah.
Just the tip.
Just the tip. Wait. So apparently, this lady is like a recurring character. She didn't actually get fired. That's a lie. Or maybe she
Crazy
got hired in
Karen
the next
cop
one.
thinks you're full of
Urn.
Oh, your urn full of ashes is this.
How do you think this is gonna end? She's gonna pull someone over because she thinks their urn is suspicious.
They're gonna be snorting the urn of ashes, obviously.
License and registration.
This
proof
is
of insurance,
amazing.
please. Give it to me.
Oh
Give me that.
no! Oh my God! What have you done?
She drops the urn full of ashes because she's racist.
There's no way a fucking little ass woman's gonna get that fucking out of this dude's hand. Look at this dude's fucking jacked.
I know.
Look at his fucking bicep, dude.
He's like busting out of that polo.
Look at his urn.
Look at that. The little.
What about the music? I don't know. I feel like is this one safe?
Who the fuck knows?
Should have CT clip it out.
He puts a seatbelt on the urn.
I don't think that's gonna help much if you need to hold it.
Okay, we got it.
Hey sis.
We'll go forward. So he gets pulled over.
Yeah. Get to the action.
Just this editing, it's like he's having like a mental breakdown. Another racist
like
female cop.
He's like, fuck man, I shouldn't have smoked that meth today. Shit.
Crazy Karen cop. This is just catering to people's fears.
Well, here's interesting. This channel feels a little sexist because I'm just kind of scanning through it. It seems like there's almost always a woman who's the villain
Yeah.
in each situation.
Look,
Maybe
that's fucking based, okay?
Maybe she runs the channel. Or
That's
something.
just like real life.
Oh, what if this is the no? Well, actually, I don't know.
I think it's her
That would be
channel.
interesting if it's her channel. That would be very fascinating. Hit it up. What are you doing?
Good afternoon, sir. License and registration, proof of insurance, please.
Yes, officer. Here's my driver's license.
Thank you.
It's a rental. Where's my registration? Oh, here it is.
This
There
is
you go.
fake. Okay, she's not worried that he has a gun in the glove box. And it's like, put your hands where I can see him.
You racist. Just because he's black, you think he's got a gun.
Well, that's what she's supposed to be doing, right? She's supposed to be racist 40, 50-year-old female cop for some reason who's
Right.
still on the beat.
This is not your vehicle.
No, it's a rental car.
Yeah, she's still on the beat because she got divorced, but she hired a shit lawyer and actually somehow lost. So now she has to be fucking driving around pulling people over.
Yes.
I bet she's going to be suspicious about him renting the car.
I think you're right.
What are you doing over there, Sitch?
I'm looking up the IMDb. Why aren't you press play? What are you doing? Stuff on your face.
In a hurry
I'm
today,
eating
are
some
we?
beef jerky.
I was on my
fat
way to
fuck.
the port. The ferry leaves soon. Was I speeding, officer?
You are going over the posted speed limit. Yes, sir.
Got yourself a little crack cocaine there?
Dispatch, this is Officer Adams. I'm requesting backup.
It's
at,
Adams again.
85th and Flamingo Road. And sir, what is that container next to you there?
It's an urn, officer. It's my mother's ashes.
Sure
Doesn't
it
look like an
is.
urn.
Well, it's
You mean it
what
doesn't look
the
like an urn?
mortuary has
What
in
else
our
would it
price
be?
range. My mother's final wishes was to have her remains spread into the ocean.
Wow.
Sir, will you please step out of the vehicle?
Sounds like a cockamamie story to me. I mean, this would be a good story if you were a drug runner, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry if I was speeding, officer. I can't miss that ferry. It leaves in 20 minutes.
Well, I'm definitely going to give you a ticket for the speeding, so
Oh, so he was
I don't
speeding.
think you're going to make that ferry. But
Wow.
don't worry, there's another one in 30 minutes. You can catch that ferry.
That ruins the entire plan.
The plan. Plan.
Oh, the plan.
What is that noise?
What
That-
noise?
The music soundtrack?
There is ticking coming from that so-called urn. What is in there?
I told you, officer, it's my mother's ashes.
Oh.
Ashes don't make noises.
Why is it ticking?
Oh, the watch.
What watch?
My father's watch. It was the last gift my mother gave to him. She wanted it buried with her.
I'm gonna be
So-
honest, this guy's so fucking sus.
He's gonna throw the watch. He's gonna throw the watch in the ocean with the. That's a little weird, but
Yeah, wait. What did he say buried? Wait a minute.
What watch?
My father's watch. It was the last gift my mother gave to him. She wanted it buried with her.
yeah, like gonna throw
But
the
it's gonna
watch
be
in
thrown
the
in the
ocean.
ocean.
Yeah.
This is so fuck. Wait a minute. I don't blame this woman at all. This guy is so fucking sus. I'd be like, wait a minute. What
Yeah.
the fuck is going on here?
I'm not buying it. Give me that. Give me that. Give it to me. Give me that.
Oh no.
I know.
Why wouldn't you just ask him? Okay, this is real. You just be like, can you remove the lid so I can
Yeah.
look inside?
Please
Like,
open. Please open
Please
it.
open it.
No, you
Right.
call for reinforcements. Tell them to sit in their fucking car and call the fucking bomb squatters. And shit.
Get or that.
She
or
already
that.
did call for reinforcements.
You have like the
Pay
little robot
attention, dude.
drive up
And don't
next to his
fucking
window.
grab something you think is a fucking bomb. Like what?
Yeah, why are you gonna open it? It's probably got a booby trapped.
That's true.
She's
Oh my God, what have you done?
Hilarious.
That's it. Turn around.
Hilarious.
Hands behind your back.
now she's gonna arrest her. Oh, you want to see it again, Sitch?
I want to see it again.
Why does the alarm go off? Like,
also, why does it look like flour?
Oh my God, what have you done?
Listen,
that's the-
because it's really cocaine.
I
Okay,
know.
it was a ruse. Do you remember?
that's
It
the,
a drug
looks a lot more
smuggler.
like cocaine than human ashes.
it does, yeah.
It does. This she was right on the money. This guy is sus.
This looks nothing like human ashes.
No.
No, I would know.
Yeah,
Yeah, you would.
from your video gamers.
That's it. Turn around. Hands behind your back.
Now
Oh,
she's
is
got-
like the captain gonna show up and fire her again?
She's like, I fucked up. Now I'm gonna.
this is
arrest
my
you.
brother. This was my mom's ashes. How dare you?
You're fired again. Here, let me point my gun at him.
Ridiculous.
Officer Adams.
Oh shit!
What seems to be
Again?
Oh no, it's a different guy.
Hello, Captain. I pulled this suspect over because he
That's
was
not a
speeding,
different guy.
and he
That
had
is.
a
You racist.
suspicious receptacle in the
No,
car
that's the
next
same
to
guy.
him. And I heard
No.
strange ticking noises coming from said object, and then an alarm went off.
Is that the alleged object here on the ground?
Yes, sir. It fell out of his hands when the alarm started blaring.
That's not true. Sir, I need you to remain calm, please.
Please.
Did he just remove handcuffs without a lock?
So, thank you. Tell me what happened.
I was on my way to the port. This officer pulled me over.
Do I hear they blur the
She
truck in
said
the
I was
background?
Of course, yeah. They don't want to be involved with this
Asked what was
nonsense.
in the container, and I told her it was my mother's remains. And I was on my way to pour it into the ocean.
I hope this music.
And then what happened?
She grabbed it
She
from
grabbed
my
it and
arm,
opened it, and there was a bomb inside. And she
And-
dropped it.
The watch that was inside, I guess the alarm went off. She panicked and freaked out and dropped it on the ground. Now my poor mother's ashes is all over the streets. What a nightmare.
The acting. You just dropped your mom. Okay, here's the direction. You just dropped some lady, some crazy fucking racist lady, just dropped your mother's ashes on the ground. Action. Oh, what a nightmare.
Oh, hey, Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I told you.
Captain.
That's exactly what it is.
Went off.
That's not the same
Panicked and
actor.
freaked out and dropped
No,
it
you're
on
right.
the
It is
ground.
the same actor.
Now my poor mother's ashes is all over the streets. What a nightmare.
What?
I have an evidence bag.
That shit looks like cocaine. I don't know what you're talking.
Look at that little sniff.
Here you go, sir.
Wow, he did
Sorry
that
for
quick.
your loss.
Thank you.
Officer Adams,
You're
you are
fired.
dismissed. I want you to go to the station and wait for me. We have a lot to discuss.
Does this lady just get fired
Yes,
in every
Captain.
episode?
No, she got fired in the. I think we could be witnessing them out of order. This could be the rep.
No,
the
this was
reprimand.
after though. This was after.
After the firing? Oh, so she got rehired again.
She got rehired by the same department.
How many views does this have?
A lot.
Really?
Oh yeah. This has
Wow.
200,000 views.
Okay.
Really?
I mean,
Let me look at what the like to dislike ratio is.
it's
I
pretty.
mean, like
good,
the production is pretty good, but the fucking script is like
but awful. Yeah, and
the script and the acting.
the
are
acting is
very
terrible.
bad.
Would you call this anti-white? Because
It's just I don't know if it's anti-white. It's just fucking ridiculous.
Like you can't. I don't think you can get to the point of like ascribing intent when the like incompetence is just such a good explanation for.
right.
There needs to be someone in the comments says there needs to be a part 2 where the mother's ghost comes back and haunts this Karen.
That would be good.
That's a pretty good comment.
I would watch that video. I would like to see the haunting.
This isn't supposed to be a comedy. Like the comments are sincere. Captain Porter's such a decent man. It would be nice if real cops were like him.
The fuck, really?
Children are commenting on this video.
What a
Dude, I can't-
bittersweet moment for Henry, carrying his mother's ashes and dealing with a crazy Karen. But it was such a blessing to see Captain Porter arrive to stop Karen.
I'm just trying to put myself in the mind space of being able to watch this video and then like leave a comment. Oh, that was neat.
These are like 50-year-old church ladies that are writing these comments.
I'm watching the YouTube. Ellie, I just had to tell you about this video I just saw.
I bet you that's what it is. I bet you this guy's like a youth pastor or something.
Oh, really?
That's my guess.
I don't know. This really seems anti-cop to me. But I guess they have one good cop and one bad cop.
Yes.
They should. This should
No,
be
it's just
called
anti this
racist.
lady.
They should call this racist, anti-racist cop.
I mean, the real miracle of this is that this guy was able to get all those ashes up into a bag like instantly. That was
Yeah,
incredible.
It's
I mean,
impressive.
that was as much of a miracle as Jesus turning water into wine.
I want him to grab a hose out the building and like spray the rest of the ashes into the drain.
Oh my god,
that'd be great.
God, these video titles are like insane. Stepson saves dad from evil gold digger. Then this happens. What?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, like, there's a lot of anti-women stuff going on here.
I mean, that's pretty based.
Son has major problems with his mom dating a black man. The thumbnail is the same kid who saves his dad later with a bat. He's looking angry.
Was that the wheelchair kid?
No, it's a little white/Hispanic kid.
Oh, okay.
Well, sir, you're free to go, and you have my deepest apologies about what happened today. Hey, how about I give you a police escort to the port?
No thanks. That won't be necessary. I already missed my ferry.
Well, another one comes in at 2 o'clock. You definitely can make that one on time.
No. What you see? Today would have been my mother's 75th birthday. So the plan was to pour her ashes in the ocean at exactly 1:25 p.m. That was the exact time she was born.
Wow, that's sweet. But it's 1:22 now.
Yeah, I'll never make it.
I have an idea. Come with me.
Oh, thank you, Captain Porter. Oh, the music.
Look, I know this isn't what you had in mind.
This isn't the ocean, but I found a sewer grate.
It's going to be 1:25, and I was thinking maybe we could have a prayer. Maybe you could say a couple of words about your mother. I'm sorry, but what was your mother's name?
Ash. Ash Ketchum.
Dorothy Mae Rogers.
Since you're being very disrespectful of Dorothy Mae Rogers right now.
Listen, her name was Ash. Ash Earn.
Where are they gonna dump the ashes? They're
just on the ground, I guess.
They're just gonna say a prayer instead.
Yeah,
he's like, I have an idea to fix all this. Let's just pray together. It's like maybe fuck off. I don't.
Yeah, it's these random strange. Listen, your mom's not gonna care if you're 20 minutes late on the ashes into the water. Okay,
exactly.
You'll be fine.
Let's just pray together. Well, actually, Mom was an atheist and she hated prayer. Okay.
Dorothy Mae Rogers. Well, happy birthday.
Wait a minute.
What does
there was a digital watch inside the urn that the alarm went off.
Right.
Why was it ticking?
Also, was the alarm set for the time to dump the ashes? I don't know.
No, it was before.
What was the alarm even set for?
Dude, this would be so much better if it was actually drugs. And like the premise of this
I know
was that this guy
away
needs
with
to
it.
convince. Yeah, he needs to like try and get rid of this guy without raising suspicion.
Yeah.
Just like this guy is like trying to get him to like dump the ashes, and he's trying to like make off with the drugs. That would be funny as fuck.
Yeah, totally.
Well, see, and it'd be funny because you're like, does the cop know it's drugs? That's why he's trying to get him to dump it out here, or like it's this whole thing.
The cop is like, we have to dump the ashes out now. And he's like, well, maybe I'll dump them out a little later.
You gotta do it right this minute, okay? You don't want your mom.
Remember what your mom wanted. Well,
yeah, right this minute.
My mom also valued privacy.
Thank you.
You know, these two guys are like, I can't believe this dumbass script. Now I have to pray together on camera.
I know.
This is horrible.
Oh, we don't get to see him dump the ashes into the grass.
Or pray together.
Or do anything.
They cut all the good part.
God, these videos are
Black
like
man
unreal.
denied service at restaurant, and then this happens.
How many of these videos end with "then this happens"? Is it
They
100%?
they literally all say that. Everyone.
Oh my god.
White cop rope ties black man resisting arrest. Then this happens.
Right, or lives to regret it. Lives to regret it, or then this happens.
Or
is like
the ending will shock you. 2 kids find loaded weapon. The ending will shock you.
Yeah.
We should do that with our videos, Sitch.
Yeah, Vaush is unironically evil, and then this happens.
Throw then this happens in this video. I want to see if it does better.
Police officer pulls over a pregnant black teen in labor. Shocking ending.
Let's see. What'd you name this stream? Let's see.
The thumbnail is an officer laughing at a black pregnant lady as she's going into labor.
Let's call this reviewing Vaush.
Is this channel written by Nick Fuentes?
What if alt history and then this happens?
No. It'd be like fat white socialist Karen debates actually knowledgeable person. Shocking ending.
The ending will shock you.
And
If
then
this
this happens.
Then this happens. Teen mom throws baby in dumpster. Then this happens.
Is that really
1.4 million views?
Is that really a video?
This is a real video.
You could go for like unhinged communist accosts historian, and then this happens.
I'm clicking the bell, man. This channel is I'm super fascinated by this channel.
So the premise of this video, teen mom throws baby in dumpster. Okay. So a white teenage girl just literally throws a baby in a dumpster, and it just looks like it's just like a literal like fake ass doll.
It's not a real baby. They couldn't get some animatronics.
No, I mean, it just it just looks like a doll you pick up at the toy store.
What's the name of this channel?
Dude,
Soul
every
Snack.
single thumbnail is exactly the same. Every single name is exactly the same.
Yep. Yeah, the text is all, top text is yellow, middle text white, lower text orange, bottom text green. It's just like a formula. No, so the premise of this video is so a black guy who maybe he's homeless because he's looking like very disheveled. He finds the baby in the dumpster and saves it. And then a evil white police officer comes in and arrests him because he thinks he's kidnapping this baby.
Ooh, I found one. Mother and son scam GoFundMe to finance expensive lifestyle. There's no one then this happens.
Do you think this really was featured on MSNBC, Yahoo, ABC, CBS, Fox?
Was it actually? Is that what they
Watch,
say?
Examiner. Yeah, that's what it says
Wait.
in the header.
It says family-friendly positive messages. What the fuck?
I know none of this.
Don't be racist.
I mean,
mean girls make fun of crypto business, live to regret it.
Wait, what?
Bring that one up. They're after the crypto boys.
What is this? It's not even like a race thing. It's like, oh,
are they
the poor
NFT
crypto? I bet.
Okay, this has got to be good. I'm actually curious about this one now. Oh wait, the black guy's the crypto guy.
Yeah, right.
Holy shit!
I'm telling you, women are like almost always the villain in this. This guy's like a sexist.
His name is Derek, but everybody calls him Derelict. He's such a...
You can leak my
balls,
nuts.
Capitan.
loser.
I'm trying to learn how to make NFTs. It could be a little
You were right.
Oh God.
You were right.
confusing at times, but it's really interesting once you learn about it.
You're so mean to that poor guy. Like he's going to amount to anything in life anyway.
Oh shit.
Okay, so we don't even have to watch this. We know there's going to be two young white ladies are going to mock this young black man for trying to learn NFTs, and then he's going to make a bunch of money and they're going to be sad.
Right. Yes.
Right. Do we even have to watch this?
Sitch. Why are you spoiling the story?
See, we can just do it like he's reading about NFTs. They're like, look at that nerd. Oh my God. He's like, look at those women.
He's reading this book on blockchain technology.
Yes. Don't be weird. Just walk over, say hi.
Oh, he's going to talk.
That's Derelict. Who? His name is Derek, but everybody calls him Derelict. Why? I mean, just
he
look
really
at
likes
him.
the movie Zoolander.
He always looks so poor and broken down. Such a loser.
Shit.
Quiet.
Jesus.
Here he comes.
Is that what? This guy looks very put together. I don't know what
He
they're
doesn't
talking
look
about.
poor. What are they talking about?
He looks very like
Hello, ladies. How are we doing today?
on
Hi.
point.
What's up,
Well,
Derelict?
maybe not.
It's Derek. No one calls me that anymore, Audrey.
Whatever.
What a bitch.
You look lovely today, Melissa.
Thank you. Have we met before?
Yeah, briefly. We're both
I sat
in Dr.
behind you in
Ortega's
every class in high school.
You sat behind me yesterday.
Oh my God.
Right. Hi.
Jesus Christ.
Sitch.
Turn it off.
How you're so good at this, Sitch. How are you doing
my
this?
God.
You've watched this. You like this channel. You watch this channel all
Sitch
the
is
time.
Sitch is one of their patrons.
Listen, when I told you I have a
We can
second
actually
job,
dox Sitch. You see the patron scroll at the end of the video. Sitch is in there.
Adam, when I told you I have another job,
Writing this,
like-
writing this schlock. That's what you do.
it was writing.
Sitch-
But listen, I'm writing these as a joke, and they just haven't caught on yet.
Right.
These idiots.
You're
think it's
writing them
serious.
ironically.
Yes,
This is
I'm
the
writing these all
ultimate troll.
ironically. Yes.
Hey.
Well, this was illuminating, but Derek,
Wow.
if you don't mind, Mel and I have a few minutes before our next class, and we have some things to discuss.
Sorry, I don't want to take up any more of your time.
Oh my God, what a beta.
Hey, Melissa, I was wondering, would you be open to grabbing some coffee sometime?
Oh, that's sweet, but... like you think she would ever go out with a guy like you. Talk about delusions of grandeur. Audrey, please.
It's like the sad music.
No, it's cool. Never mind.
Thanks, Derek, but I don't think so. I'm kind of seeing someone right now. But I'll see you in class, okay?
It's so sad.
Of course.
The music is way too loud.
I know.
We got to pour one out for our homie. Okay,
We
all been
do.
there.
We do.
This is fucked up. Archery.
I mean, he did go for it, which I
not even sure I
admire.
can say the C slur.
Right.
Yeah. At least one of them was nice.
Wow.
Melissa's okay. Audrey can fuck right off.
She's still turned him down, and we assume lied about dating someone.
Are
Hey,
you
look,
sure?
you know.
I mean, she let him down easy. Whatever.
That's true. That's true.
Could be nice. Sometimes I like it when people lie to me. Just lie to me.
There you
I don't need to hear the truth. You hate my guts.
Bye. Yeah. He's such a loser.
Oh my
He's
God.
not that bad. He's literally the.
Have you ever, like, I've never interacted in college with someone that acts like this. This is like early high school behavior.
This is like standard Los Angeles behavior.
For like 20-year-olds?
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay, maybe LA just sucks. I don't know.
It does.
He's such a loser. I can't. Why would you even talk
Yeah, this
to
is
him?
so. These people, they're acting so young for college students.
I've been told by like 3 independent people. At one point, I had a job and I was like, I was planning to move to LA, and I had like 3 different people be like, "You don't want to date people out here. Like, find someone, bring them over here. You don't want to date."
That's
the
true.
women here."
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. You don't want to meet someone in Los Angeles.
The worst. Don't you worry. This campus is full of beautiful boys.
Oh my God.
Better head to class. See you for lunch at 1:30.
See you then.
That's an ugly fucking top.
Yeah. What the fuck is that shirt?
Where's that campus?
It's in. Where do you think this is shot? It looks kind of like LA. Doesn't
I
it?
don't know.
Not LA, California.
Oh, he's playing a game or he's studying NFTs?
He's playing a game.
Oh, okay.
Why are we watching this?
Yeah. This is the insert. Very stupid. Oh, look.
Oh, part 2. Oh, she's gonna approach him now.
Oh, look at this.
She's got a better top on.
Melissa.
She's upgraded.
How are you?
I'm good. I haven't seen you in class lately.
Yeah, I've just been busy, you know?
Busy? Doing what?
Working, doing research, you know.
Research for the report or something?
Not port. I'm trying to learn how to make NFTs.
What is it, like crypto?
He's skipping
something?
class.
Yeah. Well,
to learn how to
it's a
make
technology
NFTs.
that allows digital content to be bought and sold on the blockchain.
Oh, my fucking guy is gonna explain NFTs.
I know. I'm curious. Are they pro NFT or against NFT?
Pro
most
NFT.
most
I can't
woke
tell.
people are against NFTs, though,
He's pro NFT.
which is odd.
Well, wait a minute. He's paying to go to college.
Right.
He's skipping the classes he's paying for to learn how to make NFTs.
Right.
Why can't you can do that when you're not in class?
No, there's only a certain time of day that you can learn about NFTs.
Oh, I
Sitch,
see.
and
When the sun is just the right spot in the sky, just like that the guy's mother's ashes have to be dumped out at precisely 1:25 p.m.
Sitch, you're trolling. This is expert trolling. These scripts are insane. I don't know how you're doing.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
They're very
I can
stream
easily
of
imagine how this
consciousness.
much cringe could come out of Sitch's mind. In fact, it's very
Wow, listen. I just think when I'm writing the script, I just think, what would Doomer say here?
Yeah. Perfect.
You lost me.
Wait. So what you're saying is that I literally live rent free in your head?
Yeah, when I'm trying to write, like, I'm like trying to think, like, what is the cringiest shit like a person would say in the situation? And I think, what would Doomer say here?
Did you say wrench free?
Yeah, rent free.
Wrench free?
I'll be rent free soon enough.
He Freudian slipped and said wrench free.
He said, I sounded like he said wrench free. Yeah. He's living wrench free in Sitch's head. I was like, yeah, that's pretty much it. That's true.
It is true.
Come on, I'm enthralled with. I gotta find out what's gonna happen. Are they gonna
We
hook
gotta
up?
find
Are
out.
they gonna become boyfriend girlfriend?
She's gonna not hook up with him, and he's gonna become rich.
Yeah, he's gonna mint the Bored Ape Yacht Club, and then she's gonna come back. You know,
She's gonna come
Oh.
crying saying,
Oh no, wait.
"Oh,
Maybe she
always liked
will
you.
end up with him, and then they'll rub it in her friend's face or something.
my boyfriend turned out to be a wife beater, and now you're rich."
My boyfriend's just some loser
It can be a
going to
little
med
confusing at
school.
times. but
You made
it's
an
really interesting once you
NFT.
learn about it.
I know. What? How old is this video? Because NFTs are kind of
This is like 3 months old.
okay. So NFTs were big. How fast?
so this was
does
before
he-
the Dan Olsen video blew this whole thing up.
How
Oh,
fast
no,
does
2 months old.
How fast does the internet move? Like NFTs were all the rage 2 months ago, and now they're like.
No, NFTs were pretty cringe 3 months ago. Like there was actually some hype like 5 or 6 months ago, I think.
Right.
And it's crazy because there's a real opportunity to earn some serious money.
Cool.
Hey, I'm getting ready to get something to eat. You want to come join me? I could tell you more about what I'm learning.
Oh, I can't right now. I'm meeting Audrey, but maybe some other time.
Sure. Speak of the devil.
Dude, he's legit kind of smooth. Like he's supposed to be like fucking cringe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he's not that cringe, no.
No, he's really not cringe at all.
He's pretty smooth.
These
Yeah,
fucking bitches are cringe.
Yeah.
Yep.
He keeps at it. He's like, listen, just go out with me. You know you want it.
Oh, look at her. She's like, why are you talking to this derelict?
I think Audrey really likes him, and she's like jealous. I can't believe you're going for my friend when you should like me.
She's sour graping it.
She is, definitely.
Mel. Hey.
Dude,
Ready
the
for
lighter
lunch?
the female characters are, the more evil they are.
What are you doing here? You know she'll never go out with you, right?
Bye, Audrey. I'll talk to you later.
Bye, Derek. See you later. Dude, you're so mean to that poor guy.
Please, like he's going to amount to anything in life anyway. We'll probably see him begging on the streets for cash in a year or so.
He's actually pretty smart.
I know this from one
Please.
Conversation.
He
about
barely
NFTs.
graduated our high school. He's in my literature class and he hasn't been there in weeks.
Yeah, he's been missing a lot of class lately.
You see? He'll probably drop out of school soon. Anyway, lunch?
Sure, but something healthy this time.
You're no fun.
Is this like
I don't know
fake
where this
scenery? This just
It looks weird, but I'm assuming this is like real stock footage.
No, this looks more like digitally.
I don't know where this
created.
is. Maybe this is like West Coast.
Isn't that more effort than just taking a camera? They have good camera equipment.
Here he is hacking into the Matrix.
Hacking into the NFT mainframe to steal someone's Bitcoin.
All right.
It's like, all right, how do I scam these dumb motherfuckers? Okay, CryptoPunks went big. What are we gonna do?
He's
What
solely
kind of monkey
responsible for sinking stablecoin.
he's about to found Luna.
My NFT collection goes live in 10 seconds.
He just said, if my NFT collection goes viral, something, but you guys interrupted.
Do you know how NFTs work? I don't think he does.
I do, yeah, but
Some random nobody is gonna make $1 billion.
yeah, this is completely unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here, maybe they'll accidentally go viral.
Okay, 3, 2.
Oops. You have 0 bids. Okay. So that, at least that's realistic.
Okay, relax.
I do like that.
Bids,
imagine a web page is set up like
just
that.
started.
Just a blank page that says you have 0 bids.
Oh wait, it's gonna be like,
I'll be back.
You have 5 bids, 10 bids, 1,000 bids.
They don't even show us what he made.
Well, that would require like an art director.
1 new bidding, 2
Oh
new
my-
biddings. Oh, he's not even there. He doesn't know what's happening.
Oh no.
He's getting rich.
After 0.5 seconds of putting my NFT up, I've already got 2 bids. I don't realize.
I mean, 2 bids for an NFT. We're talking like 7 figures.
Come on,
Yep.
there's some real acting going on here. You guys are talking over it.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Dude,
Adam.
he's honestly not that bad of an actor.
He's
This is
better
the best
than-
actor we've had.
He's better than the other
That's
people.
true.
No,
I don't know why he's in a public bathroom though. I thought he was at his house.
no, he's in a warehouse or something.
Yeah.
I guess he's doing NFTs in the college computer lab on his laptop, or was it a computer? I don't
Yeah, and
know.
they were talking like they were on a college campus, but it really just looks like they're in downtown LA.
Yeah, just outside at like a picnic table somewhere in a park.
They're on land that doesn't require a permit.
Okay, listen. Let me be a little stickler here.
Look,
Okay,
he's freaking out.
you're gonna film this fucking shot. Take the 5 minutes to wipe the fucking mirror down with Windex first.
You're so
Look at
nobody
this shit.
cares.
I care about this shit. They chose
He's
to
in a
film a
gas
dirty
station.
ass fucking mirror.
He's in
okay?
a gas station bathroom. What do you want?
I don't fucking care. Even fuck. Then don't film that shot. It's ugly. It's gross.
That's racist.
That's right. I mean, wait a minute. They took time. This is not naturally
Why
lit.
do you keep backing it up, Sitch?
Look at
Stop,
the lighting.
You're killing me.
This is not a naturally lit shot, Adam.
Yes, it is.
Someone set up lights.
No,
for this
there's
shot.
no light.
There's definitely lights.
Yeah.
This was shot on someone's iPhone.
No. This is a good camera. I know what you're talking about.
It's not. My iPhone shoots that good.
Okay.
That's literally the computer they edited this video on there in the background.
That might be
57 bids.
10,000?
10,000.
Wait. 25,000? 50,000? Yo. Yo!
NFTs are so easy.
Yo, let's go! To the moon!
Oh man.
Yeah, get fucked, Audrey, you dumb bitch.
He literally says to the moon.
To the moon.
Which is that's like the crypto bros line.
Yeah.
To the moon.
It's so bad.
How is this like This is so weird. All the other videos are like racist issues.
Right.
And then there's one like, don't make fun of crypto guy.
Yeah, they seem to be completely pro crypto, which is
You know, it's because whoever runs this channel sunk a shit ton of money into crypto.
woke people. Yeah, that's probably true.
They're long on Doge.
Woke people hate crypto. They hate crypto with a passion.
The audience, if you read the comments, the audience for this, I'm telling you, it's like this is someone's church group responding.
Read some of the comments. What do they say? Read some comments.
If I wasn't a kid, I would definitely be friends with Derek. Happy face.
Right.
If I see a guy like Derek, I would instantly know that he's going to highly succeed. Those mean girls or ladies, on the other hand, are going to stay where they are and fall below mainly because their hearts are not right.
That sounds like it was written by an algorithm.
Yeah, it sounds like an AI.
It sounds like fake.
That sounds like an old lady who's like 60 who goes to church says their hearts are not right.
This is like fake content. This is content that was created by a computer.
Well, their name is Foreign Chat Web, so you could be right. That is
this is a money laundering. This is a money laundering operation.
It seems like it might be.
No, if you click on it,
they've got like $20 million and they got from heroin.
What is their channel?
They're going to funnel it through YouTube.
Any videos on that channel?
Wait, there are a bunch of channels that like different people, but I don't know who's like. There's a woman, but it's not. She doesn't. I don't think it's her. I don't know. This is very bizarre.
Yeah. See, this is some weird crypto scam.
Maybe you're right. Amen to Derek. When your plan is prepared for you, you just have to continue committing to it and never lose faith within what it can do for you. Pray hands.
These comments are not real.
This is someone's fucking church group.
These comments are not real. This is like fake.
No,
they
this
might
is
even
real.
be
This is
fake
someone's
views.
church group. You're wrong. You're so wrong.
This is designed to show ads to bots.
No.
So that they can get ad revenue.
If someone is not part of your struggle, they don't deserve to be part of your success. Preach. Amen. I'm telling. This is someone's church group.
Okay, Sitch, go to their videos and sort by most recent first, and then scroll down. There's a really weird trend. So like, all the thumbnails are exactly the same. The titles are exactly the same,
right.
And there's like a fuckload of views on all these videos. It's like 300K to like 1.5 mil on like basically all these videos.
Yes.
Then you start seeing this other thumbnail, and all the videos with the other thumbnail have like 20K views in the middle of like a sea of like 1 mil videos.
Well, because they're shorts, they're not videos.
Oh, okay. I was like, why the fuck are they posting this on this channel? They're fucking up the algorithm.
They're the little short things.
Yeah.
Race. Well, see, this is the thing. This channel's only been up for like what? It says a year. The first video was December 28, 2020.
It's a very fucking successful channel.
And one of their first videos blew up. It's called "Racist Cop Pulls Over the Black Police Captain's Son." Then this happens.
Is that the one? That's the one we just watched, right?
Well, no, apparently this happens very often.
Yeah, that's happened several times in this universe.
And it has 6.9 million views.
So is this like a Kevin Smith situation where like this is like a connected universe of
yes
stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like Clerks for woke people.
I love this. Someone in this says, with those acting skills, you might get a spot on the next Mortal Kombat movie.
Oh my god. That's not a bot.
That's pretty based.
I feel like it's bots.
Yes. I'm telling you, no, it's not bots. This is someone's church group. Anyway, let's finish this.
So this channel gets like 10 million views a month.
Let's see. Let's see. Does he end up becoming?
Did you get all the classes you wanted?
No. I went to register and all my classes were taken. I'm stuck with 3 morning classes this semester. It sucks.
I told you to log on as soon as
here he comes
registration opened.
in his fancy new car.
Wow. Nice ride.
Wow.
Audrey, that stupid bitch.
I know.
Oh, look at this car. I like this guy now.
Wow, who is that?
She's going to offer to go out with him and he's going to turn her down.
Right.
Or
say,
another girl's going to come out with a car.
Oh, yeah.
She's going to have a hotter chick.
Yes.
No, he wants to go out with her. He's going to ask her out.
Is he going to be in a full suit?
Can't be.
Oh, shit.
What up, bitch?
Hey,
Melissa.
ladies.
Audrey?
Derek, is that you?
Is that your car?
Yeah. I just got it yesterday.
Do you steal it from a little old lady? You can't afford a car like that.
Actually,
What have you been up to? I haven't seen you on campus in months.
Yeah, I'm no longer enrolled in the university, so.
Told you. Soon the police will come here to arrest him because he stole that car.
What a racist.
Right.
So, what's been going on?
Well, remember that project I told you about?
The NFT thing?
Exactly, yes. So I created my own NFT collection, and in a matter of weeks, it's sold out.
That's amazing. Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you.
You create a collection of NFTs.
Yes.
And I've made millions of
How
dollars
much?
in 1 week.
Audrey, don't be rude.
Oh, come on. Tell us, how much did you make?
I made enough.
Come on, dude. How much did you make? 10,000? 20,000?
I made more than that.
100? Don't tell me you made 100 grand from selling some stupid JPEG.
Well, I made way more than 100,000. Closer to like 11 million.
Oh my, he's fucking Beeple, dude. Okay, yeah, $11 million.
Listen, kids. This is part of the wholesome family Christian entertainment.
Right,
okay?
yeah.
Drop out of college and sell NFTs to make $11 million. It only takes a couple of weeks, okay?
Yeah.
Get on
Whatever
that.
your
Just
first
scam
NFT
people out of
is.
their money.
Yeah.
What?
Little does he know, his NFTs are being
11
used to traffic drug money.
Right.
Million? No freaking way.
Yeah, I did. Well, you have to excuse me. I've got a meeting with the dean about a donation, so.
What donation?
Well, I'm donating $1 million to the school scholarship foundation. I figured that the kids less fortunate will be able to use it.
That's so nice of you.
Thank you.
I
Well,
dropped out of
you're
college
giving
to donate
donations, you
to
know.
this college.
I'm a philanthropist now.
Yes, for my $11 million.
Goodbye, Audrey. Melissa, it was nice seeing you.
So wait. Oh, okay. I thought he
Hey,
literally
Derek.
just stopped the car to brag.
After your meeting, would you like
Now that you're rich, can I go out with you?
Yeah.
Wholesome family entertainment.
I
here.
know.
Now that you're rich, hey, I just so happen to be a gold digger. You just so happen to have some gold. What do you say we go out sometime?
to grab a cup of coffee with me?
Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of seeing someone right now.
Oh,
my bank account, bitch.
Look at that look. Look at that look. Look at that look.
I'm kind of
See,
seeing someone
listen.
right now.
That is some top tier acting right there. That is the most genuine expression ever.
She does look dissed, huh?
Oh my God.
It looks real.
Boof.
She looks dissatisfied
She
with
was
life.
listen. She drew into a deep memory well where this exact situation happened to her.
This happens to her all the time.
This does.
Take it easy.
Oh, he gives her a little hand slap. Well, you tried.
This channel is fucking insane. This is like from an alternate universe.
This is good content, Sitch. What are you talking about?
It does
This is
kind of
like-
feel like aliens like have human actors and are trying to like recreate television network or something.
I was literally gonna say this feels like aliens trying to understand human behavior and
Right.
making a YouTube channel.
This will be good. We'll get lots of comments and we'll figure out how the human beings respond to things.
God, this is insane.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing this insane channel with us.
Wait, who has subjected us to this?
That's a good question.
Was
You
it
mean
Andrew
found
Clark?
this gem? Okay,
Was it Andrew Clark?
That's one way to put it.
it was Andrew Clark. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, why did
What is Audrey's IMDb? Yeah, good job, Chad.
Is it? What is it? Is it bad? There is an IMDb page for all of these shorts, by the way.
Really?
Yes,
Of course.
they're all up there. That's how I looked up the captain. He's in all the videos. And so's that lady who plays the white racist cop lady. She's in all the videos too.
She's in the new Doctor Strange, isn't she?
She also is in the new Doctor Strange. That's right.
I need to make an IMDb page.
She
Apparently I'm
plays
a
a-
director, editor, voice actor.
She plays a racist cop in Doctor Strange. She's actually been typecast. She's like Hollywood's best racist.
That would be
Karen
amazing. That'd be an
cop.
amazing joke that no one would get.
Oh yeah.
She just comes up.
Her acting was severely inadequate.
It wasn't great.
I
wasn't
mean,
great.
Audrey did. I mean, she kind of. She sold me. She's a bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh shit.
Melissa Thick though.
She's thick. That's true. Oh, that was fun.
$11 million. Wow. I had no idea. I'm thinking I might do some NFTs now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's that. Listen, it's that easy. You just start an NFT and you get $11 million in a couple of weeks, guys. That easy.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Pickman for $21. Thank you, Mr. Pickman. Who has a little crying emoji, says, tell him about Cryptoland and what happened to it.
Oh no.
Did we watch Cryptoland together on stream? I feel like maybe we did.
We talked about it. We didn't watch it.
Yeah.
Well, there isn't. I mean, there's just the trailer. And there's not much to watch. It's a bunch of videos talking about it.
Yeah, but they're like the really weird, like everyone was talking about it, the really weird crypto coin that's like hugging the guy.
Yeah. That says to the moon. And they have,
It
the,
looks
and they have the
like-
best tweet of all time where someone
It-
asked them what the age of consent is going to be on Cryptoland. They said, what did they say?
I
Is
don't know
that
what to
really in there? There's
No,
like
it's
a age of
fun.
consent.
I-
Cryptoland
I'm just gonna
age of
Google-
consent meme.
I'm just going to Google Cryptoland tweet, and I'm pretty sure it'll be the first result.
It says Cryptoland, what will the age of consent be? Mental maturity
should be
more than enough. Winky face. Oh boy.
Is that really?
That's a
real.
yikes on me, dog. Yeah, that's
Oh man.
that is one of the most yikes tweets I've ever seen. That
What
is
is that even?
pretty fucking bad.
Why would they think that that's acceptable? But what happened to was there some follow up? Whatever happened to Cryptoland?
I watched a video that actually went through the whole thing. They like tracked the crypto going from various wallets.
Mhm.
So apparently the working theory is that there's this like crypto huckster dude who like has a bunch of scams, and he was like vaguely associated with it. Apparently they think he's sort of the mastermind behind the entire thing. Just because of the way that the payments went with the wallets and stuff. But, I mean, it's basically dead. They were selling plots on this island that they hadn't even purchased yet. Like,
what?
They didn't have the rights to the island.
Oh,
the
no.
idea was they would sell all the plots and then use the money to buy the island.
Right.
Yeah.
So it was like, you know, when you like when CT made us lords by buying us plots of land.
That was more legitimate than this.
That was more legitimate than this. Yes.
In Crypto Island.
That's hilarious.
I brought up.
So
my
did everyone just
crypto.
lose all their money? I assume.
Yeah. No one made any money. Yeah. Although I don't actually know that anyone donated to it. So it's like one of the most unsuccessful like crypto.
Oh, I
schemes
hope
ever.
no one spent any money on this.
Well, I mean, most of these things, like there have been a bunch of these where like people lose hundreds of millions of dollars collectively.
What's going on with crypto, Doomer? Is what's going to happen? I read that 40% of Bitcoin holders are underwater.
I mean, what's going to happen to it? Who fucking knows? But I mean, the NFTs seem to be pretty dead. I don't think they're on a downward spiral. I don't think they're really going to recover. As for crypto, I mean, it's hard to say. I'm shocked it's as high as it is.
Yeah.
I mean, like I would have predicted that it went to zero by now, and it certainly has not done that. But I don't know. I don't have a lot of faith in crypto.
You know what tomorrow is? You know what happens tomorrow, guys?
What is tomorrow?
What?
Amber Heard cross-examination.
Oh,
ooh, that will be fun.
Yeah. Johnny Depp's attorney gets to ask Amber Heard some questions.
Oh my God.
I know, she's totally toast. She's
Have
so
you
toast.
have you ever cut off anyone's finger?
Well, she put on this giant performance for her attorney, you know, the softball question attorney.
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch any of it?
No, I haven't watched any of it.
She does this weird thing where she kind of accuses Johnny Depp of raping her with a bottle, but it's so unclear what's going on in the situation that the attorney has to like basically ask clarifying questions. Like they had agreed, you know, they always coach the witnesses.
Wait, she was talking to her. Wait, she's talking to her attorney?
Yes. So first,
oh my God,
yeah.
they didn't. Oh, that's fucking bad.
Yeah, well, no, they decide. I'm sure, you know, they decide what they're going to say and where the testimony is going to go. It's very choreographed. I'm certain of it. But it's
yeah, I mean, that's their fucking job.
It's like Amber Heard got so caught up in the performance that she was not really articulating what happened. So she's saying things in a way that you're just kind of like, yeah, I don't really get it. He like you can't really tell the accusation that she's making clearly. You're thinking it. You're like, did he rape her with a bottle? Is that what happened? Or what's like, is that what she's saying? Or I'm a little just shaky. So that on cross-examination, I think is going to be, I mean, there's a lot of questions. It's like she is making it up and got cold feet with like lying on the
She's
stand.
the bed shitter, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean,
Amber Turd.
Allegedly.
She claims the dog did it, but
I like that Johnny Depp was like, listen, I've had dogs for a long time. I know what dog shit looks like and
Yeah.
what person shit looks like. And I can tell you something, that's people shit.
the trial's been on hold for a full week because I think her testimony was a week ago. But yeah.
Did you see that article that Ricada tweeted out?
No.
It was like this insane op-ed written by some MSNBC contributor.
About Amber Heard.
Yeah, and it was like the dangerous reality, TVification of the trial. And it said the Amber Heard Johnny Depp TikTok phenomenon isn't funny. It's dangerous. And basically their complaint, I don't know if you saw this, like when she was describing a situation, she said, I entered the room and Johnny Depp slapped me. And then I turned around and I said, wait, where is it? I turned around and I said, Johnny, you hit me. You hit me. And so because of the way she worded it, it sounds like she got slapped in the face, turned away from Johnny and said, you hit me to no one. So a bunch of people made TikTok videos making fun of this. And so this writer is just complaining about this. But in the article, she admits that she's not going to look at any of the evidence in the trial. whatsoever.
Amber Heard does? Or the writer?
No,
the writer
the person.
does. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
The person said, I'm not interested in litigating whether Johnny Depp or Amber Heard's claims of abuse are more credible or who's to blame for clearly an incredibly toxic and dangerous relationship.
Oh, I did. I think I did see that.
Right.
Because it's like, oh, yeah, okay. Well, you're not going to look at the evidence. You're automatically going to side with Amber Heard.
But that's what makes it funny. Like if people thought she was actually abused, they wouldn't be mocking her.
Of course
on
not.
TikTok. It's that they feel like it's so obviously fake. That's why it's funny.
She did. There was a big conspiracy going around because she's basically like wiping her nose with a tissue, and she pauses for a second, and it kind of looks like she's posing for a photograph.
Yeah.
So everybody's like, is she posing for a photograph? And then my wife came in and she's like, oh my God, look, Amber Heard is posing for a photograph. And she shows the same thing, but someone had inserted like a camera click and a flash. And it is
funny.
It is the funniest thing in the world. Mm-hmm. And it looks so realistic. I had to tell my wife, I'm like, okay, somebody put that in there. That didn't actually happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's so, oh man. I can't believe the accusations that she made. Because that's the thing. The testimony, I did not find the testimony compelling because it was so unclear what she was saying that it was kind of like she was trying to, I want you to infer that Johnny Depp raped me with a champagne bottle. I don't know what kind of bottle it was. I think it might have been like a tequila bottle or something. But she wasn't explicit about it. Like she's saying it in a way that you kind of got to infer it, and you're going,
right.
This is something that I don't want to just guess at. Can't you make it a little fucking clearer, please?
This doesn't sound that surprising to me.
Yeah. What do you mean? What does
I don't know. Just the whole situation.
Do you think he did it?
I have no fucking idea. I haven't watched the trial at all. But like, she seems like she's got some fucking issues. If you're gonna make some claims, like I don't know, it just sounds like a passive aggressive way to accuse someone of some shit. I mean, I've experienced that enough times myself. So,
yeah,
not terribly surprising. I don't have a high opinion of people though. So when people do fucked up shit, it's just like, yeah, of course.
Well, maybe
I think Johnny Depp's probably completely innocent not completely innocent. He's probably, he's a drug has drug problems and probably yelled at her and, was jealous and stuff.
I've done a bunch of drugs. I would never fucking hit a woman.
No, but I don't think he hit her. She definitely seems to be like an insane, toxic person who was abusive far more than anything he ever did. So,
I mean, if you're a violent person, I think drugs can make it worse. But I think if you're a non-violent, like drugs are not going to turn you into a violent person. Like you're either a violent person or you're a non-violent person to begin with.
I mean, I guess it depends what drugs you're doing. But
yeah, I mean, if you do PCP,
I'm not.
You do bath salts.
I'm not certain of that. I don't know that I could do any drug that would turn me into a violent person. I'm just.
Well, we can find out, Adam. We can QA test this.
So I sent you a picture. I think we should end the stream with. It's pretty interesting. It's very relevant. Someone says 60 years later, same ideals still valid, and it's comparing the civil rights movement ideals of then to the woke social justice movement of today.
Wormy took my chair.
Tell Wormy to stop.
No, come on. Everyone loves Wormy.
Don't be beta. Okay. Yeah, assert your dominance here.
Hey, Doomer, do you have a cat?
No, I have a dog.
You're a dog person? Oh man.
I don't know that I'm a dog person. I have a dog. I like
you have a dog you don't even like. What?
I know I like my dog. I just like all animals.
Terrible.
Except for, I don't like owls.
Oh, owls.
I can't believe you would remind me of this on stream, dude.
What's going on with the owls? Because CT was messaging like crazy.
I literally totally forgot about this.
Ask Doomer about the owls.
Oh my God. Listen, Adam.
Owls are badass, Doomer. You don't like owls?
It's just you're going to end the stream. What are you talking about?
Adam, what is an owl?
An owl is a raptor.
Right, but what is it? What's a raptor?
A bird, a predator.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a lizard. It's not a insect.
No, it's a dinosaur.
It's not a cephalopod. It's not a mammal. It's a bird, right?
It's a bird, yeah. It's a dinosaur.
Doomer didn't think owls were birds.
How is that
I still don't think owls are birds. They don't look like birds.
How's that possible?
They don't look anything alike. They look like fucking pieces of shit.
Wait a second. Owls have beaks and talons and wings and feathers. What do you think makes a bird a bird?
They don't look right.
They don't look right.
They're fucking fat. They look like a fucking burrito.
Some of them do look like
their
a
neck
burrito.
turns around. Their neck turns around like fucking 180 degrees.
What else would they be if they're not
They
birds?
stay up all night. They're fucking edgelords.
Hold on. Burrito owl. Let's see.
What else would they be, Doomer, if not birds?
I don't know. They don't look like fucking birds.
Owls are birds.
What do you want me to tell you?
What the fuck? How do you not know this? Who doesn't know that owls are birds?
I'm sorry I missed the fucking owl class in school where they explained about fucking owls, Sitch. It's very fucking important.
This is like there was an old comic strip of Calvin and Hobbes where he's like doing a class report on bats and he's convinced that bats are insects. And I always thought that's ridiculous. No one would think of anything that silly. But here we got Doomer's like, wow. You know?
Bats look more like birds than owls do.
Oh my god.
All right.
Bats have little hands, don't they? On their yeah, they have little hands.
All right, I brought up a picture of an owl. What makes you think this looks like a burrito?
We'll see. To wait for the stream.
I mean, why would Doomer say owls look like burritos?
Because they're big, like cylindrical pieces of crap.
You literally have the picture of an owl wrapped up in a little. Look at that cute, adorable little bird. You're insulting this.
They're fucking monsters. Dude.
Oh my god, he's so cute. Owls are the best.
This is adorable. This is the cutest little burrito I've ever seen.
Yeah, look at this. Owls are so awesome.
Yeah, owls are
like
awesome.
some of the best birds are owls. Okay.
Owls are not birds.
What are they?
I don't know. They don't look right.
You fucking buffoon.
They're owls.
They're their own
Owls is a
classification.
genus and a phylum, okay?
Okay.
They need to be segregated from the rest of the animal kingdom.
I was floored when I found out Doomer didn't know that owls were birds.
Here's another burrito owl for you. Wrapped up in a little blankie.
Look at this. Look at this. I sent you a picture. Look at this adorable owl.
Oh, you have more adorable owl pictures.
Yeah, he's like walking across the grass. He's got little fuzzy pants. So like a little baby owl, a little baby barn owl.
Oh, barn owls are great.
Yeah, look, he's so cute.
Look, he's moonwalking.
Chat has a good point. Birds are a social construct.
Oh, okay.
Don't listen to chat. They're wrong on this one.
Brain for $2 says someone explained feathers to Doomer.
I normally respect chat, but that
Velociraptors have fucking feathers. Are they fucking birds?
Well, they became birds, yeah.
Now, why is this owl walking across the grass?
Because he's adorable.
This is very
fucking stupid.
He's
trucking
very
it.
strange.
He's trucking it. Look at him. Look at that.
If you're,
he's like,
why doesn't the owl fly? It's like he's running.
Yeah, because he's got to work. Listen, yeah, he's got leg day. Okay.
This is.
You don't want to skip a leg day. He doesn't want to be like one of those guys. He doesn't want to be one of those owls with like the giant owl wings, but the tiny little legs because he never works out.
You're really asking me how it doesn't look like a burrito? Look at that fucking thing.
It looks like a bird.
It looks like a walking.
Like a fucking tostada.
This looks like a walking burrito.
How do you not know what a bird is?
More like a running burrito.
How do you not know that an owl is a bird?
He is cute.
This is insane to me.
All right, what is this other thing you wanted me to bring?
Look, I study math, okay? I don't study ornithology or whatever the fuck.
Ornithology? Ornithology?
What is the study of birds?
Ornithology? I think not ornithology.
You know offhand.
Ornithology.
You know the word ornithology offhand, but you don't know that fucking owl.
Fuck you.
Ornithology, the scientific study of birds.
Fucking knows ornithology. We no fucking owls.
I know. That is a little sus.
Oh my god.
That's a little sus. Yeah.
What the fuck? I bet he had like a book, like a little bird picture book as a kid, and it didn't have an owl in it. So he just assumed for the rest of his life.
He was so pissed. I like birds. I have a little.
What happens if I type in are owls birds?
You would get search results from my fucking Chrome window.
Yeah, exactly.
Type in "are owls burritos."
My God.
And then you get what I showed you. What's this? So civil rights ideals. Racism is morally wrong, and all whites are racist. Blacks.
Wait a minute. Before
You're telling me if you had a fucking
this is good.
You had like a fucking area with owls, you would be called a bird observatory. It sounds so stupid.
This is Adam. This is me learning about Doomer, not knowing about owls. Okay.
Are they avians?
Yes, they are avians. That's yes.
That's what a bird is.
Very good. Yeah. Have you ever heard of an aviary? You know what an aviary is, Doomer?
It's a place with birds.
That's right.
Did you see the picture I sent you? This is the official Doomer owl bird.
The running owl?
No, I
already brought it up.
I sent you a second picture.
Look at you.
You fucking goof.
You only get one picture per live stream. You know how I feel about.
No, we get multiple owl pictures. Okay.
You know how I feel about you horning in on my graphic design.
Okay.
Okay. This is this owl laughing at Doomer for thinking he's not a bird. Is that what's going on in this picture?
Yes.
Dude, chat is so fucking base, dude. Owls are demons. Thank you.
Look at this.
AKA Batusoi. How the fuck you pronounce that? You were correct.
Say, Doomer, say owls are not birds for me real quick.
Owls are not birds.
Okay, so here's the reaction shot from the owl. Once Doomer says that, he goes,
"What a dumbass! What an idiot! He doesn't know owls are birds."
Look at this. This owl's totally laughing his ass off at you, Doomer. He thinks you're dumb. You're like the.
What a maroon!
You guys think you're so smart.
You're the Vaush of ornithology. How's it feel? How's it feel, Vaush?
Am I gonna fucking check the channel and see a clip? Doomer doesn't know owls are birds.
You better.
Maybe, I don't know. CT sometimes.
I'm gonna fucking block CT on Discord.
Sometimes she just grabs random shit.
You brought it up. I literally forgot about this fucking conversation.
CT's been trying to get us to bring this up for like an hour.
Thank you, CT.
It's been longer than an hour.
You see the other? This is the other picture. This is the other reaction. There's like the bird laughing at Doomer, and then the owl that's just like embarrassed for it.
You got an embarrassed owl? Oh, I gotta see that.
Yes.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Stop, Sitch. This is too fucking hilarious. Okay, you gotta see this one. Say it again, Doomer. Say it again, and then I'll bring it in.
Owls are not birds.
Okay. What the fuck? This owl's like, who is this fucking weirdo?
Who is this idiot?
What did you just say?
Look, you guys can be owl cucks if you want, okay? If you want to believe owls are birds, you're free to believe this stupid bullshit fucking owl propaganda, okay? They're not fucking birds.
It's the best part is
shit.
That picture came up when I Googled "Are owls birds?" Like, "Are owls birds?" The owl's like, "Oh."
What do you think? Look, do I look like a fucking bird? I have a beak.
I have a beak and feathers and a wing. I don't know. You fucking.
It looks like a fucking doorstop.
They do kind of have human eyes. That's really. I mean, those. This bird is definitely. I mean, he's giving me the weird human eyes thing.
Human eyes have yellow pupils with like, or yellow irises, or whatever the whites of your eyes are called.
I guess. I
with
don't
all
know.
black, with giant black pupils.
Yeah. Well, okay, this bird scares me. I feel like this bird would watch me while I sleep.
He's just watch that. That's the bird that shows up when you say something dumb.
Right.
And he goes wow wow, and then disappears.
How does this look anything like a fucking bird?
It looks exactly like a bird.
This looks like a fucking sleeping bag.
Now, Doomer.
Body shaming these poor owls.
I will body shame an owl.
I can't believe.
I will body shame a fucking owl.
Doomer. No.
Yeah, there's
don't-
owls on the back of the dollar bill. That's true.
Stop lashing out. I know you're triggered. From your own ignorance. It's okay.
The owl moth. What is that?
Just do your best.
Ostriches are birds, but emu are not.
Just remember. Just try to remember next time.
Oh, that's cool.
If somebody asks you, if you're ever on Jeopardy, and there's a question.
The fucking $200 question.
Although
is
actually,
an owl a bird?
Although
I'll correctly answer no.
Although since it's Jeopardy, it will be in the. You will have to answer in the form of a question. The answer will be, "What is an owl?"
No, the answer will be, "What do people commonly mistake for birds?" And I'll say, "What is an owl?" And I'll get $1,000.
You will lose $1,000, and that will be clipped on YouTube, and you will be ridiculed for the next 10 years.
Pluto was demoted from being a planet. What bird has recently been demoted from being a bird?
You can't demote
What is an
owls.
Owl? Yeah, you watch me. When I get my PhD in ornithology, okay, we'll sort out all this fucking owl and bird business, okay?
Doomer's like reverse Jerry in the episode of Rick and Morty where he wants to make Pluto a planet again. He's like, no, he's like,
no, we gotta
owls
sort
can't
out
be
this
birds
owl
anymore.
shit.
Gotta take it away.
There's nothing even. I mean, I don't. What
Yeah,
would you
know that
classify them
ostriches?
as?
You know ostriches are birds too, right? Did you know that? You're aware of this?
I'm aware of ostriches. Ostriches are birds.
What would be the alternate classification for this beaked, taloned, winged, feathered animal?
I would call it a lump of shit, personally.
Is that I mean, that's not really another animal.
That's not really a classification. Yeah.
Look, I already said they can be their own phylum, okay? They're their own little, they can sit in their own little area. Away from the rest of the animal kingdom, the better animals, they can sit in their little corner of shame, their little corner of owl shame.
This owl is just.
They don't get to be birds. They don't even rise to the level of being a bird. And birds are not even good animals.
What do you mean? What's wrong with birds?
What's not wrong with birds?
I don't know.
Birds are
They're
amazing.
birds. Yeah.
They
fly
make
around.
annoying noise. They shit on stuff.
I mean, that is true.
They steal $20 bills and fill up Adam's wallet.
I don't know. You would like the cardinals here at like 6 a.m. They start making laser sounds super loud.
Oh shit! I deleted the wrong picture.
Here's an infographic for Doomer. Is a bird a mammal? Question mark. I don't know, Doomer. Are birds mammals?
No.
No? Oh, okay. I was testing Doomer. I don't know if you know.
Birds are not mammals.
Well, an owl is definitely not good enough to be a mammal. I think you can lump in owls with like the shitty sea creatures. Like everything in the ocean is bullshit, but owls are also bullshit.
I thought you said you were big into like fish or something.
Yeah, cephalopods are awesome. What are you talking about?
No, everything in the ocean can fuck off.
Oh, so rude. Have you ever been scuba diving?
Yes, actually.
Oh, okay. Why would you say that then?
I didn't like anything I found.
Scuba diving
It's
is
all
amazing.
bullshit down there.
Scuba diving is amazing. Swimming
So
with
there you
the
go.
fishes.
Owls are now fish, according to Doomer.
Yes.
Owls is the type of rare land-based flying fish. There you go.
Look,
That
I
breathes
order
air.
I order animals by how much I hate them. Okay, owls can go live with the fucking fish. That's how little I respect them.
Okay.
I don't even like birds, but I like owls far less.
Look at this owl bigot. God. What, did
Owls
an owl
and
like scare
I
you
am
as a
full of
child or
hatred for
something?
owls.
You were like walking out your front door and like an owl swooped by and you're like, oh, what the fuck was that demon?
It's like have you ever seen a movie and it's like fine, but everyone told you it's the best fucking movie in the world? That's with me and owls. You always have to hear, oh, owls are so cute. Oh, I love owls. They're fucking shit animals. There's nothing good about them. They're fucking annoying. Seeing their fucking heads turn around is fucking creepy. They don't do anything.
You really need to restart your YouTube channel. I think this.
Look at this, that owl judging you. He's like, this owl, you know what this owl's saying? He's like, Doomer, you need to touch grass. You need to touch trees. Okay, go touch some trees.
I mean, I would tell the fucking owl to stop touching grass and go play some video games, but it's a dumb fucking owl. It can't do shit.
Yeah.
It's just gonna fucking sit in a tree and sleep until night, and then try and catch some fucking rats, and get hit by a car.
Well, that's good. You want them to catch rats.
No, what's wrong with rats?
Oh,
I
like
put
rats, but not
rats.
owls.
Rats are way above owls.
Oh, look at this fucking weirdo. He likes rats over owls.
What? Yeah, rats are cool.
Oh my god, this fucking guy.
Rats are cool. Just
Brain said to look up this Marabou stork. It's ugly. It's an ugly fucking stork. Oh man.
Doomer's pro narc.
Yeah, he's a rat bastard.
Yeah.
That's an ugly fucking bird. Damn.
Scary.
Yes, Chad. An owl stole my girlfriend. That's why I'm mad.
Wait a minute, Doomer. Did you get cucked by an owl?
I got cucked by an owl.
Did you
Cucked by an owl?
I
That's a
came
good
home
name
and
for a
found an
video.
owl fucking my wife.
Cucked by an owl would be a good video. I think that would probably go viral.
It's like the sequel to Touched by a Rose.
Yeah, cucked by an owl.
He got cucked by an owl, and then this happened.
Right.
I was about to say, cucked by an owl, and this happened. It's like Doomer making the soy face and an owl like spreading its wings in the thumbnail.
Oh yeah. And then
The
this
owl
happened.
kill. There you go.
The owls are like, oh, we're birds of prey. Not for long, bitch. When I get my ornithology PhD, we'll see about this.
Yeah, birds of prey. Preying on your wife.
You'll be a cephalopod of prey soon, buddy.
A lot of women do like owls, so I mean I could see
That's
it
true.
happening.
I could.
Next thing you know, you're like single.
I think what happened was Doomer was going trick-or-treating one night. He worked up the nerve to ask the girl he had a crush on when he was 8. And they were enjoying a nice night of trick-or-treating. And then
An
right
owl came
before
and killed her. Struck her down in the street.
right before
Yeah,
he
started
dropped her off at
cannibalizing
her
her
home.
corpse.
Okay. He's like, bye, Tiffany. And then she turns back and she's like, bye, Doomer. And an owl swoops by and it knocks the candy bag out of Doomer's little baby hands. And he freaks out and he's so startled that he pees his pants. He pees his pants. And the girl goes, ew, Doomer, did you just pee your pants? And then he just started crying and he ran home flailing, snot dripping down
Doomer.
his nose, tears in his eyes. He just left the candy bag there and was like, I fucking hate owls.
Owls are
Look,
nice.
that obviously
Doomer.
didn't
Why'd
happen,
you pee
but it's a
your
realistic
pants?
story. Because owls are shit animals.
Why'd you pee your pants?
They have rabies.
You were scared of the rabies?
Birds
Yes.
can't have rabies, too.
Birds can absolutely have rabies. Well,
But they
okay,
can't.
first of all, owls aren't birds, so it doesn't matter if birds can have rabies. Okay, why did you even bring that up?
I
Only
think-
They
mammals can
absolutely
have
can.
rabies.
I know. I think birds can have rabies.
No, they can't. Rabies only affects mammals, you fucking
Are you
idiots.
sure?
Yes.
Owls aren't birds, so
You can get
Well, let's
rabies from
Google,
like a
can-
bat, but not
can
from
owls have
birds.
rabies?
Can
Oh my
birds have rabies?
Mhm.
I'm going to the source. Oh, look right there. It's number 1.
Dude, dude, Google
Yeah.
doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about.
And what
They
does
say
it say?
avians, and then it says like chickens, ducks, etc., and owls.
Yeah,
All right.
because
They
owls are
think an
avians.
owl. That's fucking bullshit.
Sitch is correct. Rabies affects only mammals. Mammals are warm-blooded animals with fur. People are also mammals. Birds, snakes, and fish are not mammals, and they
Adam,
can't
don't listen to
get
this
rabies,
bullshit.
and they can't give them to you. So you pissed your pants for nothing, Doomer.
Oh, here you go. Adam in the chat says, I think Doomer's actually a colony of mice trying to pass off being human.
Oh, that's why he's afraid of owls.
That's why he
makes
hates
sense.
owls so much.
And that's why
It
he
all makes
loves
sense.
rats.
Yes.
Look at that.
Oh my God.
We've deciphered.
All right, I'm a mod, right? How do I ban this guy? Right click.
We knew it.
record.
We
Don't
knew it.
ban
Put
anyone.
user in
Colony of
timeout.
mice.
Should I
in a
hide
BB.
Andom48 on channel?
Don't ban anyone, Doomer. What are you doing? We'll have to take your wrench if you do
Take
that.
your wrench away.
You're gonna take the wrench anyway.
Yeah, don't ban anyone. Come
Uh,
on. We're not Vaush over here. You don't even have to subscribe to the channel to be able to comment.
Mm-hmm.
Vaush makes you subscribe to his channel to be able to chat. What a fucking dick. I don't want to
Yeah, I know,
subscribe
right?
to his channel.
Jar Hendrik Harms for 14 Zardos says, do you put dolphins in the fish camp too, Doomer?
Yeah, Doomer.
I would need to look into the specifics of fish, but fish to me is something in the ocean that I don't like very much, and I'm kind of like medium on dolphins. So I think dolphins are probably above fish.
Okay. Are shrimp fish?
Yeah, fuck shrimp. Shrimp are pieces of shit.
Okay, shrimp or fish,
Shrimp-
dolphins, maybe.
Shrimp, lobsters,
Mhm.
sharks. These are all just shit animals. It's a good thing they're in
sharks
the ocean.
are
so we don't
fish.
have
I
to
don't know
deal
if you
with
know that. Sharks are actually fish.
Yeah,
Yeah,
shit.
monkeys are better than anything in the ocean.
How do you pronounce this?
What?
Ichthyology?
Ichthyology?
Is that
Yeah.
the study of fish?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, ichthyology.
Okay.
Yeah. Look at that.
Let's talk about prepping for $10. Says owls are getting bigger. Soon they'll be bigger than people again. X bread. That's right. They're not going to be eating no bread. They're going to be eating people.
Man, I've seen some owls. I've had some run-ins with some owls, and I've always considered them delightful.
Yeah.
So I think Caffeine Tweaker in chat has it right. They say dolphins are birds, owls are fish.
There you go.
I think I could promote dolphins to
Incorrect.
being birds
Okay,
because
there you go.
I hate them about as much as I hate like a cardinal. So I think I'm fine with that. And owls are definitely shit animals. You can throw them in the fucking ocean. So yeah, owls are definitely fish.
Mhm. I mean, dolphins practically swim. I mean, they fly, just through water. So they're like birds.
True.
And, they don't have feathers. They just have that skin, right? That's like the same thing.
Yeah, they also have dolphins have beaks. Birds have beaks.
There you go. There you go. Dolphins have live young.
Octopus have beaks.
Yeah,
Are
but octopuses
octopuses
are
birds?
disgusting.
Oh, they're fish.
Octopuses are
Octopuses
pretty
either?
Who the fuck likes octopuses?
Octopuses are awesome.
Octopuses.
Oh my god, what a fucking nerd.
What is wrong with you? You don't like
What is
anything.
wrong with you? You like octopuses and fucking owls?
Yes. You never seen those cool videos of the
Octopus or
octopuses
mol-
solving like
or
the little
mollusks?
puzzles and they squish their little squishy bodies through like the holes? It's cute. It's adorable.
Octopus are mollusks. They're a descendant of a snail.
Wait, what animal do you fucking actually do like?
Not many.
Yeah.
I
The
don't
cuckoo?
have I don't have good opinions about animals.
You like the cuckoo?
Dogs and cats are pretty good.
Be honest.
I definitely don't like
Doomer.
people. What?
The cuckoo bird?
What the fuck is a cuckoo bird?
You don't know what a cuckoo bird is?
Mhm.
I don't
Hands
know
off
what a
your fucking
cuckoo bird is. What
How do
is
you
a
not know what-
cuckoo bird?
How do you not know what a cuckoo
How
bird
do you
is?
even spell that?
How do you not know how do you not know what a fucking cuckoo bird is?
Is that a real are you fucking with me?
Well,
Yeah.
there's two. Well, you never watch cartoons, like the person has the clock and then like at midnight the little bird comes out and goes cuckoo, cuckoo.
Oh, that's like wait, that's a clock. Is that a
It's based off of a real bird. How do
Yeah,
you not know
but-
about cuckoo?
what's the
That's
name
where
of the
word
okay? What's
that's where
the
the-
name of the bird that's based off of?
cuckoo.
Are cuckoos
I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Okay,
are
how do I
cuckoos
spell it?
evil? Cuckoos are the evil
Well,
genius of the animal kingdom.
You should know
Instead of-
because you're a big cock.
I know.
You're a big cock, Doomer. You got cucked by an owl. You got cuckooed by an owl.
Oh wait, is it called a cuckoo? Is it actually called a cuckoo?
Yeah.
That's where the word cuck comes from.
That's where the
this
word
bird is a
cuck comes
fucking
from.
Chad. This is the Giga Chad of the animal world. Okay, we need to separate it further because birds are shit, but the cuckoo is kind of a fucking Chad. So the cuckoo is above like rats. I think this is on the level of like a cat.
Cuckoos are the evil genius of the animal kingdom. Instead of building a nest of their own and investing all their time and effort into raising their offspring, the cuckoo palms off the chicks on other species and lets them do the hard work.
Yep.
That is kind of Chad.
Is it? That's evil.
That bird is pretty
but wait,
Chad.
it's not. I mean, it's the females.
Being a deadbeat dad is Chad now?
I guess it's kind of Stacy because it's the Stacys that are doing this.
Yeah, this is. I don't think being a deadbeat dad is a Chad move.
It's the moms that are doing it.
Well, what's a dead? How do you say a deadbeat mom?
There are 4 different types of cuckoos with different eggs that they lay in different species. So they got
they
a whole
all the
thing
same?
going.
Do they all do
No,
that?
the eggs mimic the species that they parasitize.
No, but I mean, do all cuckoo birds do that?
Yeah,
Dude, so the birds go lay the eggs and then the eggs hatch and the male bird is like, who have you been fucking? What is this?
What is this fucking thing?
What is this fucking
No way.
It's
They
literally, I didn't even think about that. It's literally called a brood parasite.
They don't know anything.
Ew.
They're
disgusting.
They have no idea. They just feed the bird. They're like, God damn, my kid is like giant. He's 3 times as big as me.
Right.
Chat, you don't know anything about fucking birds. Don't tell me about birds, chat.
Oh, listen, fucking Doomer's coming out pro cuck over here. Jeez.
The cuck bird, yeah, it's pretty lit.
Okay, so Doomer likes to destroy entire towns of people, enslave women, pro cuck bird, anti owl, anti octopus.
Based.
Okay, there you go.
Based and stoat build. Stoats
Okay.
are good animals.
There you go. There's your one good animal, Stoats.
Here's a picture of the actual, I don't know what species it is, but it's feeding a cuckoo, and the cuckoo's like 3 times as big as this little bird. Look, my son has grown up to be big and strong.
Old School for Joe says, ask Doomer how he feels about penguins.
Oh yeah. Penguins.
I
are
liked
a little
penguins until
difficult.
I saw that movie.
Happy Feet.
Happy Feet?
You didn't like
Happy Feet is I fucking
Doomer.
hate Happy
Okay.
Feet.
I'm
That movie
kicking
fucking
Doomer.
sucks.
I got to kick Doomer off the stream now.
Adam loves Happy Feet.
How do you not?
That's like the only
Happy
musical
Feet?
he likes. If it's even considered a musical. But
It's not
Why-
really.
Happy Feet's great. What's wrong with Happy Feet? Got a little cute dancing. Did you mute Doomer or did he mute himself?
I might have muted him.
Did you? Did you really mute
Can he
Doomer?
unmute himself? Here,
I don't know.
I click ask to unmute.
The host would like to unmute.
Look at that. How dare you speak ill of Happy Feet?
Fuck Happy
No,
Feet.
the sequel looked like shit, but
Yeah, so it was a prequel.
there was a prequel? Jesus.
No, there wasn't. All right.
Anyway,
civil rights.
The
Ideals.
Blue Moon for $5 says, Doomer, do you like the bald eagle?
I hear the bald eagles are assholes, but that makes me like them a little bit. They're probably better than birds.
Okay, there you go. I guess
Bald eagles
that's,
are on the level of like rats.
I guess that's well, I don't know. I mean, you're talking about America here. You're putting America on par with rats?
Yeah.
There you go.
As long as bald eagles are better than birds, I'm cool.
Not
with
a not a true American here. He's putting bald eagles on the same level as a rat.
Doomer, you're not Canadian, are you?
No.
Because we can't be friends with anyone who's a Canadian.
Yeah, you should unfriend Dev.
Yeah.
Because he's Canadian. Don't you like the little owl from the Looney Tunes cartoon? I want to sing about the Moona and the Juna and the Springer. I want to sing.
My only exposure to that is in South Park.
Oh wow, yeah. That's right. That's the first episode of South Park.
Yep.
When Cartman gets the anal probe. Okay.
Fun stuff. This is a child's cartoon.
South
You've
Park?
never
No.
seen the I Like to Sing About the Moon and the Juna and the Springa?
And they're
Cartoon?
probing his anus?
Oh, that's from South Park. That's not a child's cartoon.
Yeah, South Park is not a child's cartoon.
But it's
All right, man. You have an 80-foot satellite dish sticking out your ass.
Oh, this is an important question. Is Vaush a bird or a fish? Vaush is probably a fish.
No. You're wrong. Vaush is obviously a parasite. Okay, he's some kind of insectoid creature. No. He's he's the same type of animal as a tick. I think ticks are like arachnids or something, right? It's like a spider.
I don't know. You're the
think so.
ornithologist.
Ichthologist.
Brain for $2 says, there's that meme. You know, like the guy that looking at a butterfly meme? Doomer looks at a butterfly. Is this a bird?
Sad. Very sad.
Someone will have that for
Pretty
Tuesday.
good.
Someone literally Doomer. Is this a bird?
Did you read all the super chats?
Not all of them, no.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say
I was just reading some of the bird
bird-related ones,
owl-related
Since on
ones.
Tuesday they'll be pretty irrelevant.
Yeah, they will be somewhat irrelevant to the conversation.
Oh, you don't want to bring fucking owls back up?
I mean, I kind of do. Okay, let me read this chart I sent you. Then we'll be done. So this is interesting. Someone just put this out here. This is very relevant to the video we just watched with Vaush. Okay. We have the civil rights ideal, and then it becomes the woke ideal. So it's civil rights. Racism is morally wrong. And all whites are racist. Blacks can't be racist.
That's okay. That's true. I mean,
number 2.
that it meets social justice. It's not actually factually correct.
Right.
So.
Discrimination is morally wrong.
Mm-hmm.
When done against historically marginalized groups. Number 3, judge a person by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. Is color blindness a symbol of white supremacy?
Wow, this is great. This is great.
Number 4, violence is not acceptable. Crosses out not. Violence is often acceptable if directed against fascists. Silence is violence.
Oh, wow.
Number 5, science, logic, and reason are oppressive tools of whiteness. Number 6, you are my brother in humanity. Unless you have hateful ideas, then you're a fascist or a Nazi.
Isn't a Nazi, isn't a fascist and a Nazi the same thing?
Ask Dev. We had a conversation.
Okay.
Number 7, integration is good. Segregation is better. Number 8, people of all races are equal, but some people enact white supremacy and are less equal. And
Right.
finally, number 9, equality of opportunity and outcome.
I got to admit that voice you do is pretty hilarious.
You like my SJW voice?
You've been working on it. I said you
I
got to get a
have.
better SJW voice.
I have.
It sounds a lot like Kirk Wilcox's stupid voice that he does, which is very, very funny. Yeah.
What do you mean he needs to get it? Isn't that just his normal voice?
Yeah, it is.
Kirk Wilcox's voice.
How dare you?
No, Sitch's
attack Kirk
voice.
Wilcox. Doomer just sent me some fake news about a lady saying her husband was attacked by an owl and now has to get the rabies vaccine. It just means that they're idiots. That doesn't mean that he got rabies. I don't know if you know this. A vaccine doesn't work retroactively. If you get rabies, they don't give you the rabies vaccine.
Her husband probably has syphilis or something, and he's trying to pawn it off on an owl.
Oh, you're right. You're
No,
right.
the owl probably has syphilis. They're disgusting animals.
No, he's like down at the brothel 3 nights a week.
Well, listen. Maybe he cheated on his wife with an owl. You don't know. He licked that cloaca. All right. He got the owl syphilis.
Maybe he's into maybe he's a furry.
Right. Oh, never mind. Apparently it says you can't, for a short period after exposure to rabies, you can give someone the rabies vaccine and it will help. Interesting.
Of course.
Sitch wrong again.
Of course you can.
What do you mean, of course? Don't they? I don't know if they still do. They used to like give you if you had rabies, didn't they used to have to like inject you in the fucking stomach with a shot?
It used to be a lot worse, but they made some advancements or some shit.
Oh, I would hope that was like 50 years ago.
And people have survived without getting any treatment, apparently.
No.
Really?
Yeah, there's been like 13 people or something.
Yeah, but out of like
Really?
how many died?
Like 50,000 or something.
Yeah, exactly. Ridiculous. You roll that dice. What's going on? Why are you trying to wrap it up?
Oh, are we still going? I thought you
wanted Ivers and Rhetoric says that rabies is 100% mortality rate after 24 hours. Jeez.
99.9.
100%
really that high?
mortality rate?
You can
after
Google
24 hours.
Rabies mortality rate.
I mean, I've had rabies a couple times and it wasn't that big a deal.
What the fuck? Rabies has the highest mortality rate of any disease on Earth. Holy
it was like
shit.
The first person who survived it without treatment was in like 2008.
That's fucking crazy. I had no clue that rabies was like so crazy dangerous. It's wow. Okay. Less than 20 cases of human survival from clinical rabies has ever been documented.
I'm going to Google, how do I give my roommate rabies?
God, what did they do before they had like rabies? You just, I guess you just die when the fucking dog bites you.
Like, you just get fucked.
That's crazy. Holy shit. Sick rabies cause 60
get rabies when infectious saliva is introduced into the body, usually through bites from an infectious animal.
Yeah, like a fucking owl.
Rabies
like a bat
from other types.
Owls and bats are the same thing.
Bats, see, the problem is that's why bats give like so much horrible diseases to humans because they're mammals.
What?
There's a whole video explaining why we get a disproportionate amount of terrible diseases from bats. It's because they all live together in these giant colonies. They spread disease. They have like really high body temperatures, so they're immune to almost like most diseases. And so shit just like ferments in their bodies. And since they're mammals, it's easier for it to jump species to humans.
Wait, they aren't birds?
No, they're flying rats.
No, they're flying rats, your favorite animal.
Yeah.
Okay.
You should love
That's pretty
them.
based.
Yeah, you should love them. They're also diseased and disgusting.
Oh, wormy.
There you go. Anyways.
Wormy says hello. He wants you guys to know. He says hi.
Anyways.
Oh, anyways, finally. What? Like I start playing harmonica. You're like, what? We're quitting now? Oh, let's watch another video. And now you're like.
Anyways.
Are you sure?
A bat can fly over your head, poop on you, and boom, you got rabies. That's true.
Really?
That's how it happens.
That's not true.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for making with us to the end. Through watching Vaush be a horrible, horrible sophist. Through watching those cringy as fuck soul snack videos. Thank you, Andrew. Through watching Doomer not know that fucking owls are birds because he's a dumb fuck.
You're an owl cuck.
Through learning Doomer's terrible takes about Fallout and World of Warcraft.
Nerds.
And thank you, Doomer, for coming on and talking with us today.
Yeah, fuck you, Sitch.
And I hope you all have a fantastic Monday, and we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye!